January 15th, 2023. The 2022 show is on the air. I, of course, am your host, Wes. With me, as always, are my good friends, Eric. Happy New Year, brother.
Happy New Year, fellas.
You know, I say that, but, you know, we got to spend New Year's together this year, which was really, really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know if that would ever happen, but it happened. And I got the chance to spend New Year's with you and your wife, Michelle, and Todd, and Allison, and it was amazing. We had so much fun with my wife. Well, I wish if I could have dragged you out of there, I would have come and picked you up in my car. We put you in a station wagon and bring you over.
That would have been so
absolutely
awesome. Maybe next year. Next year.
Ruuts, how has 2023 been treating you, sir?
Good so far. I'm alive. I'm blessed, and I have no complaints, man. You know, God is good.
I have some complaints. I have lots of complaints, but we're going to get to that. We have that nice and compartmentalized in one segment, but we're going to blow up. We're going to go off, son.
Hell yeah.
Oh, and I guess I'll do it first. I was telling Mash and Wes, you know, I'm going to annoy people and request you like this video to help the algorithm push it out. And if you like us anyway, you should have liked it already. What's wrong with you?
Come on, man.
That's a good point. Like there's only like 3 things to click, and all you have to do is click them. And what that does is that tells our robot overlords at YouTube that they might want to share this with the other minions, such as ourselves. So if you haven't already, do as my friend Ruuts has requested. Click the little thumbs up, and I'm sure you're all subscribed already, but if you haven't, be sure you do so, because you want to be eligible for the giveaways, right? That's like rule number 1. If you're going to win a giveaway, you got to be subscribed. Eric, we got some fat ass giveaways for these people here today.
Hell yeah, man. And I thought we were giving out some cool stuff before the show, but damn, we got even better stuff to give out during the show. Like that was just like that was like the appetizer. That wasn't even the appetizer. That was like the pre-appetizer.
You know, all the stuff I was giving away pre-show was donated from our friend VR Spry Guy, and I'd like to just go ahead and take a moment to wish Spry Guy a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Spry Guy.
Again?
Yeah. I was going to say, is it his birthday again? Happy birthday, bro. Oh, wait, we're not trying to get somebody into walkabout mini golf this time, right?
Yeah. Is that what it is? Is that you get to wish him happy birthday and get into walkabout mini golf?
No, that's what Wes was told. It was his birthday, or was it walkabout, or it was something? It was some game.
It was walkabout. It was walkabout. D told me that it was Spry Guy's birthday, or D told my wife, who then told me that it was Spry Guy's birthday. So they wanted to make sure that I showed up to play golf, and they knew I wouldn't do it otherwise because they're all losers.
Hell yeah. Well, I will say that my keys weren't donated by Spry Guy, but they were probably donated by other people in the Q2C VR gamer community. So we'll say thank you to them for the keys that I popped out there.
Happy birthday to all of them as well.
Absolutely.
Oh, man, the chat filling out quite nicely already. Why don't we go ahead and say hello to our friends in chat? We have so much to get to. You know, Ruuts, we sit here and we said, we're not going to do it again. We're not going to do another all-day marathon stream. Guess what we're about to do?
I know. You know, it's funny because both you and I had the same thoughts to some extent. You know, Wes said, I'll just pump out this stuff for Ruuts in about 2 hours. It took him all day. I thought, you know, I'll wake up a little bit early, you know, so that I can get everything done. And it took me like almost 5 hours to do my end of it. And I thought it was going to take about an hour or two. So, and as I was going through it, I thought the same thing. I'm like, there's no way this is going to be like the 12-hour podcast crammed into 6 hours. Like we're almost at 5 hours and something with just pre-recorded segments. So it's going to be a while.
The prep for these shows are incredible. What Wes has to go through and what we all went through yesterday. We started recording yesterday at 8 a.m. my time. And I went through recording straight right into MRTV's podcast at 3 p.m. I did not get done on air until almost 6 p.m. last night. And then Wes worked all night long. Ruuts has been going pretty much since, 7 a.m. this morning. Just preparing for these shows is like such a labor of love for everybody. So I guess what I'm saying is Ruuts and Wes loves everybody. Me.
Yeah. Well, we all love
you all.
Yeah.
Love you all. You know, I've been working solid since fucking November. And to be quite honest, a lot of my preparation went toward getting ready for CES because, I mean, not only was it my first trade show, it was the world's largest consumer-focused electronics trade show. It's also the first time that I've been west of the Rocky Mountains. It's the first time I flew on an airplane. So I mean, there was a lot of preparation involved. We had all new equipment, and so the reason I'm even bringing that up right now, by the way, is because you all have a lot of awesome content to look forward to. Because now that we're getting this show under our belt, I'm going to be able to share some of that awesome footage that I had. What an awesome time we had, Eric, in Vegas, meeting all of our friends and just hanging out. Tech aside, just all the people I got to meet was one of the highlights of my life.
Did you get the same feeling that I did, that like you've been there the whole time? Like it just seemed to me like right when we got in the middle of it, you were like, and that's what happens. Wes, this is Wes's first show. He hasn't had a chance to meet all these amazing people in person yet. But when you get into it and you're there, it's like these people. So I mean, it was like Wes has always been there for every one of these shows and every one of these after parties that we've done. It just seemed like you were meant to be there.
He was meant to be there.
I agree.
Man, I should have stayed there. They say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but I had to come home. It actually kind of sucked.
Got to go to work. Let me ask you this, Wes. What did you think? I mean, not about the show. I'm more interested. What did you think about the fantastic way that our government, or I guess, it's kind of made us fly now? Because it used to actually be not as. It's just such a big production, and why are we still taking our shoes off? We all know that's all BS, dude. Like all of it. So it really, they've, aside from, I mean, I love flying, the actual feeling of it, going somewhere, but getting through the security and all that is such a pain in the butt.
It was so weird, dude. It's like, take your shoes off, take your belt off, leave your hat on. Anyway, like I had this carry on, and it was full of electronic equipment. I mean, I had a laptop, I had a camera, I had wireless microphones set up, like the whole nine. I put the stuff through the machine and it kicks it out because my underarm deodorant was too big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because we know that's
roll on.
The terrorists are using. I don't know, man. This is what 2001, so we're now 20 plus years, and I mean, I don't know. Maybe the TSA is just so amazing that we haven't seen much happen, or maybe it's just all a bunch of BS.
That's what my vote's going toward. I think that they're thwarting the bad guys left and right.
yeah, left and right.
Amazing.
Our friend Rendered Reality is in the chat, says, especially when Wes comes sprinting at you in the airport. Yeah, I saw Sean and Tyler when I was on my way to flying out, and they obviously were power walking their way through the TSA line, but I couldn't let them get away. I had to run them down and say hello, and I was gone as quickly as I showed up, but it was cool to meet those guys finally, and it was cool seeing them again on my way out.
Same thing with those guys too, right? It felt like they'd been there. Like, we start hanging out, we start doing things together, and you're like, oh, yep, there's Sean and Tyler. You feel like these people and that they've been there the entire time. And the same thing with those guys. It just amazes me every time I meet a person from this community, or from our VR circle in person. I'm like, man, that person is a freaking genuinely great person. And probably won't always be this way, but for right now, it's pretty damn good, man. When you have a lot of people that are exactly the way you think they are from afar, when you meet them up in person, it's really good.
You haven't met me in person, man. I'm a dick. No, just kidding.
Yeah, but I know that. No, I already know that.
Gamer, before this gets too far past, Gamer Chick, the Diet Pepsi Cat, gave a $50 donation or a super chat.
What?
Many blessings to you and Flair and to you three in 2023. I love your content and commitment to the community, and extra love to this group of great VR folks and moderators for putting up with my antics. And we love you, Gamer Chick. You're worth putting up with. Although I wouldn't.
Thank you, Tiffany. I love you, Tiffany. Thank you for the generous donation, and thank you for the kind words. We love you as well.
Tiffany is awesome. My favorite.
And they're all awesome. So why don't we say hello to our friends in chat? Get this show on the road. There'll be plenty of time to talk about CES later. In fact, if I had to bet, I'd say next time that we're on the air live, it'll probably be all about that experience. But that's not what today's about. Today is about recognizing what happened over the last 12 months in VR. This is a celebration, bitches. And we need to get it kicked off the right way. So let's see who is with us today. Fluke is in the house. What up, Fluke? Rendered Reality, we already said hello to. What's up? Good to see you. Traveling Man is here. Techno Glitch is here. Hussein X. Rypop, what up? Good to see you. Scion's here, as is Wolvraza. Ryan Brandon is here. Says that the Virtual Strangers hoodie looks comfy. Dude, it is. It's super comfy and soft, isn't it, Ruuts?
Yeah, it's super. It's the shirt that Mash is wearing is super
The shirt
soft
is
as well.
Super nice. This is like amazing. The shirt is like it's so soft. It's like, I don't know. It's like one of those distressed shirts almost. It's so comfortable.
Before we go on, we have to address the fact that we all match. Like, oh my god!
Oh
like,
shit!
This is like
really?
the
We
first
do?
time. Yeah.
Holy crap!
It's crazy.
That's incredible.
I gotta lower my camera so you can see the shirt.
Yeah.
This is what Eric's been wanting. Eric's been wanting this to happen since Christmas 2 years ago. So like,
I know. I've been asking.
He wanted
for
a hoodie.
Jammies,
He wanted fleet jammies, right?
Yeah, I wanted Christmas jammies. I saw them do Christmas jammies, but this is even better. Virtual Strangers
so
jammies.
This is something else that we've managed to get taken care of since we last were doing regular shows. I told the patrons that I wanted to get the merch done by the time 2022 show rolls around. I mean, granted, you know, here we are 2 weeks into 2023 doing the 2022 show, but we did it. We got it done. You'll see a link in the description below if you want to get some hot, fresh merch for yourself. It's redbubble.com, My Mom's Closet. Go check out My Mom's Closet.
My mom! What a name.
Hot and fresh.
Who doesn't want to go check out My Mom's Closet?
Yeah.
And there's a wide they wouldn't let me like restrict like what kind of colors and things were available. So, you know, order at your own risk. But what I am going to do, I think, is I'm going to open up a Discord channel so that people can share what they ordered. And that way we can all kind of vouch for what turns out well and what doesn't turn out so well.
Post your picture of you wearing the merch, kind of like Mash does on his thing. And then that way we can see.
There you go. You can be a model.
Yes.
But I can tell you one thing. This tri-blend, black tri-blend t-shirt is the bomb. It's so soft and comfortable, high quality merchandise. That's why we went with Redbubble. Like,
Technoglitch says we need a fourth stranger. Well, let's go all of a sudden pop somebody up there. I tell you what, taking on a third stranger.
You might see a couple of guests in here today.
That's true. That's true. But taking on a third stranger can be a risk. I'm just feel blessed that Mash just like slid right in like the perfect puzzle piece we were missing. And I didn't even know it, Mash. You were like that last piece of the puzzle that like forms the picture, and I was like, oh my god, now I see it. I see the picture, and feels a blessing to have you here.
Yeah, it's not a schooner. It's not a schooner. It's a sailboat.
That's right.
That's true. It's awesome to be here for my second. This is my second award show already.
Yeah.
Can't believe it.
Yeah,
that's crazy,
true,
right?
True that.
Time's flying.
Yeah.
I want to say that the year flew by, but I mean, you saw the thumbnail, right? We've been waiting for a long time for this next gen to get here. We thought I'm getting ahead of myself. We need to say hello to the Fringe and Chat, and then we'll talk a little bit about where we've been, where we are, and where we're going. Where are we at? Dark Angel's here. Good to see you, Dark, as always. Skiva is here. Eric, what an amazing dude Skiva is, man. I got getting to meet Skiva, getting to meet Alyx, one of the highlights of the year for me. And we're already 2 weeks in, and I'm just blown away by these guys.
Absolutely. Skiva is he requires a special mention, but Alyx VR, Creeper Betty, Z-Storm.
Betty gave me the tightest hug that I've ever had in my life, and I loved every second of it.
Don't say that.
When I say
upset,
right?
Well, she was there.
When I say nobody's better than Betty, I'm not kidding, man. She is a genuine, beautiful person.
Love Betty before, love Betty even more now. Good to see you, Betty. Who else is here? Alyx, speak of the devil. There's Alyx. He says CES was rad. Love hanging out with all the VR fam. Here. It was amazing. Great Tantrum is here. Michelle B is here. Hack. What up, Hack? Je ne sais quoi is here as well. It says, who knows coming to South by Southwest? I may drive to meet some of you all. I'm having Vegas FOMO. Yeah. I've been there, done that. I can tell you that Vegas FOMO is strong. It's potent. That's what I had last year. And just lean into it. Maybe we'll see you next year.
Well, Jenna, come see me, Skiva, Alyx, VR with Jasmine. because we are definitely all going to be going to South by Southwest. We already have our passes. We already have our reservations. We're good to go. We'll be there. Come see us.
Betty is here. We already said hello to Betty, I think, but hello again, Betty. Let's see, Tiffany. Hello, Brad's here. Hi, Brad. We got to meet Brad. Eric.
How was that?
Right
Nope. Sorry, I don't want. I have to know though, because somebody mentioned it in the Discord, and we never got a definitive answer. Does Brad smell, or is it like a good smell? Like, this is the thing. People always assume that Brad smells bad. Maybe he smells amazing, and that's what he means. I don't know.
Here's the thing. Like, I couldn't smell Brad over the cigarette and cigar smoke. Like, all of Vegas smells like smoke, whether it be weed or cigarettes or cigars. So I didn't smell Brad, but that doesn't mean much. Basically, the moral of the story.
Okay.
I keep telling the story that Brad, we were in the line to go into a press event one night, and Brad just pops up through the ropes. Like, we're like holding him a spot in line. He just pops up through the ropes. And he pops up and goes, "Hi, I'm Brad." And we're like, "Brad, we know who you are, man."
No, Brad's like a ninja. Like, he would show up literally out of nowhere, and this was like every day. He'd show up out of nowhere and then hang out with us for a couple hours, and then he would just disappear into the night. And just as quickly as he came, he was gone. You know, it was amazing when we were going into the Sony press conference. Like, I had been messaging back and forth with him a little bit, letting him know we're at the front of the line, bro. Come up here and don't wait through all this crap. He was late getting there. He had something else going on, a meeting or something. And we stood in line, for like 20 or 30 minutes. And the minute the line starts moving, I'm starting to text them to let them know, hey, man, we're going to be through the doors pretty soon. But as soon as I start texting, Brad busts through these doors like that are adjacent to us. Somehow he came right through the doors where we were at and was just there. Just as soon as the line started moving, he just appeared again, like a ninja.
Like he was watching the line from like surveillance or something.
He's Brad,
like,
dude.
That's true.
Brad doesn't do CES. CES does Brad. That's the way it goes.
You know who else does Brad?
I wasn't going to say it, but
Ruuts almost spit his coffee out. I think. You almost missed that one.
Cat is here. Very nice to see that you're here, meow. Cat. Who else is here? Guido's here. Of course, Guido's here. Guido, man, we often talk about how dedicated Guido is. A dedicated member of our community. He's went from 0 to hero in about 6 months. Guido, I don't think Guido's going to work today. He could not bear the thought of not being here live for this event. So shout out to Guido.
If there's one reason to miss work, it's virtual strangers for sure.
Yeah. Well, if it makes you feel any better, Guido, I would bet that I'm probably not going to be going to work either.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, there's something going around. It's called Virtual Strangers end of the year show.
We'll get you.
Yeah. I'm not going to work either, but I don't work on Sunday, so. But I didn't go to church because I'm going to do it online because I ran out of time.
I think I'm going to collapse as soon as the show's over. I'm going to collapse and go into a 3-day coma.
Are you going to promise it's going to be after the show and not MASH night? Well, this year MASH will be a lot more seasoned and ready to go if that were to happen. Even though we did a really good job last time. So,
Ruuts, is Wes coming back from this break?
I was like,
MASH,
yeah,
no worries. He'll always be back.
I'm not making any promises.
He's like, he always comes back about 30 seconds before, and then it's clicking, it's ticking. And then Ruuts looks at me with eyes like, I don't think he's coming back.
I'm not making any promises other than we're going to hit the 12-hour line. We're not going to lose any of our show to the YouTube curation process, right? Like,
if we have to, I'll stop it at 11:55 and restart it. But hopefully we're good at 12.
I'm not doing 12, bro. I'm not doing 12. Which it might take us 2 to get through this intro. Person is here. What up? Good to see you. Fourth Wall Breaker is here. Warmark is here. Ashes to Ashes is here. Chris Oakes is here as well. Wendy Crook says, happy birthday, Spry Guy. Bacardi B is here. Mind Jive, good to see you. The Sept is here. Seen a lot of people that were here that I specifically remember being here last year for the 2021 show.
Yeah.
Island Kara is here. Good to see you. Funky Sloth, Rob Perry, all in attendance today.
So Herb the 24/7 Game Cat just says, "Yo, sup, strangers."
What up, Herb? Jim Chick is here. Or
Jim
Seek,
Chick-
the Game
Jim Chick.
Cat is here.
Gem Chick's awesome, by the way. Australia, Gem Chick.
Oh yeah.
I think. Yeah, I think so.
Does she have a Australian accent?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, Gem Chick's Australian. I'm pretty sure. Gem Chick, you confirm that for me. No, I'm not sure.
Join the show. Let's have another special guest real quick, just to so we can hear Jim Chick talk.
That would be cool.
I think Orseek's here. Orseek says, "Wonder what game will win the Best Wanderer award." That's a good question.
That's funny.
It is funny, and people will see why it's so funny as we go on. Hack, I think we already said hello to Hack, but hello again, Hack.
Hussein X says, "Thanks for your dedication to VR for the past 12 months. Looking forward to another 12 months. We appreciate the super chat, Hussein X, for sure."
Oh, thank you very much.
Oh yeah, and
Super-
you've seen nothing. This year, next year is gonna be crazy. We're gonna have so much.
Yeah, we're literally. Well, I mean, we've slowly progressed and grown, and we've tried to take it to another level every year that we've been doing this. But literally, 2023, not only is it going to be an outstanding year for VR, it's going to be an outstanding year for our community and all of our channels in our little group here, our network. We need to come up with a name for our network, Eric, because we absolutely have a network now.
We do. VR Mafia.
VR Mafia. Well, maybe. Super Nintendo Chalmers is here. Says, "Hey Wes." Hey, Super Nintendo Chalmers.
That's an awesome name.
It is. Super. Stingray X, our most recent member of our patron, by the way. Stingray X, what's
Really?
up? Good to see you. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Thank you for your support. You're awesome. Cupra AL says, "Evening VRers." Evening, Cupra. Although it is the early afternoon here.
Still morning for me. Somehow.
Good morning, Ruuts.
Yeah.
Seriously, yeah.
Sim is here. Funky Sloth is here. Yoshi, Game Cat, Rabbit, Pratchety. Okay. What's up? Rattlehead's here. Good to see you, Rattlehead. Radio Runt, Idaho.
Radio Run, Idaho. I can't hear that and not play it.
Yeah, you gotta play it.
It's in my mind.
You gotta.
DLG is here. Man, lots of friends here.
We just got another
$50
$50 super chat from Guido. Says, "Wouldn't miss this for anything. Love you guys and this community."
You're awesome, Guido.
Hell yeah, man.
Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for your amazing support. You know, I talk about all this equipment and stuff that I took to CES with me. I wouldn't have been able to get this camera if it weren't for Guido's help. So shout out Guido. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Hell yeah, man. He left me a message yesterday just saying, I'm sorry I haven't really been around as much. I got, stuff going on, but man, don't ever be sorry. You're here way more than you know. Trust me. Everybody knows you now, and you're a force to be reckoned with in this community.
Traveling Man says we should name the community, the network, We Are VR. It'd be a great name.
Well, that one's taken, isn't it, Eric?
It's a thrill seeker thing, yeah, for sure. We'll ask him if we can borrow it, maybe. Maybe we can be a part of everything.
Yeah.
Vargosoft is here, and with Vargosoft,
You lose.
that's
That's
as high as YouTube will let me go. So if I missed you, I apologize. Thank you all for being here. And once again, as Ruuts mentioned at the top, if you haven't already, click the thumbs up button and let's help spread the word. And let's see how many people we can get going on to this party, this VR party. Anyway, let's kick off the 2022 show the way we typically kick off our annual show. And let's just take a moment to reflect on where we were, where we are, and where we're going, because it is quite an interesting, it's always interesting to take a look back, where we were exactly a year ago. But I think it's especially interesting this year, Eric, because in some ways it's a whole different landscape than it was a year ago. But in other ways, we're still right in exactly the same spot we were a year ago.
It was a weird year, right? I mean, I can't quite put my finger on it. Like I don't want to say it's just a weird year. It wasn't a bad year. It wasn't a great year. It was weird. Like exactly what you're saying is like, as far as we've gone forward, I think in some we've kind of like just kind of hovered around the same and maybe even gone a little backwards.
Yeah, well, so let's think about this for a minute. Exactly a year ago, we're doing the 2021 show. Everyone's doing their victory lap, right? Quest 2 is a massive success. Meta is on top of the world. Honestly, we had a pretty solid year overall. For some big PCVR releases, and even PSVR had a few good ones as well in 2021. After the Fall had just come out, didn't Resident Evil 4, that was last year, wasn't it? We had quite a few big budget VR games that had come out last year. We were looking forward to PlayStation VR 2, and it was interesting because I think it was early on in 2021 they showed us the controllers, which confirmed to us that PSVR 2 was coming, but they didn't say anything else about it. So at this point last year, we were literally expecting PSVR 2 to be here within 2 or 3 months. Like we thought it was that they were going to announce pre-orders at any moment. We were, Ruuts, a lot of the debate a year ago wasn't really about when we were going to get the thing, but what it was going to be called. Because at this point last year, we still were thinking maybe it would be like PlayStation 5 VR or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if that was for me or for Eric, but yeah, I think that was definitely a kind of a crazy year. Felt like we kind of, VR in general went, the games and everything. Last year there was so many bangers, and like Sion just said, this has been the year of VR mods. Like it really did save everything, I think, anyway. But
Yeah, definitely. Mods were a big part of where we are, and that's going to be a recurring theme as we move throughout this show. But Eric, do you remember like the debate? Outside of what the PSVR 2 was going to be named, the debate was: is it coming in March or is it coming in summertime? And we were all so sure, weren't we?
Yeah, I mean everybody was like, it's coming in March. It's gonna be, we're gonna get it early. And then there was like I think it was Bryan who actually had the leak that it wasn't gonna be coming in spring, and it was a complete turnaround, and we're all like, oh, okay, well at least we'll get it holiday season. And then I didn't even remember what it was. Somewhere along the lines, we're like, it's probably not coming until 2023, and then we're all like, what, really? So yeah, it was a year of up and downs. Like he really thought. And really, I mean, if it did come in 2022, it changes the whole landscape of the year that we just went through. I think everything now becomes way, way, way better because you've got a pretty good year from Quest, and you've got an okay year in PC VR with the mods and everything, or a really good year with mods, but on regular standalone or built from ground up VR, you get an okay year, and then you have PlayStation VR 2, which would have blown the top off everything. And, a year that was okay would have been a year that's amazing. But now we have it to look forward to 2023, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, so a year ago, on the 2021 show, we're debating, is this thing coming in spring? Is it coming in summer? How much is it going to cost? but we felt like it was going to be soon. And I'm sure you'll remember, Eric, that it wasn't a week later after the 2021 show that you're in Vegas and Jim Ryan walks out on the stage. And that just further fuels all the speculation that obviously this thing is going to be right around the corner. So fast forward a little bit to where we are. Still waiting, and I mean, obviously now all of the blanks have been filled in, but that's a fairly recent development. We found out a few months ago, the release date and the price. Pre-orders opened up about 6 weeks ago or something like that, maybe 2 months. So all of this stuff worked itself out relatively quickly, or relatively recently rather. Meta. I mean, the prospects of Meta, where they were a year ago versus where they're at right now, I mean, that whole thing is basically got turned on its head. Like, not only has Quest 2 not had any major first party releases this year, but it's had a price increase. They released an arguably overpriced enterprise headset. They laid off a bunch of workers. The stock has tanked. Like, it's literally a night and day difference where we were in terms of Meta versus where we are today, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say, yeah. To me, it's almost ridiculous, because it's just this whole year of games that aren't as deep as they could be, which I always go back to, but clearly their focus has changed, and it's starting to, this whole thing is kind of catching up to them. I don't think they're going anywhere, but at the same time, I'm not as thrilled about Meta as I was last year this time, for sure.
Eric, the way I kind of interpreted it, and you can see this through the trends over the last couple of connects and such. I feel like maybe they were trying to kind of move away from gaming a bit prematurely, and they got a reality check what that would mean for their business today. So I think they're going to rebound in 2023 in terms of support for gaming. But we always kind of knew that eventually that they would shift their focus to more social and enterprise applications. But I think they jumped the gun a little bit, didn't they?
I think they did, and I think they felt it in the end, and I think they know it now. So I think two things we'll see from Meta this year. We will see a new headset this year, a consumer-grade headset. That's probably going to be pretty amazing, and we will see way more content. I think they're going to lean into content, and we're going to see more stuff. And I'm hopeful that maybe not this year, but I'm hopeful that they get in and do some more PC VR stuff as well. I think eventually it'll kind of come full circle and come around to that.
I agree with that.
As we've seen, because look at the landscape now for PC gaming, what it was last year at this time when you couldn't get video cards, and if you could, you were paying $2,000-$3,000 for just the video card. Now you can build a pretty decent PC for fairly inexpensive. So PC VR gaming is way more accessible now than it was at this time last year. So hopefully we'll see some more of that as well.
And we know that they're working on cloud gaming. So so that's gonna be a big thing, I think, in the near future as well.
Right, that'll be a boon. Like there are a number of things that are kind of lining up and that point to a revival for high-end VR gaming, and that includes PC. But let's talk about PC for a minute. Where PC was just a year ago, we had just gotten Lone Echo 2, which was kind of the last big budget, Oculus funded PC VR game, and people were heralding the death of PC VR. And while it's true we haven't seen any more big budget games, I gotta say that it has been the case this year, just like every year prior to it, that the indie devs have really come through and brought some really awesome titles to Steam to kind of keep PC going. Mods aside, of course, we'll get to the mods in a moment. But outside of the titles that were released, we learned a lot about the mythical Valve Deckard headset this year. Or at least we think that we've learned a lot. But I think with regards to what we've seen, the leaks around Deckard, or whether we're talking about what's happening in the Quest community, or whether we're talking about what's been happening in the PlayStation community, I think the theme of 2022 has been waiting, right? We've just been waiting. We've been waiting for the next gen in all of these separate platforms. So Ruuts, I kind of feel like we've been in a holding pattern in 2022, whether we're talking about PC or PlayStation or standalone. We've just kind of been waiting for the other shoe to drop, no matter which platform you prefer to play on.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. PSVR 2, even just the general PSVR community has been waiting on a lot of things. The developers haven't even been putting out games on most of the games that are coming because they've been waiting for the next console. And then the Quest 2, I'm still, there's so many good games coming out, but they need to filter some of the crap out as well. Or at least people need to stop paying for it. And, I get it. There's people like Genesee Qua that says that this is for her first year. And so everything's new. So those are the ones that they're targeting. But for the people that have been around 5 or 6 years, it's like, we need something more. And then, of course, PCVR has been so sparse, with the exception of mods, mostly. So, yeah, absolutely.
So let's talk about the mods then, because as we mentioned, VR gaming especially has been in a holding pattern all throughout 2022 as we wait for the next generation to arrive. Our prospects for high-end AAA games pretty much flew out the window very early on in the year. But the modders really stepped up this year. And Eric, they didn't just bring us a banger title every now and then. It's been month after month, week after week, even in some stretches, where we've gotten AAA title after AAA title. Not only, playable, gamepad style in VR, but many of these mods feel like native VR games. The modders really were the stars of the show this year.
They were, and so much so that we had to basically name a month for us as Virtual Strangers as Mod Month. That Mod Month turned into 2 Mod Months.
Yeah,
because there was so much there, and we wanted to make sure we covered it. We felt, number one, I think we all wanted to, right? Like, we all were like, let's go play. Because in the end, we want to play what we want to play. Like, we want to bring the games to the people and tell them about it. But in the end, I want to play games that are fun. Like, if we played games that we didn't like all the time, we wouldn't do this. You know what I mean? We'd be like, forget it. We don't make any money doing this. So, what are we doing? So, we had fun. We wanted to go do all these mod games. Plus, they were freaking amazing. We wanted to tell everybody about them because there was such a low spot in everything else, and because everybody wanted to do it. So, if it wasn't for those times, it would have been extremely quiet this year. Think about it if you didn't have those mods this year. It really would have been a little scary.
Yeah.
Ruuts, in terms of what we played this year, and we made sure that we played new stuff every week. When you do a review or a related show every Wednesday, it's always on to the next. And even without like the big budget releases, we still found stuff to play. But I think probably my 2 favorite periods of the year, as far as what we were playing, one, obviously when we focused on the mods, and 2, when we kind of took a look back at some of the best games of all time from the first generation. I think those were probably the highlights of my year in terms of the games we played.
Yeah, I'd have to agree 100% because the games, my favorite games, especially of this year, were mods because they were the games were so amazing, and now I was in the games, and the amazing gameplay was now coupled with the fact that I'm in the world. And so that for me was amazing. And then going back, I was thinking this when I was watching your intro trailer, and that was done a couple years ago, right? Or at least at the end of, was it the end of last year, or whenever we did it. Yeah. So and so much has changed already, just in far as those games are starting to get further back in the past, but they're still the best games, or a lot of them, that VR's had. You know, Edge of Nowhere is a perfect example, and I mentioned that in one of the segments. You know, even though it's a gamepad game, it's one of my favorite games in VR, and it's still one of the best ones that's produced. And that was done in what, 2018, I think. So it's just crazy how good the games were, especially in PC VR early on and PlayStation. And then they kind of drifted away from it for a little bit, and now they're coming back, and it's going to be full force. And it's just, yeah, I would agree.
You know, one of the highlights of my year this year was getting to play Fallout 4 for the first time. And we spent quite a lot of time playing that game, quite a few streams playing it. But I'd never played it before this year. But that's a 2016 VR game and one of the best games I've ever played in VR.
Are you going to go back and mod it this time? Because there's all those mods that are supposed to make it amazing. And I know Radio Run, of all people, all of a sudden he perked up and he's like, dude, you need to get back in there. Because you got pretty far in there, right? You went pretty far.
You know, there's a lot of game there. Like I put some real time into it. It was probably number 2 on my list in terms of how much time I put into a game, with After the Fall obviously being number 1.
That game's like Skyrim. You could pump hundreds of hours probably in that game.
That's the thing. Like I've barely scratched the surface in it. There's so much more.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Scion says 2016 was Edge of Nowhere, and you know, one of the coolest things that I think you had sent me a message you received not too long ago about Edge of Nowhere, and this is one of the reasons why we do this show. Somebody messaged you and was like, Wes, I heard you guys talking about Edge of Nowhere, and I got in there, I played the game. It was one of the best experiences I've ever had. Thanks for letting me know about it. And that justifies all the hard work, right? When we go through and do all these things, we talk about what we sacrifice. When you have somebody come out and say, guys, thanks for putting me onto this game. Because you know what? Who the hell else is talking about Edge of Nowhere except virtual strangers? Nobody.
Yeah. That's absolutely true.
True that. That's what we're here for. That's what we like to do. We like to focus on the best that VR gaming has to offer. And if that means highlighting Gen 1 games, then that's what it means, right?
June 6th, 2016, for the people that were actually having a discussion of when that came out. So yeah, it was, you know, right in the beginning of VR, and one of the best games that was put out. And to me, it's a perfect example of why every game doesn't need to be motion controls, you know, and you can take a game that's a platformer, put it in VR, and it's amazing. And it's, you know, it's one of my favorite games.
Yeah, and we'll say it again. If you just got a PC, go play Edge of Nowhere right now. Like I think Michelle B just built a new PC. Like one of the first games you should go get is Edge of Nowhere. It's not cheap still. It's an older game. It's not cheap, but it's worth
40.
it. Yeah, it's still expensive. A lot of these Oculus games are still expensive. 2016, but it's worth it.
There's a reason for that, though. You know, they put the money into them, so there's a reason these games are good. Anyway, Super Nintendo Chalmers with the $5 US donation says, could you even mod Shadow of the Colossus? Seems like it would be a tricky one to mod. What could they do?
They could do everything.
Is there is Shadow of the Colossus on Steam? I'm not even sure.
I don't know if it is or not, but the one thing that I learned from this year, especially with the guys at Modcast and stuff, and what they've talked about on their show, is that they can do anything. The modders can do anything. Yeah. And it's just who's going to do it and put the time into it. And it's just such an amazing time.
Like, I would be surprised if we didn't, if there wasn't at least some sort of way to play it on an immersive 3D screen, like with Reshade or something like that. Like most games have that kind of a solution available to them. Again, assuming that you can play that game on Steam, which I'm not sure that you can.
It looks like PSVR 2 without parole sliding in. Says, whoa, lots of awesome cats here. There's always a lot of awesome cats. Now we got the main awesome cat here as well, so now we can continue.
Brian's just here so he can try to steal all the giveaway prizes.
Hey, wait a minute. He knows a lot of the questions already.
That's true.
That's not fair.
Anyway, before we get to the giveaways, we've talked about where we were. We talked about where we are. Let's talk for a moment about where we're going. Obviously, the story of the year, the story of the day, the story of the week in and week out, PlayStation VR 2 is now a little under 5 weeks away. Yeah, it's about a month away. We're finally going to have our hands on the thing we've been waiting on for years at this point, and there's a lot of excitement around that. But there's a lot more than that going on in VR this year, as we all fully expect that Quest 3 will become a thing this year, and what that's going to mean for VR gaming. Not only is it going to mean that finally standalone VR is going to have a little bit more processing power behind it. And the weakest link in terms of gaming is going to take a substantial jump up. But it also means that mixed reality gaming is going to become a thing this year. And, at first I thought that it was just kind of a silly gimmick, Eric. But having tried a couple of experiences over the last couple of weeks, I think there's something here, isn't there?
There is something here, man. And you haven't really had a chance to say much about your experiences, but I'll let you talk about this one. You played a mixed reality experience of one of my all-time favorite games. That was Yuki, and I think you came away with that pretty amazed.
Yeah, that was a blast. A lot of my amazement with that too was from the hardware, from that new HTC headset, which we will talk about at a later date. But it fundamentally changes Yuki in a few ways. It's different, because the MR Yuki isn't on rails anymore, so it's kind of a room scale experience, but the enemies are now coming through portals on your walls. So you have to have eyes in the back of your head and constantly be looking around. They're not all in front of you anymore. And it was super cool. It was, Eric, again, it is kind of gimmicky, but it's cool that I can be immersed in a game like that and then kind of look over at you and talk to you. That's a big difference. One of the big things that the naysayers say about VR gaming is that it keeps you from socializing. It disconnects you from the people around you. Well, with these new pass-through systems that are coming to VR headsets this year, that's not going to be a problem anymore. And while there still might be a disconnect because obviously the person outside of VR can't make that eye contact, still being able to look at someone and talk to them while you're playing, it makes a significant impact on your experience, especially in a social setting.
Yeah, it's so cool, man. AR is awesome, especially when you transition between AR and VR. That transition, when you see it, it's so cool, man. It's one of the coolest things you'll see if it's done correctly with a good headset. AR can be tricky because if you don't do it good, it's kind of garbage. It's kind of like gimmicky. But when you do it right, and HTC's done it right with this headset, it's really, really good, and it can change the way you game in certain games that I'm excited to see. So, I mean, I want more VR, but I'm okay with giving me AR and mixed reality, with certain games, if it makes sense.
So PSVR 2 is right around the corner. Later in the year, we've got Quest 3 and basically the launch of mixed reality gaming. Ruuts, we talked at length already about the impact that modding has had on 2022 and how it kind of saved the year. But they're not done yet. They're just getting started as we sit at the precipice of the Prey Dog Universal Unreal 3D injector coming out. Luke Ross has refined alternate eye rendering. So, everything that we're hearing is now that you can't even tell that it's AER. It feels like a native smooth VR experience. So even though we might not need mods to save us this year like we did last year, the mods are not slowing down one bit, and those are going to go to the next level as well.
I think we do still need them, or we will, and I'll tell you why. I feel like, and I hope, and people are gonna probably throw something at your TV. Don't do it because you want to keep your TV. I'm hoping more modders like Luke Ross that leave it with the gamepad come out, and so they can show the industry and they can show people that are not looking at things through the correct view long term. Everybody wants motion controls, which is great, But we need to show these companies that mixed or games that are hybrid need to happen, because everybody talks about there's no money being spent. There's not enough money for these VR companies to do these games to justify a built from the ground up game. So how easy will it be for somebody to do like Luke Ross did with Spider-Man remastered and just bring the game, put you in the game with the same controls? If developers did that at the same time they released games and gave you that version of it, they'll see sales blow up, and they're not losing any money, and it's not that hard to do. And it's like Wolvie said earlier, it takes time to build this industry, right? Everybody wants to go from the Nintendo to the new version of the Nintendo, or going to the PS5. It doesn't work like that. You got to go through stages. And this is an important stage. This hybrid game stage is very important. And when people snub their nose at it and they don't pick up those games, they're telling developers, we don't want these games at all. And so the developers don't spend money doing it. And so we're kind of stuck and we get nothing. And so like it has to happen. And some of my most favorite VR mods that I did last year were Luke Ross mods with the controls the same way, in games that make sense, like Returnal. Returnal needs to be a gamepad game. Sorry for anybody that thinks differently. And it'll be amazing, like Edge of Nowhere. People just have to get out of this mindset that it has to be motion controls, because in a way, that mindset is holding VR back more than almost anything. And I just hope people will see that, because otherwise we're going to have a frustrating year again of not many big titles coming out and very shallow gameplay. And that's going to drive me crazy if I let it, and which I won't. But yeah, that's my hope anyway.
I think it's going to be a great competition. Like, I think it's going to be a mix. Like, we're going to have everything. Not even a competition. It's just going to be a big pool of great VR. Like, we're going to have PlayStation, and we're going to have VR mods. And you know what was great? We're going to have VR mods that are gamepad, and we're going to have VR mods that are going to be, touch control. And I'm sure they're going to be fantastic both ways. It's just like, it's great to have everything. We're going to have so much to look forward to here. There's going to be a lot here to play and enjoy. And, you just got to keep an open mind, everybody. That's the biggest thing. Don't put yourself in the, like, I'll never do this, or say, I'll never play gamepad, or I'll never play if it's not, full touch controls. Don't put yourself in that, because you know what you're doing? You're just going to make yourself to the point where you're not going to experience awesome things. Try everything if you can.
Yeah.
Well, to kind of build on what Ruuts was saying there, it absolutely is important for the funding aspect behind AAA games. But it isn't just that, right? Because, while it might be easy for us to say we want to get in, we want the full first-person motion controller experience, we're trying to grow our community. We're trying to grow our player base. And it's important to have these hybrid-style games for accessibility, so that the Call of Duty gamer can put a headset on and feel at home comfortable playing a game, instead of trying to take it all in and go full VR all at once. So the hybrid games, while obviously long term, we want more, games that are feel like they were made from the ground up for VR. I feel like the hybrid games are an important stepping stone, not only in terms of funding, but also accessibility.
Absolutely. And some games need to be like, can you imagine trying to play Astrobot from a first person perspective, where you had to, it's a platformer game. It doesn't need to be in first person. Some games are just great the way they are. Just put me in the actual game. Ven VR was phenomenal. They didn't put you in Ven VR's eyes. There's a reason why certain games are the way they are. And I can't imagine, even though Spider-Man game would be amazing, it was super cool to go in there and play remastered the way it was meant to be played. But now I was in the game and I'm looking around and I'm doing everything that I should be doing. So yeah, I'm excited for both, and I agree, Wes. And I mean, ultimately, down the road, I'm gonna want 95% of them to be first-person games, and then you'll have the ones that are supposed to be like Returnal or whatever, not be, but it's stepping stones. So,
what I don't need is any more bullshit half-baked ports of flat games into VR. I don't want to see any more of that this year. Or any more garbage. Don't half-ass these things.
Shallow games, and that was one of the things I said to somebody on Twitter, because they had said something about the alternative stores to Quest. I can't think of App Lab and that type of stuff. And I said, I made a reference to, I don't, he said, you don't use that much, do you? And I said, no, I don't use mobile games either. I don't play mobile games. And he thought I was talking about the graphics. And I said, no, like my thing is it's about the depth of the game, So like we need to get away from those, and they're going to exist. There are people that love those shallow games. I mean, they're out there. And some of them are done phenomenally well as far as like mobile games or whatever. But when that's the bulk of what you're putting out, like Quest was this year, that's kind of a problem for people that are in VR, or even people like Wes said, coming from flat to VR, expecting these games to have the same depth, and it's just not there. Some of those people walk away really quick, and then they tell everybody they know VR isn't where people say. It's cool, but the games are shallow. And then so that hurts VR, in my opinion, more than it helps. So.
So Eric, we talked about how console VR is about to hit a new level. We talked about how standalone is about to hit a new level with the advent of VR gaming. We talked about how PC VR not only is going to benefit from the advancements from the other platforms, but modding is going to hit a new level as well. And that's not to mention, the prospect of if Valve puts another new headset out this year, that, I mean, it'll take PC to a whole new level. I think there's one more thing when we look at where we're going, specifically in the short term, that is going to be a big deal for all of us, no matter which platform that we're gaming on. And that is kind of the establishment of healthy competition in the VR marketplace. So not only do we have the old players that are still holding their ground, we're seeing a resurgence from Vive. We're seeing Pimax kind of starting to get their shit together.
Yep.
And we're seeing startups like Pico come in and be very disruptive with some very good hardware at a very competitive price. We're starting to see the market from a hardware perspective. We're starting to see the market mature this year, and I think that only means good things for consumers.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, that's one thing that's amazing about CES is you get to see what's coming and what's going to be here. And it was great for you because you got a chance to put a lot of these headsets on. You got a chance to put Quest Pro on. You did get a chance to put a Pico on. You got a chance to put the HTC Vive Elite on. We all did for the first time. And you know what? Like you said, some of these players are back. HTC, I've been killing HTC for 5 years, man, because they have been falling on their face for 5 years. But you know what? I'll give them credit where credit is due. They've made a great headset. Whether it will do well or not is not what I'm saying. I'm just saying they've made a great headset. Right now, that's a really, really good headset. Everything I've been asking them to do, they've done. So yeah, I mean, I think we're gonna see a resurgence of amazing headsets. This market is only growing. We're probably gonna see a Valve headset, maybe not this year, but maybe hopefully early in 2024. We could see an Apple headset this year or early 2024. Pimax, you're right. They're finally starting to get their shit together, and I don't know what they have with this portal thing. That to me is still a huge question mark. But you're right. The Crystal, it's a legitimate headset, dude. You tried it, And when Wes says, we've all been killing Pimax, but when Wes says it's a legitimate headset, you got to believe him because he just tried it for the first time. And you know what? They have something. It's not a cheap headset, but it's a legitimately good headset. And we'll see at the finished version. But they have something, and they're here. And this market is just getting bigger. Nobody's leaving this market, right? Maybe. Who was the headset that you have?
HP
Your
Reverb.
G2, yeah. HP might be leaving the market, but besides them, I think the market's only getting bigger, and we're just going to have a lot more, and it's going to be a lot more competition. Standalone, we might see some even new people coming in that we don't even know about, like Tencent might come with a headset.
There we go. That's where we've been, where we are, and where we're going. Hopefully, when we sit here 1 year from today and we're reflecting upon 2023, it won't be a repeat of 2022 because, again, a lot of the things we were expecting in 2023, we were expecting last year too. So fingers crossed that it actually comes to fruition. I'm pretty sure, at the very least this time, Ruuts, we're going to get our PSVR 2. That's coming, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can't even imagine that they've got a set date and people have paid, and all of a sudden, for some reason, it gets pushed back a year. People would freak out.
Oh my God. It would be terrible.
I think you guys at PSVR without parole would be the worst hit because you're chomping at the bit to cover the new stuff,
man.
right? So
I just want to play Switchback. I just want to play Switchback VR. That's all. Just let me do that. I'll be happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Coming.
It's definitely gonna. Yeah, it's definitely
Soon,
gonna. I think predict it's gonna be one of the best games. I don't know. I love roller coasters anyway, and Rush of Blood was so good. So I can't imagine this not being the best game out there.
Eric, I really do think we're going to see new platforms emerge this year. We're already seeing it. In fact, for the first time ever today, we've got some Pico keys to give away. Not many.
Hell yeah.
Two.
One game, 2 keys. But we've never given away any Pico keys before.
That's pretty cool.
So
That is cool.
if any of you out there have a Pico headset, stay tuned. We might have something for you a little bit.
You should tell everybody
later.
real quick what you had a little experience with the Pico. You should tell everybody real quick what you thought of the Pico 4.
I can't.
And the
I signed
Pico
a
Pro.
paper. Signed a paper saying that I can't talk about it. So
No, you can talk about the regular Pico.
I don't know which one's which, bro. Yeah, you know,
That's true. We did try a whole bunch of them that day.
no, that's the thing. Like, I knew which headset was which, but I mean, they had attachments on them, and I don't know what I'm
But
supposed
you
to
liked
talk
it though.
about.
The overall
and
thing was you thought it was a good headset.
Yeah. The one that we're not allowed to talk about was actually pretty damn impressive. So yeah,
Scion says
Big
he just
things
wants to
coming
play
from them this
Firmament in VR, which I as well. I
that
just
should
want
be
to see
this year too,
Scion put
right?
a new headset on his head.
Me too.
yeah.
Which headset do you
I'll-
want to see him put on?
He said he's leaning towards
I don't care.
PSVR 2 now because the OLED and
I
stuff.
don't-
He said his next headset will probably be a PSVR 2. He said earlier in the chat.
The only problem with that is you're not going to be able to play any PC on it. You know, no PC VR. So
When we come back here in a year, I'm going to be very disappointed if A, Scion doesn't have a new headset, and B, Jarillo doesn't have a new graphics card. Like, I'm going to be very upset if this doesn't happen this year.
Drillo, you play too many mods. Like having the 3080 Ti is the best thing for mods that I've ever had. It's like I just go into. It doesn't matter what it is. Like somebody said, the Spider-Man mod earlier. I think it was Tech said, he wanted to try it, but they say that it's got to have a beast of a thing. I do. I've got a top of the line video card and processor, and it makes a big difference when you're going into any of these mods to be able to crank up the graphics, because you can play the Spider-Man one on whatever it starts at and it kind of looks pixelated like that driving game, but once you crank up the graphics it looks phenomenal, and so it's definitely worth it.
Absolutely. It's nice to not have to worry about whether or not you're going to be able to run a game or not, although a lot of these mods especially are very resource intensive. Like Cyberpunk comes to mind. Like, I couldn't imagine trying to play that thing on a 1080 Ti.
This is the thing people always forget because they think video card. The Spider-Man one specifically in the notes from Luke Ross says that it's very CPU intensive as well. And so everybody wants to get the biggest and best video card out there. And the CPUs are only, I mean, granted, you got to get a new motherboard usually, but like you're talking half of the price to upgrade your CPU. And it's probably time for both of you guys to upgrade yours, because I know that you're both, sitting a little bit behind in a couple generations. And it makes a big difference.
This year.
Maybe next year. Honestly, I see myself doing a lot of console and standalone this year. But if we start to bottleneck, it happens. Generally, it happens pretty quickly. I go from I need to upgrade to I got an upgrade.
Yeah.
Anyway, we touched on it a moment ago. Why don't we tell people how the giveaways are going to work? That's a big part of our show this year and every year. We don't give games away every week. So when we do finally meet here and celebrate the year, we like to go a little bit overboard with it. So pay attention, those of you, even if you've been here before, because we are tweaking one of the rules. The giveaways are going to work slightly different this year, although in general, things are going to go down the way that they always do. So the giveaways are going to work, in terms of structure, the way that they always work. Right. So whenever we have a game to give away, I'll announce at the top, we have this game, we have this many copies, and I will ask a question to chat. And it isn't about, answering the question. It isn't about the challenge of answering a question. This is just a way for us to keep from dropping keys in the chat. Like, we'll ask a question. The first person or people to answer the question on my screen will win the keys. And I emphasize that on my screen because it always happens that someone hits send and obviously it pops up on their screen immediately and they think that they won. That's not how it works. I'm looking at the master screen over here, and my screen is official. So if you think you won and we say otherwise, you didn't win. Sorry. Play again. But if you're watching this later and you didn't have a chance to play live like everyone else in the chat here, don't fret. Don't you worry your little heart about that, because we always do a second chance drawing. So I'm not saying that everything that we give away today, we'll also give a second one away with the second chance drawing, but 95% of the keys that we're giving away during today's stream, we'll also have extras to give away during the second chance drawing. So how do you enter the second chance drawing? Well, you wait until the show's over, you make sure you're subscribed, and then you scroll down and leave a comment. And all the comment has to say is the title of the game that you want to try to enter for. And you don't have to leave a different comment for every game or every giveaway. You can leave one comment that lists every game that you want to enter for. And in 2 weeks' time on the Virtual Strangers program, we will announce the winners of the second chance drawing. So is everyone with me so far? We're giving games away live in chat. We're using trivia to do that. My screen is the official screen. If you don't win in chat or you weren't able to watch live, we're doing a second chance drawing as well. All you have to do is subscribe and leave a comment and you will be entered. We draw in 2 weeks. Now here's the caveat. Here's what's a little bit different this year than in years past. In years past, we stipulated to the live chat that if you win something, you're done. You can't win anything else. I'm not going to put that kind of restriction on you guys this year. You can only win one thing. That's true. But I'm not going to say that you can't enter to win something else if you win something. So let's say you win our first giveaway, and then an hour later, there's another prize come up that you would rather have won. Well, what you could do is you can enter that giveaway, and if you win that one, and you'd rather have that prize, we'll take the prize that you originally won, and we'll just cycle that right back into the second chance drawing and pick a winner for that. So you guys feel free to enter and play along with the trivia all throughout today's show. And at the end of the day, if you win multiple prizes, you'll get the pick of which one you prefer to have. It's pretty awesome, right, guys?
That is actually was a really good idea of yours, and I think it's going to work out because a lot of people they it's like, oh man, I didn't know that game was going to be up, and I wish I would have gone for that one now. And some people won't roll for something, they won't try for a game because they think something better is coming. So it gives everybody an incentive to want to check out all the games, and there's a lot of good games in here, a lot of bangers. Actually, they're all bangers. You know who loves bangers? Wes?
My mom.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, we've made an emphasis on not giving a bunch of copies of Super Hot out this year. Everything that we're giving away during the trivia and the second chance drawing, these are all games that were nominated to win an award this year. So good stuff. Unless you just buy every game that hits the store, we're giving away something today that you don't have yet. So that's pretty cool.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
And again, we only do this through the kindness and generosity of our supporters. Not only our supporters on Patreon, which, by the way, we probably spent $100-$200 on prizes from our Patreon funds. not only from the support of our patrons, but also the support of our friends at the different various studios. So thank you to everyone who made the giveaway possible this year. You're awesome.
There was a question in the chat. I think it was from Alien Kara. Was asking. It's probably more for you, Mash, but they were asking how many copies of the Room VR are we giving out this year?
Who were those two brothers that were here last year that wanted the room so bad? That was funny. I don't think we've seen them back.
I don't know, but it was pretty funny. It was pretty funny.
Yeah,
it was.
I think we gave away 4 on the show last year. I think we gave away 4 copies.
Josh Herman.
Yeah,
Josh Herman.
Josh Herman. Shout out to you, bro. Starting a meme.
Steel Trap. It's a steel trap.
I know, right? Hell yeah. How the hell you remember that? For sure. But yeah, I think we gave away 4 copies of the Room last year, and I have never bought a copy of the Room VR since.
Well, today this is going to change as Mash has agreed to buy 3 copies.
Oh my God.
No, he hasn't.
I love spending Mash's money. Let me ask you this.
You and my wife.
The ones like that like Super Hot that you just dropped in the chat, do those don't count against the trivia ones, right? Because those are like just extra keys. Okay.
No. Anybody can pick up the key drops that we put in chat. This is just stuff that has been donated again from the Birthday Boy Spry Guy, and we're making sure that we find a good home for them.
Yeah, good chance.
Did Rob Perry get that key?
Yeah, I was gonna say he said he's looked away for a second. I was gonna tell him to go ahead and try anyway because that game we've given that game away so many times and so many people already have it. There's a good chance nobody got it yet.
If you didn't get it, Rob, let me know. I have a key I can give to you for Super Hot.
I probably have more of them as well. So yeah, I give away copies of Super Hot because I really don't want anybody to buy Super Hot anymore.
Don't buy it.
I want Super Cold.
Stop buying Super Hot.
Yeah, we need the sequel.
We need the sequel.
I am giving Rob Perry a copy right now. I'm going to send it to him in Discord. Rob Perry. Look at this, real time. Damn, we don't mess around.
Mash Daddy. Cool.
It's not easy with Rob Perry because his Discord name is not Rob Perry. But I remember, like Steel Trap, Wes. Steel Trap. I remember what his name is.
Is it Perry Roberts?
No, that would be easy.
Anyway, why don't we get this show on the road now that the introductions have all been completed? We all know how the games are going to work. Why don't we give away a game? Let's kick it off with our good friend Oprah. Why don't we give away a game? And we have to kick it off here. We have a pretty good game, actually, popular game in our community. In fact, our friend Tiffany organizes a multiplayer match every week in the first game that we're giving away. We have some copies of Synth Riders that we're going to give away. In fact, we have 8. We're going to give away 4 right now in chat, and we're going to hold 4 for the second chance giveaway. So if you don't win in chat right now, never fear. Just after the show, make sure you're subscribed. Leave a comment that says Synth Riders down below, and in 2 weeks' time, we will name 4 more winners for Synth Riders. Anyway, this is the part, Eric, where I have to come up with a trivia question because unlike last year, I didn't pre-write out all the questions. I'm just winging it, bro.
Dude, this is one thing I do not miss from Q2C VR Gamer Live when we try to do them this way. I just say thank God Everyday D came over to help us out because doing these things was terrible. Well, nobody knew the answers, and then we were giving away crazy, like just doing stupid questions, like what color hat am I wearing?
Yeah, that's the thing is nobody would answer, and you're like, dude, come on, man.
Come on,
man.
Come on, man.
All right, so the first 4 people to answer this question on my chat screen will win a copy of Synth Riders. These are Oculus keys. These are all Oculus keys. So I do think it's cross-buy, so this will work on Oculus Rift or Oculus Quest, but for the record, these are Quest keys. So you'll have to redeem these keys on the Quest store. But the question is as follows. Synth Riders is well known for releasing many DLC packs that feature popular artists. Earlier this year, they released a DLC pack that featured a world-renowned violinist.
Ooh.
Name this violinist for a copy of Synth Riders on Oculus Quest.
I am Ruuts. Oh wait, I'm not world renowned though, and I've never touched a violin, but I could. I bet you I could learn it.
So how many people do you think are going to know this one?
I don't know. Somebody's going to earn it.
They're going
what
to
they're
have
gonna
to.
do.
They're going to have to look.
I
it
think
up,
if
right?
I think if there's people in our chat that really want Synth Riders, they probably know the
go look.
answer to this.
The Google.
Or they go look it up real quick.
Yeah, that's what the Google, man. And just look-
Archosaur.
Oh, there's
Yeah,
two.
That was
There's
the first one I see. Rob
there's
Perry.
3. There's 4. There you go.
All right, there
Boom.
we go. So let me stop my chat so I can see who won. So the first winner was Marcosaur.
Rob Perry scraping it in, getting another game. This is one of the best games out there. I would argue this is probably the best rhythm game out there. Audica is probably, in my opinion, a close second, but this game has got so much content and it's so good, and it gets you moving. You know, it's a good getting your moving around thing as well.
Rob Perry
so
says he is passing because he already has this game. Please don't answer if you don't want the key, guys.
Okay, Marcosaur says he forfeits it as well because he has it on PSVR.
Guys, please, don't answer if you do. If you
Okay.
already have the game or you don't want it, don't answer.
Okay,
Because then it
so
just wastes the time.
well, we know. Okay, so then that means the Sept, because we're gonna go down the line. We're not gonna just throw those ones out there. And the
All right,
Sept,
so-
and we're gonna skip Gamer Chick because she knows, and then Destiny 11.
Love that name, by the way.
Yeah.
All right, so Marcosaur forfeited and Rob Perry forfeited. Is that correct?
I think so.
So you got Warmac, you got Matt and Kuda, you got the Sept, and then you got Destity. You know who else loves Destity?
My mom!
Yeah, she does.
So let me see here. Destiny 11. Okay. Destiny 11. I just want to keep saying that. That's the only reason I do that. All right. So awesome. Congratulations, Warmark, Matt, and Kuda, the Sept, and Destiny 11. If you weren't able to win, again, all you have to do is leave a comment down below in the comments, not in the chat.
Or
Leave
more.
a comment down in the comments that says Synth Riders, and we're going to pick 4 more winners in 2 weeks' time. So,
Yep.
Congrats,
And
winners.
Remember too, if you just won one of those 4 that you won, and you see another game, don't hesitate to still answer. And if you win, then it'll just get kicked back to the people doing it online or after the fact.
That's right. You guys can play along every time we give a game away. And again, we've got probably 15 or so giveaways, 15 or so different games, maybe 20 that we're giving away. But a lot of them are like this, where we have a ton of copies of them. So we're going to have a lot of winners. Anyway, let's give away our first award. And our first award this year, in years past, has been known as the Colorado Time Award, among other things. This is the VR Chill Session of the year. This is the award for the game that that people like to put the headset on, take a load off, and relax a little bit. Eric had some pretty good entries into this genre this year.
Yeah, we really did. I mean, there's a few good ones there. Yeah, this is not my favorite category. Sorry.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
trying to fake it, but I just can't.
Fake it to make it. Eric. Come on.
we can't start with Game of the Year. You
No,
know
I
what mean,
got you.
bro?
Yeah, this is yeah.
We're starting with VR Chill Session, and there are some good games in this category. For example, the first nominee, Foreverpool. That's a pretty solid game, to be quite honest. There's some technical things that I think that they need to work on with it, but it's a cool way to hang out with your friends. I mean, it's 1v1 pool game, but Ruuts, they're doing something here that we've been asking Demio to do from day one, and that is have spectators, people who just come into the game and hang out and talk to you while you play.
Yeah, because when you go to play pool, if you have a group of 5 or 6 people, only usually I guess you could play 4. So usually somebody's standing around either waiting or just chatting, or maybe they don't feel like playing. I would be one of those people that would be more inclined to want to go chill and just hang out with my friends and watch somebody else play pool. But yeah, absolutely. It's really cool. Hopefully Demio does do it pretty soon.
You know, Destiny keeping me on point. We actually left out one very important thing when we were going down the giveaway rules, and that is how do you claim your prize.
There you go.
You need to hit me up on Discord. There's a link to the Virtual Strangers Discord in the description down below. Just join our Discord. Hit me up. My name is Wes D. And no, it'll be tomorrow. It'll be tomorrow before you guys get your keys. But yeah, just hit me up and we'll start sorting through all the winners first thing in the morning. Anyway, the next nominee, Eric. I mean, you want to shit on the category, shit on it all you want, but I happen to know you like Shores of Losi.
I do. There's a couple games in here I do actually really like. It's just not my favorite category because everybody knows I don't like just to go into VR and just to hang out and kind of zen out. But every once in a while I do, and this is one of the games that was super cool, man. I loved Shores of Losi. Once I figured out how to say the name after everybody corrected me for 100 million times. But yeah, it's a super cool game. This is a single dev, Wes and Ruuts, that we actually got a chance to meet, or actually Todd got a chance to meet in Vegas. And yeah, she's super smart. And we're gonna see some cool stuff coming from them from her this year. And I can't believe she's done this thing all by herself, by the way, one person. And Shores of Losi is cool, man. It's basically, if you like puzzling places, Shores of Losi is puzzling places, but more 3D. And you have little people that are walking around on the islands and the environments that you're putting together, and they're vertical and they're horizontal in the way that you can build the puzzle. It's really well done. The graphics, the visuals of this game are super cool. The music is good. Everything about this game I really like.
Yeah, it's more about surrealism and fantasy than puzzling places, which is just kind of a cold, hard, reality-based puzzle, right?
Yeah. I mean, I like puzzling places too. There's a ton of puzzles in puzzling places, and that's probably where maybe puzzling places has the leg up on Shores of Losi, because it's just the vastness of puzzles in puzzling places kind of overwhelms Shores of Losi. But what is there is super good.
Give it time.
Yeah, exactly.
She's working on it, right? So.
Yep.
You know, Ruuts, Eric said he doesn't particularly care for the category, and I would say a couple things to that. First of all, he needs a little more Colorado time in his life. And second of all, I think our next nominee might have a little something to do with that, as our third nominee for VR Chill Session of the Year, Garden of the Sea. And, say what you want about this title, Eric. A lot of people love to get into this thing and chill out.
Yeah, I have this game now too, thanks to our friend Guido, and I am going to be checking it out. I think I'll be checking it out, and I'll probably stream it for everybody, because I guess I need to give this game a chance. Everybody tells me how great and amazing it is, so we'll find out.
There we go. I'm not playing it, but
I don't really want to
totally
play
it.
Radio Runt
This
says
is one game I'm like, please don't give me this game.
Raccoon Lagoon is better, but people say people rave by it that they like this type of game. So
I would rather get into a game to chill out like Doom 3. That's how I chill out. Anyways, jokes aside, if I had to rack up my hours of chill out time in VR this year, I probably spent more time chilling in this next nominee than any of these other titles. Little Cities. Ruuts, a super relaxing and easy, fun to play game. I mean, a little bit lacking in terms of challenge, but they've made strides even in that category with some of the updates that they put into this game. But I like it, man. It's super chill. I like the even the bubble popping mechanic with the menus is really cool, and it's a great way to relax.
yeah, absolutely. And it made me feel successful, like a successful mayor, because they were always telling me how good I was doing. I'm like, yeah, I know how good I'm doing. Jim Perona says, it's been awesome watching this channel evolve and grind it out over the years, and you all better than ever. Hell yes. With a $9.99, or super chat. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Jim. Jim's one of these guys that shows up from time to time, and he always has a compliment in his back pocket when he shows up. We appreciate you, Jim. Your kind words and the kind donation. Thank you. Thanks for being here, bro. We appreciate it.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Anyway, those are the nominees, but there can only be one winner. And Eric, you know, it's a good thing I didn't call it VR Chill Game of the Year, because you guys probably would have argued and fought with me for an hour over whether or not the winner is actually a game, but it doesn't matter.
I forgot
because Kayak VR Mirage is a super chill experience in VR. And yeah, I mean, how could this not be the VR chill session of a year? Because that's pretty much what you do when you boot into this experience, is you just chill, right?
It is super chill, yeah. And I do remember, I almost forgot that we went off on a tangent when we were doing this and just trying to figure out whether we should say game or not, because I definitely do not consider this a game.
Well,
but
for those of you who don't know, we always choose the winners. Like, we don't just pick the winners. We meet with our patrons and we kind of debate it and vote. But there were a few occasions this year, Ruuts, where these guys just wanted to play semantics with me, and it didn't even matter what the spirit of the award or what the intention was. These guys were like totally hanging on like the definition of words and things like that.
That's why I was laughing, because Ash, especially on this one. But what's funny is even when you were willing to change the wording, you're like, well, I'll just change it to experience. It was still like, this isn't a game. And I'm watching them race. I guess you could consider it a race, a game, in a sense that, you know, I never did any of the racing.
it's terrible. Racing's terrible. It's not good. You don't want to.
Yeah.
You don't want to do it.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this asymmetrical multiplayer. Anyway, I haven't seen a good application of it yet.
That's true, because you're not really with them.
but-
I mean, if you were in there with them, it might be different.
But this game has a turtle. It has a dog.
Oh my god! You can't pet the dog.
Well, you can,
But
if
you can
want.
chill. You
I know,
can
you
chill
can
and look
chill.
at the dog.
That's true.
I know. I mean, this game is beautiful, right? This game is one of the best looking games you're going to find, and always what I've told everybody: everybody should own this game, because this is the game you want to put people in your headset.
Right.
This is the show off game.
Well, and
again.
And I just to say, Mash, you just called it a game 5 times in a row.
I know, I did. I was just about to say, I didn't mean game. I mean experience. It's not. It's just not, because we talk about this all the time. I mean, there's been debate on whether we call Vader Immortal a game, right?
True.
Right.
If you can't die, it's not a game. You know what I mean? We always say that all the time. And Vader Immortal was a great series, but we kill that thing because we basically call it a walking sim.
Does it count if your game crashes? Is that like dying?
Pretty much, if you get locked into a wall and you can't move, black screen. But yeah, I mean, this game is beautiful. I mean, you can't knock this game. I mean, in its graphical department, this is an experience that everybody should go through, I think, at least once, and then put it on the shelf. Go play something else.
That's exactly what I did.
Yeah.
But it is a deserving winner. I don't know. I think I might have voted for this next game that we're about to give away. But Kayak's certainly a great choice as well. So why don't we bring Oprah back out, Ruuts? Because it is time once again to give away some games to these fine people in chat. So not so many of this one to give away. We're going to give away one in chat, and we're going to hold back one for the second chance drawing. But we're about to give away a copy of the aforementioned Little Cities from Purple Yonder, published by our friends over at In Dreams. Eric, you know, a lot of people already have Little Cities because it is a quality game, but not very many people. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but I don't know very many people that have played this recently released Snowy Islands DLC yet. So that's the cool thing about our Little Cities giveaway is it's not just Little Cities. We're bundling it with a key for the Snowy Islands DLC as well. So again, one for the chat, one in the comments. Have you played the DLC yet, Eric?
I haven't, but there's a ton of people in both of our communities that have said really how much fun they had in it, and it's pretty deep, I guess, from what I've been talking to people. They said there's a lot to, like, they don't just put an update out there as a cosmetic. There's a lot of stuff that's added to it because of that. So I'm looking forward to it. I think we need to probably spend some more time in there in there soon and check it out again.
Somebody was
That's one thing. That's one thing I can say about the updates that have come to Little Cities. DLC aside, I have not yet tried the DLC, but even some of the earlier updates, the free updates, they made a pretty impactful change to what you're in there doing. Right, like there's a lot more to do in the game now than it was initially.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot more progressed. It gives you a lot more to do, and it's not like they just added stuff to add stuff. For sure. I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, I think somebody was saying something about whether Cities VR is good in the chat as well, and it is good. And what I was really going to say is Scion nailed it. He said that somebody earlier said we needed a fourth stranger. Well, Oprah is our fourth stranger.
Oh, there it is.
So,
there she is.
Very true. That's very true. We all love Oprah. Oprah loves everyone, and we all love her back.
She just wants to give games away.
That's it. She's so nice.
Anyway, you guys know the drill. The first one to answer the question on my screen will win a copy of Little Cities along with the Snowy Islands DLC. And again, we're holding one back for the second chance drawing as well. So if you're watching this after the fact, just leave a comment down below that says Little Cities, and maybe you will win in a couple of weeks when we draw. So the question is as follows. We all know that In Dreams is the publisher of Little Cities. Name the developer. Name the company that developed this game, and you will win a copy of this game.
First time dev that knocked it out of the park, right? I mean, first time VR dev. Great job. I can't wait to see what they do.
Mepper.
That was quick. Mep. Nice. Very quick.
I want to say this was in the two-person team, right? This one?
Yeah, I think you're right. It was only a couple of people, but man, they knocked it out of the park.
Yeah,
and Dreams helps a lot too. Right? I mean, when you get a great publisher, that always helps.
You know, it's funny how this turned out. Like we knew that Little Cities was going to be launching in the same window with Cities VR from Fast Travel Games. And we didn't think that was a very good idea for Little Cities. You know, it being a smaller developer going up against the established franchise of Cities VR. And we couldn't have been more wrong, right? Like, this game offers something completely different than Cities VR. And it's much more palatable and accessible to casual players.
Cities VR was not on the list for chill games for a reason, because it is not. It is a stressful, amazing game, but it is definitely not like this one where you're going to go in there and just chill. And like somebody said in the chat, where you, Awesome Tatum says it seems like one of those games you're like, and then you get in there and 40 hours blows by, and that's exactly it. You know, you go in for. I just wanted to go in and check it out, and all of a sudden 2 hours has gone by, and I've got my city established, and everybody's telling me how good I am, and it felt good.
Hell yeah.
And again, you get to pop bubbles with your finger.
That's true. That's true. Very satisfying. And when I felt like a failure in Cities VR, because there is a learning curve in that game, and both are amazing for different reasons.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, Cities VR has made strides in the right direction to make it a little easier for people to be able to pick up and play since it launched. And for what it's worth, that game is also nominated for some awards here today too. So both quality titles for sure.
Sure. Yep. I'm happy we have both, man. I mean, we finally have city builders in VR, which is a good deal.
Yeah.
Anyway, congratulations to Mepper for winning a copy of Little Cities along with the Snowy Islands DLC. If you didn't win, you know what to do. Leave a comment down below, and we will pick another winner in 2 weeks. Moving along, it's time for the, maybe you'll like this category a little bit better, Eric. The best VR adventure. So we had a good number of adventure games in VR this year, whether they be puzzle adventures or puzzle adventures, or we actually had some pretty good action adventure games as well. And that is the case for our first nominee, Lon. And it's interesting, kind of our story with Lawn. We didn't play it right away when it came out for a couple of different reasons. But when we got into it, Eric, I was glad that we did because, um, mixed reviews on this one, not only on Steam but in the VR content creation space as well. But what I found when I went into this game is that it's a lot better than people think it is.
Yeah, this is one of those games you have to give some time to. Like, so if you get in there and you just try and like going in there for an hour and then give a full, hey, here's the exact game and here's what it is, then you're doing a disservice to your audience and people that are watching you. So, I think we visited it a couple of times because we needed to, and thankfully the dev, kind of told us a little bit of things, and we needed to go back and check some things out. They've added some things, and this game is really good, man. There's a lot to this game. Somebody told me the other day they got in this game and they were like, I'm just shocked at how really good this game is and that nobody's still talking about it. But that's just one of those games where for some reason it just doesn't get talked about with the other ones. But I can't remember who it was who told me that, but they went in there and absolutely loved it and said how great it was, and quality too. It's just really done well.
Yeah, one of the patrons was talking about getting in this game and really, really enjoying it. And I talked to the dev a little bit about this. And he's talking about people who are kind of giving impressions of it on YouTube, and that most people are kind of like watching the movie, but tuning out during the opening credits and leaving a review. And it's a bit of a slow burn. There's a lot to learn with this game, but as you get along in it, it starts to open up for you. And Ruuts, what Eric said was true. This game was one thing when it launched, but it's something even different now. They've added in some extra content. There's even a brand new roguelite like level, like a procedural game mode for this now. So it's like infinite content, infinite replayability on this thing.
Absolutely. Awesome Tatum, I think, got it right. Says they did a good job giving you a believable cyberpunk setting to play around in for sure. And it's just like you said, it's a slow burn, but once you get going, it's one you don't want to stop. So,
yeah. Eric, our next nominee, I think a lot of things we just said about Lon could certainly be said about Hubris. Like, this is an amazing game. It is a very, very good game. And for whatever reason, a lot of the reviews, especially the early ones, just kind of made it seem like it was a run-of-the-mill average thing. This is not an average game, is it, Eric?
No, there's so much to this game. Another game where it's so deep. You can't just go in and play like an hour into it. You need to get in through this story, get into the whole universe of Hubris and see the beauty that is this game. Now, there was some flaws when it launched, and they had some issues that they had to fix, and they did. The game is so much better now than when it launched. But this is one of the best adventures you're going to play this year, and it's still one of the best looking games that you're going to play. And I love it, man. Everything from the way the gun transforms in your hand to go from different guns. So it's not like you have a different gun. It's like you press a button and the pistol transforms into a shotgun, into a like an AR gun. It's just so cool the way it does it. The environments are amazing. The way it's a platformer to a swimming game to a shooting game to a puzzle game, to just a beautiful vista and adventure game. Hubris is the whole package. You just got to give it a little, give yourself a chance to get into Hubris, and you'll be rewarded with a great game.
Ruuts, what a pleasant surprise that we get into what we expect to be pretty much an action shooter game, and there's so much platforming content in this thing.
Yeah, I think platforming is one of my favorite things to do traditionally and in VR, first person with motion controls. They did it very well, very right, and it just there was so much to it. It's such a deep game, a lot deeper than you would think, right? It's like 6-7 hours at least, something like that.
Yeah. Moving along to our next nominee, Eric, who would have thought, after playing Rhythm of the Universe Ionia, that we would be sitting here nominating the follow-up for any kind of an award, let alone the best VR adventure. But I got to say, it's absolutely a deserving nominee. not only is this game fun to play, but it is amazing. It is an amazing adventure. Like the story is awesome, and in an age or in a time for VR gaming where uh, games often don't have that story to pull you through, they did an excellent job at not only giving us a fun game to play, but giving us a reason to play through it.
Hell yeah, this is what a rebound from Row 2. I mean, we killed Ionia. I hated it, Ionia. I mean, I love the beauty of PC VR Ionia, but Ionia on Quest was terrible. You know, it was garbage, and they kind of knew it. You know what I mean? They were put in a position they did not want to be. And that's sometimes things that happen to developers. And it was nice for me to get a chance to meet the developer and figure out why they did what they did with Ionia and why Eolia is so good. Now you can see the transition to when you're forced to do something as a developer and then when you can do the game you want to do as a developer. And this was only a year, basically, between the two. And Eolia is fantastic. It's got hand tracking. It's got beautiful sceneries. It runs really, really great on the Quest, too. It's got rhythm-based puzzles. You know, you can drive a freaking elephant, basically, or whatever the thing is called. It's super cool. You can ride them. There's just a lot to this game. It's so good. And you know what? We thought maybe they might like be done, right? After Ionia, we were all like, they're never going to make another game, right? Like that whole thing, because they were supposed to be like a trilogy. And we're like, I don't know if they'll make another game now. Well, they already made Eolia, and I can tell you that they're already working on the next part of this series. So, you know, this is a great game. Hats off to Row 2.
Excellent. Excellent. I'm looking forward to it. And I'm looking forward to the PC version of Eolia, let alone the follow up, right?
Yeah, and they have a huge update coming to Ionia. They have what they're calling the anniversary update. They're a little bit delayed on getting it done, but it is still coming. I think we'll see it this spring. And Ionia is supposed to be better.
Maybe they'll call it the second anniversary update.
It's getting close.
Ruuts, as we move on to the next nominee, we had a pretty good idea in our mind what we thought Red Matter 2 was going to be when it launched. We thought it would be a pretty cold and hard copy of what the first game was, but with a little bit of a different scenery, maybe some new puzzles. That is not what we got here with this game. We got an expansion in terms of gameplay that was completely unexpected. This is not just a puzzler, is it?
No, it's absolutely not. And you actually got gun in it. Yeah, I feel like this was a sequel in every way. Even just the way you move was better. And so, yeah, game is definitely one of the best adventure games out there that came out last year. And it's on, I guess, Quest and PC. But it looked phenomenal on Quest, which is crazy.
Yeah, looked like a PC game.
Yeah.
One of the things, Eric, that really surprised me about Red Matter 2, not to sound like a broken record because we just said the same thing about a couple of other games, was the story. Like the story in this game is super interesting, especially if you play deep into it and some of the twists later on. It's like it's a little dark, but it's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, what a follow up to another great game, and this is just one of those games where I shake my head at other developers who say they can't make good looking games on the Quest 2. I'm like, how is this possible that Vertical Robot can do this with their size team and they can do these things and make this great game? And it is, if this is an adventure, and if you don't think it is, it really is. This is start to finish what you would consider an adventure game, because it is beautiful, but the story and the gameplay in this is as good as the game looks, because there's a lot to this game. And it added more too, right, over the original game. You know, I have a weapon in the game where you didn't have before, and I think that adds to the adventure feel of the game.
Yeah, and then you have like that, what is it? Is it a jetpack, or I mean, there's something with the jump feature where like you could end up traversing large space. I think it is a jetpack, isn't it?
It is. Yep.
Yeah, it works so well, and a lot of what we were talking about with Hubris and the platforming applies here as well, and maybe even more so, because the platforming in Hubris, while there was a lot of it, it all was pretty much right around the same level of difficulty all the way through. the platforming in Red Matter 2 at times is very, very challenging.
Yeah, which is
Definitely.
good, right?
Yeah,
Heck
that's
yeah.
great. Moving on to to the game that everyone apparently thinks should have won every award. Wanderer overwhelmingly won in terms of the community polling. Wanderer pretty much smashed everything in every category that it was nominated for. Luckily, our process isn't just the Viewers' Choice Awards, so some of the other games had a chance to win. But Roots, I mean, this very much is the fits the definition, like the textbook definition of what a VR puzzle adventure should be.
Yeah, absolutely. And first off, it's got time travel, and it's got such an amazing story that includes actual real people, and you know what I mean. Like, it's got everything that you would want from a story to begin with, and it's just fun to play. You know, some of the puzzles are a little bit harder, but not, like you said, not too hard. I guess there's one that's really hard. I never got to, but I need to get to. Just after hearing everybody talk about how that this was the game they finished, and I'm like, oh man, I felt bad and dirty during those conversations because I was like, I didn't finish this thing. But if any game that I played this last year that was built from the ground up in VR that I want to finish, this one, because I love storytelling and I love time travel. So
Eric, this game, you know, what I want to call it the class of VR this year because I kind of feel like that's a true statement, and it isn't just because it's my favorite game or it's your favorite game or it's so popular among the community, but this game does so many different things so very well. This is a game that you can show to a VR veteran and they would love, or you could put a noob in this game and they would be blown away as well.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think, to best talk about it right now, because I know we're going to talk about Wanderer more as we go.
Yeah.
So the best way for me to do this right now is to talk about the adventure part of Wanderer, because everybody says it's a puzzle game. Okay. And it is a puzzle game. And that's mainly what it's rooted around. But there's so much more here to it. And that's where the adventure comes in, because there's a lot of action in this game too. It's not just going from one room to, one puzzle to the next, or one, time period to the next. There's things to do in the middle that bring you through the story. There's actions that you have to take. You are on an epic grand adventure through time. So that is the true meaning of best VR adventure. To me, this game deserves to be on this list. It probably had a really good chance to win. So exactly where it is in this list, it definitely deserves to be. This is the epitome of an adventure game, and that's why so many people voted for this game for Game of the Year or any other category, is because of the mix of it is. I am not a puzzle guy. I'm not. I don't like to play puzzles in VR. I really don't like to play them flat either. But I finished this game. Why? Because the whole adventure part of it, with the puzzles, with everything as a package, pulled me through. And that's where this game shines.
I mean, what other game will have you standing next to Nikola Tesla one moment, and the very next moment you're drumming at Woodstock? You know what I mean? That's
and you're at a
adventure.
Mayan temple after that. When the Aztecs, yeah,
it's awesome. But Eric, as we move on to the next nominee, I think if you polled 100 married men, 100 VR gamers, and asked them to list a VR puzzle adventure, I would say that probably 75 of them would say Moss. This game is synonymous with VR adventure, and a very solid sequel that we got to the original this year.
Absolutely, 100%. In every way, a better game than the first game. I mean, it's not a huge departure in gameplay or visuals, but we just got more of the greatness that we wanted from Moss, and the story is fantastic. Quill is amazing. Being able to be part of that, go on the adventure with Quill, control it, help her. And I mean, it's probably, if you think of all-time great VR games, it's got to be on the list. It's such a good game. So well done. I'm sure we'll be talking about this game again too later on.
Yeah, Roots. I kind of feel like in the context of the category, obviously this being the adventure category, I feel like this game has a lot of strengths, right? It does a lot of different things well, but the story that they take you on, the adventure that you get to live with the character, because you aren't the main character. You spend the game helping and guiding the main character, but you develop this kind of emotional connection, and you experience this adventure together. Again, I feel like the storytelling, I feel like the relationships, I feel like the journey is probably the strength of this game above all else.
Yeah, it's an adventure for sure. And I don't know, just the environments and the different types of worlds, and you get to experience and go with Quill, help Quill out. Like I love Quill. Quill's my little buddy, and I just wanted to help rescue. I guess I don't know exactly. The grandfather's rescued, but get the whole thing settled for once and for all.
So those are the nominees that didn't win, and with such a list, how is it possible that Lawn or Hubris or Eolia, Red Matter, Wanderer, or Mossbook 2, how is it possible that none of those actually won for the best VR adventure? Well, I mean, there was another title that came out this year that is a VR adventure in its purest form, and that is, of course, Marvel's Iron Man VR. This, Eric, is the definition of an adventure game.
It is. I mean, and this is not an easy category, and I know everybody's probably going now like, what are you talking about?
What? Yeah.
Gotta remember, number one, it wasn't just us who picked these winners. We'll say that right off the bat. But two, again, the title is Best VR Adventure, and I don't know how Marvel is so powerful and so important in our lives. I mean, there's a lot of people that get into Marvel. To be able to become Iron Man in a VR game is one of the best experiences you'll ever have, and the game itself is amazing. This is an adventure where you become Iron Man and live through his story, and it's done so well that you feel like Iron Man. So much to say. I will say this. So I do watch some flat gamers on Facebook Gaming every once in a while, and one of them I watch, his name is Stone Mountain 64. He generally plays shooting games like Call of Duty. He's got 3.4 million subscribers. You want to know what he streamed live the other day? Iron Man in VR. Not many flat people are streaming VR games. He streamed it the other day, had a ton of people watching it, and he absolutely went crazy for it during his stream. So this is the adventure game that we all chose as the best of the year.
Roots, obviously this game isn't new to the overall VR community, as this was a PSVR exclusive last year. But I think it's notable that this amazing VR adventure, not only did it get ported to Quest this year, but it's better on Quest than it was on PSVR.
Yeah, I was away for a second. I
Okay.
was looking at the
My bad.
scenes. There was a distraction, then I was looking at the scenes, and I realized how long it was till we get to our first recorded session, and had to use the restroom.
Okay, I wasn't.
It
My
happens.
bad. I wasn't watching. I wasn't watching the stream, so that's my bad. I should have been paying more attention. No, I was just talking about the winner of this award, Marvel's Iron Man VR. Not the first time we've seen this game in VR, but I feel like the Quest version of it is the best version of it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I apologize everybody for getting up. It was definitely like the first one was cool, but like the limitations of the tracking and really the load times, even on the PS5. I mean, there was still it wasn't the best version of it, and this version was amazing. And there isn't any example out there that's this good of actually letting you be a Marvel superhero. This is the best superhero game I believe in VR as to date, and I think it was really good. A lot of people say it's a wave shooter. I don't see how that's the thing. Like there's a story, and you're actually going from different environments and stuff, and you get to go hang out in Tony Stark's house. I mean, come on, man.
You're flying around. Like the flying is amazing in this game. It feels great.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. I
It's
definitely,
perfect, man.
if you're a fan of Iron Man or superheroes in general, definitely worth getting picking it up in my opinion.
Agreed.
And I guess we should probably talk a little bit about our process. It isn't just a straight, everyone gets a vote and on to the next one. We do have some methods and procedures that we use when the things are close. So again, Eric, Ruuts, and I, we each have a vote. Each of our patrons that attend our selection, our selection, I guess, ceremony, for lack of a better term, they all get a vote. But when it's close, there's a couple of things we fall back on. First of all, the community polls. Whenever we have a close vote, and it doesn't have to be a tie, if it's close in the course of our debate, we will consult what the community voted for. The other thing that we take into consideration, and this is a pretty big part of what we do, is the spirit of what we're trying to do with the award show. We're trying to make sure that the games that deserve to be recognized from the past 12 months get recognized. So if we have a game like Wanderer, who's nominated for 15 awards and is probably going to win 10 of them, and it's a close category, and then we have a game like Iron Man that's nominated for 2 and hasn't won anything yet, we'll err on the side of giving that award to Iron Man because, again, we feel like it deserves to be recognized for being a great game. Now, that's not just to say that we're giving people participation trophies. That's not what we're doing. But if it's close, we tend to err on the side of giving someone their first award versus giving someone else their 5th award. So those of you who are a bit confused why some of these games that you feel might be a better game, not just in this category, but in other categories as well, maybe that'll shed a little bit light on how we go about our selection process here. Anyway, in my opinion, Marvel's Iron Man VR very much deserves to win this award. It is a pure VR adventure game.
Absolutely.
Point.
And we move along to the best horror category. And you know, in some ways, it wasn't the best year for VR horror, but in looking at it another way, we did get a handful of solid titles this year, and that's not always the case. Like last year, we got a couple of great ones, but that's what we got. We got a couple of them. This year, maybe we didn't get a great horror game this year, but we got 4 or 5 very good ones, and that's what this category is all about. First of all, Eric, this first title, maybe not a pure horror game, certainly not a pure horror game, but it is a horror themed game, and it is a fun and very good game, and that is Requisition VR.
Yeah, Requisition was cool, man. We've been waiting for this game for a while, and it is probably not the super definition of a horror game, but there's zombies. They're scarier than shit. They're coming at you from every angle, and there is a lot of fright here involved with this game. So it's dark. You're in a house. They're trying to break in and kill you. You're trying to figure out ways to be able to take them down. A lot of them with different tools and different devices and weapons, and it's really good. It can be super scary. It will give you jump scares all over the place with this game. Very good. I can't wait to get back in there because I actually haven't been in really since they did it, and I know they put a lot of work into it. So it was janky, and I think it's much better now.
Yeah, a lot to learn here with this game. It's Requisition. I know when we played the beta, like the tutorial was like 30 or 40 minutes long. They have gone a long way since then in refining things, making a lot of that information optional. But I was very careful, on a side note, that we didn't make this just the best horror game award. We also wanted to recognize the scariest moments and the scariest games. And there are some scary moments in this title, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a lot of innovation. You can pretty much turn anything into a weapon and build it however you want. And it's kind of cool. You know?
Moving along, Eric, this next title, we don't have to dance around whether or not this is a horror game or not. Deadness VR absolutely is a classic style VR horror title, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if you're just going strictly on horror, this might be the winner. This was very close, and we debated this one a lot. And this was a scary freaking game, man. You were locked into a wheelchair, trying to navigate these environments, and this game is so scary because it's dark. You can't see very well. You hear shit all over the place, and it's just like, and then all of a sudden you see a shadow dart across your path. And you see something coming out of the corner of your eye, and you're in a wheelchair trying to navigate and get around a turn or get into a room or something to like hide, and it just freaks you out, man. This is one of those games where everything together, the music, the sound, the environments, the darkness, it's just scary. This is one of the scariest games I played last year.
Yeah, it's certainly dark. Dark is a good word there because it's hard to see 5 feet in front of you in this game. And with the types of environments that they've built up, these narrow corridors, and the fact that you can't run around, you're in a wheelchair. I mean, come on, bro. It's scary.
Hell yeah.
Ruuts, when we talk about the horror games that came out this year, our next nominee might be my favorite one that I played. And if it weren't for some pretty significant bugs that it had going on at launch, this probably would have gotten my vote to win this category, and that is The Shore VR. There were some very surreal moments in this game. I played quite a bit of it. This is what people like to refer to as Lovecraftian horror, and it's done very well.
Yeah, I agree. I don't even know what Lovecraftian means, as far as what that. But yeah, it definitely is. Definitely deserves to be on this list. Definitely creepy. You say they've done a lot of work on it since it came out.
Well, they fixed some of the bugs for sure. Like a lot of, the game was awesome. Like the big monsters and things that you encounter were absolutely terrifying. The puzzles were unique and intuitive, but there were bugs, some of which halted your progress at certain points in the game. Some of the stuff could be remedied by restarting and replaying through certain parts. And then I think, if I remember correctly, there was one there at the end that just kept me from progressing any whatsoever. I think they fixed that stuff, and I haven't been back in it since then. And if I had, I probably would have been voting it, because in spite of all this jank and all this crap, I really enjoyed my time in this game.
And it looked beautiful too. It was a gorgeous game.
Yeah, it was like photoreal almost.
Paradise Decay says
jank.
Yeah, that's all. Game breaking jank can always be a big one. It is a big halter. I'm glad they fixed it. Paradise Decay says, you know who else likes it hard in the darkness?
My mom!
Yeah, or the light. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
He's
what's
not
up,
picky.
PD?
Nope.
What up, PD? Eric, as we move on to the next nominee, again, this is another one of those games that isn't a classical horror game by any stretch. But if we had to give an award for just the scariest moment in VR this year, it might have come from Paradox of Hope.
Yeah, I think this would probably, this probably would have gotten my vote, or maybe did get my vote. I'm trying to remember. I think this did get my vote.
I think it
did. For scariest game of the year, because this game literally gave me shit my pants, scary, jump scare moments. And I was watching a Short Stack VR live stream last week. I think it was right after CES. And he was like, "What do I play next?" And I'm like, "Go play Paradox of Hope." So he downloaded it right there and then on the stream, and he was screaming. He had some serious jump scares. That game is dark, scary, fun. This game, I'll follow this game very closely this year because what they're going to be adding to this game, because it don't have this wish listed, or if you don't have this game bought, go get it or go wish list it, because this is probably one of the most fun horror games you'll have.
Yeah, it's great. This is a Metro style shooter. Fans of like Into the Radius with that kind of progression with the weapons and things, the type of mission structure that that game has on display are probably gonna love Paradox of Hope because there's a lot of similarities on those levels.
Yep.
Moving along to our next nominee, again, not a classical horror game, but we would be dishonest if we said that there wasn't some weird and even sometimes scary things that we encountered as we played our way through the 3 stories in the Twilight Zone VR. Eric, this is an interesting one because in so many ways it barely classifies itself as a game, on the surface level. But as you think back to like the first level, the stealth sequences, there's some stuff in there that really got your pulse up, right?
Yeah, and I consider Twilight Zone like a horror. I mean, because there's not always just has to be jump scare moments. I mean, when you play with your mind and you play with like, have surreal moments or things that just freak you out, and the way they tie these stories together, with like little hints here or there about an overall thing that's happening, it really messes with you later on. Like, and some of them, like, that's what I think about when I think about Twilight Zone. I think about, getting it done to the episode, and there's always something that goes, holy shit, that was freaky. And that's what this game is. Again, maybe it's not the scariest, but this game will give you those weird moments where you're just going through it. And then the last mission is one of the weirdest I've probably ever gone through.
Yeah. The beginning part of that last mission is almost like it kind of is like a classical horror game. And now it very quickly adapts into something else, more of a sci-fi thing as you go on. But the first part of that definitely feels like an escape room, like a horror escape room. And then think about this. Think about the way that they use voice commands in the first chapter. That sent chills down my spine, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to like spoil it for anybody, but to hear you talking to yourself and trying to find yourself with your own voice, that freaks you out, man.
You did it. You said, I hate to spoil it.
Yeah, I hate to spoil it. Well, if you don't know what you're talking about, they have no idea.
That's it. And you got to tell them because now somebody was like, "What? You can do that?" And I'm going to go get the game now. So there you go.
Yeah, true.
That's true.
Tease.
Yeah, I've never seen another game do something like that and it's cool because like it's something that you see coming a mile away, but by the time they use it, you've forgotten all about it. Like you don't even think about it. Anyway, super cool. But Ruuts, there can only be one winner, and I think at the end of the day, when it came to the vote, we all kind of thought that even though we did add that scary caveat that a horror game should win the horror category, right? And that's why Afterlife VR ended up eventually winning it, because not only is this a true horror game, but this is a good game.
Yeah, it's actually a really good story as well, and it's just it's well made, definitely creepy, and it definitely fits the genre very well.
Yeah, Eric, in a year where again we didn't get any necessarily great horror titles, it's fitting that even if it is a bit cliche, that we do have something that's kind of sticking to the old tried and true formula here that comes away with the W.
Hell yeah. This is a combination of both. Like and that's why I think it's a deserving winner, because if you look at the title, Scariest and Horror, I think this kind of has both, right? And where some of the others may not have both, and this kind of does. This is a freaking scary game that will give you those crap your pants moments, and then this is a true horror game. This will play with your mind. Weird shit going on. It's got a cool story. The environment is awesome. It's got crows that can kill you, by the way. You gotta be careful with crows.
I mean, it's set in like an old mental hospital. I mean, how many games have we played with this kind of setup that turned out to ultimately be awesome and fun to play?
Oh yeah, and you played a lot into this game too. Did you beat this game, or you were damn close? I think, right?
No, I finished it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I finished the game. It's
Right.
not very long. It was I don't know, 4 or 6 hours, something like that at the most.
Yeah, but
It was
you
a-
don't
it was
finish
a
every
short game.
horror game.
You had like
You know what I mean?
telekinesis in this game and
So-
shit. That was cool shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was cool. Very much looking forward to checking it out again when it launches on PlayStation VR 2, which is confirmed, by the way.
Oh, is it
Wow.
really? I didn't actually
Yep.
know that. That's cool.
We got a $1.99 super chat from MRI Gamer, and we appreciate you. Next time you
Yes,
should
thank
write a
you very much.
little super chat in there. Say,
Hell yeah,
Ruuts, I love
thank
your
you.
beard, or whatever's on your mind.
Thank you, MRI Gamer. Let me ask you: is it MRI Gamer, or is it Mister iGamer, or
Oh,
is it Mystery Gamer?
that
E,
could be
like
good.
I think it's
Mystery Gamer.
I say MRI Gamer. I say this person uses MRI machines to some extent in their work life. That's my guess.
Great question. I've been wanting to know it for a while. We'll give you $1.99 if you answer.
Paradise Decay says, Mash, where did What the Bat end up? We're gonna get to that.
Mm.
Paradise Decay. We're gonna get to What the Bat, aren't we, Eric?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's coming.
But before we do that, you know what? It's time to give away a game. But before we do that, I want to call all the Game Cats to attention. All my PlayStation gamers that are in the chat, pay attention right now because we had a random key donation just now.
Oh.
Someone sent me something through Discord, and I'm going to drop it in the chat. So
Ooh.
those of you out there who have a PlayStation 5, you must have a PlayStation 5. Get your copy and paste finger ready because we have a pretty good one. Roots, have we ever given away a flat game on this?
I don't know
program
that we
before?
have actually, and that's kind of cool. That I mean, there's a lot of good flat games, and somebody said it's Mr. iGamer, so I don't know.
There you go.
Okay.
Thank you for the $2, Mr. iGamer. Anyways, for those of you out there who have PS5, go, 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 go.
Oh my god!
Ooh, holy shit!
Am I allowed to
What?
grab that? No,
Yeah,
just
I'm
kidding.
getting. Hold on, I'm getting that.
Yeah.
Who put that
Yeah.
in there? I want that.
This came courtesy of our good friend D-Rail.
Dude,
Oh,
Derail's
Derail
awesome.
rocks.
Man, we haven't spent enough time with Derail this year. That's the one thing we need to remedy for 2023 and get some Derail action going.
You know, D-Rail, we were sitting here going through these nominations for the best VR adventure game, and D-Rail sends me a message on Discord saying, "Hey, did you guys ever do the 2022 show?"
You're like, we're doing it right now.
Yeah, I'm actually
Yeah?
doing it
Live.
as we speak. And then he's like, "Oh yeah, well here, give this away." I was like, "Okay,
That's awesome.
thanks, bro. Thanks,
Yeah.
D-Rail, for being awesome.
That
You're
was
the man."
killer. And I think who got it?
Shades
Was it
of Grey.
Shades of Grey matter? Holy crap! Awesome.
And
Congrats.
Shades, this doesn't even count towards your game for the trivia. How
No?
good is that?
Yeah. That's just the key drop. Speaking of which, why don't we give away a banger? You guys want to give away a banger?
The banger of all
Yeah.
bangers. You know who loves giving away a banger?
My mom!
Oh, she loves it.
Multiple.
You
Yeah.
know the game we're about to give away right now might be the best game that came out in VR this year.
It-
Very
Very,
very.
it's very,
very
possible,
possible.
and that probably not a lot of people are playing.
Yeah, I think that this might be the best game that came out this year, and I think it's a victim of its own release window because it probably isn't going to get the recognition it deserves because it was a December title. But I think next year we're going to be talking a lot about this game on this very program. And this game, coming from Oprah, is The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners Chapter 2 Retribution. We have some, we have some Quest copies of this. We're going to give away 2 in the chat. We're going to hold back 2 more to give away in the second chance drawing next week. But what do you think, Roots? Like, this is a pretty damn good game to be giving away, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's something that everybody should be playing anyway. Like, I question your soul if you're not already playing this.
Think about that
Eric?
game drop now. With nothing going on in January, it's got to go up against Grid.
Yeah, right.
Which game
Well,
is
I mean,
which game is jankier? Actually, I don't think there's any jank in Grid. I just think it looks like shit. But
But I mean, in all honesty, December, January aside, this game probably launched 2 weeks too early, right? Just because it wasn't quite ready when it launched. But boy, is it ready now. Like, they fixed all that bullshit, didn't they?
Yep, absolutely. And this game is. I cannot wait to when this game drops on PC though, because we will be talking about this game all year long, and this is going to be. I can tell you right now from experience, so can Wes, so can Ruuts. This game probably will be a discussion of game of the year for next year. It's that freaking good on PC.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like, we herald the first game as technically the best game in VR, like the best all around package, in terms of all things considered. The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners Chapter 1 is, up until now, been considered the best. Now, I haven't finished Chapter 2 yet, so I don't want to go out on too big of a limb here. But I think this game absolutely has the potential to surpass the first one.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
It's an amazing game, and I look forward to giving away 2 copies of it right now. The first 2 people in the chat on my screen to answer the question will win a copy of The Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners, Chapter 2, Retribution.
Get ready. Get ready.
All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about a character from the first game, and this character has a very good memory. You can kill this guy as many times as you want, and he will remember that. What is this character named?
Oh, man. Remember, please only answer if you want the game
Yeah, please.
or if you have a quest.
Yeah. Like, well, I'm thinking about getting. Well, I guess you could take
Yeah,
it
you
if you're
could, I
thinking about
guess.
getting the quest. This will be your
Yeah.
first game.
Yeah, for sure.
Come on, everybody knows what this guy's name is.
Gamer
It
Chick
isn't like a
13.
real
Bob.
name. Why is everybody? Chris 9989 nails it. That's one.
Yeah, this is. Yeah.
The Sept. So the Sept, are you interceding for this one and kicking that other game back into the giveaways from online?
Chris retracted his
Alakazam.
message.
Alakazam wins the second copy. So yes, tutorial guy. Oh no, it was the Sept. You're right. My bad. Sorry, Alakazam.
Well, Chris
yeah.
9989 retracted his message after he put it
Oh,
in.
he did.
So maybe he meant to not to answer that.
He's just giving the answer away to people.
Mhm.
That's
So
nice.
then
Thank you,
it
Chris.
sounds like it would be the
Sept
and
and Alakazam.
Okay, yeah. So the Sept does want to take that, so that puts his other game back out into the chat, and then
Nice. Back
Alakazam.
in.
Lazarus would have been a
Awesome.
good one as well, because was raised from the dead, right? Wasn't he? In biblical.
Yeah.
What about Henri?
That's
Henri
true.
was kind of raised from the dead because he does make an appearance in the second one.
Freaking page.
Henri's a punk, man.
He is
How do you
a
not
kind of a
stop
punk.
yourself from getting taken over by a bunch of people? Oh, wait.
My page is all mixed up here. Where do?
Oh no! You see, you went old school with the pages, and now you're in trouble.
We tried to warn you. No, just
Yeah.
kidding.
That's all right. I got it. Just give me a second here. I gotta find where my last page went.
While you're doing
Derailed-
that, go ahead, Bruce.
I'll let you do it
You go,
because
you
I've been
go.
reading them all.
I was gonna say while you're doing that, Derail with a $5 super chat. He's super chatting keys, guys.
Oh my god!
Battle ancient dragons like you've never seen as Dragonborn from Steam, and there's the code if you want to get it.
Nice.
Boom. That's right, son.
I didn't even know Derail was here watching. So, well, I guess he
Well-
would have been watching. He gave you the key. So,
I'll tell you what. Derail, making sure people still realize there are amazing flat games out there. It is flat,
yeah, we got a
right?
chance to play some with Derail. What were we playing? We were playing that top down game. What was it?
Oh, the vampire. Was it
No,
va-
the other one before that. We were playing. What was that top down game? Me, you, Radio Run, Derail were playing it. I think Tass was playing it for a little while.
Gauntlet.
Gauntlet. Was it
No,
Gauntlet?
no, it was the one we played this year. How can I not remember this game? Derail. What was it? It was it's a huge title. I just can't remember it.
I'm trying to think of what it is too.
Anyway, while they're trying to remember what that is, congratulations, the Sept. Congratulations, Alakazam, on winning probably the best game that we have to give away. But that's arguable. That's arguable because we got some other good stuff as well. If you are bummed out because you didn't win, you know what to do.
Hmm.
Subscribe, leave a comment down below. We're going to give away 2 more copies of The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners Chapter 2 Retribution in 2 weeks.
That was for the,
Congrats.
I'm assuming The Walking Dead, somebody's asking, and that's for Quest, not PlayStation VR, correct?
That is for Quest, yeah.
Quest,
The
yeah.
only version that,
It's
although I
available.
will say this, we're going to give away some PSN codes a little bit later in the show. So you can use that to buy, or at least receive a hefty discount on your copy for PSVR 2.
Oh yeah.
Anyways, moving along. Did you guys remember what the name of the game was?
I can't remember. I was just gonna look at my Steam library and try and remember it, but
I'm trying to think of what games, other top-down games we played, because the
okay, I
Vampire
don't
one was the
remember.
biggest one that I remember, but
yeah, we played this one for a while. Radio Runt was big into it. It was
Is
flat
it a
game.
co-op game? Oh
yeah, you're playing together. It's a huge
Because
franchise.
Ruuts played a lot of Hades.
yeah, Hades is amazing. But is it the
It's like it's the third one too. It's like a
the Left 4 Dead successor, Back 4 Blood? No.
No, this was a top-down like a dungeon game, like kind of like the Vampire one.
Demio.
Oh, that'd be great. we did play Demio. I'll find it. I'll find it in my Steam. Figure it out.
Was it Lost World?
No, this is a big, huge franchise that have had multiple. I think Scion played with us for a while too. He was big into it. He was always trying to get us to go back into it. We just never did.
Diablo 2.
Yeah, there it is. Thank you so much. Diablo.
That's true. I did. I
That
forgot
was
about
killing me,
Diablo
dude.
2.
Oh, it was killing me.
Yeah, the remaster.
Diablo 2.
Well, that's not important. You know what is important, Ruuts? If I'm not badly mistaken, it is time for us to get into some first-person shooter awards. Am I right about that? It's time for the Lee Van Cleef Award, a returning category from last year. This is for the best single-player first-person shooter. You notice how I changed that, Ruuts? Like they wanted to get all like technical about what's a campaign versus what's not a campaign. Who cares if it's a campaign? It's a single-player first-person shooter. That's what this award is all about. And we had some good ones this year, didn't we, Eric?
Yeah, we sure did, man. There was some really good ones. This was a category where you just had a lot to go over. And the first one that Ruuts is showing, Aspire 2, one of my favorites. Got a chance to play this early on at Gamescom and check the demo out, and got a chance to play the whole thing and absolutely loved it. And it's co-op, man. You can't beat co-op.
Yeah, that's the thing. I had a blast playing this with my wife. It came along at the right time. We were starting to get a little jaded, a little burnout on After the Fall. And then along comes Aspire 2. And again, it's cool because there's a single player campaign and there's a co-op campaign, and it's not the same thing. That's one of the things I really enjoyed about it. It's a different game if you play with someone else.
And they improved on what, Aspire 1, which we kind of felt like there was no real difference if you could just go balls to the wall or you could stealth. Like this one kind of gave you more reasons to stealth, but you could still go through and do it the other way. I feel like it was just a better version than even Aspire 1. So yeah, it was really good. And I guess I got people banging hammers out there. So if you hear a hammer, I swear, my hands are right here. And I'm not hammering stuff.
You know who bangs all night long?
My mom.
You know who loves banging with a hammer?
My mom.
Double time.
Hell yeah.
There you go. Ruuts, as we move on to the next nominee, this was a little bit weird, but I mean, we can't really talk about the best first-person shooters that came out in VR this year and not mention how good Shock Troops was, right?
Yeah, this was so good, and it's good on so many levels. It's just got such a great nostalgia factor to it, but the gameplay is fun, and it's got a good gameplay loop. And not every game out there can be said for that, especially the ones that are playing on our emotions with the games that we used to play back in the day.
A lot of fun to play, Eric, and uber challenging, right?
Yeah, I love this, man. This is such a good game. Brings you back. The way it's set up, the new mission they just added to is one of the best ones I played so far. Ghosts of, I can't remember the exact name, but it was really, really good. They've added the world, and Cyril's always working on this game, man. The Garage Collective, they always put new stuff. I'm sure he's got new worlds planned. Just a lot to it. Good shooter.
Great prices
Actually,
too, man. His games are so reasonable.
Crazy.
Cyril's heavy into the early phases of working on their next title.
Wow.
I just talked to him yesterday, and yeah, he says that this one's going to be way larger in scope than anything that they've ever done before. And in fact, he's been working on it actively full time for probably 4 to 6 months now. And he says that it's expected to release at the end of 2024.
Ooh.
So, yeah.
Wow.
A lot of work to do, and it's going to be a different game from Garage Collective.
I gotta stop the show for a second and have Eric do a PSA real quick to Shades of Grey Matter, because they say I actually legit want to try What the Bat, the developer's previous flat game. What the Golf was actually super fun. What are your thoughts,
Here we go
Eric?
again.
No, please don't do it. Don't do it. Here's what you do. Shades of Grey Matter. Do me a favor. Go to YouTube and go to Q2C VR Gamer. That's Q2C VR Gamer. If somebody in chat wants to put a link in, that'd be great. Go watch my video of What the F, because that's what the title is, because it's my gameplay of What the Bat, and it'll give you a good 15-minute video that will feel like you watched for 3 hours of the monotony and garbage and pure frustrating, idiocy that is What the Bat. And then you'll see if you go through it and you're like, wow, this looks really good, then yeah, go buy it. If you sit through it and you're like, wow, this is not good, then you'll know.
There's the channel. I didn't find the actual video for you, but
thanks, man.
Yep.
So there you go. Go check out Eric's video. It is entertaining, even if the game is not.
Garage Collective says, and Cyril's in the channel right now, but leaving soon. Well, we appreciate you being here, Cyril, and your games are amazing.
Cyril?
Keep bringing them out. We love them.
So many
man.
people, after we mentioned Shock Troops, we actually had a few in chat say, I haven't actually seen this one. I haven't heard of this one. It's $10, people. Go pick it up.
Yeah.
I promise you will not be disappointed, especially if you're into kind of like the boomer shooter, old school Doom style games. Like that's what you get here, and it's really good. Anyway, moving along to our next nominee, and Eric, I kind of feel like our next nominee might be nominated again next year for this very same award, because this is an early access title. But it's an early access title that's so good right now and so polished that I felt like it needed to be nominated this year, because a lot of people really enjoyed playing The Living Remain on Steam this year. For those of you who don't know, this is like an Arizona Sunshine style zombie shooter, but there's much more to it than that, isn't there, Eric?
Yeah, I think it's got a better campaign, than Arizona Sunshine. Arizona Sunshine was okay, but this one I think has a better story. The gunplay is fantastic, and I think when we talked about this the other day, the word you used, which I kind of like want to echo, is polished. This game is pretty damn polished. This is early access, and this will give you a good polished game. And I just don't think enough people know about it. It is only a Steam game, so you can't play it. You have to have PC VR to play it. But man, anybody who has got a PC, you do yourself a favor if you like it. If you want great shooting in a game, if you want great adventure, great campaign, zombies, go play this game. It's Living Remains. It's super good.
Ruuts, one of the more impressive things to me about The Living Remain is the Half-Life Alyx style weapon progression, and it really fits this game quite well.
Yeah, absolutely. And like Eric said, they're still working on it. They're still adding to it, and it's already amazing. Definitely. And then like you said, you got that progression that a lot of games forget. They don't really give you reasons to, like, some of my favorite games, actually most of them, have some kind of progression that I'm working towards. So that's super good.
Yeah, it's a great game. And the reviews kind of speak for themselves on this one. It was in development, or has been in development now, for well over 4 years, from a 2-person husband and wife team, and they really they deserve all the accolades that they've gotten for this game. It's exceptional. It's really good.
Paradise Decay put a code in the chat, says it's not What the Bat Quest 2 code, and it's missing number 1 plus 2. So he's actually telling you what the missing number is, so you don't lock yourself out.
He's been popping a couple in there. He's been popping a couple in there.
I don't want to do math.
I know, like the hard math too, especially if you're going by 2023 standard. Well, I guess maybe 2021, 2022. I don't know with the weird math that they tried to put out there. It could have been anything. 1 + 2 could be 7.
Right. Infinity.
Yeah.
Anyways, Eric, our next nominee, I feel like it's almost a broken record because everything that we can nominate this game for over the last 2 years, we have, but it doesn't seem like it ever wins anything because it's a 2-hour game. And I'm talking, of course, about Fract. If Fract was a 6-hour game, is there any question in your mind that it would have won this award?
No, and I think we said it that night in voting. I absolutely would have voted this game as the winner if it was a little bit longer. You know, I think in the end the game was what they wanted it to be, but if they had thought about it a little bit more and just put a little bit more into it, they probably would have had a highly awarded game, because I still think it's one of the best shooters I've ever played. The cover mechanic is amazing. The gunplay is amazing. It could have won Adventure a game of the year too for me this year.
Yeah.
It's the climbing is great. The level design is great. I love it, man. It's just a great game. I just wish there was more of it.
What were your?
Oh,
go ahead. I'll let you ask me, and then I'll.
No, go.
I was just going to ask
go
Eric
ahead.
what his thoughts are about the elephant that was in the Patreon room when somebody said they didn't like the skiing, and like we all were
Yeah, I
like,
remember
"What?"
that.
Like,
Yeah.
because that's like one of my favorite parts of it was the skiing, right?
Yeah, I don't remember who that was, but yeah, that was a weird thing. Like we were always like, man, I wish they would do more skiing, or maybe just do a whole level of just skiing, or make it a mini game or something. Because we're just trying to think of things they could add to the game to make it great, and those were some of the best sequences, man. The skiing.
Yep.
Yeah, it was amazing. But skiing aside, the shooting in this game, you know, this is an arcade style shooter at its core. It isn't super realistic roots, but what it is it's very fun to play because of the cover base or the cover system that they have going on. This kind of grab and pull yourself behind things. Beyond that, you know, beyond the cover system, there's a pretty decent variety of weapons in this game too. For an arcade shooter, they actually put quite a lot of different guns in your hands.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of guns. And that this is the thing, man. Trying to get cover in VR can be weird. In most games, it is weird. And so hopefully most games will take this kind of an approach where I can actually grab it and I can duck behind stuff. Makes it a lot easier. And somebody was saying in the chat that wasn't Fract demo pretty much the whole game. And that's a very simplistic way that people have explained it. I mean, granted, you know, you're getting a chance of trying every different type of aspect, but like Wes just said, I don't think they've got every single gun in the free demo. And then you going through levels, you're progressing through somewhat of a story. I would say is a lot more than just the demo, but you know, it was so good that I was disappointed when it was over. That's our biggest disappointment with it, is that we wanted more. And hopefully maybe they'll do a Fract 2 and it'll be a full-fledged story. I don't know, but it was definitely, in my opinion, worth playing through for sure.
Eric, you know, the demo is a good representation of what the game has to offer. But with that said, you know, I mean, we harp a lot on how short the game is, but it's nitro, right? It's action-packed from the time that they say go until the end of the boss fight. Like there is no downtime here. It's just go time from the minute you boot into the game, right?
Yeah, it is, and that's why if it wasn't any of that, or if there were slow moments, or if there was issues, we wouldn't even talk about this game, right? It's because of the perfection that it is when you're in it that we talk about it and say it really could have been award winner for this or for that if it just had more length to it. Because in the end, it is, you know, 2 hours to 3 hours, depending on how you play it. So, you know, when we kill a game like this, it's because we want more. If you didn't want more, we wouldn't even talk about it. You know, if you're in this game, you're like, I don't want to do that anymore. But we want more. When you want more and it's that good, then it's not there, and it's a $30 game, you know, it leaves a little bit on the table.
It was nominated for Game of the Year last year. That's
Hell
how
yeah.
how highly we thought of Fract and how highly we think of Fract.
The Space Denizens got a good point. Says he's got it free from Vive and still hasn't played it. So apparently, I don't know if I guess was that one of the ones they got for free for the year subscription, or is that on the Vive port? I wonder.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's probably how he got it.
Do yourself a favor, man. Go play that. You can finish it in literally first playthrough. You could probably finish it in 3 hours. Feel good about yourself for finishing a game and have a kick-ass time doing it.
Yeah, don't blow through it like you're trying to just go as fast as you can. It will take you about 3 hours. Now, Wes, what does somebody do if they can't afford it? Like, how could they get a copy of this thing?
Well, we'll talk about that in about 3 minutes. But first, we have to name the winner of the Lee Van Cleef Award, the best single-player FPS game. You know, Frack may have won. Frack still may have won in spite of its length if it weren't for the fact that we had such a great game hit Oculus Quest 2 this year as Into the Radius. And not only, Eric, is this one of the best shooter games that came out this year in VR, this is one of the best single-player shooter games, period, in the history of VR.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. That's the perfect way of putting it. And, you know, if the possible, you know, the PC game could possibly get better, they did it by putting in the Quest 2 and made this game even better. This game is fantastic. And the shooting elements in this game, because this is a first-person shooter category, are fantastic. The gunplay is so good in this game. There are so many guns that you can collect and you can get. You have to clean them, which is it is a cool mechanic. Trust me, it sounds like it's going to be like super tedious, but you have to keep them up or they will break down eventually on you. So it does get super realistic. The guns are real guns that you will find in the world. These are not made up guns. So if it's a gun that's really made, you'll find it. It's the real gun. It has the real name of that gun, and it will react physically the same way that gun does. So super cool. One of the best games I've played, and I think we'll hear more from this game too.
Ruuts, old school level of challenge here. This is a very challenging game. And on top of that, the enemies are just terrifying, some of them.
Yeah, this is one of those games where they've involved, you know, a lot of stealth, and you want to use it because you don't want these people to know that you're there. As soon as they know, it's on, and it's on quick, and you're now like scrambling to throw your knife. Although they fixed that as well, and that was my biggest thing back in the day, even though Scion said it was not a problem. And this is coming to PSVR 2, correct? Didn't we hear that? I thought that's what we talked about, or maybe we talked about if it came to PSVR 2.
Yeah.
Maybe
It hasn't been confirmed, but I would be shocked if it did come to PSVR 2.
Yeah.
And you know, when it does, it'll be a complete rework of the game, and it'll be even better than it is today.
Yep.
Anyway, a very deserving winner, Into the Radius. You have not heard the last of this title. We will be talking about it more throughout the show as we progress into the night. But Ruuts, as you were saying a moment ago, I think Oprah is having a hard time keeping her pants on. She wants to give away some more stuff.
You know who else has trouble keeping their pants on?
My mom!
Tell her stop, man. You're getting a name out there. Reputation.
She never wears pants.
So that's true. That's true.
All right, so Ruuts actually called it. Absolutely, we have 2 copies of Fract on Steam to give away, but this one's a little bit special because we're going to give away a copy of the game in the chat right now. But even if you win a copy of the game in chat right now, you're going to want to enter to win the second chance drawing for it as well. And the reason why is because whoever wins the second chance drawing for Fract isn't just getting the game, Eric. They're also getting an awesome swag bag from our friends over at InDreams that includes... actually, why don't you guys talk a little bit about the swag bag? I want to see if I can jump over here and grab mine right quick
go get
and show some of this stuff off.
Oh yeah, this is a great package, man. This is the swag bag from InDreams for Fract is amazing. It's a super nice backpack. I've seen people use it like I haven't used mine as a backpack, but I've seen people use it because it's just a freaking cool backpack. It says Fract on it. It's got an amazing Fract water bottle in it. It's got like a art book in it that's got a whole bunch of different photos and artwork from the game. It's got a cool shirt Ruuts. It's got a fracked. It's like it's the shirt I think says it's the end of the fracking world or something like that, right?
Yeah, what's funny is I literally am wearing that shirt underneath my Virtual Strangers. I was
No
gonna wear
way.
that.
You
Yeah,
got to show it now. You got
yeah,
to.
I was gonna wear it instead of the hoodie.
That's it. It's the end of the fracking world. It's awesome T-shirt.
Yeah, super cool. And it wasn't there a water bottle. I mean, there was all sorts of stuff in there.
Yeah, it was one of the cooler packages you'll see from a developer when they put this kind of stuff out. But it was so good, man. Endreams does this stuff right when they do these swag bags. And what else was there anything else? Let me look.
I don't know. I guess Wes is probably about to. I don't know. Mine's got strewn all over the place. I started pulling stuff out, and started wearing the shirt and stuff. And
mine's all behind me right here. I got the art book is up there.
Well, you got everything back there except for a whole bunch of headsets that went to good charities.
Yeah, I do have those too. Those are over there.
Oh, okay.
No, those are getting mailed out this week.
Oh, cool. Yeah, no, it's definitely worth. I mean, the game alone, as you can see, the gameplay here, it didn't want to play for me at first. It's definitely the world in general. It just looks so beautiful in like a cartoony, like a comic book way. Like you got pulled into this comic book, and the actual gunplay, just everything about it is super fun to play through. So definitely worth checking out.
Yeah, but Cardi B says they use the water bottle every day, and there was a USB stick with the game music on it.
Oh yeah, that's right, and it's somewhere around here too.
Yeah, super cool.
So I got most of it here. The one that we're giving away is actually still sealed in the box that it came to me in. Like I haven't even opened it yet.
Oh wow!
But I do have most of the stuff here from the one that they sent to me. So I'm going to let you guys get a look at that right quick. First of all, the best part of it, in my opinion, is this awesome T-shirt.
Oh.
Let me switch my.
Your background's gonna kill it.
Yeah, I was just telling Mash that's actually then I showed everybody this is the shirt I'm wearing that I was gonna wear before I put the hoodie on. I'm actually wearing that frack shirt as well. Which is cool.
All right, so check it out. This is the fracked shirt that you're going to win. It's the end of the fragging world on the front. On the back, fracked In Dreams logo, and it's a super soft, super nice, super high quality shirt.
Yep.
I wear it all the time. In addition to that, all of the stuff that you get is going to come in this backpack. This awesome fracked backpack. Again, the Dreams logo on there. It's one of these that has like an open top that you kind of fold over. Super great. I think Skiba was packing this thing around at CES, wasn't he?
He was using. That's what I was saying. Somebody uses the backpack. I think it was Skiba. Yeah. Because the backpack's super nice, man. It's one of the best backpacks I've ever seen. I just haven't used it as a backpack yet.
You're gonna get this art book.
Oh yeah, that one was cool too.
Yeah, lots of cool in-game art from the game, which is again an amazing game. What else do we have here? Get this beanie. For those of you who live in colder climates, you get the fracked beanie.
And if you have a bald head, it works even better for like me and Derail.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the beanie.
You got this thing here, which is actually it's a little thumb drive that has the soundtrack to the game on it. Let me see if I can focus. There we go. Soundtrack.
Who doesn't need an extra thumb drive? Just copy the sound music over to your PC, and now you have a good thumb drive, right?
Yeah, and even the clip is just fracked on it. Like it's all on brand. And I think that's everything except for the water bottle, which is also super nice. It's just not in my bag here, but
the fact that it's not is a good sign, Wes. That means somebody in your house is using it, and that's what somebody was saying.
They better not be.
They better not be. Somebody was just saying that they use it on the daily.
Yeah, wife tried to put that water bottle into circulation. I was like, no, that's a keepsake. Don't use that.
Yeah, it's like wearing the shirt. Oh wait, I'm doing that too.
Well, I don't know if this is the case. Again, I didn't open the one that they sent me to give away. The one they sent me had 2 shirts in it, so like I've got one that the one I showed you just hangs in my closet. I don't even wear it. Like I got one I wear and one I keep.
That's not common. Well, at least let's put it this way: mine did not have 2 shirts in it, so they must be like, let me give Wes the good one. Ruuts, you can take the hand me downs. No, just kidding. I'll take the hand me downs any day.
Well, anyway, in addition to all this awesome swag, you're going to win a copy of the game too. And again, this is for the second chance drawing. So even if you win the copy in chat, you're going to want to enter again. Everyone wants to enter, and again, all you have to do to enter after the show, make sure you're subscribed. Leave a comment down below that says "Fracked," and you'll be entered. We're going to pick winners in 2 weeks, and as soon as we draw a winner, I'll get it in the mail to you, and send it your way.
You can also say, I want the freaking fracked backpack, and that'll work as well.
That'll work as well. And again, for those of you entering the second chance giveaways, you don't have to leave a separate comment for every game, okay? You can leave one long comment that has everything that you want to enter for in. And you can't win all the giveaways, but we'll let you have your pick if you win more than one.
Oh, we've been missing some game codes. Paradise Decay just put out a couple more. He said he gave out to Lucky's Tale, Into the Radius, and Mask Maker. 3 amazing games.
Crazy.
Yeah, all of those are bangers. Thanks, PD. That's awesome, man.
DL Gonzo, the VR Game Cat, says love this trio and enjoy all their content. Well, I personally enjoy your comment, and we're glad you're here.
Well, I don't have any of these awesome games like PD has handy, but you know what? I'm just going to grab one. Looks like it's going to be Surgeon Simulator. If anybody wants Surgeon Simulator, it's hitting the chat right now.
That's a good question. Hawk107 wants to know, when are PSVR 2 review units to be out in the world? That's got to be coming out soon, right? Or the wild. I mean, if it's coming out in February.
We've been actively pursuing one of these elusive review units and making absolutely zero headway, or at least on my end. So I have no idea. You would think that they would be getting into people's hands right now.
Yeah, this has got to be. And we're running out of time. And if Bryan doesn't have one, I don't think anybody has one. So
nope.
Well, you know, the experts over at IGN.
That's right. They got to check it out, you know, so that they can.
Thank God. Now we're all saved.
I'm holding my breath for their IGN's coverage of the PSVR 2, just because I want to know if they even know what it is.
Anyway, back to the task at hand. We are giving away a copy of Fracked on Steam right now. 1 copy for the chat. First person on my window to answer this question will win a copy of Fracked on Steam. And the question is, Fracked is developed by our friends over at In Dreams. Name one other game that was developed by In Dreams, and you will win a copy of Fracked.
Danny Roebuck says, I'd like a Fracked key. Well, go ahead and answer this question. If you don't get it, make sure you put in the comments after the video is done, because that's where we're going to be pulling for the next one, copy.
Well, Danny's answer to the question was Bob.
Oh, well.
Oh, good question.
I don't think it's Bob.
It's a good try. It's a good try. You know what I mean?
If you try that for everything, it may actually work somehow, somewhere.
Tatum. Well, Rob Perry says Far Cry. In Dreams didn't do Far Cry. Come on, bro.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
But Tatum, Awesome Tatum is the winner. He says Phantom Covert Ops, and that is absolutely correct. Congratulations, Tatum. You just won an awesome game, friend. Fracked is amazing.
It is amazing.
We could have played
awesome
Far Cry in
game.
VR, though, Wes, when we were in Vegas.
Did In Dreams do Far Cry VR? Because if they did, then
They might have done it for location-based. I'm not sure. But there is a Far Cry. Remember, we almost played it in Vegas. We went to that VR arcade.
Yeah, if we didn't have those women with us, I'm fairly confident we would have done that.
It is VR Dive into Insanity and Dreams.
There you go.
All right. Well, my bad, Tatum. You did not win.
Sorry.
The Lord giveth and the Lord yanketh away. But that means you're open up there for something else, though.
Yeah. Never fear, Tatum. Just be sure that you enter the second chance giveaway, you're going to want to win that one instead anyway because it has all the cool shit with it.
Now,
There you
Rob
go.
Perry was somebody he had asked for a game, but then retracted it right in the beginning. Either
Yes.
way, it wouldn't matter because you'd still be able to upgrade to this one. But I just can't remember.
Yep. So it was. You're right. But a lot of people correcting us in the chat now.
Yep.
Well, Rob Perry says, "Hell yeah, this is like Christmas," and Awesome Tatum says, "No worries." That's why you're Awesome Tatum, because you have such a good attitude, and you're gonna get something good. I can feel it.
Yeah. Well, we'll take care of you, Tatum, one way or another. If you don't win something, you're going to win something. So.
Oh yeah.
We'll take care of Tatum in the end. We like to take care of people when we make mistakes. There was a lot of that last year, like trading codes and shit around, trying to make sure that
It just keeps Wes on his toes, man. You know.
Well, we do hold a few back now. I don't have any extra frat codes, but some of these other games that we're giving away, I've held some back just in case shit like that happens and we have to make people happy. Anyway, was that Rob Perry that that won that?
Yep.
It was.
And I was right. He had originally answered for Synth Riders, but retracted it. So you're good to go, and you're gonna love this game. I guarantee it. Unless you're one of those whoever that was with the skiing. Although the skiing did it. I mean, because it was done so well, I could see somebody getting out of control and not figuring out exactly how to move around as well at first.
Yeah, I don't know. It was pretty intuitive for me. Like, I crashed a couple of times, but it's just fun, man. I guess it takes a minute to get used to the shooting, like, because you're not just skiing, right? You're shooting the enemies as you go. It takes a minute to get used to that part of it, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, all right. So we need to have a talk here, and this goes back to what I said at the top. The next category is the best competitive multiplayer game. So obviously we just came out of the Lee Van Cleef Award, which was for the best single player first person shooter, and the natural move out of that category is to go into the best competitive FPS. Well, we only had a couple new competitive first-person shooters this year, right? We had. We'll talk about what the nominees are in a moment, but I decided, well, we don't want to have an award category with like 2 nominees, so why don't we open this up to all competitive VR games? So like we can bring in some esports type stuff and some other kind of competitive gameplay, and it won't just be first person shooters, but we'll be able to recognize those awesome FPS games as well. And that's why this is the best competitive multiplayer VR game. More on that in a minute. But let's just kick it off with our nominees. And why don't we talk about one of the most highly talked about first person shooter games of the year, Eric, with Veil VR.
Veil's amazing, man. Veil's a really good shooter. It's still a work in progress. They're starting to try and populate and do more maps, but the gameplay itself is fantastic, and this is still the best VR esport I have ever seen. There's some crazy good players out there to watch. They do have. I think they just did another event, which was like on January, like just at like a week ago. It was like their event where they were having the captains of all these cool teams, these professional teams they had to do Veil, made like teams out of rookies and had a tournament of just rookies with like a team captain who was a pro. Super fun, super cool. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff you're going to see from Veil. I think you'll see more live events. Really cool game. It's well done, especially for esports. I think it's great.
Ruuts, I don't know how we could be so wrong about this game, but I'm starting to think maybe we were, because I always thought that this game looked super generic. There was nothing really distinguishing about it to me, nothing to really make me want to play it, other than the fact that pretty much everyone I've talked to that play it says it's awesome.
Well, there's 2 thoughts. Some people love the games, like and I always go back to Contractors, and I know that they've added more as far as actual gameplay, but you get in there and the skin looks amazing, and it's like old school Nuketown or whatever. But the gameplay is like, it's just another shooter. Although Contractors does it very well. Well, this is the opposite. The environments may be somewhat generic, or maybe they were when it first came out, but it's developing even more and more. And I think you're right. I think this is one of the ones we need to get into. And one other thing, somebody made a point, and I didn't look enough at this picture, but is Peyton Manning drinking beer with these kids? Or
I think
because it
he
sure
is.
looks like he's got a whole bunch of beers in front of him, and he's drinking another one. And
Or are they playing spin the bottle with the kids? That's
oh
weird.
God, I hope
Yeah,
not. This
you
is
would.
2023. I would not be shocked, although I would be, because he doesn't seem like that type of person.
Whatever is going on here is weird, though.
It is very weird.
He's a very competitive person, and if you haven't seen this is from a Saturday Night Live sketch.
Oh, okay.
It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. You need to go watch it if you haven't seen it already.
I will, actually.
Anyway, moving on to the next nominee. Eric, as much as we try to spread around the recognition with these games, inevitably there are games that kind of fall through the cracks. So we try to stuff them in wherever we can. And Vox Machina is one of those games, because this is one of the best games that I played in VR this year, as far as like new releases, especially when you consider games that came out on the Quest platform. But again, I'm trying to get it in this place, that place, so that we can talk about it. So technically, this is a competitive multiplayer game. In fact, that's what initially this game was known for, was the competitive game mode. So definitely a deserving nominee, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, we enjoyed it mainly for the campaign that it was, which was freaking great, which is amazing. One of the best mech games you'll find. But you're right, the Steam game for years was nothing more than multiplayer, competitive multiplayer, which was really, really good. And then the Quest game has both now, and I think the Steam game got updated to both too. Yeah. So now you can do the campaign in both. But yeah, the multiplayer game is one of the best that you're gonna find, and it's one of the. There's a couple other mech combat games out there that you can do multiplayer, but this, I think, is the cream of the crop. I don't know if people are currently still in there playing or not. If somebody knows in the chat if there's any lobbies going on for it, but if there isn't, there should be, because it's really damn good. There's a whole bunch of mechs you can choose from. Being in the cockpit of these huge mechs is amazing. The control is great.
I just want to point out that I've heard you in the last 2 minutes say Mexicans and meth. And I don't appreciate either one.
And cockpit.
Yeah.
You know who else loves a good cockpit?
My mom!
Oh, yes, she does.
Yeah. Especially a Mexican cockpit.
Mm. Yeah, she'll take them all.
You ever try doing that move, the Mexican cockpit?
No.
Is that in the Kama Sutra?
It's tough to pull off, but if you can get it just right, it's worth
dirty.
it, bro. Anyway, Ruuts, moving on. Let's talk about Alvo for a minute, because this was a PSVR exclusive for some time. And then this past year, they made some pretty big strides, not only in launching for Oculus Quest, a pretty solid version of the game for Oculus Quest, but also through updates enabling crossplay with PlayStation VR. And that's something that you don't see every day.
No, it's not something you see every day. And in my opinion, you should never see it. And before people think, like, what do you mean? It should be on day one. Never should have an update for crossplay on a competitive game. I'm glad that they did it. I'm not glad of the hammering, but I'm glad that they did it, because you need to have as many people in that lobby as you can. And Alvo is one of those examples of games that was already good gameplay wise. Some of the best shooting, but like Wolvie said, he loves the manual reload, and I think he specifically got them to add it. And so this is one of those games that is definitely underrated, and people need to check it out.
Eric, when I think about Alvo, I think what it has going for it more than anything else is just how unique the game is within this genre. If you look at like stills of the game or any kind of pictures of game art, you would very rightfully so probably fall into the trap of thinking that this is a very cliche FPS game that falls along the lines of something like a Contractors. But when you play this is nothing could be further from the truth, right? This is a fast-paced arcade style game with movement unlike any other game that we've seen in this genre in VR.
Yeah, this is still the fastest moving arcade shooter you're going to find, or first person, multiplayer shooter you're going to find. This is the closest thing to, the slide cancel in Call of Duty that you're going to find. That fast pace, being able to slide, pop up, jump around a corner and shoot somebody that you would do in Call of Duty or in Warzone or any of those types of VR games where you have great fast movement. The things that people love and go to those games for, you're not going to find that in Contractors. Not that saying Contractors is bad, it's just a different type of game. It's slower. The movement is not there to do that. Same thing with Onward, or same thing with any of the other games out there, Pavlov, any of those. This game is set up to be fast moving, sliding, pop up, jump around a corner, shoot somebody. Alvo has its detractors too. But if you're looking for pure movement, fast, fun, this is the game.
It's got kill streaks too.
100%.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Moving along, our next entry into best competitive multiplayer VR game is one of the more fun experiences that I've had playing multiplayer this year. And on top of all of that, on top of being polished and being a super fun and unique gameplay concept, it's 100% free. And I'm talking, of course, about Ultimex from Resolution Games. Ruuts, I was skeptical about this game because there was a game that was somewhat similar in structure that came out a few months prior to this, and that game was Knock. I was happy to learn when we got in and started playing Ultimex that this game doesn't play anything like Knock. This game is actually a lot of fun.
Knock was funny because we all went in there and I was like, I'm going to kick ass at this game. I'm going to be so good. And it was so opposite. And then I got in this game and I actually was good at it. And I smiled when I first thought of it, because my first thought of this game was I thought of Wes. And when we were playing, and I kept running around and using that move that would nuke Wes. And Wes is like, he's like, somebody keeps killing me. I'm going to get however you phrased it, you're going to get yours back. And I was like, oh God, because I know how Wes is competitive. And then he caught me one time and I thought, oh, I'm so screwed, dude. Because that was one of my favorite parts of it, was just running around and you got your ability to knock somebody out. And I always hit Wes, because I'm always going to go after the best. And it was just his reaction and just the interactions, is my favorite memory of it. So
it was fun, right? It was just a fun time with friends.
And it's free. Why not? Yeah, there's nothing, why not play it? They just need more of a player base, which I'm assuming, but it's definitely worth playing for sure.
Skiva in the chat says this game is super fun. Yeah, I actually, after we played it, a few weeks later, I went in and played with Alyx VR, and we had a blast. Ruuts, it was kind of the opposite of our Knock experience. Like Alyx and I were just mopping the floor with everyone, and we were both noobs at it. But it was one of those deals like when we played Knock, the way that those guys would just score right off the bat. Like it was one of those. But with that said, I really enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun being on that side of the ass whooping.
Were you talking smack like those other guys were to us? That was the worst part, is they were like probably 12 and they were like talking smack about how we sucked. And yeah, I definitely, I think this is one of those games that the learning curve is not, it's more like Rocket League than the other game was, as far as movement, and it's unique enough to be different. So super cool. Definitely worth picking up, especially for free.
Yeah. So Eric, I'm feeling generous tonight, brother. I'm thinking that everyone who's in chat right now gets a copy of Ultimex.
I love it. And let's give it to their friends too.
Yes.
Not just them people in chat, but the people that they love can all get a copy for free.
Yep. And tell them Virtual Strangers made it possible.
Hell yeah.
So all you have to do is go onto the Quest store, type in Ultimex or Steam. It works on both. You can go on Steam or on the Quest store, type in Ultimex, bring it up, use coupon code blank. Our coupon code, you don't even have to type anything in for. You just leave it blank, hit enter, and everyone gets a copy for free because it is the 2022 show.
Oh yeah, they deserve it. They all deserve it.
You all deserve it. That's right.
Oh,
Moving along, one more nominee before we get to who won the category. And Eric, this is one that I still like. It's in my library.
Oh God,
And
Wes.
have you still not played this?
I have still not played Blaze Rush Star Trek, and it's just one of those like I've never been around when people have jumped into this one. Like
A part of D just died inside because this is
think
one
she
of her
did.
favorite games.
I haven't heard her chime in much, but D, if you're out there, say something bad about Wes right now.
D loves me. Okay, she's
know
not
she
going to
does.
say anything bad about
You
me.
know who
I
else
don't know, but
loves
she
it?
loves this game though, man.
My mom.
Sorry, I had to slip that in. You know who else loves it? Slipped in.
My mom.
Yes, she does.
You know who else loves the D?
My mom.
This is so good. We can just keep doing
So
this.
Todd's in the boat with me. Todd said he hasn't played it either.
Yeah, but he's too busy playing What the Bat. Games like that.
Seriously, Todd, you've not played this either? What? We played this we played Blaze Rush Star Trek with a lot of the people in the community for probably like a month straight. Like we were playing it like a lot. Like everybody was in it, because you can. It's a great multiplayer racer. You're constantly shooting each other and just laughing and having fun and flying around the track. The controls are great. The tracks are cool. There's different play modes that are in there, so you're not always just doing the same thing. They even have a Rocket League style of game in there, right?
Yeah. No, it's definitely an amazing game. Definitely, in my opinion, it's even better than the original. But that's just because it's got a really good story mode to go through now.
So yeah, if there were justice in the universe and if our process were perfect, Blaze Rush Star Trek probably should have won this category because those are the nominees that I had set forth. If I had my druthers, I think that Alvo probably should have won this category because that's kind of what I meant for this category to be. Again, like esports, competitive FPS. These are the type of games that that I intended to recognize with the category. But that's not what happened. Because as we mentioned at the top, all of our patrons get an equal vote. And they all decided that there was a glaring omission in the nominees and that Among Us VR was a competitive multiplayer game because people can get competitive when they play, even though it's a casual party game where basically the skill is telling whether or not your friends are lying. They felt like it fit the definition of competitive multiplayer. Now, again, I pleaded with these people. I told them this is not the spirit of the award. This is not the type of game that we meant to recognize with this award, but they weren't hearing it. So, the winner of the best competitive multiplayer game, Among Us VR.
And
So
I give it
congratulations, Among Us.
The ultimate winner of this award is Wes's wife, Michelle, because she knows how to really play this game and shocked the heck out of Wes and actually a lot of people.
That's right.
One of the
I
funniest
think Among Us-
TikToks I saw this year was Wes, the TikTok
Yeah,
that
that was-
Todd cut up. It was Wes talking about on our big show where we had like everybody in there. Wes talking about he's like my favorite time I had this year was killing my wife, and we clipped it.
Yeah, that was funny. You guys did a good job of the way you put it together with the text and all that stuff. So,
Yeah, Todd did good on that one.
but yeah, no, I Among Us VR is an amazing game. I had so much fun in it every time that I played it. Like every time. I haven't got bored playing this game one time, which Ruuts is a surprise to me because I just kind of thought it would be something that's okay, and I play it for a little while and be done with it. But I've enjoyed it every time.
The beauty of it is this game is different every single time because you have different people being the imposter. Everybody comes at it differently, and how people react. Like you could never have the exact same game in so many ways, but just because of the way people say things and it steers people's conversations, and watching Todd vote MASH off or or somebody off, and like that whole like there's so many different memories I have of this game, and I think Ryan Brandon's got it right. He says he's glad it won. It deserves it. Definitely deserved winning. Now it wasn't what Wes was thinking of on when it comes to it, because we even had that debate. Is this really a competitive multiplayer? And people are like, absolutely. Because you're competing against either the imposters, or the imposters are competing against the whole crew. And and I'm not surprised it did well, because
I'm curious to chat with all these people here. Let them. I would like to hear what they have to say. Is this because we went around and around.
Sure.
Is this multiplayer? Is this competitive multiplayer VR game for you?
I mean, you can get competitive in it. Any multiplayer game, you can technically get competitive with. But we'll ask the chat. Yeah, we'll see what.
I'm just curious, because it wasn't us who brought it up. It was somebody else. But I actually changed my mind because of what they said. I don't remember who it was. I can't give them credit right now. I apologize. I don't remember. But my vote was originally going to be Blaze Rush.
Mine too.
And then once they brought it up, and I started thinking about it, and then I was one of the ones who was arguing for it to be in there as competitive multiplayer VR game. So I didn't originally think of it, but I definitely agreed with it.
Some people say it's a party game, it's not competitive. Other people are saying it's absolutely.
Well, my point was that I really wasn't trying to debate whether or not the definition of the word competitive fits here. My whole point is that wasn't the kind of game that the award was intended for. I think was what I was trying to say.
I guarantee you next to your Wes is a little bit more careful how he phrases this, because it really did become, for some people, really became semantics of nitpicking and be like, well, technically, and Wes is like, we'll change it right now. You know, like the deliberations is some of my favorite parts of the this show, is like getting everybody talking about it. I'm gonna vote in this, Wes.
All right, so go for it. Everyone should vote.
I agree.
But again, it's kind of like it really doesn't play into what my whole argument with the thing was like, I get, even if it does fit technically the definition, I was trying to find more of like a esports versus FPS. That was what the category was supposed to be. And it would have just been FPS period if we had more. Where did all the FPS games go, Ruuts? Like, we had 2.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, right? I mean, they definitely. This is the thing, though. I think that there's some developers out there that believe that competitive games or FPS competitive games can't do very well, and it's because of the way they roll them out. Like, I really do think, and this isn't a knock at any developers out there, but like, I don't understand, if it's on your list of things to do to make it cross-play with other platforms, that should be number one. Because getting the game pool of people there from day one is a big deal. And if you decide to roll it out months later after everybody's moved on to something else, you can really screw your game over. And so it's
an interesting. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, it's an interesting topic because it's feast or famine with this genre, right? Like, you either fail miserably, which is what most people in VR do when they try to come up with a competitive first-person shooter game. But there's a formula. There's a formula that works, but we don't see very many people following it. You have to nail 3 things. First of all, it has to be cross-platform. You were on top of that one pretty quick there, Ruuts. That you're absolutely right. Second of all, it has to be priced appropriately. You can't price yourself out of a market, because the whole viability of your game depends on whether or not you have a bunch of people playing at any given time. It's not good enough that at 5 p.m. on Tuesday that people play your game. There has to be people in it all the time, because otherwise, when a new player picks it up, they go in, nobody's in the lobby, they're going to refund it. The third thing, and this is, I think, that so many VR developers are missing, the game shouldn't just be competitive multiplayer. Competitive multiplayer in the flat world is a mode. It isn't the whole game. You got to give players another reason to come into your game and stay for the multiplayer. And so many VR devs are just it flies right over their head.
You know what's interesting is, and I saw somebody mention this at the beginning of this segment, and they had said after the fall. My first thought was, well, that's you're working together, and then I remembered that there is actual multiplayer PvP, but nobody plays it, right? At least that I know of.
I've never played it.
Yeah, so it's it's just one of those things where, it's kind of weird, but I mean, you'd think that people would check that out as well. And I think that the pricing appropriately, there's no better example than Pavlov. It started at $9.99, and as they gave more and more of the game, eventually it went up to, I think it's $29.99 now. But, I don't know why more games don't do that. Reward the people that get in there from the beginning. You don't have to leave at that price forever, but get those lobbies full. And then when you've got a really good game that everybody wants to play, then you announce, hey, 30 days from now, we're raising the price. You give people a window to still get in there for that good price. And then after that, you justifiably raised it. And everybody, literally everybody is happy. Well, there's probably that one guy that's not, but I think that's a win-win strategy, in my opinion, for these type of games.
But you know what does go over well in VR almost every time? Co-op multiplayer. Co-op multiplayer is something everyone loves. It's something that everyone always asks more of, And if we get a single player game, typically people aren't asking for a competitive multiplayer mode to be added, but instead people want to play the campaign with their friends. And that's what this this category is all about. This is the best co-op multiplayer game in VR 2022. And the first nominee is an early access game. Eric, but I put it in here because not only is it an early access game, but it's also a game that's cross-platform. It's a game that came out on PlayStation VR 1 this year, for crying out loud. Cave Digger 2, Dig Harder. This game is not Cave Digger 1 by any stretch of the imagination. This game is actually pretty good from what I hear.
Yeah, they almost do themselves a disservice by putting the Cave Digger title on it. If they had they could have just named it a different name, and they probably would have been better off. Because if you had played Cave Digger and you're like, oh, you're just giving me more of the same Cave Digger, you're way mistaken. This game is completely different. It's a huge environment, huge worlds. You have different areas that you can go to. There's these huge underground environments that you can go through, and you can dig through with your pickaxe. There's enemies to shoot. There's so much going on in this game and they're still adding to it, right? Because we said it's still early access, and this was a PSVR 1 title, which is super cool, man.
Yeah, it's cool that Quest players and PSVR 1 players and Steam players can all play this game together, and work in progress for sure. But from what I hear, it's a lot of fun even today.
The conversation is still, the debate is still going on among us.
It is
competitive,
too.
And people are very definitive. It is or it isn't. It's a party game. I think it's a party game and it's competitive.
Yeah.
Well, if you have two types of multiplayer games, you have a competitive multiplayer game and you have co-op multiplayer games. Technically, it's a co-op game too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sure.
It's both. You got your teammate either way, right?
Yeah, and I don't know if can you separate party game from multiplayer game? I think they're the same thing, are they not? A party game is a multiplayer game.
Right.
Like, I don't know what you would classify as party game, but
yeah, I guess technically that's true. Yeah. Anyway, as we move along to our next co-op multiplayer game, Ruuts, kind of surprised. If it weren't for the strength of the competition, Beanstalker probably would have won this award. This is an amazing, fun, deep game that you can play with three of your friends with. I think that maybe it hurt it a little bit that it's exclusive to Steam. But as far as like fun games with lots of shit to do in them go, you can't go wrong with Beanstalker.
Yeah, it's got a really good progression loop as well. Reasons to go back in. You're constantly upgrading stuff. You're actually moving towards the goal, which is the top, I guess, and super cool.
Eric, it's funny because we're talking about these games and how they technically fall in this genre or that genre. Try to put Beanstalker in a genre, bro. I mean, it could fit in so many, right?
Can't do it, man. This is like it's like they mashed like 15 different things together, and they're all really good and well done. But there's crafting, there's climbing, there's shooting, there's melee, there's a story. It's like roguelike, procedurally generated environments, and it's just amazing how much they put into this game, and it's always on sale for like super cheap money. Like I don't know, I don't know how they do it. Like how did they do this, man?
Yeah, it makes me kind of upset, honestly, because they wouldn't be selling it for like that if people had bought it in the first place. So that's kind of sucks because it's such a great game, and yeah, like essentially, this is a multiplayer climbing game, but this is probably the funnest climbing game that has ever been made in VR, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's got tons of crafting too. Like
right, because there's so much other stuff to do. There's combat, there's RPG style crafting. It's procedural, so the level always changes up, and the levels are huge. Like it's really good.
Yep.
Yeah. This is unfortunate advertising or marketing. You know what I mean? Like if you had put a different name on this or something, or kind of like did different art with it, I don't know. If you
Bean Saber, they should have called it Bean Saber.
Exactly. Then you would have been billions. But yeah, I just think if you it doesn't, the title and the look of what they're doing here doesn't do it justice. And and so, unfortunately, sometimes this is what happens to games if they don't market it properly. Nobody's going to try the game, and then you end up having to give it away to get people to try it. And then they try it, and they're like, "Wow, this is the best game ever. How come I didn't do it before?" And that's because it just wasn't marketed properly.
Right. Yeah. And they did try, because I remember when this game went into early access, it was plastered all over Upload VR. Sponsored content, of course. But man, I mean, they were on there for a solid 6 weeks, just everywhere.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely worth playing, especially at $3 the cost of it.
There's a ton of hours you can invest in this game just in building and crafting.
And like Wes said, it's the best climbing game that's out there. I'd say it's 100 times better than the Climb too.
Right. The Climb's cool for what it is, but it's not much of a game, right? Like, I mean, technically it's a game, but it's like the Climb is like the kayak VR of climbing games.
Yeah,
exactly. That's why I always say those games need each other. Put those games together, and you might actually have something fun.
It'd be twice as boring then.
I can yawn twice as much.
Yeah. Ruuts, I'm sorry, Eric. I'll tell you what, we didn't do much yawning in, or much nodding off and falling asleep. Was Mother Gunship Forge. This is extremely fun game, and I got to say, since we played it together, the co-op features and functionality have even been added to and improved upon.
This is a great game. This is one of my favorite games of last year. And, because we've put it out there, a lot of the community has gotten into this game. You'll see them talking about this game all the time. Space Denizen, I think Tasselhoff. There's a whole bunch of people in our community that love and play this game. And they're already way better at it than I am. And I played this game a lot. But they are putting lots of time into this game. And there's a ton of stuff to learn and know, because there's so many different weapon combinations. And if you change them a little bit, the whole outcome of your weapon can be different. And how it works. This game is so deep, and the competitive, the multiplayer in this is kind of overlooked. But it's super cool to be able to share these things with each other. Like, you start a weapon build, and it makes sense for you to change it or put something else, and that other person that's next to you might have a part that you need that they don't need. You just throw it over to them in the middle of the round. They put it on their weapon gets way better, or they already have 3 guns, you only have 1. Let me give you a gun. Let me give you a socket, because you have no room left to do anything. The sharing in this, and then the way you have to cover each other on both sides, it can be so much fun. And you're right, they fixed it. It was a little janky in the beginning, but it's so much better now.
Ruuts, it's funny because it's become a bit of sport in modern day VR circles for people to kind of crap all over, wave shooters and rail shooters. But year in and year out, these games keep coming out. And as much as people like to point and laugh and make fun of the genre, the actual games people love.
Yeah, well, and they can also suck, but I mean, for the most part, this is the thing. This is where Mother Gunship Forge is different, or I guess it puts it in that category of being amazing. It thinks outside the box. If you're going to do a wave shooter, it can't just be a wave shooter. And the perfect example is one of the games that we talk about in one of the pre-recorded segments that was on the PSVR, and it just can't. It has to be different. This one does a really good job of being different. And one my favorite memories is watching you play at West, but not putting it all into one gun, because it was at the beginning before we knew exactly what you were doing. And Wes's gun was just getting ridiculous, crazy looking. These guns get huge, and you got they're going off in all sorts of different angles, and it's just super cool. And like Eric said, there's so many possibilities of what you can do with the gun. So I would imagine the more you play, the better you're going to be. And it's one of those things where you kind of have to, you're thinking quick, right? You can't just spend 20 minutes making your gun. You have to just slap it together. And so it's just really good.
Yeah, it's an excellent game. A lot of versatility with regards to the weapon progressions, and they've added new levels in. Again, they've added new co-op functionality. You can play through the campaign, even though they do still call it beta. You can play through the campaign with a friend, which is important.
Yep.
Well, moving along to our next nominee, Aspire 2. We spoke a little bit about this one a moment ago, Eric. Excellent game. Definitely a step up from the original. But I think what really makes it stand out among a lot of the other games that came out this year is the co-op functionality.
Yeah, I mean, there's most co-op games you see, it's basically the same thing for each person. You're just doing it together. This one's a little bit different. It takes the path of you need me to do your mission, and I'm going to go in a different way. I'm gonna go about how I get to the end mission in a different way. I'm going to take a different path than you. Some places where you can't go, or I can't go, or you can go. So when you have two completely separate gameplays, but you're together, that's super. It's like gold, man, because you get two different experiences, and then you can go back and play it the other way. I'll go back and play the other character. You come back and play my character. We'll see if we can do it differently this time. And this is, to me, this is the definition of co-op multiplayer, when you can do these things, or when I do something and it affects what happens to you. That's what we always ask for. How many times have we said, what was the game? It's losing it now. The other multiplayer game that just wasn't great because it was just kind of bogus. It was Stormland. It was just, Stormland had multiplayer in it, but did it really affect anything? Did you really have to work together to make Stormland work, or was it just me putting us together in the same environment and we get to play the same game? And it gets a little boring. We're here, you need each other to play this game, which makes it different.
Yeah.
Makes it very different. And Ruuts, as we move along into the winner of the category, I think it's kind of a no-brainer. This is one of the easier selections that we had to make throughout the night, because when you talk about the best co-op multiplayer game in VR in 2022, how do you not pick the one game that allows you to bring 50 of your friends with you, no matter which VR system that they play on, and gives you dozens upon dozens of hours of content and things to do? Zenith, The Last City, really was the only choice.
Yeah, and it didn't matter what platform you played it on. Everything works seamlessly together, and you're hanging out in environments that every other VR dev said you can't do this. Not only can you not do this in a small confined room with 50 people, open world? Are you kidding me? There's no way you could do this. And then all of a sudden they did it, and it's like, oh my God, how the hell did you do this? And it's just, there's nothing better than being in a group of friends and raiding a dungeon or a raid or whatever in an RPG or an MMORPG. And this is it. This is the best version of it in VR, and it's a great stepping stone to many more amazing games like this to come.
Eric, when we were playing this game, like there was so much stuff to do. Like you would go into a cave and there would be a blue enemy, and then by the time you got to the middle of the cave, there would be the same enemy, but it's orange and it's harder to kill. And it's been so long since we played this that I bet that now there's probably even a third color of that enemy.
Ooh, yeah. Who doesn't want three colors of enemies?
Yeah, really.
This is
I
a cool
bet there's
game, man.
Yeah, I know. I was just poking fun at it a little bit for being a lot of things we pointed out when it
A little
came
samey.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit samey, but the one thing that is undeniable is how much fun we had in this game with our friends.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
got a healer, Ruuts. You got a healing class. in
That's
here.
it. You need to be
I
able to
love it.
heal. You need to be able to fight bosses and all sorts of stuff. And like I said, even though my initial reaction to the game wasn't as positive as I'm looking at it from a different perspective. That everything's got to have a stepping stone to it, and this is a great stepping stone to what I want in the future. And you can't go from A to Z in one thing. I mean, you have to have progression, and this is the best version of an MMORPG in VR, and it's getting better every day. And I look forward to seeing what it's going to bring in the future. Now, everybody in their chats talking about Grid and its graphics, and my only thing I would say about it is because people are giving PD a hard time because he's got a 3080 Ti. Like, graphics are graphics. Doesn't matter how good the graphics are when you play on PC VR or whatever. And if the graphics aren't the best, it's a game that's based on realism. That racing game is supposed to be a realistic version in the racing world, and you're looking at really shitty looking cars. I completely see what he's talking about. Even that being said, without playing it. So
Yeah, this is one thing I'm not going to. There's so much divide about Grid right now. I'm not even going to comment on it until I play it. It's going to force me to go out and buy it because I'm not getting a key for this. I'm going to have to go out and buy it just so I can talk about it, because I'm not going to make a decision on this based on what this person says or what this person says, because people that I respect right now are on completely different sides of what they're saying with this game.
You can see both sides of it. I'm sure the gameplay is fine. It just depends on what you're looking at it for as far as a racing game. If you want to be immersed in this game and you want to feel like you're really racing in these real cars, and you look over and you see a Commodore 64 version of a car, you might have issues with it. If your biggest thing is you don't care, you just want the racing aspect of it, you don't care what you're looking at, I can see the other side too. But yeah, I'd like to check it out myself just so that I can at least say whether I like it,
Right,
Right,
they're
so-
going to end up
so
getting me
here's
for
my-
$24.
So here's my thing. This is a Grid game on Oculus Quest, or I guess Meta Quest 2, as they like to call it these days. On one hand, you've got Beardo Benjo saying that this game is a steaming pile of trash.
Mhm.
On the other hand, you have his good friend and ours, Gamertag VR, saying that, you know what, I had some fun in this game. But to me, I have Gamefly telling me that Gran Turismo 7 is on the way. So I say Grid on Oculus Quest can suck it. I'm not even playing that game.
Yeah. It's definitely the fact that we have all these other options, especially Grip, which is one of the best racing games in VR that I've ever played, which was a mod, or I guess it was modded in by the developers. It's hard to want to go in and deal with inferior graphics, but I will still check it out at some point, probably.
At some point in 2025,
Yeah.
that's when I'll check it out.
Yeah. My biggest thing with Grid already is I can just say without even trying it that my biggest problem is if they could have made the game better and they didn't because they just wanted to make some money on the title, that's where I have a problem. Like, if this is the best that they could do and they were like, this is it, we've tried, this is the best that we can make this game look, we just want people to be able to enjoy it standalone in VR, I'm all for it. But if you could have made this game better and you didn't because you just wanted to get it out there to make money off the name and the title, which is very possible, then I have a major problem. And then everybody's argument of, well, it's still good. I'm tired. I don't want to hear it's just a Quest 2, because I'm playing games like Red Matter 2, and I'm playing games that look amazing like Zenith or whatever that look fantastic. So if you're telling me that that's the best that they can do, okay, but I want to see why can everybody else make a great looking game? Why does it have to look so poor And why are we always making excuses for these developers? I mean, that's all I want to know. I need to know that question. I need to answer that question.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing that people need to take away is it's one thing to see logic in something and make an argument for it, but the VR community, or like I like to call it, VR bubble these days, is really making a lot of excuses for developers. And then you see, just like Zenith is a perfect example. We heard for years, or at least a year, it just can't be done. And then they come out and do it, and now you're wondering, okay, so it could be done. Why is nobody else doing it? Shadowgate, amazing looking game. Before that came out, people were saying you can't make that elaborate of levels and make it look so, the 3D look so good, and then Dave Marsh did, because he took the time to do it. So
my whole thing here, and we'll move on shortly. I'm more of an arcade racer fan, and when I think about arcade racing on Oculus Quest, I don't know if Grid is good or bad or ugly. I know that Dash Dash World is good. I know that Radial G is good. There's a number of Deathlap. Deathlap is really good. So again, I'm sure we'll get in there at some point just to give it a look, but I'm in no hurry to check this game out.
yeah.
Anyways, we are at what point now? We are 25 minutes into the vote. I'm closing the poll. The longer it goes on, the more the nays have it. 55% to 45%. Among Us VR is not a competitive multiplayer game. So I'm calling it here. No longer is Among Us the winner. Congratulations, Alvo. You are the winner of the competitive multiplayer game. Speaking of Alvo Ruuts, I think we heard Oprah. Isn't Oprah around here somewhere? I thought I just heard her say something.
Oh, she says you get a game, and you get a game, and you get a game.
All right, so here's the deal. We got some copies of Alvo to give away. We've got 6 total. 3 are going to the chat. 3 are going to the comments. Now, here's the catch. There's always a catch, Ruuts. Here's the catch. We have 2 Quest keys. We have 2 Pico keys. We have a PlayStation VR North America key.
Ooh.
We have a PSVR EU region key. So we have basically 2 copies of Alvo on every platform. We're going to give away 3 now and 3 later. First come, first serve with regards to the platforms. So the first winner gets first pick, second winner gets second pick, so on and so forth until we run out. So the question this time is very simple. First 3 people to answer the question in the chat will win a copy of Alvo on the platform of your choice. And the question is this: which platform would you like to have this game on?
Oh God, that's easy.
All right, I'm typing in. Hang on.
What if people don't know the answer? Well, I guess they got issues.
Yeah, so we have 2 Quests, we have 2 Pico, we have 2 PlayStation VR, 1 from each region. Corporate Zombie jumping the gun, thinking he knows the question before we even ask it. Bacardi B, Daniel Kaz, and Chris. Oh no, Looper. All right, so that's 3.
I saw Corporate Zombie pop up first way before anybody said anything. Are you sure you didn't miss it?
But he didn't answer the question. He said Martin Paul.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, you're right. I thought, yeah.
Yeah, Hussein X. Hussein X. Hold on a second here.
Martin Pole's not the developer anyway. That's the publisher.
Yeah, well, okay. Right. That wasn't the question. All right. So yeah, Hussein X, Fourth Wall Breaker, and Bacardi B are the 3 that I see. Is that correct?
I think so. Is this coming to Nintendo Labo? Somebody says.
Actually, Bacardi B. There's no Quest keys left. The 2 went to Hussein X and Fourth Wall Breaker.
Oh yeah,
that's the Quest. So the 3rd one would go to Daniel Kaz, who's requesting a Pico key. You know what?
I want a Pico key for this. I'm gonna have to call Steve.
Yeah, that would be a good plan to do that. So, I think we might give 4. Go ahead and give 4 away to the chat because it's not every day you see people asking for like Pico keys.
That's
and
true.
Hell yeah.
PSVR EU keys. So we're gonna give away 4. The winners are, and I gotta write these platforms down too. So we have Hussein X was the first winner. Hussein X gets a quest key. Second winner was Fourth Wall Breaker. And by the way, if your platform is like, for example, Bacardi B, if just because we're out of quest keys right now doesn't mean we're going to be, because it might turn out that Hussein X wins something else that he'd rather have, and that frees this quest key up. So even if you didn't get in on this one, be sure to enter the second chance giveaway because your platform may open up as we move along.
Tech says he just repurchased the Quest version of the game. So he's definitely in there because you can't return it twice, right? Not that you should, Tech, because I think it's worth it.
This Wall Breaker wins a quest key. Daniel Kaz wins a Pico key. Kaz, Pico. And Looper, the Underground Game Cat, wins the single PSVR EU key. All right, so congratulations, Hussein X, Fourth Wall Breaker, Daniel Kaz, and Looper. That leaves the PSVR North America key, as well as the other Pico key, open currently. So if you want to win either of those, make sure you're subscribed. Leave a comment down below. We're going to pick the winners for those in 2 weeks during the second chance giveaway. But if you want a quest key or a PSVR EU key, enter for those too, because again, these guys might win something else and decide to vacate those keys, and we'll have to draw for them again. So the way you're going to want to enter this one is not only to enter the name of the game, but enter your platform as well. So when you leave your comment, make sure it says Alvo and the platform on it, so that we can easily see who wants what and what we have to give away. So congratulations, winners, and yeah, awesome game. Thank you to Bryan Paul and Steve for donating all these keys on all these different platforms.
They're awesome.
Anyways, what do you say we do one more award category, and then we take a little break with some pre-recorded content. We bring in a special guest, and we all go powder our nose for a moment. Which, by the way, we did 3 pre-recorded segments this year, 2 of which include guests that we've never had on the channel before, all of which have not only awesome categories and interesting conversation, but some banging ass giveaways as well. Ruuts, I think some of the better giveaways that we did this year were in the pre-recorded segments.
Yeah, absolutely. And if Wes doesn't give you much time to answer the question, you're going to have as much time as you want, but it's hard to gauge that, right? Like, how long do we sit there and just wait, And plus, those jerks, those guys that recorded it, past Ruuts and Wes and Eric, they're kind of jerks. So.
They don't care.
They're not very nice.
Don't care.
Yeah.
They're not anywhere near as cool as we are.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, to be fair, we have the opportunity to learn from their mistakes, and they don't.
That's true.
That's true. And they're older than
D-Rail
we are.
wants to know if I'm going to take a nap. I'm going to take a nap in about 10 minutes, to be quite honest.
A good freshie.
Please set your alarm. Or Michelle, please set Wes's alarm.
Yeah. Wife is actually going to shift into my seat. so that she
Nice.
can
Monitor.
monitor the giveaways and make sure that we get all the winners, and then she's going to make sure that I'm fully awake well before time for me to come back and pick back up here. So.
Love it.
All right, so what are we going to talk about before we throw to our first segment? Well, let's talk about arcade-style VR games. We had a handful of really good arcade-style VR games, and this was actually a hotly contested category this year because there are, I can see 3 different games that I would say definitely deserve to win this. And let's start, Ruuts, with the first nominee, which a lot of people would argue probably should have won. Dead second on Oculus Quest, a very popular game this year, and with good reason.
Yeah, it's definitely a perfect example of an arcade style game, right? It is just constant moving, constant shooting, and just going crazy. And it's actually kind of surprised it didn't win. Although there's a lot of games on here that especially, I mean, I think I may have even voted for the one that did win, so I guess I'm not too surprised. But it's definitely a really good game.
You know, Eric, I had one of these semantic arguments with myself when I was doing the nominees. Like, is Dead Second an arcade style game? So I went to the game's page, and the first thing it says on the description is an arcade style. And I'm like, well, I guess that settles it.
Yeah, I guess
This
if
is
they
an
think
arcade style game.
if they think it is and they made the game, I guess they're right.
That's right. What do you think about Dead Second?
Super good game. Some of the best gunplay you're going to find in a game, man. It's really, really good. The guns are great. The speed, the fast pace. Even though it's node based movement, which sometimes most of the time we hate, it's just really well done. It works because you can move. What happens is you move to the node, and then you can actually turn in your play space to shoot in a different direction, and it makes it. And then you have different options of what direction or what node to move to best put you in a good spot to kill multiple enemies. So it's just really well done. I love it. There's a lot to it. The speed runs to it, you can go back and just keep doing it over and over and over again to get to your best score. So really liked it.
Super good game, super popular game in our community. So popular, in fact, people bought it for Ruuts and I just so that we would play it. So shout out to Guido for being cool, like as always. Did you see what happens, Eric? Guido buys Ruuts and I Dead Second. He buys you Garden of the Sea.
I know. How does this work out, man? How did I get screwed here?
Well, because you talk so much crap about it, and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna make
I know,
you
right?
see how
He
good this
did.
is. Danny Robach wants to know, Eric. He said, just checking, has Eric played this one, or did he just watch a video?
No, I always play every game I should on. No, I would any game I want to play, I play. That's what it is. And this was a great game. I've streamed it live. I love this game. Played it early on before it even came out, officially, and got all of its stuff in it. So absolutely love it. Danny, go check out my channel. Go watch the video. Go watch the lives, bro. Good stuff.
That's rule number 1 of how we choose what we cover here on this on our channel. Like, do you want to play it? That's kind of the one criteria. So yeah, that's shout out Garden of the Sea. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
This week, Garden of the Sea. Can't wait.
Ruuts. I feel a little bit ill-equipped to talk about this next nominee, as we had a pretty good lot of time in NFL Pro Era when it launched, but since it has come out for Steam, and apparently some of the issues that we had with it have been resolved through the power of PC VR. There were people in our in our community, and even in the Patreon meetup, that were talking about NFL Pro Era as a potential Game of the Year nominee. So I think that speaks volumes about this game and about the inconsistencies between the different platforms.
Radio Runt. Yeah, Radio Runt was like several times. He just kept going back to how good this game is, and he's probably the reason why we even. I think it was in the categories, but he was dead set saying this needs to be up there for Game of the Year, and he laid out the fact that they've got some options now and the playmaking, and that type of stuff. Yeah, I feel like I'm kind of in the same boat. I went in there, I checked it out when it first came out. I have not been back into it. Have not even definitely not been into the Steam version. And I liked what I liked about it to begin with, so it may be something we check out on Steam.
It's interesting, Eric, because if you ask people who play PlayStation VR, they'll tell you that this game is garbage. And you think that a game like this would actually be pretty well suited for PSVR, not only with the extra graphical power over the Quest, but a game like this would track pretty well with Move controllers. 2MD Football, for example, is really good on PlayStation VR. But anyway, the PSVR crowd will tell you that this game is garbage. The Quest crowd will tell you that this game's pretty good, and that's how I played it, and I agree. I had fun in it. I thought it was pretty good, even though the stadiums were a little generic. The crowd is just comical. If you look at the people in the crowd, it's just ridiculous. But the gameplay was fun. But apparently on Steam, that this is the way to play the game. And I don't know. I'm kind of upset at myself for not going back in because for many, many years I was a diehard football fan, and I feel like we would have more people in our chat right now, except for those people who like this game are watching football right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good game, and we talked about this with Zenith. You have to have these games to get to the next ones, right? Like this is we had 2MD, then we got the license here in Pro era, and I think the only thing that's holding this game back is what we see as potential to do with the next one. I mean, because what is here is great. It's done well. We love the licensing. It's great. I do want to see it in Steam. I have not played it in Steam yet. I only played the Quest 2 version. So, yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it. And to me, what I'm most looking forward to is what they do with the next one. Like, I want to see what the general progression of this game will be, because I think it will be something special. Like the next one, when you can be, more of a running back than just the basics that you are now. And you can, then you can be a receiver, and, you can call defensive plays where it's more, and, it's more, more than what you can do now, where it's just a little bit deeper. Then I think it'll be a really, really great game. And for what it is here, I think it's great.
I think they're about to unlock multiplayer for it, actually.
And there's another one too. You need multiplayer in this game.
What do you think that there's different levels of licenses? Because I feel like if you just paid for the license and you can pretty much use whatever, like they missed opportunities with players, they missed opportunities with like Wes said, the stadiums. You could have made the stadium for the fans of the New York Giants, like Tech was saying, and you see your stadium. Like, how cool would that be? I just feel like if that's not something where they said, okay, here's the base license, you can just use the names, you can just use the uniforms, then I get it, because I mean, I'm sure it wasn't cheap. So,
yeah.
No, the license itself is just ungodly, I'm sure. But it's worth it, right? I'm sure many people are buying this game just on brand recognition alone.
You could take NFL Blitz, or what was that one back in the day? It was generic as hell, and put that in VR, and it would do well because the gameplay was really cool. Yeah, I guess there's a vacuum going on now, so fun stuff.
Anyways, moving on to the next nominee. I'm just gonna be blunt about it this time. I love Runner. I think this game should have won this category. This is the game I voted for. Eric, this is the epitome of an arcade style game in VR. It's so fun. It's got that quarter, that quarter pumping kind of flow to it, where you just play it over and over and over again and progress a little bit each time you play. Even like the look of it, it looks like an arcade game. It sounds like an arcade game, and it's so fun to play. I love it.
This game's amazing. I think this was my vote too. I love Runner, man. Runner's just a great game. It's a classic arcade racer shooter that we love, man. And it's super hard, which we like. To me, classic arcade games are hard games. They're not easy. You have to it's a repetitive thing. You have to keep doing it until you figure things out to get through it. And this is like the epitome of what this is. They did put save points in later in the game. But man, it's just such a good game. It's super well done. This is one of the games that we were really looking forward to this year, and I don't think it let us down. I think it was a great game.
Ruuts, this game is kind of a throwback, right? Not just in the kind of nostalgia factor of it, but I feel like this is a game that would put today's younger generation in fits because they won't be able to just pick it up and win immediately.
Yeah, no participation trophy for this game, for sure.
That's right.
But yeah, I definitely enjoyed it. Although I picked the winner to be the winner because I think that game is. I just think for me it was more like an arcade game that I loved back in the day. But yeah, this is definitely really good.
So before we get to who actually won the game, let's talk about our final nominee, and that is Transformers Beyond Reality. By definition, another arcade-style game. This is a rail shooter with a very recognizable cast of characters. Even though you don't get to play as one of them, you get to play among them. Eric, I feel like this game had a lot of unfulfilled potential. We're still waiting on the Steam version of the game that I'm hopeful will solve a lot of our problems with it. But even as it was on PSVR and some of the graphical issues that we had with it, draw distance is chief among them. I did enjoy my time in it, and I thought it was a pretty fun game.
Yeah, I think this game where it got hurt was people wanted to be a transformer that you could transform, and it is a rail shooter, and I think for a rail shooter it's a good a rail shooter, but the lack of being able to be what you want to be in this game just ultimately hurt it, and people had a lot of presumptions about this game before they even went into it. They're like, nope, I'm not doing it then. If it's a rail shooter and I can't transform and do what I want to do or be Optimus Prime or whatever, I'm not going to play it. And I think, people kind of lost out a little bit on that if you didn't try it. But I think it was a really, really good game. There was a lot to like here, and I am looking forward to the Steam version.
Very arcadey, Ruuts in structure. Like, this looks like a game that you would play in an arcade. Even down to the way that they branch the paths out, right? Like, so you're on a rail shooter, you're on a fixed path, but every now and then there are these events that happen, and you can shoot certain enemies or kind of help out certain characters, certain transformers that come on screen, and by doing so, you'll open up a destructible path, like through a building or something that collapses, and you'll take an alternate path to the end. Again, just the sort of thing that you would see in a rail shooter in the arcade itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm hoping that the Steam version will be what we wanted. And I think it's more because of the graphics than anything than just because, like, if Wanderer can look as amazing as it did, why couldn't Transformers Beyond Reality look amazing on the PlayStation VR as well? And I think it's what Eric said earlier about that other game. It's, in some respects, at least on the PlayStation version, it was a money grab. Let's get this out as quick as we can. We're not going to optimize it. And I thought the gameplay was fun, and it did remind me a lot of an old school arcade game. And I wanted to go further in and fight with my Transformer friends, but it was so blurry that I just basically noped out and said I'll just wait for the Steam version. And so that was kind of a disappointment for me. But I think the Steam version will be a lot better because the graphics will be better. Crossing fingers.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so hopefully we'll get to see that soon. I would have expected it honestly by now, but they probably have some kind of a paid exclusivity with Sony. I would have to imagine at this point.
Yep.
Anyways, that brings us to our winner, and Ruuts. No stranger to our viewers today because we already spent a great deal of time talking about just how good Blazer Rush Star Trek is.
Yeah, no, this game is, especially from the arcade standpoint, because I used to play games like this where everybody had their wheel and you were playing against 4 of your friends or 3 of your friends and everybody's trying to kill each other, and like it's just it's fun, it's addictive. One of the best things about a game like this is it doesn't matter how far back you get behind, and there's always a chance to come back and screw over who screwed you over. And It's just super cool. And then, not to mention stuff like that where you're, it's a different mode where you've got something chasing you, pushing you forward. So not only are you trying to fight each other, you're racing this thing that's trying to kill you at the same time. And whoever survives that round wins that round, and you're going through several different rounds. So it's really got almost infinite amount of replayability. It's just super cool.
Eric, this is about as close as we're gonna get to our RC Pro-Am in VR, isn't it?
Hell yeah. Yeah, this is like the classic, man. That's what wrapped us up in it so much. Dee really got into this one quick, and she loved it, and she got everybody else into it, and we just had a blast, man. And that's what arcade shooters are about: getting around a cabinet and sitting there with your 4 friends and playing, racing on a track. This is really part of that, man, and it gives you that feel in VR, which is great.
Excellent. Again, not a game that I've played, but I'll take everyone's word for it. It's overwhelming, the support for this game. And again, our process is pretty foolproof. The fact that this game won speaks volumes about it. And in most cases, that means it deserves to win. So well done, Blaze Rush. And with that said, I think it's time for a break, guys. And we mean a break for us, not a break for you, because we have many more categories and giveaways coming right up as we welcome our first guest all the way from Poland, Simplex. And what we're going to be talking about today with Simplex are everybody's favorite categories: garbage of the year, Eric, disappointment of the year, and Ruuts, our most highly anticipated games coming up in 2023. This is an epic segment, so all of you out there, I would suggest you don't go away.
This was a lot of fun.
And we'll be back in a couple hours, and we'll pick up right where we left off here. Letting us finally get a word in. It is.
Well, it's not. It had its problems, but still not a bad game. So I don't know what happened, but it's true. I was on one of the game industry conferences in Poland, and I talked to one of the Pico guys, and he was completely shocked. Like, he said, "What's happening? Like, what are you doing?" I was asking the same question. And we have lots of talented people, in Poland, basically, and cheap labor. That's true.
One of the biggest parties in for PAX West in Seattle is the Polish party, because all the major developers and indie developers that are from Poland go there. So it's a huge party at a Polish American club there, and man, they have the best food. When you go there, it's amazing. Yeah, it's so good.
That's one of the perks.
Heck yeah.
It's Polish power. We always hear this term Polish power. What people don't know is that Polish power is measured in teraflops. So, there you go.
There's even this guy, Polish Paul. You heard about him? Like, he's doing reviews.
Yeah. We know Paul here, although we don't admit to that very often. But no, we love Polish Paul. Actually, he's a cool dude. Like, he's obviously, we're both into VR, but that guy's a big pro wrestling buff, as am I, or I have been for quite some time. So we have a couple things in common. I like that dude. He's super cool. Yeah. Anyway, for those of you who do speak Polish and you want to check out Simplex's podcast, I'm not even going to try to pronounce it. Simplex, tell the people what the name of your podcast is.
Yeah, the name is MKwadrat, which means like M squared, because it was actually created by 2 guys whose name started with an M. It was like M squared because 2 M's, and now it's they're no longer with the podcasts. I took it over from them, inherited it, you could say. And I switched mostly to VR, but we're not just VR podcasts like you guys, and that's why I respect you for it. I also play like pancake games. I love them. I love my Returnals, Horizon Forbidden West, God of War Ragnarok. So there's still a lot of good pancake games, and I'm still playing them, and that's why this podcast is also about things not only related to VR. And to be frank, if this podcast in Poland was only about VR, it would be completely, it would just die, because there would be not enough audience. Sadly, that's the reality. You have to have more to offer.
Well,
Just-
especially this year, it's kind of been a recurring theme at this point for the 2022 show. It's been all indie devs this year. We have had
Yeah.
0 big
Mhm.
budget VR games in 2022. So you're absolutely right. If you want a AAA game, if unless you're playing a mod, you're not playing it in VR this year.
Exactly.
Let me ask you an important question, Simplex.
Okay.
What are your thoughts? Are you excited about the Harry Potter game coming out next month? Open world.
I'm not a big Harry Potter fan, I must admit. So
I think it's going to be
I-
amazing. I want to sit down and I want to be sorted, and I'm
Okay.
hoping if I get sorted into Slytherin, I'm going to restart. But people tell me on my stream says I can't. But I can't be in that house. I can't do it. I'm not evil. So
yeah.
Hufflepuff.
I wish all the best to the devs, and because lots of people is mistaking Avalanche like studios with Avalanche something. Those are not the same guys. The same guys who made Just Cause series.
mm.
It's a different Avalanche.
yeah.
So so it's actually a dev that they don't have a good track record. They just made some Disney tie-ins so far. So
Mm.
hopefully they
Hopefully it
deliver
is
this time.
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you got me nervous.
Anyway,
And the
if you
VR
would
mode
like
would be great.
to check out the M² M&M podcast from our friend Simplex here, it is linked in the sizable description down below. Be sure to go over there, give him a like, give him a subscribe, and click the. I mean, do you have any English subs on it? I guess I could ask you that.
No, I don't. Sadly,
No.
I have some
That's all right.
gameplays. I have
Ah.
lots of Audica gameplays. Because actually, you guys got me into Audica. Like, you made me love Audica again.
Nah, it's so
So
good.
thanks for that.
It is good.
Yeah, it's one of the most underrated, underappreciated like games for me, like ever. I love it.
Ruuts, I never had even considered this, but I got to imagine Audica will be coming at some point to PlayStation VR 2 with the
Haptics.
enhanced haptics and the eye tracking. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities there for that game, isn't there?
I'd love it to happen, but I'm pessimistic because I think the devs basically like
Wrote it off.
abandoned this game, right?
Yeah.
Moved away. But if they did it, even if they like sold it, if they did this dick move and sold it like a new game for like $40 again, I probably still buy it anyway, because it gave me so many hours of fun. Like flow state. I think it's better. At one point, it was definitely better than Beat Saber. I came back to Beat Saber when they released this rock mixtape, right?
Right.
And I was actually surprised that Beat Saber is better than I remember it. But I still think that because they added those like you move, sorry, I don't know how to say it. Like you have connected, blocks, right? You have to like move, like it was in Audica a bit.
What a way to start the segment and talk about
Yeah.
garbage, and you start with Beat Saber.
Mm.
Nice.
Yeah,
Love
I
it.
That's a
think
good point.
Audica is better than Audica is totally better than Beat Saber. Beat Saber is overrated. Yeah.
Agreed.
Well, that's why you make the big bucks, Eric. That's a great segue into our first award that Simplex is here to talk with us about, and that is the Garbage of the Year award. And typically we have a couple of different, or actually, typically we have one category, one award that we give for the crap that came out during the year. But Eric, there was so much crap this year, we actually had to divide it up into two different categories. I mean, it's been a shitty year, hasn't it?
Man, why does it have to be so shitty? Like people are like they think I'm happy that I get to rail on all these. I don't want to have any game to rail on. Like I don't. I want to go in and have a great experience in every game. And man, it was such a bad year. It's like we stepped backwards with some of these games, really.
Yeah, and so the way we are dividing this is we decided to have an award, Garbage of the Year. This award is just for the games that came out, the shitty games that came out. Which was the shittiest? We'll get to that. But then the next award is something completely different and is more in line with what we normally talk about for this segment. But Eric, let's talk about this a little bit. Garbage of the Year. These are the worst games that came out. And as always, let's remind people here that we didn't pick the winners, okay? We have a process that we go through. The community gets a vote. Each one of our patrons get a vote, and then each of us get a vote. They're all equal. So while we may or may not have chosen the winners or of any of these categories, we didn't necessarily pick the winners. That we have a process for that. So if you think that our garbage of the year is actually a good game, don't yell at us, man. This is what the people said. We are for the people, and we're just here as representatives. So let's kick it off with our first nominee, and this one's kind of here, all on the strength, or I guess weakness would be a more appropriate term, of Bryan Paul's playthrough. A Fungus in My Garden launched this year for PlayStation VR. And what many of you might not know about this game is it also came out on Steam. This isn't just a PSVR game.
I can play this?
Yeah.
Oh my
I didn't even know
Zero
this.
reviews. It has no reviews.
Do you know who else has a fungus in her garden?
I wasn't even paying attention. I was like,
not ready for
in the
that
middle
one.
of a coffee drink.
I
dude.
thought you were
Don't
gonna
make me
spit your
all
coffee
over
out.
my thing here.
Anyway,
Holy crap! I need
don't-
to go play this thing. I didn't know it was on Steam.
So, as is the case with many of the categories that we're giving awards for today, I started with a fairly long list of nominees. And the ones that we're talking about in the segment during the actual program now are the ones that got votes. And the reason why A Fungus in My Garden is here, despite the fact that I don't think any of us have played this game, is because so many people voted for it as garbage of the year. I know Bryan hates this game. He says it is truly, truly garbage. And I mean, that's saying something. On PSVR in 2022, you'd think they'd be happy to get any game. Not the case here. Simplex, are you at all familiar with this this piece of trash?
I have never heard of this game before. Like after you made me realize it exists. So thanks.
I'm sorry.
It
Sorry
doesn't
about
look that bad, though. I mean, of course, this is just looking at this trailer, but I'm like, I could see this being an okay game. Was the
But it's a wave shooter, right? When you just stand in one place.
yeah?
It's not 2016.
Did it? Well, that's true. Did it look really bad on Bryan's playthrough, or or is it just because it was a wave shooter and it's?
Well, I'll just say this. This game has become a meme in the Without Parole community. Whenever we talk about trash on the PlayStation Store this year, we talk about this is their, well, I don't want to say it. I don't want to spoil what's to come, but this is their meme. This is their game that they go to whenever they're talking about garbage. So I don't know. Maybe it's really good. I don't think so, though. I trust Bryan's opinion on this.
I don't think
Plus
so.
all the votes that it got. So, yeah.
Well, and I agree with Simplex. I mean, it's not 2016, and it's part of the problem with the VR community. We were kind of talking about that with some other games and stuff, where like for whatever reason, people will defend a game, and this, of course, is not one of them. But when everybody knows it's crap, and they're like, "Oh, but it's this. The graphics don't matter," whatever. It's just such a weird place to be, because I kind of feel like if people were honest, the devs would realize, okay, this is garbage and we can't put another game out. It's kind of like we're holding ourselves back in a way, which kind of sucks.
All right, so here's the title of Bryan's video on it. A Fungus in My Garden, aka the worst $30 that I've ever spent.
I'm sorry. This is $30.
Well, there's another
Yeah.
reason to hate it, right?
$30? Red Matter 2 was $30.
Yeah, if this
Yeah.
was like
Moss
$5,
was $30, right? Or was it 40? It was
if it was $5, I could see a value in it. Hey, I want this wave shooter. It's only $5.
Holy shit! These devs have started to lose their mind. We're all the time fighting for these devs. Like, yeah, they need to get paid. When there's a good game or they work on it and they put a lot into it, and we're like, look, guys, you need to spend money for these games. Well, this is when it looks stupid for us, because then you have a dev who puts out this garbage and puts a $30 price tag on it. Damn, they should be ashamed of themselves. This is a $10 game, maybe.
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 I could see
Well,
Todd
apparently
liking it.
not.
For
It has
$10.
Maybe.
suggestive
All right.
clothing. It has suggestive clothing.
Yes.
That's true. All right, let me give
Uh,
it
so
another try.
I was able to find one review here on a website called virtualrealityshop.co.uk, and let's just see what it says about it.
Okay.
A fungus in my garden is and by the way, this is the only review I could find on it. 0 Steam reviews, 0 reviews on Metacritic. Apparently, Bryan is the only person that ever played this game. Anyway, a fungus in my garden is a first-person shooter / action game in which you will be fighting some truly nasty-looking bags and even the odd boss fight. To be fair, this game looks amazing with some truly scary insects and other creatures, but the giant boss fights are the best, and some of them look amazing. Most of the environments look good as well, and you can find yourself drawn into the game quite easily. Sadly, all the other elements of the game are not so polished. If I had to guess, I would say the developer concentrated solely on visual elements of this game, and all the rest was an afterthought. From the annoying pew-pew of your giant laser gun, the unsatisfying splat of a melee attack, it doesn't add anything to the game. But the gameplay is where this game really fails. It's a simple bug shooter, the likes of which we played on Gear VR and Oculus Go. You block, you shoot, and that's it. That's all there is to the game. Apart from a 10-plus minute intro, there is nothing to keep you going and hold your interest. But even the terrible gameplay pales in comparison to the game value for money. You can easily finish this game within an hour.
Oh, wow.
If you can endure the monotony for that long.
$30.
And that leaves you wondering where your 20 pounds went. Sure, you can play it at different difficulties, but I promise you won't.
30 pounds is even more than $30. So while it's only 1 hour long, at least it costs 30 pounds.
Yeah, right. But you know what? We've seen good devs make good wave shooters. Crashland's one of my favorite games of all time, which is very probably similar in style to this, where you're shooting, crazy bugs coming at you. I mean, you can still move around a little bit. You're not rooted to one spot in Crashland, but mainly it's the same game. But that's a freaking great game. It's deep. It takes a long time. It's hard. The graphics look fantastic. And that is a 1999 game, by the way. And it's great.
There's the Serious Sam game, right? Which was quite a good shooter in its time. But you know what's even kind of optimistic? I checked on VR Game Critic. They are like the Metacritic for VR games, right? It's not there, like not even exists.
They're ignoring it.
It's not there.
It didn't happen.
It didn't happen.
Yeah, they canceled it. It's canceled.
All right, so rest in peace, you piece of shit, a fungus in my garden. Not the winner, just a nominee.
I may want to change my vote now. I find out how much this is.
Too late.
Well, again, your vote doesn't count, bro.
My vote
You're
doesn't
the
mean
only
shit.
one.
We use the electoral college here, and college is out of session.
Stop the steal.
Yeah.
But, let's move along to another game which came to Oculus Quest this year, but has been on other platforms in years past. And Ruuts, I always kind of thought that the idea behind the American Dream was kind of cool. I thought it was a funny kind of parody of what the rest of the world thinks of American values. I thought that, we've said it 100 times, right? It's hard to fuck up a shooter in VR, but somehow, some way, these guys managed to do just that. Ruuts, what a terrible game this was.
Yeah, horrible. Well, this is the thing. It's like this game was like on the edge of being a game that I would have played back when I got into VR. But like Simplex was saying, this isn't 2016. And this game, I think, may have came out originally and then, or 2017 or whatever. And people are done with wave shooter type. It's not even a wave shooter. I don't know what the hell it is.
It's not. That's the problem.
It's like, it is. You can't even classify this piece of crap.
No.
It came in 2018.
Okay. Yeah.
And I think maybe it would be funnier if it was made by Americans, because they would
Right.
better know how to make fun of themselves. But it was made by Australians, by Aussies. Maybe that was its undoing,
Well, they don't know what guns are in Australia, so I don't know.
The concept's cool. It's a funny idea. It's just not fun to play. Like, there's shooting in it, and sure, you're doing things like answering the phone by shooting or making a hot dog by shooting. That's a funny joke, but the game itself needs to be fun, and I don't think I had any fun in this game at all. Did you, Eric?
None. This is maybe a mini game in a real game. Like, they made a whole game out of this garbage. You know what I mean? That's the problem. Again, yeah, maybe if you stuck this into a mini game of an actual real game, you'd be and you did it for 5-10 minutes, you'd be like, oh, okay, that was cute, it was fun. You know, the whole premise was funny, but it wasn't. It was so preachy, and it didn't come off as fun. Like, it didn't. You want to be able to make fun of it. It came off as super preachy. It came off as it's super boring. The gunplay. The whole idea is about guns, right? The gunplay's terrible. If your game is about guns and the gunplay sucks, that's not good.
I think the Twilight Zone might have had better gunplay than this.
It did,
like,
100%.
That's kind of the opposite of the horseshoes and hand grenades game, which I'm not a big fan of, but the gunplay is so amazing. That's why people go to it.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like if it had the same kind of mechanics, the guns suck that bad that it would be a horrible game. But because the play is so good, it's why people love it. And this is not that. But I mean, that was cute baby for a second there, but.
Simplex, have you ever had the misfortune of playing this mockery of a game?
I heard your review. I heard about this game. It never caught my attention. I think it's like a gimmick game. You know, it's like a one trick pony, right? It just.
I'm done with gimmicks in VR. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And I was done with them 2-3 years ago at max, minimum.
I think it's interesting that this is one of the two games that make you do things with a tool that's not supposed to be used for the things you're doing, right? So it seems that it doesn't work in VR. Stop doing that, or do it well.
Here's the thing, man. We've seen some pretty sorry ass shooters in VR, like some pretty weak, half baked attempts. And I don't want to name names, but we've seen a lot of these games, right? But no matter how bad they are, or how many issues they have, or how generic, there typically is some little glimmer of redeemability, and you can typically have at least 5 to 10 minutes of fun fucking around in a shooter just because it's so fun to shoot stuff. None of that here. Not one round did I enjoy in this game, and that's saying something. So big fail here. Congratulations to you, Simplex, for having the good sense not to play this.
Yeah, how dare you guys? How dare you guys make me play this game?
How dare you?
Moving along, this would not be a garbage of the year category if we didn't recognize our perennial piece of shit that is Horizon Worlds. Now, I will point out that there are people who like Horizon Worlds. There are a good 5 to 10 people out there who enjoy spending their time in this application. And for what it's worth, I did have a good experience in Horizon Worlds this year. I watched the most recent Meta Connect, and as shitty as Connect was this year, it was kind of cool to check it out in Horizon Worlds because it took place in this kind of morphing stage area where the environment adapted and became relevant to whatever it was that they were talking about at the time. So during the 15 minutes of gaming talk that we got during Connect this year, it was actually pretty cool. But with that said, Simplex, as I was marveling at the fact that Mark Zuckerberg was standing 5 feet away from me, talking to me, I couldn't help but notice that he wasn't standing 5 feet away from me because he had no fucking legs. Where he had legs, but they were just artificially rendered legs. They weren't really like it was a big budget deal that they had to hire people to come and superimpose legs in the worlds. Why, Simplex, 2 years later, have they not been able to get down even the most basic functions into this, what is supposed to be their flagship?
The mind boggles, basically. And this tweet, are you excited about legs? Like what?
Who isn't excited about legs? But we're
Very,
talking about
really.
VR legs here. Zuck.
Yeah.
So did any of you actually see this video that we're running in the background here? This also was tweeted out by
And
Meta.
then
They didn't make
later
this.
deleted.
Yeah,
I think.
very quickly deleted when people said, "What the fuck is this?" It was Eric. I think it was Blair Renaud that first brought it to my attention.
Yeah.
What a horrible piece of shit that Meta was tweeting out. Did you see this video?
Oh yeah, I did. You don't think Blair's gonna have it in lo-fi somewhere? He'll have like a like a
for
Horizons
sure.
world in lo-fi
For
somewhere.
sure.
I think that would be a perfect little spot just to kick Meta in the balls somewhere in
I
lo-fi.
think they used some like community members, like amateurs to do this.
No, this is a YouTube channel. This is a YouTube channel that likes to do news reports from Horizon World. So, like, they're pretending to be a news crew. I don't know if you saw this, Ruuts, but they're pretending to be a news crew, but they're all like these 19, 20-year-old,
Zoomers.
like, ditzy, like, girls. They're like, oh my God, you're here? I'm here too. Isn't that crazy? So this story specifically, Ruuts, is from the Wendyverse. You know, Wendy's in Horizon Worlds, and apparently Godzilla attacked Wendyverse. And oh my God, Ruuts, look at it. It's in shambles, okay?
Yeah. So, a type of talking that we can't stand. That was
Oh
from
my
like the
God.
80s, right? Like, oh my God, yeah. What's crazy about Horizon Worlds is it's like the one thing that's on this list that actually, I believe down the road will be something just from what you said.
Right.
All they have to do is have the right content to bring people in and make it a way that you can't, experience that content and that it's a unique thing. But man, they're screwing this up. Like my thing is I the times that I've gone into this thing, it's been dead and there's no reason to go in there. I never went in there and actually saw something cool. So I get kind of down the road, this is going to be something big, but right now this is, there's a good reason this is on the list.
Yeah. So Eric, why don't they just buy a Rec Room already?
Serious, or go get Neos, something. Go get one of these games. Go get one of these platforms that's
Well,
already.
Neos isn't going to run on standalone, but
No, but
Rec Room does.
eventually it will. They're thinking Quest 3 it will. You know what I mean?
Oh,
It's not,
really?
they're not
Wow.
ready yet anyway, so you might as well wait, get Neos, make it work on Quest 3 and
Is
make it work
Neos-
standalone.
I've never been in there. Is it any good? I know people keep raving about it.
It's
I
really
actually
good.
made an episode in Neos.
oh, yeah.
If you want to see it, it's all in Polish. But I found some guys who were interested in that, and they organized everything. One of them was like a cameraman. He literally held like the virtual camera and like filmed us in VR. We had the whole studio. I could use an avatar from Splatoon. I was this inkling, that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I even had a gun. I could shoot ink and everything. So that was interesting. You had legs, of course. There's the whole models, and that was really interesting experience. So. But I heard that Neos is basically stopped. They stopped developing it. I heard
it's
dead,
back.
So.
It's
back,
coming
baby.
back.
It's back.
It's back.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's back, baby.
And they actually have a Horizons world in Neos that they just make fun of.
Do they
Like,
really?
They built
Really?
this Horizons in Neos just to go in there and go, wow, look how shitty this is.
And no, I bet no one has legs, right?
Yeah, I bet more people go.
No, that's
into
what
that
it is.
Horizon
You
world
lose
than-
your legs. Like you walk around in Neos with legs, and then you go in there and you lose your legs, and you're just
That's
a torso.
amazing. I heard they made a great Half-Life one. They recreated this whole tram ride from Half-Life 1. Is that true? Have you heard of it?
Yep,
There's
they
this
did.
whole world that they have here. I'd like to see it.
The cool thing about Neos is that it retains everything. So it's an incredibly complex set of creator tools that you can pretty much use after you learn it to make anything. But the cool thing is after you make it, it's there forever for everyone, and it just continues to grow and grow and grow and grow and
Yeah,
grow.
but the optimization, it's shit. I
Oh,
have
yeah,
3080 and it chugs.
Yeah.
So how? There's nothing there. Really, that's the problem.
Yeah,
So
a
I've
lot
never-
of things.
I've
A lot
never-
of things run off the server. Who's running it? You know what I mean. So it's not
Right.
a set server. So if you go in there with somebody, whoever's hosting, you're running off their rig. So it doesn't
Okay,
matter
maybe
what.
That's the problem.
I mean, it does matter what your rig is, but everything is based off of whoever
Okay, I
is
didn't know
hosting that experience for that day.
Did not know that.
So,
My mistake.
Everyone needs to go in with Skiva, I think is the
Yeah.
With
moral
his
of the
3090,
story.
yeah.
Yeah. So I've never done Neos, but what I can say is this: I spent a week in Las Vegas last week with many of the brightest minds in VR, people who have seen everything, and I had at least 5 different, unique, long conversations with people about Neos. It was probably the one most recurring topic of anything that wasn't on the show floor. You know what I mean? Kept coming up, people just blown away by it, and it just makes me want to go in there and check it out. Unlike Horizon Worlds, which did I mention is a steaming pile of horseshit.
What about people that aren't really into VR chat or any of that type of stuff? Like, I just don't care about it. So, like, getting
Right.
me into Neos and going into a tram ride of Half-Life 1, I don't care. Like, I want to
You can
go
do
into
anything in there,
you know,
though.
it was like when people talk about any other game, like, say, when Contractors would come out and they'd have a really cool Nuketown from Call of Duty. For a while there, I was like, oh man, this is crazy. But then I started realizing this is just a skin. Like, I want everything. And I know Neos delivers a lot of that and stuff, but like, I don't know. I just really don't care about VR chat or anything like that. So I think I don't know if it'd be wasted on me.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
I
a
mean,
little
it's just not VR chat though. Like VR chat's still super limited. Like here, it's you can go to a movie theater and it's the best big screen experience that you've ever seen. Like way better than big screen.
Mm.
You know what I mean? And it's huge. It's like a 8-floor movie theater that's got an arcade in it. It's got like karaoke bar. And it's got IMAX theaters and it's got regular theaters. It's got an outdoor theater, and you can watch 5,000 movies and you can watch them in 3D. And you know, it's got amazing things. You can just go in and do an experience. You can go into the Be Haptics world with your haptics vest and just do haptic stuff. You know, I mean, it's not just a social, app. You can do a lot of things in there.
It's the closest thing we have to the Oasis, right?
The
Today.
metaverse.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit different with this sort of thing. I do like stuff like Rec Room, stuff like Dream, stuff like VR chat, but I could give 2 shits about the creator end of it. I want to see cool stuff that people have made, and the creativity in our community never ceases to amaze me. So I am very curious to see what people have been able to do with the best set of tools in VR, which according to everyone is Neos. But this isn't the Neos show. This is the Horizon World show, and I don't think there's any thing else that we could say about it other than it's garbage, and we just basically put it in here because it is synonymous with VR garbage. When you talk about shit, when you think about shit, think of Akeem in Horizon World.
It's not good when even the people that are working on Horizons don't want to work on Horizons.
Right. Yeah, that's not even to mention that, like, they had to send a memo out trying to get people who are working on it to get in the fucking headset and spend some time in their worlds. That's just amazing to me. Anyway, those are the nominees, but there can only be one winner, and you might be asking yourself, who could possibly be the winner? But Eric, I only have one question for you.
Yes, Wes, I'm ready. What's the question?
What the bat, bro?
What the fucking bat?
What the bat? The game of the year itself. What the bat? Simplex, did you play What the Bat?
I didn't. I saw it and I thought, well, it's a kids game. Why should I play it? Why would I play a kids game?
Well, it's game of the year though, Simplex. You got to
Yeah,
play
but-
it. It's game of the year.
It's the game of the year. Exactly.
I think it was like a joke. I don't know, meme. They did it. I think they did it really for controversy. Look how many
Yeah.
people started talking about it.
That's true. That's true. Roots, what about that song, dude, in the trailer?
The song's the best part of it, man.
Oh,
You know what
Ruuts,
I mean?
do you have
Like-
the song? I can't get Todd to get the song, man. You got to get the song for us. So we
No,
can play
yeah.
whatever we want.
Yeah, I don't have. Actually, that would be a good thing. I don't have
Yeah.
I don't have the song on play, but I could see myself jamming to it for a long time. But yeah, no, this game is garbage all the way around. It's garbage for the same reason the first one was garbage. It's way overpriced. It wouldn't be that bad if it was like $5. But you know that this what the golf I think it is on Steam has got a big following. So I see why it was made. It just it baffles me that they charged as much as they charged, and it baffles me that controversy aside, that Upload VR chose it as their game of the year. And for me, they just lost all. This was the credibility killer for me. I don't even know why I would go to Upload VR anymore to look at my news. So
You know what's funny, Roots? You mentioned it. You know, this game does have a few defenders, people who come to battle for it, but they all have the same argument with it, and it's always, I played What the Golf and I loved it. But none of them have played this fucking game. Like everyone, that's the argument. Is like, I loved What the Golf. This is not What the Golf.
yeah,
This is What the Bat, Eric.
Dude, I have 2 hours into this steaming pile of shit just because I wanted to go in and make. Because you know what it is. Everybody says the same thing. It's just you, man. It's just you, Mash. You're just too critical. You don't give these games a chance, man. You don't play them. You don't give them a chance. So I went in and I played 2 hours of this thing, man. And I'm like, it's got to get better. It's got to get better. It's got to get better. And I'm like, it's not getting any better. This is it. And I was almost through the entire game. I was almost done. I think I had 2 worlds left.
Those are the best worlds, though, Mash. I think if you would have just
I
given
know.
it a little bit more time,
I heard 100 hours in, it starts to get really, really good. You got to give it a chance.
or
Bruce.
you commit suicide, one of the two.
But
Come
What the
on,
Golf, I
man.
think, is not even a VR game, right?
No, it's a flat game.
It's the flag game.
Okay, and it actually has good reviews. I mean, it's not a bad game, but I saw on Steam that What the Bat has 24 reviews on Steam. So at least it tanked, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
So, Eric, you being the only one that has played this game, I always kind of got the impression that everything we said about the American dream is kind of true for this, but even to a greater extent. Is that right?
Yeah, I think if this possible, this is actually even dumber. I'm not even sure how, but in some way, this is just dumber. And maybe I'm not even that. Maybe it feels that way because Uploaded voted the game of the year. Like, I had played this game a long time ago, and I'm like, this is not a good game. You know what I mean? I played it way before it even came out. I'm like, this is not a good game. I did the demo. It's like, this is terrible. And I was just going to leave it alone. Like, I wasn't going to go out. Tri-Band's a good, I'm sure they're a good studio. I didn't want to go out and kill the game. I didn't make any videos. I didn't do anything. I've had access to the game since before October. But when Upload comes out and says, this is the best that VR has to offer in 2022, I have a super issue with that. And whether they want to be controversial or not, you're a news studio.
We're going to get to that. Save a little bit of this ire, but we're going to talk about Upload.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, that's the reason that I think I kill it more than anything else.
And the price.
That's one of the reasons. And the price, exactly.
Yeah, let's
This is
talk about
ridiculous.
that. $30, right?
Yeah. Then what we always do is like, okay, so what games can you get for $30?
Well,
Like
that's
this-
$24.99.
Yeah, so
Still
$24.99.
bad.
Okay.
It's still
To
bad.
be fair.
It's at max a $10 game, and that's being generous. And if they would have priced it accordingly, then it wouldn't be getting as much crap either. You know, it's like $24.99. That's a lot of money. Like the top of the tier is $40 typically for VR, right? And so I don't know. I can think of
Think about this, Roots. You can get this for $25, or you could spend $5 and go get something like Space Cats with Lasers.
oh my god.
Ooh.
And Space Cats
There you
with
go.
Lasers is actually a really good game.
It's fun,
Uh-huh.
right?
Yeah. So then if this was fun, and I know Todd's usually says this Smash, and I mean, if it was a kid, the kids game, there are I guarantee kids that love this, but it's the price that the biggest things that come is the price for me.
Most of the kids that I've talked to or checked with, they think it's stupid too,
Oh,
just
wow.
because it's not fun. I mean, kids like kids games because they're fun. This
That's
isn't
true.
fun. This isn't Job Simulator. This is stupid.
Plus they can all these kids that this is supposedly targeted at, they can all play Gorilla Tag for free.
That's true.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? That's what they're doing, by the way, playing Rec Room and Gorilla Tag. That's the reason why Quest 2 is tanking all of a sudden, is because the majority of those 12 million headsets that are out there, most of the ones that retained and are still playing on them are kids, and they're all playing free stuff. You know, nobody's buying games anymore.
Rec Room
because
and Gorilla Tag.
Yeah.
because shit like this comes out for $25, and they'd just rather go play something that's free, you know, and janky, but at least it's not this.
Yeah.
The good news is that it also tanked on Quest because it has only 58 reviews, and that's
Which
very
is-
little. Very
Oh my
few,
God, that's
right?
terrible for a Quest.
Right?
What does that say?
Request.
Well, never mind. I was gonna kick upload into Ribs again, but it's
you
not
want to wait.
time
You
for
want to
that.
wait
Yeah.
and do that. You want to wait and do that. That'll be a special thing.
well, let's get into it, because that brings us to our next award, the biggest disappointment. We had a lot of disappointment in VR this year, and this one isn't necessarily going to be aimed at the shitty games that we got, but rather just in general the disappointing events that have taken place in 2022. We've narrowed the list down, Eric, to 10. But I think the nominee list I put together was like 20, and there were still people trying to add more to it at the end of the day.
Yeah, this was a weird year. This was a weird year. I think we said earlier, sometimes you think maybe this year we took a step backwards.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. A lot of disappointment from all directions. And you know, we started the episode off today by talking about what an amazing glimmer of hope the modding community was for VR this year. The savior of VR were the mods this year, but it wasn't without its own controversy, as our first nominee goes to show. Luke Ross removes support for what was basically the highlight of the Luke Ross catalog, and that is the Rockstar games. Now, obviously, this wasn't completely in his control. This was something that, you know, Rockstar took legal measures or
Because
threatened.
even Take-Two, the company that owns Rockstar, like, you know, like a multi-billion company, who has their most litigious lawyers. They already shut down many mods, like flat mods, you know, previously.
Right.
So they don't
And
mess
they
with them.
basically they threatened. They didn't really do anything. They sent a DMCA takedown request through Patreon, and that's understandable. And as disappointing as that may have been, I think what really disappointed us, Eric, the most was the way that Luke Ross handled it. Right.
Yeah, I mean, well, here's the deal with Luke Ross, and this is why we give him any problems. Is he's behind a paywall with this, which is fine. Okay, we all agree. I mean, many of us, paid for his paywall. Ruuts did for sure because he loved these games. And if you're going to start accepting money for these things, then you need to know that you should be putting something aside and get yourself set up to when they're going to come after you, you at least have something to like say, okay, let me try and have a leg to stand on. But if you don't, and you just take all that money, and then as soon as they say something, you roll over and go, nope, I'm taking all that away from you. Can't have it anymore. And I don't want you there or ever play it again, because if you do, that's stealing. That's a problem.
That's
That was
what
a bad
got me.
take.
Yeah, that's what got me Simplex. It wasn't so much that he took it down and quit supporting it. His hands were kind of tied about that. But what really bothered me is when, just a couple of days later, which, by the way, after he basically campaigned for the public to petition Take-Two for him, and to try to get people to fight the battle for him. After doing that, he came out and basically, without saying it, said, if you share my mod, which, by the way, is no longer available, if you share that, then you're a thief. Like that, that's what really struck a chord with me. and for the first time ever made me advocate for people canceling their Patreon support for it. Now, obviously, he's done a lot of great stuff since then, and I'm no longer standing on that opinion. But at the time, I was very serious because I felt that was wrong. I felt like people have paid for this. They've paid and paid and paid for it. And if they can't get it any other way, sharing it makes sense. And he doesn't have to encourage people to share it, but don't sit and try to guilt trip people for sharing the mod that's no longer available.
Yeah, I mean, I think that no money in the world that he would manage to save would ever be enough to fight the lawyers of Take-Two.
That's
So
true.
I don't blame him. This would be a suicidal mission.
You just can't roll over though. You can't. You have to put up just for the modding
No,
community. You
can't
have to at
because you
least.
have your life.
No.
your
I'm not
life.
saying you have to fight it. Like that's where people got confused with what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm not saying you take all your money that you made and you go fight, but you don't come out and say to the community, "Is there anybody out there who's got legal knowledge in any of this and come and help me?" I mean, that's bullshit.
Yes, I agree.
Because
You
you're
should
dumb
take-
then. Because you know what, Luke, you're dumb. Okay, because if you thought that nobody was going to come after you at all and you had no preparation for this, then you're fucking dumb, dude. And take 10 minutes, go give a retainer to a lawyer and figure this shit out. So when they come after you, you're not rolling over and going, "Help me, people. My community that's been paying me, help me.
Yeah.
Help me. Figure out, tell me how I got to handle this."
Yeah, like
You had no
Like, I
response
was-
other than
Yeah.
bullshit.
true. He should have He should have anticipated that. Absolutely, I agree with you. And you know what? Also, what mistake he made? I think he got too cocky because there was
Yeah.
this page.
Yep.
He
Yeah.
made an interview with The Verge, and the
That
headline
was
was
so stupid.
this modder earns $20,000 a month making
Mhm.
mods. And yeah, great. Great.
Hello,
way.
video game.
He put a
Hello-
huge, what's the word? Like
He said-
crosshair
said-
on
he
himself,
said-
right?
Hey,
Yeah,
video
exactly.
games industry. Hey,
Please
video
sue
games
me.
industry. I am profiting from your intellectual property.
Exactly.
Please do something to me.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. Do you know that there's this thing called Luke Ross mods downgrader? So basically, if you have, I don't know if it still works, but it used to work like that. If you had latest version of his mod,
Yeah.
you could like input it into a specific software, and it would like grab the old version for you.
Yeah.
Ooh, do it.
Yeah, this
It's
is
called-
this is the this is the end around that they came up with, and they knew he knew at the time that something like this was going to happen. And basically, you know, the way they sell it is, all right, this is the way for you, the patron, to still get the mod even after it's no longer being hosted on Patreon. What it actually is a way for Luke Ross to keep making that money on those mods, even though Patreon isn't hosting them anymore. So yeah,
What's it called?
this is the whole reason. This is the whole reason why he dissuaded people from sharing it in the first place, is because he knew something like this would be coming in just a few weeks.
It's called Luke Ross mods downgrader. I mean, I think it's good that he still allows people to use a loophole to get access to his mods without his
Yeah.
culpability.
Absolutely.
And you know, maybe he did it also because he was afraid that if he didn't took like a public stance, like virtue signal to the lawyers that he doesn't condone people using that mod after it was DMCA, that if they ever sued him, he could say, "But look, I even told people explicitly, don't use it anymore. Like, I'm blameless. Please don't
I
sue
think
me.
that's-
Please don't, you know."
I think you're being very kind to him there.
I am, maybe, yeah. Maybe I am.
I think he could have just as easily not said anything about it, and that would have been much
I mean,
better
maybe
than
he was
what
scared.
he
I would
actually did.
be terrified to death if there was a risk of me getting sued by Take-Two. Really, you don't mess with those
I
guys.
guess
From his admission, all he got was the DMCA. No,
Yeah,
he said
he did.
because he said he never had any other contacts. So if that's all he got, then nobody ever told him that you need to go do this.
Yeah, he didn't get anything from Take-Two. Like, he got a message from Patreon that
Yeah,
said,
but if you don't comply to the DMCA, the next step is
Sure.
Suing.
no one's faulting him for complying to the DMCA. That makes perfect sense. It's just how he kind of handled it, by kind of passing the buck onto the community,
Yeah.
and at the same time guilt tripping them about trying to find their own alternative
Yeah,
means.
I would have no qualms about sharing this mod with anyone, really.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
So
He should have had a legal fund.
Ruuts, we've said it many times. We don't fault these guys for profiting from their hard work, but it is a little bit something different with Luke Ross. We kind of have to put him in his own category, right? Because when you look at all the amazing work that's being done by all these other modders like Raikou Parda or Prey Dog or Dr. Beef, any of those guys are all working pro bono, like for free, right? But not only is Luke Ross like charging, he's not just asking for a buck, is he?
No, it's $10 a month, and I still pay for it, and I don't mind because
Yeah.
there's stuff coming out. But this is the thing: my favorite mod of his is Red Dead 2, and for a lot of people, that they don't, it's not supported anymore, and so you pay that money, and so they're, like you said, once you open that door and you're taking money, and then you don't feel like that. I mean, that was where my anger came from, or frustration. Is like, that was my favorite thing that he did, and it was just yanked away, and it was like, yeah, and it was clearly, I get it, because I mean, if it was my livelihood, I would, like Simplex said, I would scare the crap out of me. But there's just a certain way he could have done it that might have been a little bit better. And I felt, for me, as somebody that was supporting him from the beginning, I felt like it was kind of a slap in my face. But of course, like you said, I got over it, and I'm still supporting him. And I just tried the Spider-Man mod the other day, and it was really cool. And it's that type of stuff that I think people need to or the devs or the PlayStation VR or whatever. I know everybody wants to have hands in VR and have everything be first person, but if people don't embrace that type of game, the hybrids, that's the only thing that really will make VR explode, in my opinion, is bringing in these games. So he's doing a good job in that respect of letting people, putting a spotlight on what needs to happen. Because if these devs, all they have to do is bring the game in as it is and put you in it with a gamepad, it changes everything. Now you're having all these games come out on release, and the devs of the actual games could, on PlayStation VR 2, could bring you into the game with your gamepad, and it would be amazing. But everybody's so stuck that I need to have hand presence. This is another way that I feel like the VR community is kind of shooting themselves in the foot. They want these amazing experiences, but they will not sacrifice anything. And if it's dog shit if I have to use a gamepad, and to me, it's stupid. It's very short. It's just they're not thinking the long game. The long game includes hybrid games. It has to. So
they want those perfect games with motion controls, and in the effect they will get nothing.
Right.
So what's better, nothing or this hybrid game, right?
And it's a step. It's a stepping stone that's going to lead to having those games be in. But right now,
it's a foot in the
there's
door.
too much money to be. It'd be so easy to just put it in VR. Luke Ross is showing us, and if they had the actual developers of the game, how amazing could it be? And some of my Edge of Nowhere is amazing, and guess what? It's a gamepad game. I just think people are very, very. They're just not thinking long term.
I think they're a very vocal minority.
Yeah,
I think this is a problem with the world in general right now, is that everything's either black or white for everyone, and no one allows any room for middle ground. And I think that's true of VR gaming as well as many other things. So
yeah,
you're absolutely right. Anyway, we have a long list of disappointing crap to get through. So why don't we move on to our next nominee, which is PlayStation VR 1 support.
Great photo.
Yeah, right. Very representative of kind of what this year has been for PSVR 1. Now, it hasn't been completely dead. We did get some nice titles on PSVR 1 this year, but not nearly enough. And we all kind of understand, Simplex, that we are in a transition year and the next gen is coming up. But I don't think any of us expected it to drop off quite to the level that it did. Like, it died immediately upon the start of this year.
True. I don't remember.
Were
if I
you
played any new game this year? Like exclusive? Were there any exclusive games that didn't appear on any other platform?
exclusives? I mean, they had a timed exclusive. Moss Book 2
Yeah.
was
Okay.
timed, but
Doesn't count.
All the developers
they're-
were looking to PlayStation VR too. As soon as it was a sure
Yeah.
thing, why would you release it, especially if it's going to hold back your game, which it would, especially on a platform that's completely new with new controllers and everything. So the safe bet for these developers was to say, you know what, we're just going to wait for our game and put it out on PlayStation VR 2. And so it just left a handful of games. And like Simplex said, if I've got another system that's got superior graphics, why would I play it on PlayStation VR 1 with crappy tracking? There's no reason
least-
for it.
Yeah, at least Sony could have put out something, like draw the bone, that's their platform. On the other hand, they did support it for 7 years, so
That's true. This was
Well,
just the end of it. So it wasn't a
So-
surprise, but
yeah.
so we do Game of the Month every month, and we do it specific to every platform. And Eric, we got off to a very strong start in January for PlayStation VR, as we had Wanderer and Zenith out in the same month, and we said, you know what, this might not be such a bad year for PSVR. But as the year wound on, we probably had at least 5 or 6 months where there were 0 games, period. Not just first party Sony titles, but there were no games at all on the PlayStation platform. And for a platform that we held for many years as the best catalog in VR, I mean, I don't know what to say about that. It's less than 0 effort from the one company that's known worldwide for their games catalog. I mean, it's kind of mind-boggling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, because sorry to interrupt you. These all these games that come out on Quest, they could easily come out on PSVR, right? Because
Right.
the power of. So why didn't Sony entice developers at all to do this, to make a port, pay them for making a port? They do it for money, right? So why?
I don't blame the developers at all for this.
No.
This is Sony. Sony's got this. This is Sony's platform. They need to entice the developers. Again, who's going to make a game for a headset that probably is in most people's closet at this point? Nobody is there going to be
here's
playing that game. Look at Moss. Moss Book 2 did terrible because guess what? Todd even said, he's like, I'll just wait till it comes on a Quest. I know I got to wait, but I'll just wait. I don't feel like pulling my PlayStation VR out of my closet. So if that's the case, Sony needs to do some things, just like Simplex said. It's on Sony. Do something to support your platform for the year.
Exactly. And Ruuts, like people, it's a very valid point by Eric and Simplex. Like, why would developers make games for a device that's in most people's closet? But you got to think about why. Why is it in most people's closet? The reason why is because Sony hasn't done anything to keep people engaged. Eric's right. They should have funded some third-party titles, even if they are Quest ports, to keep people engaged. I mean, at one time, this was by far the largest community in VR, the most, the biggest player base, but they let it dwindle away almost intentionally. You'd think that they would make some sort of investment to try to keep that community intact so that when the next generation does get here, they're starting with a step up. I really don't understand the lack of support from Sony here.
We could get into the radius on PSVR easily, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
Be a great game.
Absolutely. Yep.
But we didn't.
yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of. I mean, it really did. It makes no sense from a standpoint of getting people to buy your new headset if you're gonna because what it did is it drove a lot of people to Quest 2. They said, well, I've got nothing else to play, and so I'm just gonna get a Quest 2 for a while. Well, you don't want to do that from as a headset or a console. You think Sony and with flat games is going to say, well, let's let it die down so they can go to Xbox and maybe they'll come back. Sometimes they don't come back, and so it was very short-sighted on their reason. I mean, there was no reason to have a PlayStation VR this year for the most part, unless you already had it and you didn't have another headset, but there was nothing that you couldn't play on everything else, and the graphics were superior, and the for most games, and the tracking. You know what I mean? Like
Oh
it.
yeah.
So it was definitely a big mistake. Or I don't know why they would do this, but I think it's was really big, bad decision.
And they announced lack of backwards compatibility, and I don't think they managed to explain it clearly, because some people still think it's greed, but I think it's very hard to convert automatically the this the control system from moves, right? For example, where you didn't have analogs, to the new ones. So I can understand why they didn't do it, but they still should have said, okay, it's not going to be backwards compatible, but all those games will get patches, like
I don't even
there
have
will be some
confidence in
compatibility.
that. How many games do we
Yeah.
have that don't have a PS5 patch still? You know what I mean? Like for flat games. It baffles me that it just doesn't seem like, it seems like they're doing so many things right, and it seems like they're doing so many things wrong. And it makes me feel like this, at least for a year or so, that hardware is not going to be leveraged for most games. You're going to have some games like Horizon Zero Dawn, or whatever the actual name of it is, and Resident Evil and Switchback, but what else? And I guess the racing game now, but it just
Saber.
yeah, Beat Saber.
Yeah,
You're
but
gonna have Beat Saber. You're gonna have eye tracking. I guess that
I
will
get what
help.
they're saying though. I mean, I understand you have to say goodbye to these platforms at some point, and you don't want anybody going in and taking these experiences that were on PSVR 1 and putting them on a PSVR 2 headset and not having the best experience.
Right.
The whole idea of this headset is high fidelity, high experience. If you take some of those old games and you just try and make them work on a PlayStation VR 2 and it's not a great experience, they want to focus on what Call of the Mountain is going to be. They want to focus on what Resident Evil 8 is going to be. They don't want you going backwards and having a bad experience. They just don't. Which I get it. And exactly what you said with the controls, that is a nightmare, dude. Trying to figure out how you're going to do moves and the new controllers, it would be a nightmare.
Yeah, but all those games that are on Gamepad, like Resident Evil 7, it even got a PS5 patch. Capcom did a PS5 patch. Now do a patch for a VR version, right? It's like it's a no-brainer. for me.
Astrobot. Yeah, they will.
Yeah, but Astrobot used those lights. You could track,
Oh, that's true.
right? So
Yeah.
and remember Static? That's an amazing game. One of the best games for PSVR. Static. Also hard to make a port, but I hope they would. That's a great game.
But again, Sony's got to fund all those, because what's the incentive for the developer to do it?
Yeah, exactly. And they have money for that.
Those developers are on to their next game. They want to go sell another game. They don't want to patch a game that people have already bought.
Yeah.
So lots
Some
of
them
disappointment.
Do, like No Man's Sky is getting a free patch, right?
Right. The good developers will. They'll make sure that they support their game until the end of the time. But a lot of them do move on. They're like, you know what? We're not even finished with this game, and we're thinking of the next one. Like that's how a lot of developers think, and I get it, because you got to keep the money coming. But I would think that you want your game to stand out and stand the test of time as long as you can. But I agree with Eric. It's like at some point, it's not even worth it going to a new. It's a lot of work. So Sony needs to entice them and give them some money, and maybe they will. So
Let's see.
So plenty of disappointment on many levels from Sony and their approach this year. And we'll get back to that in a few moments. But let's talk a little bit about Meta. I remember clearly when we were waiting on our successor to the Oculus Rift, when Meta basically changed direction on a dime and decided they were going to go the route of standalone, taking a step back in terms of fidelity in order to make a device that is more accessible to the masses, more affordable to the masses. And it created a huge rift within Oculus at the time. And a lot of the original people who worked on the original Rift left Meta at that time. And then the other camp basically took the reins. And at the head of that camp was a guy by the name of John Carmack. So largely, the direction that Meta has gone, at least over the first year or two after that kind of segmenting of their workforce and in their office, a lot of the direction was provided by John Carmack. But as time has gone on, other rifts have formed. In what way they should curate content for their new standalone platform, and what kind of quality standards should have been put in place with regards to the things that they're making available to people. And over time, that rift became larger and larger and larger. And then just a couple of months ago, we got the news that Mr. Carmack himself, the last glimmer of hope in the eyes of many tech enthusiasts out there, left Meta. And this was surprise. This was a surprise to a lot of people. But Eric, anyone who's been paying attention would know that this guy hasn't been very pleased with the direction they've been taking for quite some time. And really, he was just a part of Meta in name only over the last year or so anyway. Sure, it's a big loss for the VR community in general. But I mean, honestly, I don't think that we're really going to feel any kind of big shift in the direction that we were already going. Am I off base here?
I don't think so. I think we're disappointed because he made us feel better, right? It made us feel better knowing that he was there. So it was like a blanket. It was like a little security blanket we had. But did it really do anything? Did it really keep you warm? It didn't.
It's symbolic, I think.
Exactly. It just
it
made you comfortable.
It's an end of an era.
But we know the reason he's leaving. Yeah, the reason he's leaving is because he wasn't being heard, and he, anything that he was saying was probably going on deaf ears, and probably has been for a long time. So, it was anything he's going to do right now change the direction of Meta? No way. They're going in exactly the way they want to go, no matter what Carmack said. So I'm actually happy for Carmack that he's finally going to get out of there and do something he wants to do.
And that message he wrote was savage.
Yeah.
5% GPU utilization.
I think that more than anything is what disappointed me about it, Simplex, is because, whether he had any real power or not with regards to the direction they were taking, it was kind of cool once or twice per year that we had our guy that was on the inside that we knew would come out and shoot straight with us about what was going on there. And I think more than anything, that's what I'm going to miss about Carmack not being there anymore, is now we really don't know. We really don't know what's happening behind the scenes anymore. And basically anything else that we're going to get regarding the kind of what's going on there, it's all going to be marketing speak from here on forward. Ruuts, what do you think? I mean, do you think that this is a tremendous loss for the VR community, or do you think it's going to pretty much be business as usual going forward?
I think it's going to be business as usual. But like you said, now we don't have our guy on the inside shooting it straight, so we know, because he'd come out and say whatever, what he just said in that his statement. My biggest fear is he's too smart to go work on AI, because AI, I think, is going to be the future threat of the world, and it's already running away from it. So I was kind of my hope. I was because before I really read into it, I thought, okay, well, maybe he's just going to go somewhere else and go to another company and actually get done what he wants to get done. But I think he's over it, and he's moving on to bigger and better things. And so I salute him for that. It just sucks that. We knew when he was there, if he was running it, things would be getting better, and now we're kind of in the dark. So
think about this for a minute, Ruuts. If we really are truly scared of what the evil AI might be doing to humanity over the next few years, now compound that with the fact that the guy that created fucking Doom is the guy that's making the AI now. That doesn't bode well. They're gonna come for us with chainsaws, aren't they?
I think so. And I guess this is the shining part of this whole thing, or I guess the optimistic thing is maybe we need somebody on the inside for AI to give us shoot it straight. And he's gonna come out one day and say, okay, we're screwed. It got away from us about 5 years ago. I believe AI is a lot more advanced than we think, and it's doing a lot more than we know, and we're just now kind of being let in on it. And I just was reading something the other day about that guy came out, that was a month or two ago, and he said that AI had became conscious, right? And they immediately fired him. So that's BS. Well, now
Right.
there's starting to be articles saying, well, he was actually, there was more to it than we know. And so I think I think it probably has, and to some extent. And what that means, I have no idea. But I'm a big believer that life is exciting, good and bad. And the last couple of years have been so exciting. I would like it to just not be exciting for a little bit. Just give me a breather. And I feel like just when I take a breath, something's slapping us in the face again. And now it's the AI.
So we got quite a few more disappointments on the list here, and we are quickly running out our time here. So I'm going to try to pick up the pace a little bit as we look through these nominees. Eric, I don't know about you, but one of the more disappointing things over the last few months to me is kind of a repeat of what we saw when Moss came to Quest, and they chose not to support cross-buy at the time, and I felt that it was incredibly short-sighted and kind of anti-consumer. But I think that decision kind of pales in comparison to what they've just done by not allowing the upgrade to PSVR 2 for Moss Book 2 to even get a discount, let alone be free. Like, a lot was made over the fact that they didn't sell very many of these on PSVR 1. How much money do you think it would have really cost them to allow those few people that actually did shell out the $40 for this game to not have to buy it again when they get their new headset next month?
This is a
So their
huge black
argument
eye for
was-
Polyarc, man.
So that was their argument, that they are not allowing free upgrade because they sold not enough, or
No, that's not their argument. That's our argument. Like,
okay, yeah, exactly. I agree that it wouldn't cost them anything, but it would be so much PR. Like, they would be showing that they're not greedy. They care about the community. That's a horrible decision. Horrible.
And it gives you incentive to pick it up right now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's actually drives sales. I mean, it makes no sense all the way around. And and it kind
Who
of
is going to buy Moss again? Like, who is going
exactly.
to people who paid $40? Who's going to do it again? Like,
zero.
Like Ruuts
Yeah.
just said, they'd be better off saying, "Look, when it goes to PlayStation VR 2, it's going to be $50. Buy it now. You can get it for $40."
Yeah, drive the sales.
That would have been
man.
a smarter move, and they would have made people happy.
Yeah, this isn't the persistence where you get a different game every time that you play through it. This is Moss. When you're done with it, you're done with it. Now, let me be clear. I think the pricing structure that they've got going on for Moss Book 1 and 2 on PSVR 2 is amazing. You can get both games for $40. That's a hell of a deal. But man, don't punish those people who bought it on day one and expect them to buy it again, because guess what? They're not going to buy it again. Most of them are not going to buy it again. And now you've got people like me pissed off at you for trying to nickel and dime everyone to death.
it's horrible. Like, Quake, when Quake Remastered came out, Quake Remastered, everyone got it for free. Friggin' Quake. Not to
Yeah.
mention Witcher 3. People would happily pay for it. We got ray tracing in this whole Witcher 3, this complete edition, right? It's for free. Cyberpunk, free upgrade for next gen consoles, like everything. Like, what is happening here? Why can No Man's Sky offer a free upgrade, and Resident Evil,
Hey,
they adding Resident Evil Village is adding a VR mode for free, right? Right? I'm not wrong on
everyone.
Yeah.
Has anyone other than Moss announced that their upgrade is going to be paid? Like,
that.
even
Beat Saber.
even after the fall, and Vertigo notorious for overcharging people for their games, even after the fall is going to be free.
Wow.
And
Even if it's not free, just charge a $10 fee or something.
you
Say,
go.
hey,
Like,
there
it's
you
going to
go.
cost you $10 on top of it.
Right.
People will at least respect that. But you're going to make me buy the whole game again? It's
or
not
at
happening.
least make a discount, like 50% discount.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. It's crazy. I don't
What is
understand
that?
it. it makes me think that PolyArc must have some marketing guy that knows nothing about gaming or nothing about the VR market that's making these kinds of decisions, because I don't understand it on any
And they
level.
made such a good game. Most 2, one of the best VR games.
Yeah,
Sorry, I got muted. Most 2, one of the best VR games of this year.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you know what? In the
Difference.
big picture, in the big picture of the, all of the bull crap that we've dealt with this year, this is just one game and one, $20 bill.
I
that
hope there's
basically
a backlash from all the content creators and everyone, and maybe they will change their mind. I mean, this happened. There were things like that. They would announce something like Microsoft wanted to double the price of Game Pass. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they said, sorry, no, we're not doing that. So maybe if there was like a huge backlash from everyone, and,
You know what?
Call out.
I doubt it, because we roasted these people pretty fucking hard when they didn't support cross-buy on Quest for people who bought Moss on Rift, and it didn't make any bit of a difference. And yeah. But again, small. These are small beans in the bigger picture. When you start to look at something that's $40, sure, it's a bit disappointed. But then that brings us to our next nominee, which costs quite a bit more than $40. The MetaQuest Pro launched this year for $1,500, and quite a few notable omissions from this, starting with the depth sensor. I mean, for $1,500, Eric, you'd think that this thing would have OLED micro displays, but it doesn't. It's got LCD panels in it. It's got the same processor that Quest 2, the $400 Quest 2 has in it, although it is a bit configured differently. Admittedly, they moved the RAM off the chip and put it somewhere else. I'm not saying that this isn't a great headset, Eric. It's really cool. I got a chance to use it in Vegas last week. I enjoyed my time with it. But for $1,500, I was expecting a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like of two minds with this one. I get it. I agree. I think when we were debating this, I was like, it's not a disappointment if you know it's coming. Like if we had all along thought this was going to be $700 and it ended up being $1,500, then I think that's a huge disappointment. But like we knew, they said from the beginning this was not a headset for consumers. They weren't saying it was. They didn't want to like confuse anybody. But
how many years now have we been watching HTC release headsets to consumers, overpricing them, and then saying, well, you know what, it's not for consumers.
Right, but this is Meta. They've never done this before, so I mean, it's not like they have a track record. And I don't want to judge Meta because HTC has been short-sighted in what they do for the last 5 years. So I'm not going to kill Meta for HTC's mistakes.
I will judge them on it because they just did it. They, whether they did it 7 times or they did it 1 time.
What did they do though? What did they
They're
do?
still announcing that the games are coming on Quest Pro. Like this game is available on MetaQuest and MetaQuest Pro. So
I still don't get what they did though. They did. It's not like they tried a bait and switch. It's not like they said, "Oh, here's this, but we're going to give you this." They said exactly what they were going to do, and it's a great headset.
And switch with the depth sensor because 5 months ago Mark Zuckerberg himself said
they never came out and said the depth sensor is coming, and then they pulled it out. It was rumored that it was going to be in the headset, and it didn't ship with it.
But this is
I heard that
it was never
promised the depth sensor. Maybe I'm wrong. But.
Never confirmed anywhere that there was going to have a depth sensor. That was Brad who put it out there, and it was supposed to have it for sure. But it wasn't like they said, "Hey, this is what it's going to have," and then they don't have it.
It was still disappointing.
That's just one part of a small part of the larger picture, which is this is an overpriced headset, and whether you want to say it's not meant for gamers or not, I mean, it's all semantics. This headset is not worth the price tag on this headset.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, and especially we didn't know when it came out, but now we know the Quest 3 is right around the corner. And so, like, I just kind of figure it's kind of weird that this thing is even, I mean...
Right, Quest 3 is right around the corner, but it's not going to have face tracking. It's not going to have eye tracking. It's not going to have the things that the Quest Pro has. So you're still not going to get the same experience. Now, the Quest 3 is going to be an amazing headset, but I'm just saying that this headset is not a disappointment. It is a good headset. Again, if they had come out and said this is a gaming headset that you're going to be able to do this, this, and this on, and it's going to be $600, and then it came out to be $1,500, then it's a disappointment.
Well,
I just don't think that's the case here.
I will intrude. I found an article on Protocol.com where there's an interview with Mark Zuckerberg, and Mark Zuckerberg said, "On Cambria, we will actually have a depth sensor." Quote from Mark Zuckerberg.
As a Cambria model, they did say that it wasn't something that they were looking to do, but it was never a spec that was released on the Quest Pro.
It doesn't matter.
But Cambria is Quest Pro, isn't it?
At that time, it was not. It was still a headset that was still in development. You don't think they change it? They say and change a million things in development before they release it. It was still called the Cambria at that point. It wasn't even a set headset.
Listen. It's not about the depth sensor here. This is about level of disappointment. And I will point out that the nominee isn't just MetaQuest Pro and nothing else. This is MetaQuest Pro price versus features. And Ruuts, you and I, as much as we pretty much knew we weren't probably going to buy this, we did consider it for a while. Both of us did, when we thought that this was going to be an $800 headset. When we found out that not only was it not going to be $800, but when we found out it was going to be a lot more than $800, how would you describe how you felt?
I just
In one word, how did you feel?
screwed.
I
don't
felt
know, man.
disappointed.
Why?
Disappointment.
I don't get it. Why were you buying this headset? Why were you two gamers ever going to buy this headset? Tell me. What were you going to do with it? Why? Because you want to have a new headset. They didn't come out and say this headset's for you, Wes. This headset's for you. They didn't do that.
I don't care.
But
I don't care,
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't know,
can I
man.
talk? Can
If
I talk
spent
now?
$1,500
Yes.
on this headset, I would be disappointed, even if I knew.
Can I talk now?
Yeah.
Maybe. If you're going to agree with me, you can talk all you want.
I'm not going to agree with you because the point is it doesn't matter why I wanted the headset. The point is that we all kind of had an idea of how much this headset was going to cost. I wanted it because I wanted it. It doesn't matter why I wanted it. When I found out that I couldn't afford it, that was a pretty big disappointment. And it doesn't matter why. The fact is that it was. And that's why it's on this list. That was disappointing to me that this thing cost as much as it did. And it was even more of a disappointment when I found out what was in the thing and what was not in the thing. That was disappointing. More than
people
once.
like Scion, it was really disappointing because he's been waiting to upgrade for a long time. And like Wes said, it's MetaQuest Pro prices versus features is why it was a disappointment. Regardless of what they said and their explanation of it being enterprise, that was kind of a disappointment as well. To watch Meta go down that road that HTC's been doing for so many years, and now all of a sudden they put this tag on it, and they say, okay, now it's unattainable for most people, regardless.
I love you guys. I do. You're like my best friends in the world. I just don't understand here. This is a development kit for basically this is a DK1 for AR and a headset and mixed reality. This is what they put this headset up for. They didn't say this is a game. They didn't come out and say this is the Quest 3. This is the Quest 3. This is a gaming headset and it's going to be this and such a price. And they came out and said, okay, here it is at $1,500 and it's not going to do what you want it to do.
Price versus features.
This is a headset that they originally said this is what we need to do. We need to put this headset out and do this so we can get to Quest 3. This is a stepping stone for them to do that. That's all it is. And they told you that from up front. So I don't understand where the disappointment is.
And 3 months later, HTC's doing a better headset for a third less of the price. It's overpriced. It's overpriced.
But
I don't 100% disagree with that for sure that they did a better job.
But you know what's really disappointing? How bad is the AR pass-through? There's this article on Karl Gutak. You know Karl Gutak, he's this expert on VR. This German guy, I think, the old guy who talked to Brad. He made this article which is titled "Unbelievably Bad AR Pass-Through," and he says it's not up to the master. They shouldn't advertise it as like a business device because the AR pass-through is so bad it's unusable, and he has all the proof. He
that's not
compared
true.
it. He made
That's not true. That's not
Yeah,
true.
Well,
it's-
read that
It's-
article.
I don't have to read the article. I got a fucking headset right here that I use all the time, and it's a great pass through. So I don't need to read an article of some guy telling me what I know.
It's not some guy.
It's good
man.
pass through.
It's not some guy.
Again,
It's not
but
some guy.
I'll look at my own eyes. I don't need to read an article. If I have the headset here and I look at it and I'm looking at it, and it's a great pass through. It's way better than the Pico pass through, and I can do exactly what they say I can do in it. I can't even
Well,
spend
Pico
10
is
minutes
not
in the Pico pass
$500,000,
through.
$500,000, right? So
But again, if you're telling me it's unusable, that's not true. It's untrue.
okay, that may have been a hyperbole.
You think?
But I
Okay,
still
just a
recommend
little
you
bit.
to read see that article. He made pictures, everything. Like it's all there.
Again, but why do I need to read it if I have it? If I have it and I use it and I think it's a great pass through, and I'm comparing it to the Pico I have over here, and I'm comparing it to the pass through that I just did at HTC, and I still think the Quest Pro is a really good pass through. Why am I reading somebody's article who's not a VR guy?
He's a
I
VR
think-
guy. Oh fuck, man! He's a VR guy. Carl Gutak. Just read about him, okay? He's an
All right.
expert on optics. He's like
Again,
one of the
but
most
again, if I'm
renowned
looking at the
people.
pass through right here, what do I need him for? What am I
Well,
looking at this article for? Have you
well,
tried it?
I
Have
mean,
you tried the
I-
Quest Pro?
Sadly, no.
Simplex?
I did
Have you-
try
okay, so-
Pico, and it's bad.
Again, everybody wants to argue until they put it on their head. Put it on your head and then let me know.
Well, he did put it on his
Look.
head, and that's his opinion.
Okay.
Look,
And mine
look,
is completely
look.
different.
Look. When Brad and Carl Gutag are being critical of the pass through, it's in specific use cases, and I would go into detail about that, but that isn't really what this is about. I don't want to get
Yeah,
onto
we should move on.
an hour on the finer points of what the pass through can do versus what it can't do in an enterprise or professional environment, which I think is what the context is of these specific criticisms. But again, that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about price versus features. Was it a disappointment? And whether it was to you or not, Eric, fine. But to a lot of people, the price versus what it offered was a pretty big disappointment, myself included. And we'll just leave it at that.
Agreed.
Peace.
All right, let's move on to the next nominee, which again, to some people was a pretty big disappointment. To others, maybe not so much. The integration of Hitman 3 PC VR features. Now this is an interesting one to me because well, there's certain things we can all agree on. We can agree that the development team was a bit misleading in what people should expect from Hitman 3 coming over to PC VR. But I felt like, as is often the case with the VR community, we let our expectations get the best of us. And unfortunately, for a lot of people, it allowed them to not really see the forest for the trees here, which, for lack of a better term, this is the best version of Hitman 3 that you can play. Is on PC. It's head and shoulders better than the PlayStation VR version. But for some reason, we saw in our community people who raved about this game on PlayStation VR telling people that they shouldn't even bother to play it on PC VR, which is just mind-blowing to me. So again, yeah, certainly some things to be disappointed about here for me. I really enjoyed this game, but Ruuts, there's no denying it, man. Widespread disappointment when this game launched. It was a pretty big story at the time, right?
Yeah, and it's crazy to me because, like you said, it's the best version. It's got motion controls. I mean, granted, you can't pick stuff up with your left hand, but I watched Eric just go crazy having fun with this thing, man. And like, it's just one of the best versions, or I guess it is the best version. It looks amazing. The gameplay is there. And I liked it on the gamepad, but this is full-fledged, motion controls with the exception of picking stuff up with your left hand. So to me, it was a little bit baffling, but I mean, I get it from the purists that want full everything. You're holding things back. You specifically, all of you, not all of you, but it's just that mindset is holding back VR, in my opinion, from getting these AAA titles. And when people go and they shit all over Hitman 3, that's kind of a problem, right? Because that tells the developers, look, we don't want AAA VR, or we don't want any version of it unless it's perfect. And I don't know, it was just weird to me.
Oh, yeah, I remember my comments and about this game, and I think that the problem was that they did hype it up too much, and that was the disappointment. If they said it straight from the beginning, it's not going to be much different from the PSVR version. I think the reaction will be much different. And also, do you know this channel Virtual Insider?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
they made very good analysis. It's called Hitman 3 PC VR analysis video. He made a very reasonable, no hate, no swearing, no fuck the devs things. Very calm, fixed it. That's bad. I mean,
yeah.
the reaction of the community could be better. I agree.
Yeah. Basically, the developers came out and said that they were going to give it full PC VR integration.
Exactly.
And for people like us who are in the VR bubble, I mean, that has a lot of connotations behind it, right? We expect a full-blown PC VR game, which it was pretty close to, right? But there still are button press interactions. You can't grab things with your left hand, and
You can't move your body.
can't move your body.
Because there's no
Oh,
move
you
straight,
mean?
right?
That's
Oh
true.
yeah,
You
well,
kinda
see,
have to stay seated, I guess. We always sit. I
Yeah.
always stay seated. But
Yeah,
that's valid.
no room. It's not room scale.
no room scale. But I never, I didn't even know that because I never
Yeah, but
tried
there
to
are
play it
people
that way.
for whom it's very important. Like it should be like the staple. Like a game should allow you to move your body in VR. That's the whole point of being in VR
True.
for me, right? And it didn't, and they didn't tell you it won't have it. So people automatically assumed it would have.
Right,
So
and
they
that's
were pissed when
very,
it didn't.
and it's very weird when you try to move in an experience or a game
Exactly.
like that. So that's very valid.
Yeah, right. So that's why they should have did damage control and immediately tell people, no, we won't be able to read you on game, but it'll be fun anyway. It'll be great anyway. You will have this whole world to explore, right? And I think it was also very, very blurry at the beginning, and you had to do some magic, like oversampled or something. It was very blurry at the beginning. You had to do some magic tricks to make it not blurry, but I didn't.
I think that was. I think it was weird because I think Eric, weren't people having different experiences on Epic versus on Steam? I think that there were certain, like there was another version of it that people were having certain visual glitches that I didn't experience. By the way, everything worked perfect for me right from the get go.
And there's also a Game Pass version, so that may be another
Right.
like
I
kind of.
forgot about the Game Pass version. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that was
that's
maybe
fun.
that was the version that was the problem. The Game Pass version.
I noticed some visual distortions and things in the loading scene. Like when you load into a level, it kind of pans over the level and shows you the level geometry you're about to enter into. I noticed that was low res at times, but as soon as you got into the playable level, everything was beautiful. Again, even better looking on PC than it was on PlayStation by a notable margin. That's why I was so taken aback again when I saw people reviewing this game and just telling people to play it flat. Like, really? That's better than being in the world and playing the game with your hands. Like on PlayStation, for example, which again, everyone loved the game on PlayStation. I found it almost impossible to fire weapons because you're using the DualShock gamepad on PlayStation and trying to aim with it. And it worked okay for choking people and stunning them. But whenever you picked up a gun, I mean, it was pretty trash. You couldn't really aim very well with it. You could use a pistol a little bit, but two-handed weapons were nearly impossible. And being able to have your hands on PC made all the difference with this game. It turned it around from a game where I was mainly trying to stealth my way through it to a game where now I have the option, if I want to go all out and kill people, I can do it now because I can aim down my fucking sights. Again, sure, there was some cause for disappointment, but I mean, I just don't understand the level of ire that this drew from the PC VR crowd. It was just unbelievable to me.
Yeah. I had a lot of fun in this game, man. This is one of the most fun. This game, it was a lot of fun to be had here. If you just gave it, if you got past all of that and just tried to play the game and have fun, it was a fun game. But people got so hung up on,
I agree.
Those
But
small
also
points.
that developer also they did some shady things like with this whole updates, DLCs. Like they had these little versions, and there was this epic version, and they came on Steam without any discount. There was some really shady shit happening in the background, and maybe part of that hate for Hitman was also like they got it from both sides. I think.
Yeah.
So,
Here's the
Right.
problem. A lot of people didn't even give this game a chance because
Yeah,
of
I
the
agree.
the way the reviews went. Like when people saw how overwhelmingly negative the reviews were, people within our circle, of course, people within the VR bubble, a lot of people just didn't even bother with it. And we've been able to make some strides over the course of a year doing damage control from channels like ours that are, trying to be a little more honest and objective about it. But even still, a lot of people won't touch this game based on the fact that there's some button press interactions. It's just kind of mind blowing to me when you think
that's
about
bad.
it during a year when there were no big budget AAA games. Here we have Hitman 3 coming, and it's not just Hitman 3. It's Hitman 1, it's Hitman 2, and it's Hitman 3. They've supported it with new levels throughout the year and all kinds of new challenges. Just an ungodly amount of AAA content here. In my opinion, this game has a good argument for Game of the Year, and yet there are people out there who won't even try it because people were so
think that
angry.
The worst thing is that it dissuaded the devs from seeing that making VR versions of flat games, hybrid games makes sense because they will get eviscerated. But on
Right.
the other hand, they kind of, in a way, they did it to themselves a bit by
Yes,
setting
agreed.
those expectations and then not meeting them.
And not listening to content creators, because I'm sure
Yeah.
Alex's video was amazing. You know what I mean? And like laid out that case. And why not at least listen to what people are saying and maybe make your game better? That would be amazing, right?
Well, that's the thing, man. Like, how hard would it have been for them just because I mean, the big problem, right, was just the interactions, and they made some progress in that department. They just didn't go all the way with it. How hard would it have been for them just to take it all the way?
They could
Yeah.
have a redemption arc because people would, I think, if they really fixed it, people would appreciate it. Like, look at No Man's Sky.
Mm-hmm.
Right? What happened at the beginning when it came out? They lied. They had no those features. Then they started just adding them, and now they're beloved. They're getting awards for like the best supported game, right, of the year. They're still getting awards 6 years after the release. So the devs could have done something. I mean, they're not small indie poor devs. I mean, Hitman
That's
is a
right.
huge franchise, so that's also disappointing. So I agree that this was all in all a disappointment.
Yeah.
Right, right. And at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, if
Who's to blame?
I'm disappointed or you're disappointed. The fact of the matter is that a lot of people within our community were disappointed, and that's what this category is all about. So,
Yep.
congratulations, Hitman. You've made a lot of people upset this year.
Hmm.
All right, moving right along, let's talk a little bit about some coverage in the VR space. We're still, here it is, 2023. We're still looking for a media source to emerge as kind of the one truly well done, reputable, informed media outlet for VR. And Eric, you would think at some point we would start to make progress. But as we look at what IGN has done over the years, IGN supposedly, the cream of the crop with video game media. It seems like we're taking steps backwards instead of taking steps forward.
IGN, it's so funny. Like, why would they even comment on VR? Like, if you don't have anybody who's doing VR on your staff, why would you even write about it at that point? I mean, you're just trying to get clicks. I mean, because if you put an article up and you actually have to take it down, how embarrassing is that for a news service?
But I mean, this is supposed to be the source when it comes to video game news.
Right.
They're still hiring freelancers for VR. It's like we don't even exist. Like mobile gaming gets as much or maybe even more attention from IGN. And it would be one thing if they just weren't covering us or giving us the level of coverage that we deserve. But it's not even that. It's the coverage that they're giving us is just ill-informed garbage. It's like literally my 15-year-old daughter is more informed about VR than the people that are writing these fucking shitty articles for IGN. Like it seems like they're doing it on purpose, doesn't it?
I mean, yeah. I mean, the amount of misinformation that was in that article was. I mean, how do you talk about standalone and you don't even show a Quest 2 or mention the Quest 2? It's crazy.
The best standalones, and then they give us a bunch of headsets that aren't even standalones. Like, come on, do you know what that word means? Do you know what the word means, IGN?
They had headsets in there, and they were talking about I've never even heard of before, like the B Next or Benext or what. I'm like, what the hell is this?
That's a Walmart generic headset that you're supposed to slide your shitty generic Android phone down into. Like I don't even think these things work anymore. Like that worked somewhat in 2017. Like I don't even think people can even use these things anymore.
Yeah, this article was completely laughable. And that's why they took it down, right? That's why you can't even find it. It's gone.
And Ruuts, like, it isn't like this is an isolated incident with IGN. It's time and time and time again. And it always makes me think back to my kind of introduction to IGN VR. And that's when they reviewed Borderlands 2 VR for PlayStation. And they criticized a bunch of the things about the game that could be fixed. All of it, 100% of it was all changeable in the settings. Everything they criticized was just them not knowing how to fucking change the settings in the game. Like,
what's crazy is that actually was better coverage than this. You know, at least they went into the game and found that they couldn't do certain things, or it was blurry, or this, you know, didn't have snap, or only with snap turn, they couldn't change it. They at least went in and tried it. Here, they clearly don't know what the hell they're talking about. The number one standalone headset isn't even on there, and like you said, the Vive is not a standalone headset. You know, so it's not having people. It's having people that do flat gaming, or maybe they're not even gamers at all, write articles that they shouldn't be doing. And this is, you know, this is what somebody in the community was saying to you. There's a lack of media in VR. Like it would be so easy for a person to come out and do a website and actually gain everything, because everybody is fucking it up right now that's doing it. And it's crazy.
There are some good ones out there. I don't want to just act like the entire VR media is shit. There are some good sources out there. The problem is, Simplex, the problem is that the more well-known ones, the ones that everyone knows, those ones are shit. But like Road to VR does some very good coverage, even though they probably should ramp it up a bit. Like there's a lot of stuff they don't cover. But at least on Road to VR, the coverage that they do give is mostly pretty good stuff. But in the larger video game media, IGN is kind of it, right? I don't know. Is it the same way in Poland? That's the way it is here. Like
we have Eurogamer, but
Eurogamer.
Yeah, and they're good. They have Ian Heighton,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, he's great.
So that's good. IGN has a Polish version too here, but you know, IGN is really, it doesn't have a good rep in hardcore gamers. You know, there's this famous picture of Jeff Keighley with Doritos and Gatorade or something, Mountain Dew, right? Which shows you how like the gaming, like this gaming like, you know, game journalists got bought out by, you know, by, I don't know, the advertisers. And it's kind of like with the IGN, like they do things that will get them clicks, right? They do it for money, I think. And they're very mainstream, very big, popular, site.
So Let me ask you this then, because you're touching on something here that actually is a larger topic with regard to VR media. So IGN in this example, they do a article on the best standalone VR headsets, and they omit pretty much the only well known, great selling standalone VR headset, which is the Quest 2. Do you think that was really ineptitude on their part, or do you think that Meta just wouldn't pay them what they wanted to be paid?
I think all the headsets there that were mentioned, they were sponsored for them. I never even heard of them before.
That makes sense.
It was like a CEO, it's like a farm. Like you make good articles, and then you make those, SEO shit, like articles that get clicks in, from Google or something, or just paid by the advertisers, like sponsored content. But it
Eric,
should be at least. It should be what's the word? You should announce that this is sponsored, right?
Right. Eric, obviously we don't know one way or the other, but this seems entirely plausible, right? That like IGN approaches Meta, says this is our price. Meta says no way, you're a joke in VR anyway. So then IGN says, well, we'll show them. We'll release an article about the best standalones, and we won't even mention them. And then it's this farce of an article, and IGN is so inept that they don't realize just how stupid they look.
Yeah, because I think its ineptitude proves that they removed it, because someone made them realize how stupid that was. If they realized how stupid it was from the beginning, they would never publish it, right? Why shoot themselves in the foot, like willingly? That's my take on that. And but I'm a bit optimistic. I think that when PSVR comes out, they will have to get better. Like
it can't get worse.
yeah,
they've got to get better. It can't get worse.
I mean, in fairness, PSVR in its heyday was a pretty popular in VR standards platform, and it was bad. It was bad then, and it's bad now.
Okay.
So I don't know. Maybe you're a
wrong.
little more optimistic than I am.
At least we have Ian Highton and Eurogamer, right? They are good. They're like the
Yeah,
pick of
yeah. Well, he's a legit VR gamer, and that's more than IGN can say, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. However, they
Eric,
did give very good. They did a very good review of Asgard's Wrath. I think it really got high. Like it was like the best. Someone GameSpot or them voted like Asgard's Wrath the best PC game of 2019 or something. I remember. I was surprised that mainstream even noticed that. Yeah, but
do you think that was legitimate, or do you think that was paid for? I mean,
that was a good game. So even if it was paid,
of course,
it still was a good game. So
yeah. Eric, I think that as time goes on, and with regard to our media, I think that this is a problem that's getting worse. Like the way money is creeping in to our review system. We don't have the largest, most robust media as it is, but it seems like as time goes on, things are just getting more rotten and more rotten and more rotten and less honest, less credible. And typically, I mean, this is the case with all media, but in other areas there are trusted sources and then there are not so trusted sources. But I feel like in VR right now, the trusted sources are just starting to wither away to nothing. Or am I being cynical here, or do you see what I'm seeing?
No, I think you're right. I mean, and there's ways to do it. Like you can't, I get it. You can't just go to a news service and say you can't make any money. You can't advertise anything. You can't take any money. And that's not going to work. I mean, they have to pay people. You have to staff people. I get it. But you have to separate it. And the good ones do. And again, just like Simplex said, you have to know what is paid content, what is not paid content. And then here's the deal. If you are taking money from games, you cannot review games at that point. You have to be a news service. Be a news service, not a review service. You have to decide where you are, because if you're taking money from games, you can't have a non-biased opinion at that point.
There's ways around it. there's
Yeah, the
there's ways
Chinese wall.
around it
It's
too.
called Chinese wall, right? In the traditional press, like there's advertisement department, and the people who write reviews don't know that a game developer paid the advertisement department for advertisement of their game. They don't know about it. They are isolated, and then you can see weird things that when you see a review of the game and the huge advertisements of that game around it, right? But ideally, the guy writing the article or a gal writing an article about the game should have no idea if they paid
Right.
a cent to the advertisement department. And that's the Chinese wall.
Exactly.
But
Right.
I think that wall is crumbling.
It is big time. And you can tell when it is because you can see it. And it goes against most of what they normally do. But the problem is it taints the rest of the news service. So if you want to be a news service that's credible, and then you start taking money for games for reviews, then it just hurts you, and now you have become less credible.
Yeah.
And it's super short-sighted. If IGN did this with Meta and they decided to put out a bogus article to get, I mean, how short-sighted is that? I mean, how ridiculous do you look now? And how many people just went, I'll never go to IGN ever again?
And that's the thing about credibility in the media in general, is that it takes 5 minutes to lose your credibility. It takes 5 years to get it back. Like when it's gone, it's gone. So it's a shame. We need, we're still a young sector here, a young segment of the larger tech landscape. There's still time. But things are moving in the wrong direction. We need somebody. We need reputable people like us, people like you, Eric, people like our friends in our circle. We need to do something about this. We can. And, again, it's moving in the wrong direction. Somebody needs to do something about it before,
Agreed.
Before it's too late.
The West News Network. I'm all for it right
Yeah.
now. I vote for it.
Wow.
I'll even be a Patreon right now.
There we go.
All right,
There
I'll
we
be
go.
one of your correspondents.
That's what I was saying.
My part in Poland.
We have so many friends in our circle here. We're all media guys. We're all credentialed media guys. But we've all for all these years, we've just kind of deferred to the print media and let them have their space, where they're fucking their space up. So somebody needs to do something about it, whether it be me or you or Skiva or Alyx or anybody else. I mean, we could list off probably 20 people right now who could do it the right way. Somebody needs to step up.
Well said.
Anyway, let's move along to our next nominee, and this one we kind of already touched on a little bit as we got off onto an early tangent, but we're gonna circle back around to Sony. PSVR 2 has a cable, and it isn't backwards compatible. Now, you guys already pretty thoroughly went in on what a disappointment the backwards compatibility is. So let's focus on the cable. And I think most of us, if not all of us here, don't really look at this as much of a disappointment. In fact, in some ways, it's an advantage. But there's no denying it, Ruuts, that there are a lot of people out there who this was a huge disappointment for. And
That's what
in
disappoints
fact,
me. I'm disappointed in the reaction.
right.
Yeah, there's definitely people like, I know Wolf Raza Luck. This is the thing. Wireless is amazing. And so Meta spoiled us for so many years, but it's a trade-off. It's like, we're gonna now have the fidelity that we need. Sony's focusing on the fidelity. And if we want the true AAA game experience, that includes the amazing fidelity. I have no doubt that somewhere down the road, there will be a wireless mod of some sort. They've kind of alluded to it now because they're starting to realize it's a bigger deal for a lot of people, and I don't begrudge them, but at the same time, it's I think it's necessary, and to me, it's a plus.
Exactly.
So
I would ask those people who are like disappointed and say it's shit, unplayable, I'm not buying it. Like, would you like the PSVR 2 to have less features, like don't have eye tracking, don't have OLED, and
Right.
have wireless, or would you want it to cost over $1,000? Because like it's laws of physics. You have to add electronics to it. It's not possible to make it wireless like for $0.
right, yeah,
It's a
kind of
trade-off, right? Like Sony made a calculated decision that they didn't want to use compressed video streaming for their big, $10 million AAA games, right? They wanted to bring it through in full fidelity. And of course they're, in fairness, they're using their own tricks to make that happen. Motion smoothing, reprojection, this sort of thing. But, it's a calculated decision. And Eric, I think what Simplex says has a lot to do with it, and that is cost. Obviously, there are technical solutions that allow for high fidelity wireless transmission, but Sony's not trying to sell $1,000 headset, right? They're trying to keep it as affordable as possible, and
they still packed it with features that are not unheard of in this price range. Like, show me OLED HDR with eye tracking for $550, $100. Like, it's not existing. Right.
Yeah, exactly.
We're freaking out at this headset at $550. Can you imagine if you made it wireless and it was $900?
Exactly.
People would lose their mind, and guess what? Nobody buy it. I mean, the majority wouldn't buy it. Only the the super high end people would be able to afford it. You know what I mean? So they wanted to make it affordable, and whether you think $550 is affordable or not, that's on an individual basis, right? We all have our breaking points of what we think is affordable and not affordable. But if you don't think that this headset is worth $550, then then you're not being honest with yourself, because it's worth $550. Whether that means you can afford it or that would be something you would pay for is a different story. But at $550, it's perfect. If you make it any more than that, then it gets to the point where it's too high end, and then you're looking at a Valve Index.
I mean, I'd love it for it to be $499, but
sure,
probably they couldn't do it. But I can respect that. I'm still buying it. Like, after I learned about the price, I pre-ordered it anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah. And what I also think? That Sony has no control over what is happening between your router and your headset. If they make it wireless, you start getting people who just have shitty routers, or they have lots of interference. Like, I live in a block of flats, like something called a project in the States, but I'm not that poor. But we have those in Poland. Like, we live in those huge blocks of flats, and I have 50 or 60 wireless networks. My phone sees 60 networks. Wow. Yeah, and I have problems. I've never had good Airlink experience in my life, like here in my building.
I've never had a single Airlink experience. It just doesn't work for me.
It just hates less. Airlink hates less.
I even bought Pico hoping it'll get better. I even got I contacted Gigodem. He gave me a key, for Pico, thanks to the fact that I was I knew him from some show with Sebastian or something. And sadly, it's better than the built-in, but it still sometimes hitches. And I think it's all because of that interference. So I can understand that Sony and what would people do if they had problems with wireless? They would write to Sony support, right? And Sony can't do anything about it. So they would get more support, people angry at them for something that they are not blamed for. They couldn't be blamed for. And I can totally understand that they're not ready for that. Yeah,
and what Ruuts has said all along, I 100% agree with. We probably will see a wireless module down the road at some point.
Or a new version, like a Pro, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think this category, this nominee, is just very indicative of a lot of some of the other nominees here. It's just that different people want different things, right? Like, a lot of the people who are complaining about PSVR 2 having a cable are perfectly happy with their Quest and the games that they're getting on their Quest. While on the other hand, people who don't really care about the cable, who are fine with it, well, we haven't been very happy with the Quest library in quite some time. Obviously, there are exceptions to that rule, but it just shows that there's a real divergence in the VR community now, and the VR enthusiasts. We're not all the same group like we were in the early days. Now we're starting to segment a bit and get different people who value different things. So while none of us here are horribly disappointed in that cable, there are a lot of people out there who it was a pretty big disappointment
for. I think those people are wrong. I mean, if they wore it, they checked it, they would realize how wrong they were. I still believe that. Because all previews say that the cable is not a problem. Like, no one said, no, it's good, but the cable, no. The cable is elastic, it's light, it's almost right. What are your thoughts? Did you?
I never felt it during the demo. Now we had a proctor that was helping us and probably keeping us out of the cord a little
Right.
bit. But you
Steve.
know how sometimes you wear these, yes, Steve. You know how sometimes you wear these headsets. Like if you wear the Valve Index, you can feel the cord. You know, even if it's just hanging straight down because it's heavy.
It's
I didn't
safe.
feel that. I didn't feel that at all with the PlayStation VR 2. I never felt the tug. I never felt that. Feel like it was pulling me back in any way.
Exactly.
I only noticed
making
it right
too big of a
when
deal.
they first put it on me. I noticed it, but after I started playing it, I never even
It
thought
melts
about it one
away,
time.
right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway,
absolutely.
again, this is a list of 10 disappointments. We had probably 10 more that I cut out of it, but there can only be one winner, and Ruuts. I don't think there were very many things that were more disappointing to VR enthusiasts this year than Upload VR. And, we didn't want to just make this about What the Bat because it's a larger thing than that. I mean, we just talked about a great deal of it with regards to quick credibility and sponsorships. I don't want to rehash all of that. But even like the Upload VR showcase from a month ago was incredibly disappointing. Not that there wasn't great stuff in it, but there was a lot of not so great stuff in it. And I guess Ruuts, it kind of does go back to what we were talking about with regards to sponsored content. There needs to be a very clear line, and it doesn't seem like Upload's drawing very many of these lines lately.
No, and the problem is it for me is like kind of what I touched on earlier is like I don't know, like all the places that I used to think to go to for VR news. Like how could I go to Upload VR now after this? Like
You
at least
were
for
the
me.
chosen one. You were the chosen one.
Yeah, exactly. We're
it's-
so disappointed.
And that's why there's so much opportunity for all these other ones. Like you said, they're less known to step up and give us the coverage.
Mixed
Because
news, right?
right.
These guys are up and coming.
Well, and this just showed me where Upload VR is right now, and it's about the money. And it doesn't mean, I've only seen 2 good decisions in my opinion that they've made this last year, and that was picking up Alyx and Skiva. Other than that, I don't see anything else that they've done that's good. And that doesn't mean they can't turn it around, but they need to do it because their credibility is going downhill fast, in my opinion. So
I really
Eric.
think they did it more for the controversy than for money, I don't want to accuse them of something, but I think they did it exactly to generate this kind of controversy and everybody would talk about it, outrage, just this, manufacture outrage, and that's how but that's not a good way to do it, right?
It's very possible. It's very possible. We don't know what their motivation, whether it be money, ineptitude, controversy. It could have been any of those or none of those, Eric. But I think it's safe to say that we all miss Jamie Feltham very much.
There's a huge hole there, and you can see it. You can just see it in the last year in some of the reviews that they did, and especially in this Game of the Year. Like I don't get it now. And we do this all the time because when we vote on stuff, because we vote on Game of the Month every month, right? And we always go through and we say, it's not always what I wanted to play or what I thought was the game of the month. I have to try and think about what we think is the best game. So even if they came out of What the Bat and said, wow, this is the best VR experience I had this year, do we say that is the best that VR has to offer this year? Like, do we go out and tell people that? Do they spend their hard-earned money on a $25 game that's not even worth $5? So you're a news service that people trust to go to figure out, like if somebody's new comes into VR right now and they're like, well, let me go check this news service. They look like they're very professional. Wow, their game of the year was What the Bat in 2022. I'm going to fire my headset up for the first time ever, and I'm going to play this game because this is the best that VR has to offer. And then you go in there and you're like, where's God of War Ragnarok? I'm out of here, dude.
Or if you see this, like if you're a complete VR noob, you see this, you say this is the best game of the year. So what are the wars games? Like this
Exactly.
is the best game. Like,
Exactly. Yeah. What was the other garbage that they didn't pick?
And to touch again on
Red
what
Matter 2, Most 2, Compound.
No, they weren't good. They weren't that good.
to touch again on a point we made earlier about this, like, okay, so let's say that they are doing it for controversy or even money for whatever reason. Like, let's assume that Upload turns it around a month from now and they start doing great coverage again and the reviews are spot on. Is anybody going to listen to it? Is anyone going to care? Anybody from within our bubble? I mean, the damage is done now, right? Like
5
you
years,
can't-
like you said, 5 minutes to lose
Yeah.
it, 5 years to gain it.
Yeah, you can't you can't put that genie back in the bottle now. You've already went to the dark side. I'm going full time with Ben Lang now because of what these guys have done, and we are short on time. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I do want to get one more comment from Eric on the Upload VR showcase, not the first one,
The second one.
but part 2.
Oh,
What was that, bro?
they like, let's do another one with the scraps that we didn't want to put in the first one. The first one was so bad, but they're like, hey, we got stuff that wasn't even good enough for the first one. Let's do a whole nother showcase just for that garbage.
Wow. Yeah, and then with regard to the first one, Simplex, like, so they did the Upload VR showcase. We've seen these 100 times. You always know that they're coming from a mile away because they've always been so great in the past about advertising them. I had no idea this one was even coming. Like, Bryan Paul on PSVR Without Pro, talked to me about it, asked me about it, and that's how I found out this was coming. After he mentioned it to me, I went to Upload VR to find out when it was, and there was nothing on the entire website about their own showcase. Like, what are they doing over there, man?
Maybe they just do it to get sponsor money.
That's all that was. It was just a way
I
to
guess.
get money.
Money, ruining VR media.
I don't
Some
want to go.
money.
I'll never cover one of these things again live. Like, I've always been excited, and I'm like, you know what? I'll stream it and hang out with people and chat. I'll never do another Upload showcase live. I don't think, unless they turn it around in the next 2 or 3 and they're really, really good. I just don't. I'm thank
Which
God
is
we didn't
sad.
stream it. Yeah,
It's sad because there was good stuff in it.
it was.
They just drowned it out with the bullshit that nobody cares about.
Yeah, there was probably
Yeah.
5 good titles in there to be excited about that looked really interesting and fun. But they filled it with 25 other fluff pieces that were just not good, or they were repeats, to where you were like, what am I doing? Like, it should have been a 15-minute show with 5 good games and maybe and then throw a couple advertisers in at the end. I don't care. Do an advertising segment at the end where you like piece together a clip of, some DLC or some, other different stuff that we've already known about. That's fine with me.
Ruuts, we have 15 minutes, brother. We've got another category, and I've got a headache. Give me something to be happy about, something to make me feel better than what the bat. Show me something. Where is Oprah at, Ruuts?
There she is.
There
Aw,
she is.
She's so happy.
She is so
Eric,
happy.
You get
I
what
need
the
s-
bat, and you get what the bat,
Oh,
and you
God.
get what the bat.
I suddenly hate Oprah all of a sudden.
Right? Simplex is like, no, Oprah, no.
I need something to turn this frown upside down. So why don't we give away a banger? You guys want to give
Hell
away
yeah.
a banger?
Hell yeah. There was
All
some
right.
bangers this year. Although this whole segment was not great, there was some freaking good bangers this year.
There was. For example, The Living Remain on Steam is in early access. But in spite of being early access, it is an incredible zombie shooter. It's an Arizona Sunshine style zombie shooter, but it's a next gen compared to that. It integrates elements of other great VR games such as Half-Life Alyx. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying this game is Half-Life Alyx, but this is a very, very good zombie shooter in 2022 made by a team of 2, and it's incredible. And we've got 4 copies to give away today. We're going to give away 2 in the chat right now, and then we're going to hold 2 back for our second chance drawing. So if you're watching this after the fact, all you have to do is make sure you're subscribed, leave a comment down below that says The Living Remain, and maybe you'll win a copy when we get back and do our second chance drawing in a week or 2. But in the meantime, let's talk to these people that are live. So if you don't know how this works, I'm going to ask you all a question. The first 2 people that answer the question correctly on my chat screen, on mine, it doesn't matter what yours says. The first 2 that answer it correctly on my screen will win a copy of The Living Remain on Steam. And again, this is a great game. So good luck to you all. So I just mentioned that this comes from an independent team, a team of 2 people. I'm pretty sure that these people are married. So it's a husband and wife team. First 2 people to tell me what the name of the studio that developed this game is will win a copy of the game, The Living Remain. Go.
Ooh.
Simplex, did you play The Living Remain?
Sadly, no. I'm sort of fed up on zombie games. I played the Vive. This has the Vive in the name. What was the name? Survive. You know.
Oh yeah, Survive. Yeah, we tried
that's
that a couple
good.
times.
That was good. But
Roots. This is a better game than Survive, right?
Yeah, I think so.
it is?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, this
For sure it is.
Depends on what you're looking for, but I think it's definitely a good game, and it's an
has
amazing
co-op?
game for free. Yeah,
It
it's
does
got
not
co-op.
have co-op.
Oh, it does not. No.
Yeah, but the
Does
campaign's
not have co-op.
really, really good though. It's if you're looking for co-op, no, it's not here. I think your Survive is better for co-op, for sure.
But
But
I'd like something with a good, like story, single.
Yeah,
single
it's
player.
here. Yeah, it's here. You'd
Okay.
like it. You would definitely like it. It's got a really
Well-
good campaign. The gun mechanics are good.
You had
Well,
my
that's the
curiosity.
thing.
Now you have my attention.
That's so it's not co-op, but what this game has that Survive doesn't have so much is polish. This game is
Oh, yeah.
polished. There's not a bunch of jank here. The gunplay is great. The upgrade system's pretty cool too. Now, it's not the endless upgrades that Survive has, but it's more of a Half-Life Alyx style of upgrade system where you're finding little artifacts that you collect. You find a machine, you put the artifacts in it, you put your weapon in it, and you upgrade it. It's very similar to Half-Life Alyx in terms of the way that the weapons work. So,
Wow, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
anyway,
It's also-
congratulations to whoever the 2 people were who correctly answered the questions. Again, if you did not win, never fear. All you got to do is wait till after the show, scroll down, leave a comment that says The Living Remain. Make sure you're subscribed, and maybe you will win the second chance drawing.
Yeah, and as for the good games that came out this year, Half-Life Alyx got an amazing mod, Levitation, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that's a banger. Yeah.
So really quickly, guys, let's run through this last award category. We've done the negative thing for the better part of an hour now. Let's get happy again. Let's talk about our most highly anticipated upcoming titles for 2022. Eric, we'll start with you. This recently, just a couple months ago, In Dreams announced that we're getting a Ghostbusters game, a legit Ghostbusters game this time. Rise of the Ghost Lord is a unique, brand new story in the Ghostbusters universe set in San Francisco. We're finally going to get our chance to cross our beams, bro. What do you think?
Heck yeah. Who doesn't want to cross streams? I want
That's
to cross
true.
streams with everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's kind of like divided on this now with the trailer that had just come out. Like, some people are like, "Oh, this looks great." Some people are like, "This doesn't look that great." One thing that makes me extremely, excited and looking forward to it, it's In Dreams. In Dreams does good stuff. They normally don't fall on their
Right.
face, even with IPs. So I'm hopeful that this is going to be a really exciting game. It's a big IP property for people. Everybody knows Ghostbusters. Everybody wants it. So as long as they do a good job with it, I think this will be really, really good for next year.
Roots, do you know who else loves crossing streams?
My mom!
Oh yes.
That's right. What do you think, Roots? Are you excited for the Rise of the Ghost Lord?
Yeah, I mean, I like these kind of games, the 4-player co-op. After the fall, that type of stuff, and I'm gonna get to hang out with my friends in the Ghostbuster world, and like Eric said, it's In Dreams, so I have high hopes for it. I've also seen a lot of IP games come out in the past that didn't hold up to what they should be. So there's that little bit of skeptic, part of me that's skeptical about it, but the In Dreams part of it makes me calm down and say I think it's going to be good.
Yeah,
Is it really coming in June?
I
I haven't
knows?
heard that.
That's what it says on the Quest, page.
Yeah, bring
Oh,
it.
really? Well, I mean,
Yeah.
that's typically pretty reliable, so I would say
Yeah,
yes. Then.
That's why I was surprised.
Yeah.
When it comes to these older, franchises and things, I don't think that there are very many that lend itself hypothetically as well to VR as a game like Ghostbusters, with its very unique equipment, very surrealistic story and world. A lot of potential here for this. Now, obviously, will it be good? Will it not be? We won't know until we have it in our hands. But I can't think of very many studios that I have more faith in than in Dreams. So I'm sure this is going to be a great game.
Yep.
Simplex
publisher
movie.
is- Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry. Go
I
ahead.
just wanted to say that the publisher is Sony Pictures Virtual Reality, so that's a good name.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. They did Zombieland most recently, which is was a solid title for a fun zombie shooter. But Simplex moving forward, we just talked about how awesome 4-player co-op can be in VR. I don't know if there's any other co-op games coming. Not many that I'm as excited for as Gambit, which we thought we were going to get a few weeks ago, according to the upload showcase. We were going to get it the next day, but apparently that didn't work out quite so well. But nonetheless, this game seems to hit a lot of the same notes that After the Fall hit, but giving us some structure where After the Fall lacks. And beyond all that, it's a really cool attitude and vibe from this game. Have you played Gambit? Are you excited for it? What do you think?
I didn't play it yet, but I hope. Was there like a beta or something? I think there was a beta recently, right?
I'm sorry?
Was there a beta, like a beta for it, or
A
No,
beta?
there's no
Yeah,
beta.
yeah.
Was there a beta? I know we played
it's
it.
early
but-
access, or
It's a closed beta. I mean, there wasn't an open
Oh,
beta for it. Yeah,
so
but there are
I
closed.
didn't play it.
Well, I mean, it's. Well, I mean, I don't know. How much can we say about this, Eric? Besides that, it's really, really good.
I think we can pretty much say anything because there's game footage out there of people playing it.
Yeah, we
so-
streamed it, right?
Yeah, we did. Yep,
yeah.
You can pretty much say anything. I just think you can't. I wouldn't talk about like the end bosses and stuff like that, but everything else I think we can talk about.
Well, it's an incredible game already, or at least it was as of 2 months ago. I think the only reason it got delayed was because of crossplay integration, which I think, Eric, is a pretty smart move, right? When this game comes out, you want everyone to be able to play together, right?
Exactly.
And have the same experience.
Super important. We say it all the time. You need to have it, especially with a multiplayer game. This game would not be as much fun, doing it either solo or just with two people. So the more people you can get in here, the more fun you're going to have. So it's super smart. Make sure it's ready. Get everything you need set aside so it's ready to go. So there's no issues. And yeah, I'm 100% for it. And some people have been starting to do it right. Some gaming companies have been starting to do this stuff right. But it's not easy. It's not easy when you try and play these things cross-platform.
We've been
Yeah.
so busy. I'm sorry, go ahead, Simplex.
Yeah, I was saying that this game flew under my radar, but thanks for bringing it to my attention.
Yeah, it's super
And-
cool.
Yeah, you don't want to miss this one, I assure you.
Wishlisted.
Eric, it just occurred to me, we're talking about things that we're looking forward to in 2023. We've been so busy throughout the end of 2022 that we haven't even checked out the huge update to Zero Caliber that just hit PC about a month ago. Like they completely overhauled Zero Caliber on PC, and it's supposedly like largely a different game now than it was before. We're gonna have to make time for this before PSVR 2 gets here, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it, in one of the other segments, companies that support a game. Think about them, man. They've worked on Zero Caliber for a long time.
Yeah,
Upgrading that game, adding stuff, upgrading stuff, making stuff better. Man, they have put a lot into this game.
So did they upgrade like is there like a single player there? It's called the Grand Update, I can see. So did they upgrade?
They
single-
upgraded the campaign. That they
wow.
completely overhauled the multiplayer and how it works.
Gun mechanics are different.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah, they completely overhauled the game.
So
Ruuts,
Is this like now more similar to Zero Caliber Reloaded, or is it like different?
it is more similar to that game, but it's not just that they made it like Reloaded. It's substantial upgrades. According to what I read, I haven't played it obviously, but
Thanks.
this
for
is
the
what I
info.
read. Yeah. Roots, a lot of the disappointments that that we've been highlighting, and some of the ones that we didn't, for 2022, just is because so much of the stuff that we expected to come this year didn't and got pushed into the next year. And I think chief among those, GTA San Andreas. We've been waiting for our Grand Theft Auto title to come to VR for a very, very long time. And I'm still pretty excited for it. What about you?
I'm excited to get Simplex in the right box so we can see the trailer. But yeah, I am actually really.
You can't put him in a
excited
box, bro. What are you talking
Don't
about?
put Simplex in a corner.
Yeah. I was like, why is he like he's in there? So let me fix this in real time. And there you go. You got the big screen there for a second.
Nice.
There we go. There's Zuck. Where I was missing Zuck. This is one of the most anticipated, highly anticipated titles. And this is my big thing. And I know it's not getting canceled, but until I see an actual announcement with a date, there's so much weirdness in the industry and flat VR. Part of me is like, is this coming? I know it's coming. I mean, you see the trailer here. I want to see it. I want to play it. I played the flat for a little bit just to check it out because I never played back in the day the San Andreas, but I think it's going to be really good, and I can't wait to check it out.
Eric, as disappointing as it was that we haven't gotten this yet, one of the more exciting things about it being delayed for me is that I'm pretty sure this is going to be a Quest 3 title, right? Which only bodes well for gaming enthusiasts such as us.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I'm looking forward to what the Quest 3 can bring, and I think we're going to see this from a few titles now, like what we were talking about earlier with PlayStation and developers holding games that may have dropped on PlayStation 1 for PlayStation VR 2. That's going to happen now, right? It's going to happen now. We're going to have games that may have launched for Quest 2 or earlier that are now going to hold and be Quest 3. So, we all want that upgrade. So I'm definitely looking forward to that.
Simplex, we have this long list of games here that we're all very excited about. But as has been the case with a lot of these categories, certain games, certain nominees pop up just because the community has been so excited for it. And this next nominee certainly fits into that category. This Breachers, this game is in alpha right now. It's an open alpha. Pretty much anybody that goes on the Discord can get in there and play it, but none of us have. Have you played Breachers?
No. I prefer single player games with story.
I see. So this is a tactical shooter a la something like a Firewall, 0 Hour from PlayStation
Isn't
1.
this like
Rainbow
Rainbow Six Siege?
Yeah.
Exactly.
For VR?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's good.
Well, the people who
Didn't
played
play
it,
either.
yeah, the people who have played it said that it's very, very good already. And I find that interesting because, this is, Eric, am I wrong? This is primarily a Quest game, right?
Yeah, as far as I know. I mean, I haven't heard anything that they're moving anywhere else, but I know everybody right now is playing. You have to side load it kind of from SideQuest to get it on your headset. But yeah, they may. I haven't talked to the devs directly, so they may have, ideas to put this to Steam. But no, that's not what I've seen yet. So right now, just Quest.
That
So
gameplay
pretty-
trailer looks almost too good to be Quest. I mean,
Yeah. It looks like
it's
Rainbow Six Siege is what it looks like.
Yeah.
People are raving
Well-
about it like already, and it's still so early. So
That's the thing, right? Like none of us have played it. I mean, I was aware of it, but largely went under my radar. I thought, all right, cool. I mean, we've seen these types of games before, and they're generally okay. But I mean, I'm a Firewall guy. Speaking of which, Ruuts, we couldn't talk about this type of game and being excited if we didn't talk about Firewall Ultra, which is coming to PlayStation VR 2. For all of the hype that our community has put behind Breachers, I mean, are these people sleeping? Like, Firewall Ultra is coming, bro. This is going to be amazing.
Yeah, for sure. Like I think the thing I'd like to see, how much, because Firewall was the Rainbow Six Siege game, right? It was like the closest thing.
Right.
Now Breachers looks like it's going to be the closest thing as far as just gameplay wise of what I've seen. but this looks next level, and so I think this is definitely going to be a competitor for that gameplay, right? It looks like it might even be better. So
Eric, they're actively integrating the all of the next gen features of PlayStation VR 2
Eye tracking.
into what was already, in my opinion, the best competitive multiplayer first person shooter in VR. Which I love Firewall. So the fact that we're getting a legit next gen version of Firewall, I mean, there aren't very many things that are more exciting than that, in my opinion.
No. I mean, and some people out there, like Alyx VR, this is his most anticipated PlayStation VR 2 title. With all those bangers that we have coming, he's looking forward to this one the most. And there's a lot of these shooters out there, these tactical multiplayer shooter people out there. It's hugely popular. So if this can be great, and man, I hope they get the controls down, because there is going to be no aim support that I don't think so, right? They're not going to put the aim support in this. I don't know how they can't make that work. So
yeah, and that's kind of the thing here. That's the big question. How is this game going to work with regular VR controls versus aim? How big of a part of the fun factor was the aim controller? Will this game be able to stand on its own without that? That's kind of the big question going forward.
Next to Breachers, now it's got a true competitor that might do it better. Who knows? I mean, it looks amazing. I know Alyx is probably throwing something at his TV right now, but who knows? That's the thing. Outside of this being on the PSVR 2, which is clearly superior to the Quest 2, it's going to look better. I guarantee that. So,
oh yeah, and you know what? The Contractors is fine, right? Contractors is fine without the aim. I mean, I love Contractors. That doesn't use aim controller support. So
true.
Sorry, Simplex. What were you saying?
I would say it would be cool if we got PS aim too, right? For PSVR.
Yeah.
That's possible.
It is
That
possible.
would be awesome. Yeah, totally. Because it's their platform.
Yeah.
They can do it. Go,
Sure.
Sony, go.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'd
So,
pay like $200 for that.
So Simplex, you say you're more of a single player guy than a multiplayer guy. How excited are you for the fact that we're just a few weeks away from being able to play Resident Evil 8 Village on the next gen Sony headset?
I'm excited for all the people who didn't play it, because sadly I played it last year flat.
Oh, did you really? All the way through?
Yeah, all the way through. I didn't believe
Played it all the way
I
through.
thought,
Oh, that's terrible.
yeah, I know. But I'm going to see Lady Dimitrescu, in VR. I'm going to do it.
Yeah, it'll still be amazing, right?
Yeah, totally.
I'll tell you what,
So
I've never, outside of Jack, I've never been so scared in the intro of a game in the VR mod version of this. So crazy with all those lichen, and I just was very insane intro or part to the beginning, and so yeah, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah, the mod was a good taste of what we have to expect, but I have no doubt that the version we're about to get will be the definitive version.
Oh, absolutely.
And it's a free upgrade. So congrats.
Yeah.
Yes, Polyarch, it's a free upgrade. Jeez.
That's how that works, Polyarch.
Watch and learn.
You know what, Eric? We talked a moment ago about games that the community kind of carried into nomination. This next nominee certainly fits that description. A lot of people very excited for Behemoth, despite only having the one cinematic trailer. We've seen no gameplay, but we know what this studio can do. Skydance makes amazing games, the best that VR has seen. So I think people have a right to be excited for Behemoth.
Yeah, and then this was my vote, man, because this is one of the things that I'm super excited for, and I know it's limited. We don't have a ton to go on here, and that does make you nervous, right? Whenever you're looking at CGI stuff, and they did show a little bit of idea what the gameplay might be like, but it's Skydance. Like, I know they make good games, and this environment, it looks super cool. The idea looks cool. So if Skydance can pull it off, man, this is going to be something I'm really looking forward to. So I hope it's good, and it's Skydance, so I really do have faith in it.
Simplex, it looks like we're going to get a Monster Hunter style game in VR for the first time. Do you think this is Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
I mean,
excited,
think
but sorry. Go
I
on.
was going to say, I think, I think it's been a long time coming because we all know that scale is incredibly effective in VR. So the fact that this type of game hasn't been tried yet is kind of surprising to me.
Exactly, I agree. But I'm only afraid that it won't come this year. That's my only like fear. You know,
Mm.
Uh,
I can feel it. Like,
I think what we were saying about San Andreas here kind of applies to this as well. It was debuted as a Quest game, but I think it's notable that it was advertised for the end of 2023, which would therefore make it a Quest 3 game, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm happy this is a PSVR 2 game because it won't
Of
be
course.
brought down to Quest. It has to be the developed with
Well,
PSVR 2 in mind.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, yes, that makes sense that obviously it'll be better on PSVR 2, but it's not like it's an exclusive, right? Like if it were a PSVR 2 exclusive, then we know it wouldn't be held back by the standalone at all. The fact that it is a cross-platform, this is true of all cross-platform games, VR or not. They all kind of have to operate in the same space so that they can keep a reasonably similar experience on every platform.
Hey,
So
but it's up to the developer. Wanderer is a perfect
Yeah.
example. Like they didn't let the PSVR version get dumbed down at all. You know what I mean? As far as I mean, it still looked amazing. They didn't have to even put it on that platform. They could have made it blurry, and I mean they took
Yeah.
the time to make it right.
Wander is certainly an exceptional game, and I think it says a lot that we never saw that on Quest.
Right.
Mhm.
Thankfully.
Yeah.
Roots, I don't know. If I was picking the winners to these games, and if I were being honest with myself about what I'm the most excited for, I don't think that I don't know if there's ever been a game have been as excited for as I am about Switchback VR. Rush of Blood was just so great. It is so great. It stood the test of time for 7 years now, and we're finally getting a proper next gen sequel to it out of nowhere. Surprisingly, getting a next gen sequel to it. I can't wait. This will probably be the first game I play on February 22nd.
Absolutely. I love roller coasters to begin with. Rush of Blood was so amazing that you and I were saying we would just be happy with a remake for PSVR 2. And then we found out that they're doing a sequel that actually is using everything that the PlayStation VR 2 has that's unique, the eye tracking, everything, in a way that, you've always said that eye tracking would be a game changer where, it's going to know where you're looking. And when you look away and you look back, things are going to be different. This game was already that way. Rush of Blood was. But now with eye tracking and everything else, I think this is probably going to be one of the best games that comes out for PlayStation VR 2 in 2023.
I agree. It's going to be so fun. Simplex, did you play Rush of Blood?
Of course I did. Yeah, I loved it. It was the first game I played, so it's gonna be really great. Like nostalgia trip back to those days. That's great. And what you mentioned about eye tracking, I think it's amazing because that was the problem in VR. That in flat gaming, the developer controlled where you look because they control the camera. And in VR, you could miss something if you looked in the wrong way. So developers were afraid to show stuff that people might miss, and now they know exactly where you're looking, and they can show you stuff exactly at the moment they know you're looking at it. So that's great.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's amazing.
Eric, Rush of Blood was pretty much the game that sold me on VR. I played the PSVR Demo Disc Volume 1. One of the very first things I ever played was Rush of Blood, and that has stuck with me to this very day. You recently, I guess in the big picture, you more recently got to experience it. But even though it is the most basic and the most overdone genre in VR, it's a rail shooter, it's still great. In 2023, it's still a great game. So the fact that we're getting a true next gen sequel to it, even though it is still just a rail shooter, simply amazing.
It holds up. It really does. Yeah, I mean, I played this game. It was probably been about a year ago now, when I first got my PSVR 1, and it's fantastic. And I've gone back in several times. This is a game you can just go back in and just play for an hour. You know what I mean? It's just one of those games you can have a blast in, and it says something that a lot of people, a lot of content creators, a lot of people that were into early PSVR, this is the game. This is the game for them. They talk about it all the time. Ruuts has talked about this forever, this game. You have talked about it. GT, Bryan, AJ, everybody talks about this game and how much they would be looking forward to a sequel, and we're finally going to get it.
I get it. So, over the years, over the past 1 to 2 years especially, when you hear about X game coming to PlayStation, X games coming to Quest, there hasn't been a whole lot for PC VR gamers to look forward to. Like, in a world where, it takes big money backers to bring people the type of games that they want. That type of money left PC VR a couple of years ago. But when you talk to PC VR gamers, they're always, especially over the last couple of years, again, there's always been one title that they keep coming back to, the one game that they're all looking forward to. And we saw a lot more of it this year. It's coming up in just a few months. Simplex Vertigo 2, the more we see of it, the more amazing it looks. I'm so happy that, among all this stuff we have to look forward to, PC gamers have something as well. And it doesn't just look like a consolation prize, but a legit awesome game coming to PC in just a few months' time.
Did you know that they updated the demo?
Yes.
I didn't know about that. I learned recently. So if our listeners or viewers, if you didn't know, that they updated the demo with the assets and mechanics from the full version. So the demo is the same content, but everything is improved. Yeah.
Ruuts, what really surprises me, the more we see of this game, like we've seen quite a few bits and pieces of it now, but every time we see a clip from it, it is completely different from the last clip we saw. It's like they're showing us 10 different games here.
It's crazy, man. They had me at Vertigo Remastered because it was so good that I was like, okay, this guy is going to be making a Vertigo 2. And that, that trailer back then was amazing. But you're right. It just looks better and better every time. And it's very possible we're seeing all different aspects of the game. I guess that's exactly what we're seeing. It's just one of those games where you're going to go from level to level or area to area, and it's just going to change. That's, one of my favorite games I've ever played, flat or VR, was that game I played with MASH. What was it? It Takes Two. And what was cool about it is no matter what, as you went through the game, it just kept changing. Everything was different. And so I think this is going to be a game like that. And this is very high up on my list of games to be excited for the next year.
Eric, this guy very clearly a savant, right? Like, it's very obvious that this guy, this Zach T. Brown, he knows what makes VR great. And it's obvious that he's leaning into that with every bit of gameplay that we see. We can tell that the guy knows what he's doing and that he's very creative. And I think that as amazing as this footage looks on the flat screen, I think this is going to be jaw-dropping inside the headset.
I agree.
How old is this guy now? Like 20 or?
Yeah,
he
something
young
like that. Yeah.
Like he was like in his teens, I think. He was working at Valve, right? He was working. His dad worked at Valve, and he did like an internship there. Helped him with Half-Life Alyx.
He made this demo for finger tracking for Knuckles. I remember. Yeah, I'm really excited for this game. I only played the Vertigo Remastered, and props for Polyarch. He gave free update, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Vertigo Remastered was a free update to all the owners. I got a free update, played it, loved it, played the demo of 2. It's long overdue. It's been delayed like a year or something, I guess, or more. But I'm so glad we'll finally get it. I think it's the closest things we'll get to like a Half-Life vibes, right? It sounds like it looks like 10 different games even on this trailer.
I think gameplay
amazing.
wise, it's going to be better than Half-Life Alyx because, like many people
Yeah.
have said, I agree with. If Half-Life Alyx wasn't in the Half-Life world, it would be a mediocre game. It'd be okay, it'd be good, but it wouldn't be this. The gameplay just looks phenomenal to me, and you know, that's what I'm most important. You know, it's most important to me. I don't want a beautiful game that is shallow and boring, that I want to nope out after 30 minutes. And not saying that Half-Life Alyx is that, but you know, a lot of games are. You know, it's all about how it looks, and you get in there, and it's like this kind of sucks. You know,
It may be a better Bone Lab, right?
yeah, yeah.
I want when I go into VR, I want to do things and visit worlds that are not possible in my real life. And this game looks like a fever dream of a mushroom trip. Like, this looks incredible. And even if it's a basic shooter, I think this thing's going to be amazing just because of the variety in environments and NPCs. This is the type of thing that I look for when I look for VR games that I want to sink my teeth into. Hopefully it's as good as it looks. It looks amazing.
Yep.
But there can only be one winner. And again, this is a community-based selection process. And I don't think there's any question what the most highly anticipated game in VR is in the short term. Horizon Call of the Mountain. Eric and I and a lot of our friends got just a smidgen of a taste of this game last week. And Eric, it did not disappoint, did it?
No, man, this was, you know, this demo was my favorite demo of the show. And there was some amazing stuff there, and this thing's got me so jazzed up for it. And I really knew what it was before, and it still has me excited for it. So if that tells you something, this was one of the only demos that I tried to go back and do again, and I couldn't because there was so many people trying to do it.
I'm jealous. Oh man, I'm jealous.
Yeah, and you just don't do demos like even Wes now will tell you you don't do them again is what I should say, because you just don't have time. And once you did it, you're like, okay, I did it. That's enough. It's not the way with this game. I was like, I want to get back in and do it again.
Wow.
Yeah.
I honestly something. I finished. I have a platinum trophy in Horizon Zero Dawn.
Nice.
I have a platinum trophy in Horizon Forbidden West. I'm waiting for this game. I already pre-ordered the bundle.
So you say you're gonna platinum this game, is what you're saying, then, Simplex?
No, we'll see. if it's as easy, because you know I'm only doing the easy platinums, and platinums for Horizon games were like fair. They didn't require to like play the game 5 times, play it on the highest difficulty. You know, you had to put in time, but it wasn't like very prohibitively, hard.
This is a 10-hour game, and that's being generous. So
probably,
yeah, I have faith. I have faith. You're gonna do it.
I'm gonna do it. I didn't platinum Returnal because they have this stupid, shitty achievement for finding all the, like those navigation things. You have to just randomly go around and finding those.
There's a lot of shit in Returnal, to be fair. Like that's a huge game.
But that's the last thing that, like, I did everything by accident. But that was the last thing I would have to grind. I would have to just play over and over again through levels and just pray that this kind of collectible would just randomly appear.
Right.
And do it all over again.
Kind of bogus.
All over again. And I said no. Like, fuck this shit.
Well, especially in a game that you've already done it over and over. It's the whole game is designed to be done over again, and it's like, okay, I'm done. I don't want to do it again.
I finished it. It's great, but no thanks. But yeah, this game is going to be amazing. I hope that like mainstream press will also appreciate it because it's a known IP. Finally Sony is doing a known IP game from their IP. I think it was a huge missed opportunity. Like what famous their IPs we got on PSVR? Like nothing.
Right.
Like Gran Turismo had this demo mode, but what else?
Well, I think honestly, and this is another conversation for another day, but I think PSVR 1 was really PSVR 0.5. Yeah, it was a beta. And this is the first legitimate offering that we're really getting from Sony. Ruuts, I mean, after a year like 2022, where we had no big budget exclusives on any platform, what else would be the winner of the most heavily anticipated game of 2023, except for the one AAA Sony exclusive that's been announced?
Yeah, absolutely. For
There
sure.
can be only one.
That's right. Well, I mean, there could be more than one. That's
Yeah,
that's
of course.
again, that's another story for another day. There probably should be more than one, but this is the one. We're all very excited for it. It looks amazing, and it is a deserving winner of this award.
Absolutely.
And with that said, I think that's going to wrap up our segment. Our next guest has been waiting patiently for 20 minutes for us to wrap this up, so we're going to have to cut and run. Simplex, thank you for coming in on short notice and hanging out with us and talking a little VR today.
It was an absolute pleasure. Thanks. Talking to
This
all
was
of you
fun.
guys.
Awesome. Thank you,
That was
man.
awesome.
Thanks. Yeah.
Again,
Not
if you
heated,
want to,
but we all enthusiasts here, right?
That's the best part, man. Those are the parts I love when everybody's passionate about what they're saying. I
Oh,
love it.
great. I hope there's no bad blood between us.
Oh, of course not. No way.
I love
Ever.
you.
Never.
I hate MASH now.
Everybody does.
well, secret, I actually hated all of you coming into this, and
Now you like us better?
now I kind of like you. So.
Yeah.
Hey, see?
Okay, guys. It's the heart.
Uh,
It's the heart.
There you go.
Anyway, if you speak Polish out there and you want to check out Simplex's podcast, the MKwadrat Podcast, again, you can find it linked in the description down below. Go over there and give it a check out.
Yeah. I hope I'll be back sometime. I'm waiting patiently for this to happen.
2023 show. We'll see you then.
Well, okay. Better than nothing, I guess.
Yeah, well, it'll be here in 5 minutes. Don't worry about it.
Yep.
Uh,
Fast.
Anyway, yeah, good job, guys. Thanks again, Simplex. And
Thanks.
back to you, future hosts.
Hey, Eric. I just was wondering.
Radio.
Oh, no, that's the wrong one. But I think you think you're better than me. No, I'm saying that to the past Ruuts, past Wes, and past Eric. I think they're getting a little condescending there.
You think they're better?
I think
They think they're better.
They do. Yeah, see, Wes is giving them the middle fingers. Like, screw you.
Screw those guys. Who likes them anyway?
Yeah.
That was a fun segment, guys. That was a long, fun segment.
It was fun. It had a lot of weird. Wes went evil for a little bit
Let's go
there
to
with some
church.
echoes. And,
Yeah. That past MASH is kind of a dickhead, I gotta tell you. He was all loud and yelly and rude.
It's like we tell these guys. We
You okay?
Wow. Okay. I have my YouTube was unmuted. I'm listening to you guys talk.
oh, and you
it's
thought we were
actually,
talking
you
over
guys
you.
talking from 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, he was
All right,
like,
we're
you
back.
guys keep talking over me. Like,
What's up,
what are
guys?
you doing, bro? See, those guys were being rude,
I
Wes.
don't hear anybody. That's not a good thing.
Oh. Yeah, you should be able to hear us.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, well, we can
Of
hear
course,
us.
everything wouldn't work perfectly.
Odin the Odious says he liked the Quest Pro fight. And that was, Simplex was a lot of fun, man. I got to say. And
I
you
feel
know,
bad.
we all.
I don't know why my.
I feel bad because he had the only left side audio. I don't know.
That was
what-
weird.
I don't
It
know
didn't
what
sound like
was.
that when we were. Yeah, it didn't sound like that when we
I
were
can hear
recording.
YouTube, but I can't hear you. All right, let me switch my audio source around a little bit here.
I feel like
Wes
where'd
is
that
having
go?
some issues.
Bing. Okay, well
me too.
that worked.
Hear me?
But we had fun. We had fun recording that segment. And I'll just say we are. I love that we can all be passionate about what we have to say, and that we are extremely respectful of each other. I love Simplex. I love Ruuts. I love Wes. We just have differing opinions. If we got in here and agreed all the time, it would be extremely boring, people.
It would be boring. And we are
all have our
live,
different.
Brandon.
Yeah, well,
So-
yeah, of course we're live, man.
But
So can you guys hear me now?
we can.
We
We
can.
heard you the whole time. I guess you just did. You hear? Do you hear?
No,
us?
my headphones went out for a minute. I could hear YouTube, but I couldn't hear Discord for some reason. Eric, you're fired.
You're out of here, bro. How dare you?
I don't know why. I don't know why. For some reason, I'm sure your wife told you, but you had like some kind of weird echo for a little bit, a couple segments
Yeah.
just at the beginning.
It was
And
just during scene switches, yeah.
And
I watched it. Yeah, I was watching when that happened.
yeah, and then Simplex is only on the left side, so and none of that sounded on our end, like. But now it makes me worried about other segments. But I think everything is good because I checked them.
Simplex. I know exactly what was wrong with Simplex's deal. If you guys remember when he connected to Ninja, he said, "Should I choose mono?"
Oh no,
And-
really? I don't remember that.
Yeah,
no.
yeah. And we were like, I don't know why you would, but I mean, if you want.
But he said it wasn't on his end; it was on your end, Simplex. You chose the wrong. Although when I drove to go deposit a check, go to Subway and go to the store real quick, on which they took the slowest people ever, I did notice in the car it sounded fine because there's I don't know, I just couldn't tell a difference.
Yeah, it sounded better. Like I sounded like I was from the planet Vulcan or something.
Yeah, you sound like you were from God. You know what was funny is before we came back, I said to Ruuts, I said, you know what Ruuts would be funny is if I come back and I do the show, like for the first hour with my Quest Pro on. I just wear it for in pass-through mode for like the first 20 minutes of when we come back, but I didn't know if Wes was coming back, so I'm like, I better get into like real face mode so I have to go to work.
Just
really quickly, let's take an hour and talk about the specific enterprise applications of pass-through mode because it's not perfect. No, I'm just kidding.
It was
We
so
can
funny,
talk about
but
that another day.
It was fun. But again, like I was saying, I love that we can all be passionate about what we're talking about, man. Because if we just didn't care and we went in here and ho-hummed the thing, it would be so boring. But it's cool.
Really quickly, now that we're back, I've got some notes here from my wife. She says Guido left a $10 super chat. Thank you,
Yeah.
Guido.
Thank you, Michelle,
Bluebell.
for taking those notes. Appreciate that.
Yeah, let me get a nap, man. I feel like since you guys last saw me, I have now doubled my sleep totals for the last 2 days. So I feel way better now.
Yeah,
You know, right? See?
We're starting to get that really tired West look.
Yeah. Your voice
I
was getting
there, man.
raspy. I'm like, oh, I can tell he's getting it.
Bluebell, $20 super chat from Bluebell. Thank you so much, Bluebell. That's awesome. We got $5 from Salvador. Gracias, Salvador.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much. And Waleed, $2 from Waleed. And she didn't write down what the comments were, so I'm sorry if you all said something. Just say it again in chat and tag me, and I'll read it off. But thank you for your support nonetheless.
I think each were just saying that they missed a little bit missed a little bit in the beginning, but they're here now. I know Bluebell was watching. Her favorite football team was playing a little bit early. She needed to be there for that one, but I think she's here now.
They lost, right?
I just
I don't know. I was watching this show. I
don't even know who Bluebell's team is, but I bet you they lost.
Probably. It sounds like it. Spry Guy says Ruuts is eating now instead of during the pre-record. Hey, listen, I decided with 50 minutes, I thought I can run to Subway real quick. It's like 5 minutes away. I can run to the store, get a soda, and run by the bank, deposit a check, and I could be back in time, right? Which I did. But man, I'm telling you, they just the slowest people I've ever ran into everywhere I went. And then I was questioning, oh God, was this a good idea? And then I came back with like 5 minutes left, and I was like, oh, see, I knew I could do it.
You did it.
But I'm here. I did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You did it.
Yep. And in real time, Breachers is going to be on Steam. One thing that we talked about in there, I had actually said I thought it was only going to be Quest 2. It is going to be on Steam. I checked for myself. Alan Kara gave me a quick update that said that there are beta testing for it now. I reached out to Timo from the developers and gonna get some info on that and get the full spread. We got to get the full story.
Let me ask you this:
I want to find out what the roadmap is and what's happening.
Will Breachers be able to pull Alyx VR away from Firewall?
Excellent question.
Because it's so similar of a type of game, and if it's done better, I think you'll like it better. But I mean, of course, you're not gonna have the PSVR 2, but still.
That's a big if. It's a big if.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, our friends at Triangle Factory have done good work, man, with a couple of different games that they've done. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they got planned, especially for Steam, man. If that game's going to be on Steam, I want to see what it looks like.
Yeah, I don't doubt that it's going to be great. I mean, the way people are raving over that alpha already really bodes well for that title.
Oh yeah.
Anyways,
John Riggs, what are we looking at? He's smiling. He's happy.
He's happy
Look at John
because
Riggs,
for
he's happy.
the third year running, we have named an award after this man, the best retro nostalgia in a VR game, and aptly named for our friend Riggs, who is the cream of the crop when it comes to retro gaming YouTubers. I don't watch a whole lot of YouTubers. I don't watch a whole lot of VR YouTubers or any kind of YouTuber for that matter, but I just don't have a lot of time to burn watching things. But one of the channels I do watch semi-regularly is John Riggs. So if you guys haven't checked his channel out, be sure to do so. He does this this thing Ruuts called open cart surgery, and people send him their broken Nintendo games, and the premise is that he's going to try to get them working again. But a lot of the time they don't even have labels on them, and you know these things are highly collectible. They could be worth a lot of money if you have the right one.
Yeah.
And it's always very exciting to find out what the mystery card is. And the funny thing is that you know he's ready to do all this, you know, extensive work if he needs to. He can replace chips and batteries and things inside these cartridges. 9 times out of 10, they just need cleaned.
Well, that's 2023, man. Just clean yourself up, you'll be good.
Clean
And
it
what a
up.
great idea, because I love those type of videos in general. Just when somebody's taking something and they're trying to fix it, but now it's like this mystery game, and is it going to be something worth something or a really rare game? I think that's really smart and actually content that I'd love to consume.
Yeah,
Hell
great
yeah.
content from Riggs. He's our resident retro gaming / breakfast cereal enthusiast, and a great dude. By the
Got
way,
a chance to meet him this year, actually.
Did you really?
He was at that convention I helped Alyx and Skiba with in Phoenix, the Game On Expo. He was actually there. He had a booth there, like a retro booth, and then he was cosplaying. Man, the guy's super cool. Man, he actually just likes to dress up and walk around and cosplay because he's so far into it. He was dressed up as like I can't remember the bad dude's name from Sonic.
Dr. Robotnik.
Robotnik. That's it.
He rocks that Dr. Robotnik costume.
And he does
man.
it super good too. Like I was talking to him, I'm like, man, he's got the mustache down and everything. It's like super perfect. Look, he's really cool. Yeah, he's younger than you think too. Like I met him and I'm like, wow, I kind of really thought you were a little bit older, but when you see him, you're like, wow, you're younger than I thought.
Yeah, so people say
well-
about me. No, just kidding.
Well, you know, that's the beard.
I don't know if they say that about me. That's what I say about me.
Anyway, best retro nostalgia in a VR game, the John Riggs Award. The first nominee was actually nominated for this this category last year, but we felt like they deserved to be recognized once again because they did the impossible, Eric, and they got published on the proper Oculus Quest 2 store. So they're really just now arriving on the scene.
Yeah, I mean, super cool. I'm glad they had a chance to do this. I love these guys, Aaron and Anthony. Got a chance to hang with them again in CES in Vegas. I think you got a chance to meet them for the first time there too. And great team, great game. I'm so happy for them getting out of the purgatory that is App Lab. This game deserves to be on the Quest store. It is retro, nostalgic. Not even just gaming. It gives you a Tron vibe, a super duper, trippy movie vibe where you're kind of like brought into the video game world and you have to kind of battle your way through it. And then just the gameplay itself. All different types of gameplay. You have magic, you have melee, you have shooting, you have top down view, you have first person view. So this game has a lot to it.
Awesome dudes, and you're right. I hung out and spoke with these guys at length during the Friday night after party in CES, and these guys were so cool. This is how cool they were, Eric. Like you told me not to buy drinks. Like there's a tab open. Don't buy drinks. Come to me if you want a drink, which I didn't listen to you, by the way. I bought most of my drinks.
I know.
But not only did I buy most of my own drinks, but I bought these dudes a drink as well because so cool. And one of them was sitting there with empty hands, and I just couldn't have it.
Can't have that for sure.
It's a party, bro, and it was early too.
How dare
anyway,
I leave them with an empty drink?
Come on.
Yeah.
man.
Well, it's understandable.
How
You were
dare you.
everywhere, bro. You were everywhere. You were hard to run down at certain points during the night.
Yeah, it got crazy.
But Ruuts, these guys were super cool. They I guess I shouldn't announce too much, but we're going to be seeing more of them on the Virtual Strangers channel in 2023. So
Nice.
shout out to our friends there from Markaxer, and well done on an excellent game.
Yeah, absolutely.
One of the another game that's been out for a little while now, but kind of floating off of our radar until very recently, when it too made its way to the Oculus Quest store, Ancient Dungeon VR, and a lot of people might dismiss this game, based on the fact that it does have these old voxel style graphics, this Minecraft art. But if you get past that and get down to what kind of game is here, Ruuts, I think it's notable that, unless I'm badly mistaken, this game won the poll overwhelmingly for this category. Like, most people think that this game should have won.
That's crazy. I mean, that just shows you how good the gameplay is. And I say this a lot about these type of games. I'm like you. I want to be in a world that I can't physically be in. And so when I play a game like this, I feel like I got sucked into a video game. You know what I mean? And that's like the ultimate dream of being in a type world like this is that fantasy stuff. I'd rather be in, and I guess this is another knock at that grid, but that's why people had a problem with it, because it's supposed to be real life looking like shit. This is fantasy that actually looks sharp and good. It's just a different art style. It's two different things. And so I think this game is very good.
Yeah, I feel like, Eric, this game kind of epitomizes what this category is supposed to be out about, because, I first started, kind of fantasizing about the possibilities of virtual reality when I was a very young man, or even a boy. And the games that I was playing at that point were games that looked like this. So when I would try to imagine what it might be like to be inside the video game, what I was imagining is actually something that looks quite a bit like Ancient Dungeon VR.
Yeah, it's so cool, man. And a lot of people get caught up with, oh, the graphics look terrible, but it's kind of intentional. This is meant to be this way. This is 8-bit VR style, kind of like along the lines of some other games that we've seen from Garage Collective. So, it's meant to be this. And to me, this is like an art form. This is so cool. The way it's done is perfect. It has that pixelated look to it for a reason. And you're right. It brings you in to that world and makes you feel like you're part of it. And that's what VR is supposed to do. And if that means you're bringing into an 8-bit dungeon world, or, a hallway shooter, it doesn't really matter as long as you feel like you're a part of it. And that's what it does.
Yeah. You're talking about evoking retro nostalgia through a VR game. I guess one of the easier ways to go about that is by using this kind of pixel art. But with that said, that it's more notable when you're able to invoke this type of nostalgia without falling back on those older art styles. And I think that that's one of the many ways in which our next nominee, Runner, excels, because this game is just absolutely oozing with retro nostalgia roots. But this isn't pixel art at all. This game is beautiful.
No, this is more this is like the opposite. It's like your favorite game was now modernized, and now you're in a modernized version of it. And this world is so beautiful, and the gameplay and the way it feels to be on that bike, and the fact that it's actually hard. I mean, there's so many different aspects that make this game amazing. And it's, I mean, it was right up there for winning as well, right? I mean, I guess all of these really were like talked about pretty heavily.
Eric, I have just beamed about Runner ever since it was released, and it's kind of hard not to get off on a tangent about how fun it is. But we really don't have to do that, because there's so much more than just the gameplay loop with regards to what makes this game great. It's the art style, it's the music, it's the overall structure of the game. Everything about this game screams 1987. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is the package, right? We talk about these games that have the full package, and the special ones have everything. You know who else loves a full package?
I do.
My mom!
Yeah,
yes. But yeah, I mean, this is the second time we've already seen Runner tonight talked about, and this list was extremely hard. This was probably one of the harder lists, and this is not one you were like, oh, this shouldn't be a hard list. But there was a lot of great games in this list, and we're going to get to a couple of more. But this deserved to be on this list. This is a retro nostalgia dream for people. I mean, to get in and play Runner, like you said, everything about this game, the visuals, the gameplay, the difficulty, everything is here. The vastness of the city, the speed of the game is excellent. The controls are great. It just has it all. Absolutely love Runner, and very easily could have won.
And an enhanced version coming, by the way, for PSVR 2. So
That's awesome. What does that mean, enhanced version?
Yeah, I don't know. But I mean, if 2MD football is any kind of indicator as to what kind of support this game is going to get, then this game has a long way to go, because that game, 2MD, has been transformed time and time again by our friends over there at 2Pixel. So yeah, very much looking forward to seeing what they have in store for Runner. But we digress. Onto our next nominee, and Ruuts. This only gets more difficult. You'd think it'd get easier. Nope, it gets more difficult, because as we move away from Runner, we have to take a moment to talk about Compound, which is a game that has been in early access on Steam for years, up until very recently. And not only did it finally get a full release on Steam, but it also got a full release on Quest, which is a hell of a surprise for a game that people have loved for many years at this point.
Yeah, and it's phenomenal on Quest as well. It's just such a good game. I really love it, and it feels good, and it's just like everything else he does. It's just really good.
Eric, so many things that we've said about the previous nominees, true about this one as well. Only this one's kind of the complete package. Not only does it have the old school pixel art style of graphics, but it has that difficult gameplay loop, like we talked about with Runner, where you're not just going to pick this one up and run through it. Like, you're going to die, and you're going to die again, and you're going to die again, but that's okay, because it's completely procedural and it's fresh every time.
Yep, and that's what you want with these games. I mean, as crazy as that sounds, you want that frustration level of, all right, I know I just died, but I really want to do one more. And those are the good ones. When you get a roguelike that wants to pull you back in, so you do it again, those are the good ones. The ones that frustrate you are the bad ones. This one is a really, really good one. And then the retro nostalgic vibe of it with the visuals, super good. The gunplay is great in this game too. The sound, everything is, again, another great package of everything rolled into one that makes it good. I love this game.
And Ruuts, I don't think that there's any other genre of game outside of these retro games that lend themselves better to the current state of VR. And I mean, the VR that's dominated by standalone devices. Because, this game, it's one thing to say this game's been in development for years on PC, but it's another thing to bring a pixel-to-pixel perfect recreation of this game to a standalone device, and I feel like that's what they've done successfully here.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the things that it wasn't Carmack that was saying that was bringing the older games to these headsets, the older made games, but these ones are made from the ground up, and they're made for VR, and they're amazing.
If this isn't the winner, what is the winner? And I will say this, this is one of the more hotly contested selection processes that we had, because we had a block of voters, myself included, that was pretty adamant that Runner should win here. But there was another block of voters who thought Compound was easily the best game out of the group and had the most retro nostalgia going on. But at the end of the day, majority rules, and the majority was pretty clear on this one. Our patrons, Eric, love Shock Troops.
They do, and so did we. I mean, we all had our own one that we wanted to pick, and I think I was on Runner on this one again too. But I was super close with this one. I think I might even was at a draw, because this is an excellent game. This is one of my favorite games I played in 2022. Garage Collective is amazing. We played this game a long time ago too, guys. Remember we tested this or played it early access for Garage Collective, and he's come a long way even just since then.
Yeah, bonus content has been released since we covered this game as well. And Ruuts, I think it says a lot about this game. Not only does it stand here atop the heap with regard to the retro inspired games, but again, earlier in the day, this game was nominated for best FPS, and it did receive votes. Like this is a very fun game to play, retro stuff aside.
Yeah, absolutely. And people are in the chat are saying some people saying it's scary, right? And that's
the new one is.
Yeah, so something to tell you that if it's a retro game and it's people say the graphic. I mean, even I can't even say that the graphics on this look phenomenal. Even for this type of a retro game, it's just all the way around a good game, and I have no problem with it being named number one for sure.
Hell yeah.
So Skiva in the chat says, "Wow, I haven't even played this." Like, Skiva, bro, $10. Go get it right now, man. This game is amazing.
And that's another thing, man. Like, he just keeps putting out these games that are so phenomenal, so much gameplay, so much depth, and they're only $10. And but he understands how things work. I mean, if you have a really good game or a phenomenal game that's $10, then everybody's going to buy it. And you're going to make more money that way, than, in my opinion, than pricing it at $30.
Yeah. So here's the part where Oprah comes in, and normally we would be talking about how we have all these copies of Shock Troops to give away, but we don't. We honestly already ran a giant Shock Troops giveaway on our channel when this game launched. But we do have a little something for the retro gamer crew out there, because I do have one key, and this is the part, Eric, where it pays to be here live, because we only have one key, but we have a key to a banger of a game. We just talked about it. Compound for Oculus Quest. We have a key for Compound on Oculus Quest. One lucky winner in the chat will win this game if they answer the question correctly before anyone else. And the question is as follows. Name the developer. And you know what? This is typically a very predictable question. This is not an easy one to answer. A lot of people don't know the name of this developer.
Yeah.
Sim does. Sim knows who it is. Not Dead is correct.
That was quick, too. Like, I think Sim had to know that, right? That's too quick for them to go look it up.
Yeah, that's true. And I hate falling back on that question, because so many people are now proactive where we use it so often. I will point out, though, by the way, that the trivia questions aren't about answering the trivia questions. Again, it's just about not putting the key directly in the chat. It's just a way for us to avoid doing that. So that's the reason why I keep falling back on these easy questions, is because the questions don't matter. That's not the point. But good job, Sim, for knowing that. Yeah, AcidX knows the developer as, well, I knew the developer as, and most of us know the developer as Bevan McKechnie. But the name of the studio, the company, is Not Dead LLC. So well done, Sim. AppJ, a couple of other people's, Mind Jive, a couple of other were able to point it out. But there can only be one winner, and that winner is Sim. Congratulations.
Yeah, congrats. Yep. And Jenna Sequas says she's behind. If you guys are behind still, you want to catch up, just hit the live button. Like, run your mouse across the screen and click that live button, or bring that arrow, or bring that red line all the way to the right, and it'll catch you up to exactly where chat is.
Yeah, go ahead and click the live button. You're going to want to watch the thing back anyway to make sure that you get in all of the awards and all of the giveaways. You guys are going to want to watch this 5 times. And by the way, if you haven't already, please hit that like button. That's what allows us to kind of get out there in front of new eyes. It's when you guys click that thumbs up and YouTube sees that there are actually 10 or 15 people that like us, and then they try to run that number on up to 20. So if you haven't already, click the like button. We very much appreciate that.
Yep.
Anyway, moving along to our next category, and it falls right in line with some of the themes that we've been covering recently through these more recent categories. Best challenge in a VR game. So this is our ode to all things hard in VR. And you know who else loves it, Eric? When it's hard.
Mom!
She gets
Wait, does
pissed if
she
it's
really?
not. No, she gets really angry. It's kind of, you know how some people get hangry?
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
she's hangry too. I don't know.
Oh, for something hard.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got you.
I'll leave it there.
Todd gets hangry, don't he, Eric? Like
Yeah,
that-
I don't
that
know
guy-
if he gets hangry for something. Never mind.
I think he gets hangry for.
Oh, Todd, you need to be here more often, Todd, to protect yourself.
Yeah. It's kind of bad the way we gang up on them. But you know who doesn't mind getting ganged up on?
My mom!
Oh yeah.
She's always ganging up on Todd.
That's true. That's very true.
Mist. She said we should have put Mist in here. Are you talking about best challenge? That was
Best
last
challenge?
year's game, though, right? Mist was.
Yep. Yeah, Miss was last year. That is true. Absolutely.
It would have been on here, though, I think.
For real.
So what is on here? Well, we're going to start off with a game that has been on the store forever, but we felt like it did deserve some recognition, not only for what it's done on the Quest store recently, but basically completely repackaging and reinventing itself. And I'm talking about the game that is now known as Crisis Brigade 2. Ruuts, I don't like it. Like it took me 5 years to get used to calling it Crisis Brigade or Crisis V Brigade. We finally figure it out, and they switch it up on us at the last minute.
Yeah, you forgot it's Crisis Brigade 2 Special Reloaded. Usually, if you've got that many syllables, it's,
Oh my God,
it's
holy
a
crap.
little bit too much. But yeah, I mean, the game is solid, and I don't know, is it a good idea to relabel your game? I mean, there had to have been a reason for it, but so long after it's been out, it's kind of Oculus going to meta, right? Like you wonder why.
It was confusing, man. Nobody knows what to call it. Is it Crisis V Brigade? Crisis Brigade? You know, Crisis VR Gade? Nobody knew.
What happens if you go to the store and you don't know that it's changed and you're looking up the wrong name? Are you going to see it? I don't know. I guess it depends on if it's App Lab, no. But, you know, if it's, who knows on the search? I don't know.
But it is no longer relegated to App Lab. This is a full-fledged Oculus Quest 2 official store title now. Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't call it V Brigade or Brigade. I call it Dead Second.
It's pretty close. Or Time Crisis. You
Yeah.
can call that too.
Right. All right. Crime Crisis. That's what I call it. Anyway, Crisis Brigade 2, not easy by any stretch of the imagination, huh, Eric?
No, this one will bust your knees and make you, get down on your knees. You know who loves to get down on their knees?
My mom!
I knew that's where it was going. I just had this feeling. I'm like, okay, where's this going?
Get it ready. Yeah, I mean, this is not a seated game. If you're looking for a game you can just sit down and hang out and relax in, it is not that game because you need cover in this game. And the only way to get cover, if you're going to get down, is going to physically get down in your play space behind something. And pop up, shoot, hide, it's constant. You're going one shot kills, you're going to die. It's going to get, it's super hard, man. This is a hard game, super challenging. I love it. It's a good game.
Ruuts, this game will give you nightmares. That's why it's so cool that you're able to bring a friend along with you to help you kind of tackle this challenge together.
It's so hard. It's absolutely, it's going to give you nightmares unless you have somebody with you, and it's about the only way I'd probably get through the darn game. I know Wolfie says he's still trying to star out all the levels, and all he does is shooting games like this, so that's a little daunting, Wolfie.
Simplex wants to know if it has an easy mode, and I couldn't honestly answer that. The easy mode's not something we do here, bro. That's something for the Upload VRs of the world to play with.
Oh man!
My thing is I just usually I do try to go to the mid because that's exactly what happens. I'll go in there and I'll start looking at the easy level, and I start to hear Wes's voice in my head, and he's like, "We don't do that, bro." And I'm like, "Okay, I'll go in the middle at least, But yeah, I wouldn't recommend going hard. So
you know who loves to go middle when you go hard?
My mom!
She does.
Oh, she loves this segment. She's like, this is the best segment ever.
Jenna says not for her though.
What?
The
My
game.
mom? Well, Kinda
you
difficult,
guys
right?
gotta get your head out of the gutter. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, no. This is, if anybody's got bad knees for real. It's kind of like pistol whip. This is not the game you want to be doing because you're the next day you're gonna be regretting it. So
Here, for sure, gonna be regretting it. Like it's yeah, you're right. It's like Pistol Whip's bastard cousin. It'll break you down systematically.
And then kick you in the balls.
yeah, no, I'm not even gonna. We'll leave it unsaid.
Anyway, moving along to our next nominee. Talk about challenging Ruuts. Bone Lab. Not only is the game challenging from the perspective of learning how to operate within the game's manufactured physics, the whole world is a puzzle. Like the game itself is a puzzle inside of a puzzle, and it's a bit of an enigma. I mean, what other game can have you get stuck in the menu for hours, but still have fun the entire time you're stuck in the menu for hours?
That's just crazy. Is like when you figure out you're still in the menu and you're like how do I get out of this thing? And it's pretty simple, but I don't know. I guess some people think outside the box and they probably are only in there for 5 minutes, or shorter than that, right? So
Right. Well, a lot of people had the good sense to go look up a YouTube tutorial to see what they're supposed to do. But that's not how we roll.
no, I wandered around for like an hour and a half, probably. Like you said, I still had fun. I just was like, what am I doing? I'm trying to turn the sections on or something. It was weird.
They should have called this game Wanderer, right, Eric?
Pretty much. I mean, you literally wander around for the first 2 hours of the game trying to figure out how to pick shit up, where you could put it, and how to work your inventory system, where to go, what to do. Is there anything other than this tutorial level, or is this it? Is this just a one big sandbox? How do I move forward? Somebody help me, please. You needed like a benevolent being to drop down and tell you exactly, hey, this is where you have to go, my son. It wasn't there.
You need to be able to raise your hand or something like you're in one of the traditional real life escape rooms, right? When you're finally said, okay, I need a hint, and then they can come down and swoop down and give you some condescending hint because that's how the developers roll. But otherwise, then, maybe they'll do that eventually.
Hey, dummy, come this way.
Yeah.
Over here, dipshit. Yeah, that sounds about right. Jokes aside, Ruuts, I'm typically not a big fan of games that have ambiguous direction. I need something fairly specific to pull me through. I'm not typically a big fan of games that have sandbox style gameplay. I'm not a big fan of games that put you through generic time trials and things like this. This game, outside of the context of its campaign, has a ton of these different modes, the ones that I listed off just then, and then countless other ones, very experimental in terms of structure. But I gotta say, everything I did in this game was fun, be it time trials, be it sandbox. Everything that I did was completely unique to this game and a lot of fun to play around with.
And crazy, they got it on the Quest. And like that was one of the biggest things that we were impressed with is the fact that all the physics and everything that play on the Quest, and there was no version of this type of a game before with Boneworks. A lot of people thought it couldn't be done. I don't want to say us included. It's not that we didn't think it could be. We just didn't know if it would be or how good it would be. But I think they nailed it. I think this is a really good version of its own in its own rights compared to Boneworks, and in a lot of ways, probably almost every way, it's probably better. So,
Eric, I'm afraid now I'm starting to think that maybe we shortchanged this game a little bit because it really is an exceptional feat of game design.
It is, and I think we did, and I don't think it's our fault.
it was
I really
community's
don't.
fault.
It's the
Everyone
patrons.
was booing.
It's the
The
patrons'
patrons
fault.
were booing the developers.
Agreed.
If you're out there, like, there's a lot of people that don't like the way that your swagger, I think what you do is amazing, but you don't have to be a dick. That's all I gotta say.
All right.
Yeah, but no, I mean, there's people like Skiva who have played through this game 3 times.
Wow.
He just loves it, man. There are people. And it is a great game. Like if they just took it and gave me a straight campaign, I would love this game. This game is amazing on Quest 2. It's just the other jank that I have to get through to play it. Like, I don't
Right.
want to have to go through and figure these things out just to play your game. Like, I don't want to have to, like, just let me play. Just let me be a normal game and let me play. You know what I mean? Give me a quick tutorial. Let me go on and play the campaign. Make a great story. It's just like they're like, what? You want a story? Fuck you guys. You'll play it the way we want to play it. And if you don't
Right.
like it and you're too dumb to fucking figure it out, then we don't want you playing it. Okay. I'm not going to play it.
Have to twist these guys' arm just to get a fucking save feature in a long ass campaign. Like, come on, really?
And that was the reality of the conversation in the with the patrons. Is a lot of people were turned off of the devs, and so they didn't get the love it should be for this game. Which, I mean, I'm sure they're like crying about not getting an award from us. But it is an amazing game. What they're doing is amazing. Wes has said, and I champion this as well. I wish they would find a good medium for the physics to try to make it a little bit more palpable, I guess. But I mean, it's it's still the best version or some of the best physics in VR. So
I'm going to give it another
excellent
chance,
game.
I think. When I get a break, I'm going to give it another chance. I think
Yeah,
you
me
guys
too.
will probably.
When we get a break.
I know. When's that break coming? I don't know. It's
Right
got to
now.
come at some point. I need some kind of break.
Like now is the break. Like now is the break. Like after this show is over with, we got about 10 minutes, and then it's PSVR 2 time.
Oh, it's coming. I know.
Anyway, certainly a very challenging game and a deserving nominee. But if you're going to talk about challenge in a VR game, Eric, why don't you try to play all the way through Into the Radius and tell me how that goes?
Dude, oh my God. This game was so daunting, especially early on, that I had Scion get in and like handhold me through the tutorial of the original PC VR version, and I still noped out. Like 2 hours in, I'm like, Scion, I love you, dude. You're the best, and this is a great game. I just can't do it, man. There's just too much going on here, and there was some jank at that point, and it was hard. And now they've made it way more approachable, but this is still not an easy game. Still a hard game, but way more approachable than it was. But I love the challenge in this game now, and now I think it's not a frustrating challenge anymore. It's I want to keep going and get through this challenge.
It's an exercise in preparation, Roots. Like a lot of familiar mechanics in this game, but the gameplay loop is so detailed and has so much depth to it. You can't run head first into this world, or this world will hand you your ass back to you. You have to prepare. You have to make sure your weapon's clean and ready. You got to make sure you have plenty of extra ammo and extra clips. You got to make sure you have plenty to eat. You're ready to find a place to rest. You have to make sure your objectives are spelled out clearly so that you're not wasting time when you're out there trying to navigate the world. And you got to make sure you know how to read a map. And that's just off the top of my head. A lot to this game, Roots, but it's also a lot of fun trying to survive through it.
yeah, and I mean, even just the aspects of what we were saying before about how you got to upkeep your weapon. You got to clean it. You got to, it jams, it breaks, there's all sorts of things that'll happen. Nothing worse than getting attacked by something and not having your weapon work, right? Especially when it's these things that are coming at you super fast. It's definitely an amazing game, and it's only gotten better and better. And I agree with everybody else. I really hope they bring it to PSVR 2, and with all the adaptive triggers and everything else. And it's not only the hardware. The hardware is going to be amazing, but the devs have to use it. And these developers have proven to me that they're going to use everything they can use. So if they bring it to PSVR 2, it will have haptics. You know what I mean? They're not going to just port it over. They'll rework the entire game. And that's because that's what they do. And that's why I respect them so much.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have talked about how awesome Into the Radius is during today's episode, and I'm sure that we're not done. There's going to be plenty more talk on it. But in terms of pure challenge, there aren't many games in VR that are more challenging to this one. And again, Eric, it's not about games that provide challenge through jank or challenge through mechanics that don't work the best. This is the kind of challenge that you want. That's just pure, unadulterated gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, because if it's challenged to where it's shitty, You know what I mean? Then it wouldn't be in this category. I don't think. Like if it was challenge where, like you said, where it was a game break that made it challenging or something like that, or that it was so frustrating that people just noped out of it, I think we wouldn't have put them in this category at all. We just would have skipped over them. But because these are great games and they are challenging, that's why they make the list. And this is definitely deserving of being on this list.
Absolutely. But Ruuts, as we move on to the next nominee, how did Cities VR not win? Like, this game is a nightmare for those of us who are new to this genre, this city creation. I thought I was going to be the best, most benevolent mayor in the world, but my people died within a week because I'm such a terrible mayor. And this game is super hard.
Well, this game is very detailed, and it leans on a lot of things that you would see in real life that you don't think about. It's like that class you took when you were in high school and about being, getting a job and a car. I remember I said, oh, I'll just ride my bike to save some money. Like there's consequences to every decision you make in real life, and that's no different than Cities VR. And when you're going one direction thinking, oh, I got this, I'm building this, I'm doing this, and you turn around and your people are like giving you the middle finger, and you're like, what is happening? Why are you so pissed at me? And it's a fine balance. And somebody like Radio Runt that knows this kind of world, I'm sure he went in there and was like, probably was the best mayor within 30 minutes or an hour. I was like you, my city hated me. I was the worst mayor ever. You would have thought I was Mayor Lightfoot of Chicago or something. And no, I was horrible. So.
Eric, you don't have enough water towers built. Half of your town is complaining because they don't have electricity, and the ones that do have electricity have no cellular service. Go fix it.
And my dumbass ran the sewage pipe directly into my water supply.
Oh, God.
Now my citizens are all drinking their own shit.
Oh,
man, this game will make you cry. This game will make you cry. It's hard, dude. You're like, what? You just like, you think you make the perfect city. You're like, I'm so fucking smart. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to put this here. I'm going to put that there. And then like 5 minutes later, half your city's on fire. You've got no fire department. Your people are bitching because they got no cell service, or you put a power tower somewhere near a kid's park. And yeah, it's not good. Man, this is tough. This is a tough game. But it's a good game. It's a really good game. Once you get it, like you said, with Radio Runt, somebody who gets it, somebody who puts the time in, if you really know what you're doing in there and take your time to figure things out, it can be super rewarding, and you can build crazy good cities.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
People are saying that, suggesting, I think somebody was said that you did it on purpose, Jenna.
Yeah, maybe.
They deserve sewer water,
Let them eat cake.
That's
and
right.
drink toilet water.
That's free, yo. Toilet water.
Yeah.
Did you say that?
That's what you get.
Speaking of drinking contaminated water, Eric, our next nominee sees you doing that quite a bit. Green Hell VR tasks you with a lot of different things. Tasks you with tracking down your lost love. Tasks you with finding and navigating your way through the unfamiliar jungle. But most importantly, and on the most basic level, this game tasks you with surviving in a world that you know nothing about. Which herbs are medicinal? Which ones are poison? What is that behind the bush over there? All very relevant questions, and you find out the answers to all of them very quickly after you find yourself in this world. Green Hell is no joke.
No joke. Well, I don't even know who it was we were talking to. It might have been in Vegas. We were talking to somebody about this game. Might have been Z-Storm. He's like, yeah, I drank something. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I had to eat something because I don't have enough food. Oh, I'm dead. I have to walk over here because I have to get out of this area. Oh, I'm dead. It's like every time you turn around in this game, you're dead. You think you're doing something to help you in some way, and you end up killing yourself. You know what I mean? So it's too funny. I mean, you drink something because you're like, you guys like, oh, you're gonna die if you don't drink. You drink the water, and then you're puking for 5 minutes, and then all of a sudden you start to black out. You wake up, and there's like some type of freaking tiger that's about to chew your face off over top of you, and then you're dead. So not an easy game, but still a great game. Another great game if you put the time into it.
Roots, I don't think there was another game that came out this year that I started from the beginning as many times as I started with Green Hell, whether it be the Quest version or later on the PC version. It seems like I would learn one new thing, and that would be enough information for me want to start the entire game over again and see what I can do now that I know what this mushroom does or what this herb does. This game has an old school challenge loop to it. You better have patience if you're going to go into this world.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to take you dying. It's a Groundhog's Day game. Although you got to die a million times, you get to come back with that knowledge. Now, this is the bad part. If you're not the brightest tool or the sharpest tool in the shed or the brightest person, you might keep dying to the same stuff. Like, you kind of have to remember, okay, that is poison. Because I don't know if that happened to you a couple times. You end up eating something a second time, and you're like, "Oh, son of a bitch!" That as you're dying, you're like, "Oh, that's right, I died."
Whoops.
Yeah, and so you just go back through it again. So,
yeah, a very detailed journal that they equip you with in this game, and let me tell you something: you better read it. You better read it.
I don't have time for the journal. That's why I keep dying.
I ain't reading that shit.
I won't even go through the tutorial.
That just looks tasty, yo. I'm gonna eat it. I don't care.
Yeah. Yeah. What's the worst that could happen as you're puking for 5 minutes?
Yeah, your liver is now petrified because you ate something wrong.
Yeah, it sounds like me. It sounds like me when I go to Subway to get a sandwich. It's just like, obviously the meatball sub's pretty solid, but do we go for the tuna this time?
I don't
Never
know.
go for the tuna.
I thought I read somewhere that their tuna is not really tuna. But then again, I would submit, is any of our tuna really tuna at this point?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
But again, there can only be one winner, such a deserving group of nominees, but we already touched upon it, Eric. Runner did such an effective job this year of bringing that old school arcade gameplay loop that live, die, lather, rinse, and repeat. That I don't think there really is another game. I said that there weren't many games that I started over as much as Green Hell. I think maybe that might not be true, but because in Runner I started over a ton, but with Runner you don't get a choice, or at least at the time you didn't get a choice. You're starting over from the beginning every time. Just so that you can memorize these levels and get good at running them.
This game is freaking hard, dude. And this is number 3, category that this was nominated in. And it finally gets a win. It is well deserved because this is a hard freaking game. And think about being somebody who's trying to record to get a video out, and you want to get through the first boss. Okay, just because you're like, I just want to get through the first boss so I can get this recording done. I had like 4 hours of recording, and I just want to beat the first boss. There's no save level, so I would finally get to the boss, and then I would have like 2 health, and I'm like, I know I'm not gonna make it. Then you die, and then you get to the boss, you get full health, and he hammers you with something right in the middle that takes half your health, and you're like, fuck, I'm never gonna make it out of this one. And I got 4 hours of recorded video, and now I'm like, holy crap, I just want to beat this boss so I can get done. That's this game. But I can remember playing it and then beating the boss and then wanting to go for it. I'm like, my video's done. I hit stop, but I'm like, I want to go farther because now I want to see what the second boss is. So that's the kind of game this is, man. It keeps you drawing you back in. And it's just, the gameplay loop is so good and the game is so good. And when they become still super hard, but not to the point where you want to turn it off, that's a good game.
Now you convinced me. I'm stopping the show. I'm going to go play it right now.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Well, the way it goes, Roots, is that you put all this time and all these different attempts into making some leeway against the boss, and finally, as is always the case with these old school style games, you finally break through, only then to realize that this is also a modern video game. And right after you break through, you look up at the leaderboard and see that Q2C Gamer finished it 1/10 of a second faster than you did, and it's time to start all over again.
Well, especially for you, because you're a leaderboard person, so you're going to want to be at the top, and so that would probably draw you away immediately. You're like, I'm stopping what I'm doing right now. I'm going to beat that son of a bitch, and then you'll beat him by like 0.2 of a second, and then you're like, ugh. It used to happen to me with Audica with Radio Runt for a couple times until he just like started blowing my scores away, and I was like, I can't keep up with this dude. But it's a sign of a good game, right? It's one more aspect on top of everything else that makes you want to go back in. You want to beat these people. So
Eric, it isn't so much either about knowing that you were able to top your friends on the leaderboard. For me, it's like I can see them on the leaderboard, so I know that they can see me on the leaderboard, and I don't want them for a second to think that they're better than me. You think you're better than me?
Come on, man.
Oh, wrong one. Wrong one. You think you're better than me?
He
This
does
is what
think
happens,
you're better.
man. It's been so long since I've streamed with the podcast. I don't know which buttons are which anymore. I like this one better though.
This man
That worked out, though,
legitimately thinks that he is better than us.
Now I remember.
Yeah. Hell yeah. It's worse too when you get early access, because there's only a few people that get access, right? And they're all content creators, and you want to beat them all, and you don't want to leave because it's when you go to 3 pages of leaderboards, it's like, okay, no, my name's gonna get lost. When there's 10 people on the leaderboard and that's it, and they're all content creators that are gonna make fun of you later, and they're gonna bust on you, you're trying to beat their score. Trust me.
And then you end up in a game like Alvo, and you look over at Eric, and he's got 10 million credits and every gun unlocked. And then you realize that the deck is stacked.
That was the best, man. I love that. And then they took it all away from me. I think Wes reported me.
No, it wasn't just FYI. It wasn't just Wes either. I reported your ass too, man. How you I can cheat? Come on, man.
Son of a.
Come on.
I will neither confirm nor deny these rumors. What? Did you guys hear that? It sounded like Oprah said something. Oprah, did you have something that you want to say?
She always has something to say.
She's so generous.
She says that she loves Runner too, and that she thinks that more people should be playing it. I agree, Oprah. You're absolutely right. Thank you. That's why we have 5 copies of this game to give away. 3 in the chat, 2 being held back for the second chance giveaway. Eric, I said we had some bangers, didn't I?
Hell yeah, man. This is it. There's no garbage here. No garbage.
No garbage. So you guys know the drill by now. First 3 people in my chat window to successfully answer the question will win a copy of Runner on Oculus Quest or MetaQuest or Facebook Quest, whatever you want to call it. You'll win a copy of this on the standalone headset, courtesy of our friends at Truant Pixel. Thanks again to them for the support. Anyway, so the question is as follows. Name, this is the part where they all put the dev in. Name another notable VR title from Truant Pixel, who was the developer behind this game.
This is easy. You mentioned it a little while ago.
I did.
You did.
Yeah, I still call him Oculus too, Chatty. They'll be Oculus forever to me. As a matter of fact, when I open up my PC VR, it still says Oculus, doesn't it?
London Roads is so close. You can get it, dude. Just try again, quickly.
We saw some meta.
There he goes.
Meta branded. We saw some meta branded headsets when we were on the show floor, didn't we, Eric?
Did you really?
Yeah, they actually had the Meta logo on them.
So weird.
That is weird.
All right, so Hussein X is the first one to come through with 2MD football. That's correct.
London Roads almost there. He wanted to give the developer instead of the game, but he was so close. Just give the name.
Name of the game. The name of the other game other than Runner. That's the question. And Maddie Fat Batcat coming through with 2MD as well. Congratulations, Matt.
Hussein X says, I already won a game, so I'm not sure if I qualify. Well, if you choose the other game over this one, no, you do not. But you can forfeit that game for this one and put that one back into the mix.
Right. You absolutely can win more than one time, but you can only get one prize. So,
and we don't want to, it's not that we're being stingy. We just want to spread the love to everybody. You know who else loves spreading the love?
My mom!
And you can say love is whatever you want.
True.
Ashes to Ashes. Well, wait a minute. No, I'm getting ahead of myself here. Ryan Brannon was the third one to come through with it. I think. Let's see. Yeah, Ryan Brannon. Ryan Brannon is the third one to successfully answer the question. Congratulations, Ryan, on a successful win. Way to go, bro. You got a great game here in Runner.
Oh, yeah.
So Hussein X wants to take Runner. So whatever game, which game was it that it's going to be put back into the mix? So there'll be one more version of that for the show, for after the show.
Yeah, for the second chance giveaway. And by the way, if you didn't win Runner, don't worry. We got 2 more of them that we're giving away for the second chance giveaway. So if you haven't already, make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you leave a comment after the show that says Runner, and we'll give away a couple more of these titles in
so
2 weeks' time.
Alvo on Quest is back up there on the mix, or in the mix.
So there we go.
That's a tough choice, but a good one.
Didn't we say during that segment that you should enter for Alvo on Quest because one of the keys might come open? And there you go.
See, that was Wes just reading the future again.
Boom.
We call him Nostradamus Wes.
Westradamus.
Or Westradamus,
yeah. Moving along, we come to one of my favorite categories to talk about. The most innovative gameplay in a VR game. And we had some really, really good nominees this year. Eric, even though it wasn't a very big year for big budget VR titles, the indie devs really did a good job, not only with bringing fresh titles to the VR library, but fresh gameplay concepts as well.
That's it. We don't get the same rollover that we get every time. The rinse and repeat games that are just like, okay, I'm doing this again. This is something cool, man. When you get something different in VR that works, don't do something different just for the sake of doing something different and it doesn't work. But if you make them work to where they're extremely fun to do, like pretty much every game on this list, that's what you want. You want developers thinking outside of the box, thinking of new and inventive ways to get you immersed in the world. And I think all these games did that.
Ruuts, we start with The Last Clockwander, which was Road to VR game of the year. And it wasn't just Road to VR. Many of our friends, or at least a few of them, agreed with that assessment. And it's largely on the strength of the gameplay mechanics in this game. Like a very unique take on time travel with regard to puzzle solving. But it's much more than that, because as you progress through this game, the game continually adds new elements, making the puzzles more complex as you go. The Last Clockwander, an exceptional game and a great example of innovation in gameplay.
Yeah, this was Beardo Benjo's game of the year, wasn't it? He really loved Last Clockwander. I mean, it's not my type of game, but it's got so much uniqueness. There's only one other game that I know that was similar to this back in the day that was a puzzle game, and it's definitely up there. It's amazing.
Eric, Clockwinder, I mean, I guess probably best known for the storytelling, as it does a masterful job of that. But to me, the highlight of the game was the increasing complexity of the puzzles as you work your way through it.
Yeah, the puzzles are cool, man. The puzzles are that cloning. You need to make copies of yourself to get through a puzzle and make it work. And it's a cool idea. I mean, it's not, it's been done a little bit before in different things or other games that are going to come eventually. But again, it was the package here that makes it what it is. It's not just the puzzle, it's the storytelling, it's the environment. And that's why I do like this game. And, I don't agree with it as game of the year, but, I do like this game. Like, there's way more, debate in this one than in the other game of the year award. But this one, it's at least this is a good game that I think people should play. So yeah, I definitely like it.
Well, Eric, it's funny that you mentioned our game of the award debate, because we're starting to see certain games pop up time and time and time again, and here we are with the most innovative gameplay award, and we see our old friend Wanderer wandering its way back through the door. And we just said about The Last Clockwinder how innovative it was in the way that it applied time travel into its puzzle solving mechanic. I don't know if there's another game in the VR catalog that does a better job of that than Wanderer.
Yeah, it's all over the place. I love this game. The way it lets you hop into different time periods, grab objects, move them around, go back and get them later. The way you can, play, and this is something you bring up a lot. The way you can play the way you want to play. They don't say you have to follow this path to get to the end. You can go in different directions to get there, and I think that's a good part of it. And again, the whole package. This game has everything that makes it, possible game of the year.
Ruuts, we have never really quite seen a game that works the way that this one does, have we?
No. And I was even saying when we were talking to somebody else in another segment, just how innovative and just in general, the fact that you can leave your items everywhere, anywhere. Like most games, like you're very limited, or your stuff disappears, or things start getting weird. This thing, you can just drop trowel anywhere, and we'll just drop everything anywhere you want and come back, and it's still going to be there. Now, will you remember where you dropped it? That's the question. But that alone, and then just the way, like Mash said, you can bounce all over. There is no linear path you have to take, so everybody's gameplay is going to be different. And it's just very unique and definitely deserves.
As we move along to the next nominee, we have games like Wanderer that give us a unique take on a familiar gameplay genre for VR, or we have games like Broken Edge that give us just a completely unique gameplay loop that we haven't seen yet in VR. And a lot of people on the cover or on the surface might think that this is just your basic swordsman style melee game, but that's not what this game is at all. In fact, it's something very different.
This game's deep, man. This game is deep. If you think this is just your button mashing melee game or your wrist waggling melee game, it is not. You need to block, you need to parry, you need to know where you're striking on the other person's blade or on their shield, and try and hit them at certain points. There's a lot to this game. It is super deep, and sometimes maybe even to its detriment. That's how deep and hard this game can be. But it is definitely innovative. There has never been a game quite like this.
Isn't the AI really adaptive as well? Or was that something else we were talking about? A different game? I think it was
I'm
this
not
one, right?
sure, honestly. It might have been this one.
Yeah,
Because-
I think it is. I mean, there's another one that we talked about that,
Okay,
that did a
different
huge update this year.
Oh
that
no, we
had
were
Yeah.
we were talking about swordsmen and how
Yeah,
they
right.
adapt.
Okay, that's right.
Right. But this game is not easy for AI. I mean, this is more multiplayer anyway, that you really want to play against an opponent. But if you're not, and you're playing against the AI is really, really good in this game too. You have different classes. You have different classes that play different ways. So this is not just one style. You have a lot of different styles to choose from in this game.
What really impresses me about it is just the it's a fencing game. Like we have so many sword fighting games, but we've never seen a fencing game in VR. And at its most boiled down basic core, obviously there's much more to it than that. But it takes a certain type of developer to say, you know what, I want to make a fencing game. And Eric, apparently the developers of this game are experts in fencing in real life. Go figure.
Dude's awesome. The main developer from Trebuchet, got a chance to do a demo with him when I was in Gamescom, and he was the one who I was going against, in the demo in the room, and he was like teaching me how to do these things, and you could just tell that his movement was way, he knew what he was doing. I mean, number one, he's a developer, but number two, you could tell that he had fencing, in his background, and he said that it definitely would help if you did. If you were a fencing person or a person who knew some style of sword fighting, you're definitely you would definitely do well in this game, because you mimic the movements of a real fencing style in virtual reality. And isn't that what we all want in the end? We want to have some type of realism in what we're doing in virtual reality. So he did it. He did it.
Ruuts, as we move along to the next nominee, we don't have to rack our brains very hard to point out some of the more innovative things that were done in Mother Gunship Forge. whether we're talking about the way that you progress the levels versus your standard wave shooters that we've seen before, or even more importantly, the way that you upgrade your weapons constantly as you're moving through this game, making some really crazy looking contraptions. Certainly innovative what they were able to do here with what is a very basic and overdone genre in VR.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that they incorporated a second person to do it with you, right? So that you could, throw your parts to the other person or switch your guns up, like Eric was saying earlier. That's super. I don't know that that's been done in a game like this. We've seen games where you created your own weapons, and games like Yuki, or you've got different ways you could go and different things you could do. But this one is unique in that way as well. And the fact that it's like Eric was saying earlier, the way you have the same parts, and the way you put it together is going to make it a totally different type of gun. So there's so much depth to it, and it's just really good. It's procedurally generated, right? So it's just a all the way around very innovative, good game.
Eric, this game gives you an erector set, and what you do with that erector set is build your weapon and customize it to whatever type of whatever it is that you're trying to focus on as you progress through the game and deal with the various enemies.
Yeah, and you know who else gives me an erector?
My mom!
She does. Yes, she does.
Well, good for you, bro.
Just don't let your wife
It is,
know.
and I just want to say, Mind Jive, this is the second time he's mentioned it, so I want everybody to know. Mother Gunship Forge is 40% off on the Quest store right now. So basically, I think somebody said, Wolverine said $12 is what it is. It's a steal for this game.
Yeah, it's definitely worth it.
Is that the case? I just want to make sure that's the case. It's $12 for this game right now. That is a steal for this game. There's hours and hours that you can put in this game, different play modes and different ways you can play it every time. Like, I love streaming this game all the time. Like, this is like my palate cleanser. This is what I like to start with to get warmed up, and then before I get into a long stream, because it's just fun, man, and it's different every time. And you can just have fun in there, man. And you can just get in and play for a couple hours. You don't need where did I leave off? Do I remember the story? Do I remember how to play? It's just awesome. It's fun. The graphics look great. I mean, and again, co-op. Jump in with somebody and play, man. This game really had a good chance to win this. I wanted it to win this award, but we'll get there.
But at the end of the day, so much competition, Ruuts, as we move on and talk a little bit about Lawn. On its surface, people might think that Lawn is a pretty straightforward, basic action game set in a cyberpunk world, but there's so much more going on here than that. Other than the action-oriented campaign, which, by the way, is built out in a fully realized world with fully fleshed out physics. But beyond that, I mean, there's so many different game modes, whether you're talking about the arena mode or the parkour mode or the recently added procedural mode. One of the things that we learned about after we reviewed this game that we really had no idea about was just how advanced the enemy AI is in this game. I don't know that there are many games on the store that have so many options with regards to actions that the AI might take.
Yeah, and that's what you want at the end of the day when you're playing a game like this. There's nothing more frustrating to have really dumb AI that you just feel like doesn't matter what you do. You want to have them think. I mean, I remember back in the day, one of the Destiny 2 when it first came out, and the way the enemies moved with you and countered what and they were always doing different stuff, and that's what you want from AI. So it's definitely very innovative, and this game is really good.
Again, Eric, we talked about how underrated this game was earlier in the episode. I don't think people quite understand even now just how underrated this game is and how unique it is with some of the things that it's doing.
Yeah, and I think they're committed to making it great. So they're like that mode they just added. I mean, that added so much to this game. I mean, this makes it even more appealing to me than it already was, which I was super happy with it the way it was. But you start doing procedurally generated stuff, and that's speaking directly to me, and I want to go in and do that now because it's a huge part of what I like in gaming and gameplay loop that I like. So yeah, I think it's right up there, man. This is a super good game. Extremely innovative. I think it deserved to be on this list, and this is another one that I think we debated pretty heavily. This could have won. This could have won.
Yeah, absolutely. As could have the next nominee, Ruuts, Aspire 2. We already spent a good deal of time talking about how innovative this game was in the way that it implements its co-op gameplay.
Yeah, this is definitely a very innovative game as well, and I like the fact that the way they bring the levels from the first one into the second one, so you could play those all over again, and it was just hands down better than the first one, I believe. Good.
Eric, with regard to Aspire 2, they did a great job of, the way that they implemented the different frames that you can inhabit. You can essentially play through the same level, but by using the different frames as you play through them, your approach changes drastically. Not only in the way that you approach your enemies, but the way that you make your way through the level. New pathways emerge, new methods of achieving your goals emerge as well. A very unique experience depending upon which frame you inhabit, and this whole frame mechanic that they've built into the game, again, very innovative and very unique to this game.
Yeah, I love the play style. The fact that we talked about earlier, the fact that you have to, it's not even just the way you play, where one could be more stealth, one could be more aggressive and shooting your way out of some things. The whole idea of you being able to, you can play in a whole different part of the map, right? I mean, it's areas you can't access as the other player that gives you a different play style all the way through. So there's on a couple of different levels, it gives you different ways to play it with somebody, or different ways for you to even play through it singly. So absolutely love the way they did this game. This is co-op at its finest, and this is why it's in here for innovation.
But Eric, there can only be one winner, and we kind of lamented the fact about 20 minutes ago how we might have been short selling just how impactful and innovative that Bone Lab was with some of the things that it does, specifically with the structure of the game and how you get at it. But that is not lost upon us, because Bone Lab is indeed the winner of the most innovative gameplay award, and I feel like it's a very deserving winner.
Yeah, just the oh, sorry, Eric, I don't know if you were saying something, but
No, I was. You go ahead.
Just the fact that that the different physics for the different characters, right, depending on which size, and like that in itself, I don't think I've seen any other game do that. Like it's usually just one model, and usually there's not physics at all. But if there is, it's good. But it's just a completely different. And then of course the go-karts, just everything, super cool.
Shout out to our friends from 6 Cent Studios making an appearance in the chat. Good to see you here, friends. Thanks for stopping by.
Hell yeah. Love the game. We're loving it. We're going to get back into it this coming year too. Do more.
Absolutely. Yeah, I actually was hoping to do that over the next couple of weeks as we have this little tiny little window, this gap before PSVR 2 gets here. I was hoping to maybe get back into Lawn. But even if not, I mean, this game at some point, we don't know when yet, but at some point this game's coming to PSVR 2.
That's going to be awesome.
It's going to be great. But anyway, a deserving winner. Congratulations, Bone Lab. You rock. Your game is very unique. And again, Ruuts, just a testament to the dedication of this development team. The fact that they have a game like this that will run on standalone hardware as well as it does.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's such a good game. So unique, so different. And actually, the more I watch these trailers of Bone Lab, I want to go back into this one as well.
Yeah. It's the curse, isn't it? The content creator curse. So many games, so little time.
Yeah. And now you see what it's like when you go to some of these events and you want to try and cover them, and then you come home, Wes, and you have all this great footage that you shot, and then you got to edit it all and put it in the video, spend hours in front of your computer, and you're just like, I just want to play games, man.
Exactly. Yeah, I think I'm going to retire early from this YouTube position just so I can play some of the games I've accrued over the last 5 years.
I don't think people are going to let you. I think they won't. It's too important for you to be here.
Right. You're probably right, and that's okay. It is my lot in life, and I have accepted it.
We all have.
Moving along, we come to a fan favorite category this year, every year, best graphics and artwork in a VR game. And it's very important, Roots, that we specify that it isn't just about graphics, but also about artwork, because you don't have to have complete photorealism to have a very immersive and beautiful VR game.
Yeah, and some of those games we talked about earlier, the retro ones, I would put right up there, with games that are on this list. It's just subjective, right? So.
And I think when we talk about artworks versus graphics, I think, Eric, the first nominee is a perfect illustration of this, as Moss Book 2 is a beautiful game. Obviously, it's not perfectly photoreal, but the world that they've created, the level of detail, when you really poke your face in and get down on that macro level and see just how much attention they've paid to even the smallest corners of this fully fleshed out world. Very impressive and a very beautiful game.
Oh yeah, and I love that when you made this, you put it down. You see, Wes thinks about these awards. He just doesn't put an award on paper to put an award on paper. It's the best graphics and artwork. So it's not saying this has to be the best photorealistic looking game, or it has to be like perfect 1-to-1. This looks like real world. Artwork and beauty and graphics is definitely subjective, and art forms are different all over the place. So when we say this is the best graphical looking game, or this game is beautiful, it doesn't always mean that it's picture perfect. It can be beauty on so many different levels, and Moss nails it, man. This is a gorgeous game, all the way down to picking up Quill and looking at the way that her clothing moves on her body when she moves and runs, the sash that she wears, everything, the foliage that is around the castle and the way it moves, the way you can cut the grass to find different things. This is it's just an amazing looking game. There's so much to it. Every time I get in here, especially when you can kind of look around and move your head around the area, you can find something new that looks cool, and there's so much detail everywhere. And that's what VR is all about, giving you a feeling of beauty inside your headset. So it doesn't have to, it can be different for every game. It really can. And good night, Simplex. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Yeah. Thanks for staying up so late, bro. We really appreciate it. We'll see you soon. But yeah, with Moss Book 2 in particular, when I think about Moss, and obviously the original game was beautiful as well, but I feel like the sequel really took it up to another level. Roots, not so much on the level of like what the characters look like or what your immediate surroundings look like. I feel like this game kind of set itself apart from the first one, the way that they designed these different realms that you visit. And when I think about the artwork in Moss Book 2, I think about these large vistas in the distance that you're looking at every time that you enter one of these new realms, and you're kind of taking in the environment. That they really leaned heavily into kind of this fantasy aesthetic that this game exists in, and they really did a great job of providing some variety to the environments and through the beautiful artwork that they put together.
Yeah, I thought the first one was good, but this one they went above and beyond, and like you said, a lot of it is stuff that you can just see off in the distance, but it still looks phenomenal. A lot of these games, on Quest or whatever, well, the graphics look like a skin, or just it's like you'll notice something that doesn't. Everything else looks good, but something's off. I didn't see that in this game anywhere. It was like everywhere I looked, it was phenomenal. It looked amazing, and it just shows you it. I mean, there's so much that the world is so beautiful that it clearly should have been on this list.
Absolutely. Eric, as we move along to our next nominee, it's interesting, coming hot off the heels of CES, we tried a number of different next gen VR devices, but the ones that really focused on high fidelity visuals and displays, we kept seeing a common thing, a common game that we kept seeing over and over and over again as a demonstration of what these displays are capable of. And that game is Kayak VR Mirage. Now we can debate, whether or not it's a game. This is a category that says game in the title. But that's not the point here. This is the best graphics, best artwork, and you talk about photorealism. I've never played a more photorealistic game or experience than Kayak VR Mirage.
Yeah, and it's not just the visuals of like the scenery, the water. I mean, the physics of the water are beautiful. They do a fantastic job with it. There's not a ton of sea life, but what is there is super detailed and looks amazing. And then you have the scenery itself, and again, photorealistic. That's why we all say this is the game that you should put people into. If you want to show them PC VR and what it's all about, that's why there's so many headset companies at CES that want to show you a high-end headset. They're going to sit you down and put you in Kayak VR. HTC did it with their headset. Pimax did it with their headset. I think Vario was also doing it with their headset. I mean, it just makes sense. It's a gorgeous game, and it should be showed off. It's a masterpiece in graphic.
Ruuts, a wide variety of environments in Kayak VR Mirage, and you'll find yourself on one moment just floating by this tranquil, sunny beach, and then the next moment you're on choppy seas in Norway as the thunderstorm beats down on you from overhead. But it doesn't matter which one of those or every stop in between that you find yourself in. All is very realistic and really on its own level with regard to what's available in the the VR library today.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that we have a lot of games that have good graphics, but not many that, if at all, that have photorealism to where you looking around and you're like, wow, this just looks real. And we're getting so much closer to that on every level with technology, and it's crazy. This game or experience, sorry, Eric. This experience is really good, man. It's like the best thing that I could see. Like you said, it's definitely a way to showcase VR. The only warning is if you have a potato computer, don't showcase this for somebody because it's gonna look like crap and it's gonna probably make them sick. But yeah, it definitely actually runs really well. Although I'd be the last one to tell you if it runs on a mediocre middle of the line computer or not. But
exactly,
they're running it on a laptop with the HTC.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, your laptop's pretty kick-ass too, Eric. So like if you got a 3080 in your laptop, it's still a 3080.
Yeah.
You know.
Do that. Eric, it wouldn't be a category in the 2022 show awards if we didn't, in some way, shape, or form, mention what a great all-around game Wanderer is, and that includes graphics and artwork. A lot of what we said about the last game applies here, especially when you consider a wide variety of different scenes, and they just nailed every one of them.
Damn, Wanderer has been mentioned a lot tonight. It hasn't won anything yet. Yeah. I mean, Wanderer is amazing. I mean, we're gonna hit it. We're gonna hit it again and again and again. And but this is for what it looks like, and that's why this is definitely a contender for Game of the Year, because it is a complete package and it has the graphics to back it up. It is a beautiful game. The physics in it of everything that you can touch and put down, and you can manipulate pretty much everything in the environment. It's really cool. And the different scenes too, right? Going from a moon environment to a Mayan temple to World War II Germany, they've nailed it. To Woodstock, I mean, crazy.
Yeah. And Ruuts, not for nothing, but this game beautiful on PC VR. This game absolutely beautiful on PlayStation VR, which is saying something.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the things that have wowed so many people is you have a PC VR equivalent looking game on PlayStation VR, and this is a 7-year-old headset. And you've said this so many times. That headset was so far ahead of its time that it's now just starting to become outdated, and and Sony's ready to replace it. And so they know what they're doing a lot more than a lot of people think they do. And, and this game is amazing on every well, I guess both platforms it's on. So
Eric, if we're giving points for what these game developers are able to do with lesser powered hardware, then I think we have to give all the points to our next nominee, Red Matter 2. What this game was able to do, I mean, I obviously stunning on PC, but what this game was able to do on the Quest 2 hardware is nothing short of magic. Like these guys, they're practicing wizardry and black magic, aren't they?
They just know how to do it, because we've been saying this same thing that we're saying now. We said about Red Matter 1 when it came out. Like, how do they do this? This is a PC game on the Quest 2, and we don't. There's not many games that you can say that out there. And this one, there's like almost no complaints about the graphics in both of these games, and they look like PC VR quality games on a Quest 2. And I don't know how they do it. I mean, they're not a huge team. It's not like this is a big AAA studio that's poured so many resources into it that they just get it done. These guys are just really talented at what they do, so much so that it makes me question whether it's developers who it's other companies who don't put the time and effort in, or if it's just the talent. Maybe the talent of these teams is so much greater that you just know what they're doing so much more that they can get it done. I'd love to have the answer to that, because I don't know. Sometimes I just don't know, but I don't know how they do it, Wes.
Yeah, it really is incredible what they've done. Even with what they did on Quest Pro, like that game or that headset wasn't out a couple of weeks before they had a special version of this game running on that. And again, all indications is that it's just absolutely beautiful. And leaning back on our experience with this game, I don't doubt it in the very least.
Diz the Game Cat throwing a $9.99 super chat, says missed the first 8 hours, but here for the home stretch. Congrats on another epic award show.
Thank you very much, and that is a bit of a wake up call for it, isn't it? Wake up call for us, isn't it? We might want to pick the pace up
We're
a
not
bit.
gonna make it.
Yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna get done with this by the 12-hour mark for sure. And let's go ahead and name the winner for this category, and then we'll change our approach up just a little bit so that we don't linger on every category so much. Anyway, of course, the winner for best graphics and artwork in a VR game is something that does a good job of both ends of that equation, not only with exceptional graphics, but also beautiful artwork in this alien landscape that you find yourself in. I'm talking, of course, about Hubris from Cyborn. Absolutely stunning game. It was one of this game looks so good that people had expectations for this game being like a AAA length and AAA quality game, just because everyone knew just how beautiful it was ahead of time. When your game looks good enough to massively shift the expectations for what the gameplay is going to be, then these artists at this studio are obviously doing something very right.
Hell yeah, these guys know what they're doing, man. This is a production studio, a VR production studio that ended up making a VR game, and they have produced the crap out of this game. This is gorgeous. They know how to make things look good, and they did it with this game. And are there shortcomings to this game? Absolutely. I don't think visuals is one of them. I don't think many people are going to complain about the visuals in this game.
Ruuts, just absolutely stunning vistas in this game from the moment that you start in it all the way through the end.
It's open world too. Like as far as when you're outside, not open world, but usually you see these amazing graphics. Like a lot of Red Matter 2 even is inside. This is like outside with lighting and the planets in the especially when you're on that ship in the beginning and you see those two planets collided or whatever. I just couldn't believe how good that looked or looks right there. It's it's definitely an amazing game all the way around. But as far as graphically, it's clearly the best graphics and artwork.
Yeah, a deserving winner, and kudos to our friends at Cyborn. Congratulations. All right, so guys, what I think I'm going to do to kind of pick up the pace here just a little bit, something similar that we did toward the end of the segment that we're about to check out here a little bit later. instead of all of us, going into depth with a paragraph on every nominee, um, I think I'm going to throw to one of the two of you to kind of just give a couple of lines on one nominee, and then we'll move to the other person and the next nominee. And we've talked about most of these games anyway. And of course, if you have something that you want to share, by all means, don't let me restrict you. But I do think we should probably make a little bit of an effort to pick the pace up here a little bit.
Yeah,
Let's do it. Hell yeah.
All right. And I'm going to start with something as we get into the award for best immersive storytelling in a game. I'm going to throw it to you first, Eric, and dare you to try to talk about Lost Ember in just a couple of sentences. Go.
Man, why'd you started with this one? I love this game, man.
That's your sentence. You're done.
This game's great. And I'll just say, everybody's probably heard me talk about this game before. If you can get in and play this Lost Ember, it's a VR version of the flat game Lost Ember. Not a mod, actually. It's just a VR version of the game. The story is amazing. The game itself is amazing. There's so many perspective changes, and you're taking control of different animals to kind of get through these environments. But it's the story that really brought me in and wrapped me up inside of it. It's a very emotional journey that will bring you, and it has an interesting way of telling the story as well. It's not just through speech or text. There's different ways of telling the story and telling flashbacks and things like that, and it's very profound, and it will give you an emotional experience to a game. Please go play this game, please.
Yeah, agreed. Lost Ember, a very underrated game in the VR landscape. A lot of people don't know that this game even got a VR port.
Yeah,
and that really is truly exceptional experience. Ruuts, as we move on, it wouldn't be a new category in our awards show if we didn't say a little something about the storytelling in Wanderer, everybody's favorite game.
Yeah, here it is again. And definitely needs to be here because the storytelling in here is probably some of my favorite in a VR game this year. Because I like time travel. I like games that weave around real people that existed in history. And the story is just really good, and the way they told it, and just everything about it. The watch, it's just a really, really good game. My advice is, if you don't own this game, I question your soul. What are you doing, man? This is best PC VR game out there. In my opinion, one of them anyway. Actually, there's not many out this year. It's all the way around good. So
yeah, it's really good, and it has a lot of good things going for it, and the story's certainly on par with some of the other things that we've already highlighted with regards to this game. So the story is pretty amazing. Eric, we just spoke a moment ago about how awesome the way that the last Clockwinder gets around to telling you the story is, and it might, innovation in puzzling aside, the storytelling might be the highlight of the game.
It is for me, because for sure I'm not a huge puzzle fan, and for me some of the puzzles get a little samey as you get going, and it's just kind of the same thing, different ways to get around the same thing for me. So to me, the story is what brings me in. I love it. It's deep. There's a lot of cool stuff going on. I like the way they tell the story. So yeah, for me, the storytelling of this game is really what wins it.
Yeah, absolutely. Ruuts, we've said a lot about the Twilight Zone VR this year, and some people might say it's a stealth game. Some people might say it's a horror game. At the end of the day, this is a collection of short stories that tie in together and tell kind of a larger underlying narrative. A very unique title in the VR catalog, and I think the reason for that is the way they get at telling their stories.
Yeah, and it's like the old school Twilight Zone, except for it's kind of cooler in a way because you have all three that are tying together in the end. So storytelling was definitely very, very immersive, and was good.
Yeah, the way that the stories kind of take a twist, especially in the second and third chapter, it's really what makes this a Twilight Zone game versus some generic suspense thriller. Like this game was very well done representation of the Twilight Zone, and I feel like any fans of the original series are going to feel right at home in this world.
Yep, absolutely.
Eric, we move on to the next nominee, and I feel like a broken record with some of the things we're saying about these awesome puzzle adventures. But Eolia does a lot of things right, whether it be the innovative gameplay, whether it be the absolutely beautiful world, and again, as well as it does all of this other stuff, the way that they tell their story might be the strength of the game.
It is, and that was one of the best parts of Ionia. I mean, where some of the parts of Ionia were broken, the story was not one of them. It's a cool history, a very history-filled world in both Ionia and Eolia. They're just told from different parts, even though they're kind of connected. And I think the third one will be too. The whole rhythm of the universe type of world that this is in is super cool, and it tells you a story from start to finish that will kind of like bring you full circle. So I think, in the next game, even then, you're going to see more stuff kind of fleshed out. And I love it, man. Rotu knows how to tell a story. That's one of the biggest things, that they do know how to tell a story. I love how they integrate rhythm and things like that and music into the story. Super good.
What's really great about this game isn't even just the moment-to-moment story that they're telling, but at the same time that they're engrossing you in their game and telling you the story that's behind the game, they're adding to the lore of the world on a completely different level. So yeah, you have these different titles in the Rotu series, all of which are telling a very unique story, but at the same time, all of these titles are building to the world's shared lore, and that's something I'm looking forward to continuing on in the next title.
It's super fleshed out too. I mean, you've met Jason Parks now. You talk to him. He'll like just start telling you stuff about the world that you don't even know that they already have fleshed out. It's amazing the amount of stuff that they already have like built that's and written down, and the lore that they have ready to go. It's not even in these two games. It's so cool.
Yeah, and as we get to the winner of the award for the best immersive storytelling in the VR game, no one should be surprised, because there's only really one title in VR that's kind of synonymous with this type of fairy tale storytelling. And as beautiful and surrealistic as this world and this story is, by the end of either game, Moss Book 1 or Moss Book 2, Eric, by the time you reach the end, it isn't just that you're experiencing the story of Quill, but you come to find out that it is your story as well.
Yeah, I mean, it is a reason why you're like in books, right? And that's how big part of it. You're kind of like reading through a book. It's because it's a beautiful immersive story that brings you through the whole entire thing. And by the time you get to the end, it's just one of those things where you feel satisfied when you get to the end of it because the story is so good.
Yeah, absolutely. A deserving winner here, Ruuts. Again, not only do they do an exceptional job at telling the story through your experiences, but the narration in this story and in this world is absolutely top notch. They did a great job casting the voice of the narrator, and again, just expertly done. And I can't wait for the next one.
Yeah, it makes you feel like a part of the story, the whole story, the way it's written. But the narrator, like you said, it has such a big. It's something that a lot of games skimp on, is the voice acting or the reader or whatever you want to consider. And this narrator was like the biggest part. If you would have had somebody that was just didn't have the right inflections in their voice or whatever, it would just be a different game. And it really just made you feel connected to Quill. The whole thing was done very well.
Yeah. So congrats to the team at Parlay Arc. A very well-deserved W here for a game that probably, to be quite honest, should have probably deserved to win a lot of awards already up until this point. But there's just no denying it when you're talking about storytelling. There's no more deserving a winner than Moss Book 2. So
there's no more deserving winners of a copy of Moss Book 2 than our audience, right?
Oh,
What?
Oprah.
No
She
way.
was
Well, I
just
thi-
whispering in my ear.
well, bring her on in, Roots,
Wow.
because yeah, this is an amazing game, and you're right. I'm looking at this note Oprah left me here on my table. Oprah says we have 6 copies of Moss Book 2 to give away,
Look
4 of them on Steam, 2 of them on Quest. So we're going to give away 3 in the chat, and then we're going to hold 3 of those back to give away in the second chance drawing in 2 weeks. But man, Eric, again, banger after banger after banger. What a great game to be able to share with all of our friends who are live with us tonight.
There's not one bad game to be had here. There's not one game you're like, I don't really know if I really want that game. Unless you already have this game, you want this game.
Yeah,
And every
it's an
game would be
amazing
given
game.
away.
And it is cross. No, I'm just kidding.
Almost.
Well, notably, we don't have any PSVR keys for this. This is all Steam or Quest. So if you're looking to play this game on PSVR, maybe wait a little while longer, and we might be able to help you out with that by giving away a PSN code or 2. But for those of you who are playing on PC, for those of you who are playing on Quest, all you have to do is be one of the first 3 people that answer the question on my screen, and you will win a copy of Moss Book 2. Now, of course, we don't have unlimited copies on either platform, so it's first come, first serve on the platforms. Again, we have 2 Quest keys, and the rest of them are Steam. So good luck to everyone out there. All right, okay, I've got it. So we all know that Moss Book 2 is a continuation of the original title, Moss Book 1. The first 3 people who can name the lead character in Moss Book 1 or Book 2 will win a copy of Moss Book 2 on either Steam or Oculus Quest Go.
Ooh.
I would almost say me or whoever's playing it, but that's kind of a side.
Radio Runt winning the first copy. Quill, Radio Runt, which platform do you want? Chris9989 wins the second copy, and Chatty wins the third. Actually,
Nice.
don't worry about telling me the platform. We can work that out in Discord afterwards, because the way things are going now, these people are all going to vacate their win anyway, and it's not going to matter in the end. So congratulations, Radio Runt. Congratulations, Chris9989. Congratulations, Chatty. You just won one of the best games that came out in VR in 2022.
Yep. What about
All
the
right,
reflection
excellent.
on the Quest? Oh, I know that was Quest 1. That was our Moss 1, right? And Quest 1.
So we got just for as an aside, looks like Chris9989 wants a Steam copy, so that's good.
I think Radio Runt said Steam too.
Steam. This was surprising. We did a Moss Book 2 giveaway earlier in the year, Eric, and we expected that the Quest keys were going to be in short supply, and that maybe we would get stuck with the Steam keys. Everybody wanted the Steam keys, and it looks to be like the same thing's happening here.
Yeah, it's surprising, but I mean, everybody wants to play the best possible version, I guess, if they can.
I say I
That's
don't even
true.
think it's surprising because what was our first thing when we played the PSVR? Well, we're going to wait for the Quest version to go forward. And then once we played that, we're like, well, at least I was like, I'm going to wait for the PCVR version to finish it. Because it's one of those games you want to see it in its full beauty, even though the Quest version was really good.
Yeah. I think it just goes to show you more too that we have a very varied audience. You know what I mean? Some are Quest only users, and we have a lot that are taking that next step now or already have to PCVR, which is hopefully the next step that everybody gets a chance to take.
So congratulations to the winners out there. If you didn't win, you know what to do. Make sure you're subscribed. Leave a comment down below that says Moss Book 2. And in 2 weeks, we're going to pick 3 more winners, courtesy of our friends over at PolyArc. Shout out to those awesome people over there.
Bacardi B is surprised that we're still going. Now we got another 15 hours to go. No, I'm just
What are you
kidding.
talking about, Cardi? Did anybody think we were going to get this done in less than 12 hours? Did anybody
Wes did.
really think that?
I did.
Did you really
I
think
thought
you were
we-
gonna do it
I
in
thought
less
we
than
could
8?
do it. I thought we could do it until I saw the list of what Wes gave me. Once I started doing the scenes, I was like, "There's no way." Although with the way we're going through them quicker now, I think we probably can make under 12, hopefully.
Yeah, we
It's
can
gonna be
get it done
tight.
in 12, but we can't dilly-dally. So with that said, let's move on to our next award category. We'll name one more award, and then we're going to kick into the second intermission, our second special guest this year, and this was a really cool segment. So I hope you all hang out and check it out. You're really going to enjoy it. Anyway, this award is for the best VR port or adaptation of a flat game. Best port or adaptation of a flat game. So these are games that originally came out as flat, or maybe they launched as a flat game this year and launched with the VR version as well. But these are the best VR versions of games that can otherwise be played flat. And the nominees are Eric. Hitman 3 came to PC VR this year. And in a little while, or maybe we even already talked about it. Yeah, we already talked about it during the Simplex.
This was a disappointment, remember? And we put it on the list for best port.
Yeah. A lot of people disappointed by it, but not us, right?
No, we loved it. I mean, we did. I mean, it was one of the best experiences I had in a VR. If you just get by, you have to get by that thing that you think you have to have two hands and it has to be separate and you can't use gamepad. You know what I mean? But if you get to the point where you're like, okay, I do have touch controllers, my left hand is kind of useless, but I can aim way better than I could in the PlayStation game. You can have a lot of fun here. Just get in and have fun, man. The game itself is great. You're in VR playing Hitman. It's so cool.
Just sit down.
Yeah.
Don't try to move
sit
around.
down, relax. You're gonna be in there a long time anyway.
Kick back.
Our 2021 show PlayStation VR Game of the Year, and this version is easily better than the PlayStation VR.
Yeah.
Ruuts, obviously, when Cities VR came to VR, or when City Skylines came to VR, it was a pretty big deal. This game carries with it a large following, and there's no greater testament to that than the compliments that was paid to it by someone like Radio Runt, who's a rather big fan of this game.
Yeah. This game, they did it right. It's kind of hard to do a game like this and get it right, but I think they brought that game over in a great way for VR. And like you said, people like Radio Runt that love these type of genres or this genre type of game are raving about it. And so I think they did a good job bringing it over for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. They couldn't have picked a better studio to port this game over into VR than Fast Travel Games. They did an exceptional job.
Yep.
Eric, we often kind of make jokes about the kind of mobilization, if you will, of the VR library, and as Quest 2 becomes more prominent in the landscape out there, we see more and more of these games that resemble mobile games, or casual multiplayer games in our ecosystem. And we often talk about it as if it were a joke, but every now and then a game comes along that's just so good that it's undeniable. And Among Us VR is one of those games.
I think this is the better version. I would never ever play the flat version. This is the better version. Like, I would never play Among Us. I mean, it just wouldn't in flat. It wouldn't interest me in any way whatsoever. But I love this in VR. And I think we there's one thing that's kind of lost in this. The proximity chat in this is so good. Like, you can if you get far enough away, you can still talk to your chat if you're live to where nobody can hear you. But if you get near somebody, you can communicate and you can get in there and you can talk about it. And then, the back and forth, talking to people, it's so good. And you lose that in the flat game. And then doing the tasks in VR is just, it makes sense.
It's definitely where it's different too is there's the paranoia factor. Like as you're doing your tasks and you keep looking over your shoulder, you don't feel like that in flat. I have played flat. I've enjoyed flat, but you're right. There's no communication. Nobody's like in a Discord talking. Sometimes people are typing and you have to kind of discuss a little bit, but it's not the same. It's different in VR. This is, I think this is how the game was supposed to be made from the beginning. The other version's okay. But it turned into this, and this is so much better.
Way better.
Yeah, a very impactful game that released this year, and deserving of all of its accolades. But Ruuts, we already heard Eric beam about just how profoundly awesome Lost Ember is in VR, and I got to say I agree with it.
I agree, and I really opened my eyes a little bit more about this game when I heard Scion talking about it in the patron thing, and he said the exact same thing as Eric said. Because I didn't play as far into this one, but both of them said that there was a very strong emotional thing. The story it's not like a traditional story where it's laying out this big narrative. It's something that you're seeing it as you're going through it, and so it's a different type of way of telling a story, and it's unique and it's impactful. And I just I look at it a little bit differently after hearing both Scion and Eric talk about it, and it makes me want to go back in and check it out again. So
absolutely. Just another one to add to that return list, right?
yep, absolutely.
But again, as we've said oftentimes throughout the course of this broadcast, there can only be one winner, and I think hands down we picked the right one this time. The process was validated. They got it right this time. Green Hell VR, absolutely one of the best games that came out in VR in general this year, Ruuts. Just you often talk about how you want games that have depth. Well, there aren't very many games in VR that has the same kind of depth going on as Green Hell VR.
And it's not even just contained to this one version. Like, so many games, so many developers out there, they make one version, they port it over between all the different platforms. And, the Quest version is lighter. It's different than the PC version. The PC version, actually, they added more to it. It's even more in depth. And the Quest version was amazing. So they took the time to put this version into two different versions for two different platforms. And I guarantee if they bring it on to PSVR 2, it's going to be even better. And so, like, when I look at developers like this, I have so much more respect for what they're doing than a lot of the other developers out there. Because it's one thing to make a game for all platforms, but to make a different type of game for each one, and then to nail it on each one, that's big. So.
Yeah, an absolute great port, Eric. Not only does it, immerse you in the world in a way that only VR can, but it faithfully recreates the gameplay loop of what was already a very popular flat game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is just an amazing game. It's so well done. It is, again, we've talked about it earlier. This is a hard game. It's not an easy game, but it keeps you in it. It makes you keep wanting to figure it out and get it done. And yeah, I mean, there's so many companies out there that will just not do a good job of these ports and just take a popular title and just ship it over and not care how good it looks or how good it comes out and just want to make a quick score on it. And they didn't. They took their time. You guys remember this game was coming for a long, long time, and they tested it and they did it right. They took their time and they made a great, great game. So it definitely deserves this award.
Absolutely. Definitely, not only does it deserve to win this award, but a 100% deserving and viable candidate for Game of the Year, which we're going to be talking about a little bit later.
Yep.
But with that said, it is time for our second intermission, folks. And you guys are in for a treat here with this pre-recorded segment because yesterday we had the chance for the first time in the history of our channel to welcome our friends from the Modcast, Dr. Greg and VRAN, the host of the Modcast. These guys are modding experts, and we've talked at length already today about how the VR mods are what saved VR this year, at least in the terms of PC VR. Modding was the story of the year, so we thought that there would be no more fitting guest to come on and talk to us about these various games and these various different awards than our friends over from the Modcast. So with that said, we're going to throw it to this pre-recorded segment. Again, pay attention because not only are we naming 3 award winners during this segment, there's also 2 giveaways during this segment, and it might not be the type of things that you're expecting here. We've got some pretty cool games that we're going to be handing out while we're away. So you guys don't go anywhere. Pay attention and enjoy our conversation with Dr. Greg and VRAN.
This is for the fast guys right here.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah,
For you guys.
jerks.
That's at California Howdy.
Perfect.
All right, we are back again here. Once again, this is Past West coming to you with Past Ruuts and Past Eric, and we have special guests to come in and guest fitting of the occasion, I guess I would say. We've already talked about at length how the story of 2022 has been the mods. You know, we've had 0 big budget AAA VR games this year. 0. Nothing from Meta, nothing from Sony. This year would have pretty much been a bust for high-end gaming if it weren't for the great yeoman's work that the PC modding community has done. So I thought, with this being such a big part of the story for this year, that we should bring in the experts to help us talk through these mod awards. And that's why we have our friends here, VRAN and Dr. Greg from the Modcast.
Hey.
Guys, thank you.
Hello.
Thank you for coming
Thanks
in.
for having us.
Yeah, on such short notice and getting it together and coming in. And again, this is not just lip service. I mean, I haven't talked to you guys beforehand about this, but obviously we're right. This was the story of 2022 in VR. Am I wrong?
Mm-hmm. Oh, no. This is the year of the mod. Year of the mod, for sure.
Yeah, and
Absolutely.
you know what? You know what the interesting thing is, VRAN? You know, I would have expected, 3 months ago, if you would have asked me, what's the story? What are we going to be talking about more than anything during the 2022 show? I would have said the Prey Dog Unreal Universal 3D Injector. But here we sit. It's January. We still don't have this thing. When are we going to get the Universal 3D Injector?
Oh my God, I have no answer for that, and I can't wait. And I think that I have a cold because I'm waiting for this I'm waiting outside, waiting inside, going in and out. It's cold. I can't wait for this. And I've been doing some YouTube series about taking Unreal games and using Reshade to not have it as close as possible, because I don't want to use Vortex for that. I don't want to use any 6DoF and everything. I just want to see the potential of what we can have when Prey Dog releases the mod, and that will change VR forever. That would be the highlight, the pinnacle of VR, I think. I don't know when. Even I don't think that Greg knows when. But
I've asked Elliot several times, and he's usually pretty good at responding. Whenever I ask about the Prey Dog mod, it's crickets. So
Soon,
Yeah.
right? He always says soon.
soon.
As long as
Yeah,
it's coming, right? As long as
I mean,
it's
it's-
still coming.
Yeah.
it's coming, and I mean,
It's coming.
we're seeing a lot of progress on it. I mean, every now and again, Elliot on Flat to VR Twitter will post,
Yep.
a new game. So I mean, it's coming. It's just, it's going to be amazing. It's gonna be the biggest thing to happen to VR since the Quest 2, in my
I agree.
opinion, at least.
Greg, VRAN touched upon something there that I'm really curious to get your guys' opinion on. In light of what we're seeing with the upcoming Unreal 3D Injector, and then other solutions like Reshade, which, by the way, has multiple different 3D plugins now, among other solutions. What does this mean, Greg? Would you say, what does this mean for the future of something like VorpX? Which
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I have mixed feelings, because I used to play a lot of games with Vortex. I was a big, proponent of Vortex. I've streamed with it a lot. There's still some games that I'll still use Vortex for. Like, you can't play Outlast or Outlast 2. You're not going to be able to play that in like Prey Dog's Injector for instance, because it uses Unreal 3 and it only works for Unreal 4 and 5. So I mean, it might still be around, and I think Ralph he's working on putting some alternate eye rendering profiles into his into Vortex, which I think could help. I think he's maybe overreaching a little bit, because I think I read somewhere on Twitter that he's raising the price of Vorpex, and you know that's one of the that's one of the biggest obstacles to people getting Vorpex is that it's $40.
Yeah,
And
tightly
like,
controlled, a tightly controlled $40 too. It's not like
absolutely.
$40 and you can give it to your brother. Like if you don't use it for 6 months, you got to contact this guy and get a new key for it. Like it's kind of nuts.
No, you don't have to really do that. But if you jump to a new computer, I've always been able to just every time I get a new computer, just email them and they send me a new one. So I haven't had a problem with that. But I mean, honestly, I think he'd be better off going the subscription model like Luke Ross does. But
that would make more sense. You kind of shot down my next question there for
sorry
for VRAN, because I was going to ask him, but do you think that it's sustainable at 40? Like not, let alone raising the price of it. I didn't expect that in a million years, especially because we've seen examples this year. Cyberpunk, for example. Ralph put a mod out for Cyberpunk with motion controls. Like Luke Ross's mod didn't even do that. And, we can debate on how good it was or versus not good, but it was free, right? It was a free mod. So, based on that, based on the kind of climate now with modding, I would completely expect Vorpex to go down in price, not up in price. That's very surprising.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the Unreal Injector, that's going to be one of those. I mean, the writing's already on the wall with Vorpex.
Which is good for what it is. It's good for what it is. I mean, Ruuts can attest to this. Like, playing Journey in Vorpex was amazing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. There's a lot of games that work amazing. I think Greg would... streams Black Mesa is I think is your favorite, isn't it, Greg?
In Vorpex, I mean, Outlast and Outlast 2 are great, but I actually had to play those on immersive screen. I couldn't do those.
Same.
Yeah.
One of the first things I went to when I got Vorpex was Outlast, and I think I might have actually ended up playing it in Helix mod, like the Helix Vision at the time. But when I did play it, it had to be in the screen mode. Like full VR just was very uncomfortable for me.
Yeah, it didn't feel right at all. Yeah.
That's the weird thing with Vorpex. Like, who's going to use it now? Like, and you're going to raise the price, and I don't know when the last time I used Vorpex. And I did a lot of mods this year. I played a lot of mods, but I was mainly in Reshade and in mods that were done by other people.
Yep.
Yeah, Vorpex is it works really great for a few titles, but it's really hit and miss. And I think that's and especially now with a lot of the newer games coming out, every time I've tried to use it, I'm just like, nah, that doesn't work for crap, and I just stop using it. So
it's good for like side scrollers, like Little Nightmares is good in it. My friend Pedro was really good in it. Like stuff like that when you want to add depth to these kind of old school side-scrolling platformer type games. It really worked well for stuff like that. First-person games typically tend to be uncomfortable for me, and there are typically better solutions, at least in my experience. Anyway,
But if we go back to the Cyberpunk for a second, I think that Ralph released it and the timing was wrong and off, because there was another mod that everybody's using now coming around the corner, I think a day or two right after he released it. And unfortunately, there's a lot of poison against Vorpex.
Yeah.
People are brainwashed before they even start. They just bought the VR headset. They heard about Vorpex. They heard, do not touch Vorpex. So Ralph increasing the we are total advocates for Vorpex. At least I was a big fan. I did everything with Vorpex. I built profiles on our group, Wes, on our group on Twitter. If you scroll all the way back before we started with Reshade, and of course 2022, all the mods, we were just back and forth. Profile here. Did you create this? What did you do? It was all Vorpex.
Yeah, that's why I
so-
joined the group. I remember when PD brought me in, he was like, so I'm going to bring Wes into our group. And you guys were like, why?
Yeah, we were trying to help you get Visage running.
Visage,
Wasn't
yeah,
it?
Yes.
That's exactly right.
Yes.
Yeah.
And,
That game actually worked pretty good in Vorpex, but man, as soon as the Unreal Injector comes out, I'm playing it again because that's going to be
Yes.
like real VR, you know?
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
Anyway, it's going to be an interesting. The landscape's going to be interesting. But going forward, 2023 is looking pretty good for VR. I mean, we've got new platforms coming out, PlayStation, new Quest, which is going to mean new AAA games. So it's going to be interesting to see where modding kind of fits into the big picture as we go ahead. But that is another story for another Modcast. Today we are celebrating what has happened over the course of 2022. So let's start by getting into our first category here. And this category, you know, modding, when you talk about mods, that word can have a very broad definition with the different ways these things can get applied, whether you're talking about straight up PCVR mods or you're talking about plugins and programs like Reshade, which allows you some kind of 3D depth to your. It all falls under the umbrella of modding, but we felt like Half-Life Alyx, you know, typically people refer to the work that people were doing on the Half-Life Alyx workshop as modding, and technically I guess it is, but as we all know, it's an unlocked engine. It's a different thing. It's not exactly what Prey Dog's doing or what Luke Ross is doing or Raikou Parter or any of these guys. So we felt like it deserved its own category because it is a very different thing than what everyone else is doing. So that's where we're going to start. We want to look at the best Half-Life Alyx workshop content, and we had some pretty notable ones this year. Now, I'm sure there are a lot more out there, but these are the ones that got the most play in the media. And if you go onto the workshop, you know, it obviously shows through which ones are the best. And we felt like these ones overall were the best. So our first nominee, Half-Life Incursion. This game, I think, if I remember correctly, Greg, this game, the kind of hook here with this is that it's kind of like procedural, right?
You know what? I haven't played it, so I can't answer you on that one. I haven't played Incursion. I've played Return to Rapture and gosh, what was the other one? The big one that we just interviewed FM Pome for. Oh, Levitation. Yeah.
We'll get to those. I think that the hook with Incursion, you know, what often turns out to be the case with these Half-Life mods is that they're cool, but they're very samey, right? Like if you've seen one, you've seen them all. And I feel like kind of the hook with Incursion is that it's different. It's not only different, you know, from the other ones, but it's different from the last time that you played it. Eric, did you have any experience with Incursion?
I did not. That was one of the ones I did not do. I tried quite a few, and that's one I did not. But I remember talking about it.
Yeah, that's me. Like I remember covering it. I didn't play it a whole lot either. I assume VRAN, you probably didn't play this one either, did you?
No. Apologies to the
Was
modder.
that the one that was supposed to be like really, really? Was that like a really difficult one?
Yeah, it was difficult. It's short. Like there's not a lot of content, but yeah, you're right. It was supposed to be pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean, I know I saw clips of it. I never sat down and played it because you know I put so many hours in Half-Life Alyx.
Yes.
When that game came out, I played it 10 times in a row, front to back. That's all I played.
Well, why don't we move on to one that we did play then? Because I'm quite certain that we all played Gunman Contracts. Now, obviously, Chapter 1 came out last year to a lot of fanfare, but I felt like this year that Chapter 2 was head and shoulders above the original. Ruuts, would you agree with that statement?
Yeah, it's definitely different. I really enjoyed it. The only thing I didn't enjoy about it was the fact that it was wanted to be more procedurally generated, which I guess is kind of short-sighted for me to say. You know, they created it, but you know, once you've gone through it and you know where everybody's coming from, it would have been so much better if you didn't know, if it always changed up. So maybe the next gunman contracts will be like that. But yeah, it was really good. It was definitely
Actually,
unique.
I'm very happy to mention that the next one is I don't even think he's making it in Source. It's a standalone game that's kind of built after what he started in the Half-Life workshop. So he's actually working on his own game now, his own Gunman Contracts game. So that's pretty cool.
Oh, is it still in the Source engine?
Is it?
Or-
I thought
that's what I'm asking. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it is. I think this is his own thing that he's building outside of the workshop.
Yeah, that's the same news I got too. That he was going to build it for standalone Quest or standalone headsets.
okay.
Now. Yeah, other
Interesting.
standalone headsets, but super interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was a great game. I loved it. This showed you what you could get. Right. This showed you what you could do. It wasn't much of a game story wise or anything like that, but it just gave you an idea. If you want to be like Max Payne or freaking John Wick, it gave you a good clue as to what we could really have moving forward. Hopefully, we'll see something out of this.
Well, they definitely nailed
Yeah.
the vibe, right? Like,
Yeah.
when I think about this this mod, this content, I think about the environments. Like the environments. You know, again, I mentioned it a moment ago. A lot of the time with this workshop content, it's all very samey. It all feels like Half-Life Alyx, and to some extent that's true here as well. But what I feel like he really nailed in the first chapter, and especially in the second chapter, is some very unique environments.
Yeah, it felt different. I think my only complaint would be I feel like, well, and it suffers, Half-Life a lot of times suffers with this, a Half-Life Alyx, is I always
Yes.
feel like it could be a little more difficult. I think that what Ruuts was saying, you know, having it more procedural would help. Because, yeah, I mean, once you play, I mean, even regular Alyx, I don't know if you guys have done there's another mod, the Combat Plus.
I have not done that.
Actually, I'd recommend it. It's better. I mean, it adds a lot more enemies, and it's definitely more difficult.
That was our big complaint with Half-Life Alyx. You know, obviously an amazing game, but I started that game on the most, you know, on the highest difficulty, and it was still too easy.
Yeah. Sorry, I got a cat here that wants to join. Let me get so I don't. Get up over here, buddy. There you go.
Well,
Yeah,
I've
absolutely.
got a couple of cats. I know how that goes.
Yep.
VRAN, what did you think about Gunman Contracts Chapter 2? Was it different enough for you, or was it a little too repetitive?
In terms of repetitivity, I think that first of all it did look different. I think that the most identifying objects were the hands and the weapons, but the environment was different. NPCs were different. It wasn't like combines coming. It was actual people. So for me, I played the Jeff chapter so many times. I knew exactly how to. I can do it with my eyes closed, but I still enjoyed it because the immersion in this game with this engine, with the visuals. I didn't mind that it wasn't changing. That I knew exactly where it's going and how to deal with him. With this, I only played it once, so I don't really. I have an opinion about that. If I played it again, I'll be like, oh, I remember. Yeah, that happened. I played it once. I think it maybe those mods are good for one-time play, just to stay in that world or in that gameplay mechanics and all that. But I liked it. It felt different, but it felt the same. It was like a weird combination.
Yeah, and you know, it's
This
funny
mod.
that you say that, because again, you know, not to beat the drum over and over again, the most the argument you hear most of the time against these workshop contents is that they're too much like the original game. And while Greg, while Contracts certainly sets itself apart in certain ways, I feel like our next nominee it's kind of antithetical to that argument because it's a lot more like Half-Life Alyx, but in my opinion, Half-Life Levitation was a much better piece of content than Gunman Contracts was, and it seems like another. It just seems like another chapter for Half-Life Alyx, right?
Yeah. I mean, you play that game, and I mean, it just feels like a whole. There's only a couple things that gave it away that it wasn't actually Valve that made it, and I think some of that was some of the NPC animations, it's like at the end and stuff. They or like this scene here, the face is just kind of dead when it's talking, and that kind of thing gave it away. But other than that, like the voice acting, we actually had FM Pone on Modcast last episode. And I sat and talked to him a lot about this, and it's just crazy. I asked him, I was like, did you actually get the real voice actors? I mean, Russell sounded like Russell, G-Man sounded like G-Man. It's like, but those were all like sound-alikes and stuff like that. But no, yeah, this is fantastic. I recommend everybody play. I played it first on the hardest setting, and it was really hard. He made this one difficult, especially the end boss. I don't know if you guys have done that, but I have a whole short just on me just freaking out. I think it took me a good half hour just to beat that last boss.
Ruuts, I think one of the most impressive things about this, again, considering that it does just seem like another chapter to Half-Life, is how seamless the storytelling is through the thing. Like, it seems very plausible. It seems like the director's cut, right? Like stuff that they picked up off the cutting room floor.
Yeah. If I didn't know any better, I might actually think that. It definitely was seamless, done very well. And, with AI and stuff, I mean, pretty soon we won't even need to have sound-alikes, right? Which I guess is good and bad, but the technology is out there, and I guarantee the technology is out there, good enough to switch any voice to anything. It's just what we have access to at this point. The AI is actually really is kind of getting out of control, in a good and a bad way, but I guess that's life, right? Double-edged sword. But yeah, this was done very well.
VRAN, when I'm playing through original Half-Life Alyx, the one thing that kind of hooked me as I progress through the game is it seems like the further and further along you get in the game, the more surreal that the environments get. And I feel like Levitation really captured that kind of craziness that the second half of Half-Life Alyx had going for it.
I agree 100%, especially the last boss, the second last, or
the second last,
right?
Yeah, that's the tough one.
that was kind of surreal. And then the next stage where G-Man is on the stairs walking up. When I first got into that stage, I was like, whoa, like I had that whoa moment that actually I think I said it out loud while I was playing. He did capture that surreal moments. And in Half-Life Alyx, the original, when you go to that house, like Escher style house, when everything is flipped,
yeah,
I had to take my headset off, and I said to whoever was in the room with me, I was like, oh, you got to see this. This is amazing, because it was so different. And I agree that Levitation had captured that essence and put it in the mod. It was really well done. So each one of us loves something in games. Greg would love something that I probably might not relate to as much, but I would love something else that Greg would probably love anyways, because he loves everything that is VR, but that's a different topic.
Not everything.
You love What the Bat, I bet.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah.
Especially with the mod.
Yeah.
So awesome. What the Bat. Game of the year.
Yeah.
Anyway,
that is.
You don't want to know.
Okay.
Yeah, just keep playing mods, guys. Just keep
Exactly.
playing mods. Eric, Levitation was absolutely awesome. I think you were away when we were covering it. It one of the better Half-Life Alyx mods, not only of the year, but of all time. Like Levitation was really great. So the fact that it didn't win tells you a little something about the next title we're going to talk about, or the next piece of content. The winner of Half-Life Alyx Workshop Content of the Year, of course, Return to Rapture Part 2. And it's so interesting because we were kind of critical of the first one, right? You know, while it did have that BioShock vibe to it, it still very much seemed like Half-Life Alyx. Not the case with the second one. This one imports thousands of the original assets from the original BioShock. I still don't understand how they managed to do some of the things that they did in this and make it so much like the original BioShock in VR, which, by the way, happens to be one of the titles we've been waiting on since the onset of VR. Return to Rapture Part 2 really is a technical feat.
Yeah, this is amazing, and we did have discussions on this side too, because I remember, and we were like, and I was like, I don't know if I could vote for this because I hated the fact that there was so many Half-Life Alyx assets in there that it took away from the whole BioShock feel to the game. You know, when you're seeing everything that looks like Half-Life Alyx, but they've completely gotten rid of that. Any little criticism we had, it's all gone now. They brought all this extra stuff in. And I'm like, holy crap, they really did this. And it wasn't until then, and you started explaining exactly what they did, that I was like, this has to get it. This has to get it for me. Because now you're in Rapture.
Right. Greg, Little Sisters, Plasmids, all the original, like those little info videos that they showed in the original BioShock, all that stuff is here. And,
and I'm like, how the hell did they get away with that?
I know, right?
I mean, seriously, Luke Ross couldn't even put a damn mod on a Take-Two game without Take-Two coming after him. So
yeah, it's kind of nuts, right? And you know what else is nuts to me? Like, obviously, and this is kind of the case with most of the modding community in general, these guys do a lot of work for not that much money. Like, obviously, the people who subscribe to Whim's Patreon, they get first crack, right? They get to play it a little bit early. But this is, I mean, today, this is free. Anybody can pick this up and play it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that blows my mind because you got to just think for a moment just how many hundreds of hours they put into polishing this thing.
Yeah, how big of a team is there? How many was this? Well, there you go. Is that all of the guys right there that they're listing under that Part 2 thing? So yeah, they had a pretty good sized team working on that too, which is great. Because you know, a lot of times these mods, it's like one guy.
Right.
So yeah, it definitely shows. This is just absolutely brilliant.
You might know, you know, I've got echoes of news stories ringing in my head, so I don't know what's true and what's false half the time. I want to say that this team is starting to work on their own games outside of Source as well. Am I right about that?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm actually in touch
something
with him. I'm in touch with Wim through Discord, and he is.
Excellent. And that's beautiful that we're starting to see this, not only with Half-Life Alyx workshop creators, but modders in general, getting jobs throughout the industry, taking the initiative, taking the money that they've made from Patreon and putting it into their own projects. It really is a cool part of the whole story that often gets overlooked.
Yeah, I mean, look at what happened with was it Witcher 3 and you know, when they did their latest next gen expansion. A lot of that next gen stuff was from the modders, and they actually, you know, gave those modders credit and paid them, and that's pretty awesome.
So since we're talking about modders, why don't we go ahead and move over to our next category, and this one's going to be a little bit more difficult to discern: VR modder of the year. And I guess this would be a good opportunity for us to explain our process. First of all, Greg and VRAN here, they did not have anything to do with who we chose as winners or losers, or even nominees for that matter. But for the nominees we're going to talk here on today, we actually started with a much longer list of nominees. We met patrons ago. Eric, Ruuts, and I, we all vote. Each of our patrons had one vote, and community, which also counted as one vote. So it's, we basically, whoever got the most votes out of that group wins. So if the one that you think deserves to win didn't win, it's not our fault. We all just have so much say in this. And again, don't yell at Greg and VRAN. They had absolutely no say in this.
It's all their fault. It was not. It was all their fault.
Anyway, as I mentioned, I had a much larger list of modders because I wanted to make sure everyone that I could possibly give recognition to got recognition. So some of the notable names that you won't see on here that we originally were planning to talk about were people like Blue Sky Defender, who did so much in Reshade. I don't want to get off on that whole tangent. Let's talk about who actually are on the list. And I thought that even though surprisingly he didn't get very many votes, I felt like Halifax deserved to be recognized this year for the work he did with Vulkan 3D Vision. VRAN, I don't have a lot of experience with this set of mods, and I don't know if you do or don't, but I know the people whose opinion I respect, people who are always playing mods, some of them have told me that some of the applications of Vulkan 3D Vision have been some of the best experiences that they've had in VR, period. And for those of you who don't know, this particular mod, this particular plugin can be used to play Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal, Detroit Become Human. I think you can even play God of War with this plugin. It's relatively new. Again, it released this year, but amazing things. VRAN, do you have any experience with the Vulkan 3D Vision mod?
I did play with it a bit. I did try it. Performance is great. It's very sharp, very crisp, and I compare it, of course, to Reshade, and of course we spoke about Vorpex. But yes, I agree. The 3D is amazing in Vulkan, and big 3D screen. A lot of people don't like stuff like that. When I first started with Vorpex, I was totally against it because I had to have SIG stuff. I had to have full range of head tracking. So I always used that with Vorpex. And if you told me, oh, use immersive screen or cinema mode, I would be like, no, this is not, I wouldn't say not real VR, but I was like, no, I'm not immersed. And then something happened and I flipped. And you know that I only play now, of course, mods and Reshade. I don't even use the software that we were talking about. So Vulkan is beautifully done, nice performance. It kind of shocked me when I first tried it. I think I tried, was it Doom? I'm not sure, but it was just, for me, it was a really good experience. I can't wait to see what else comes out. Of course, let alone.
I had heard somewhere that he was working on bringing like Doom Eternal into full VR with this technology. So I mean, that was like ages ago, though. It was right after he had released the mod for, what was that game? Wolfenstein
Yep.
2? Yeah. So, and I remember talking to him about that because I was like, man, it really needs in his Discord, it really needs gaze to aim and not thumbstick.
Yeah.
And he added it in like the next day. It's like, okay, there you go.
Greg, one of the more promising applications of this plugin, or at least in my opinion, if I understand correctly, when I first got into modding, I mentioned it a little bit earlier that it was kind of me bouncing back and forth between Vorpex, or VorPX as some people like to call it, and Helix Mod. And I honestly liked Helix Mod a lot better in some ways because of I forget what they call it, like 3D hacker mode or whatever, where like even if a game isn't on the supported list, it was very easy. If it was an Unreal or a Unity game, it was very easy to get it up and running in full 3D. But when the I guess it was the after the 20 series NVIDIA cards came out, NVIDIA stopped supporting 3D vision, which is what Helix mod was built on. So, as I understand it, this Vulkan 3D vision, this new application, probably sometime within the next year, I would imagine, is going to kind of lead to a rebuilding of the old Helix Vision application, which is music to my ears because, again, that was one of my favorite applications. Have you heard anything about that? And if so, do you have any idea what the progress has been?
That I have no idea.
No.
Helix was cool. We used to use Helix quite a bit too, right, Ruuts? We used it for a couple of different games, and I liked Helix a lot. It's too bad that it happened.
It was that you had to redo the drivers and stuff. That was starting to become the problem. Is that what it was?
Yeah, you had to back up you had to go back to a previous driver.
Yeah.
You had to roll back, but if you got a 3000 series card like a 3060 or above, you couldn't roll back anymore because those older drivers don't support the new graphics cards. You have to have 20 series or earlier to use Helix Vision anymore, which sucks because you guys know, Ruuts, we use that more than we use Vorpex.
Yeah, everything changes so much. I remember Vorpex was the deal. The biggest thing, I didn't say this earlier with Vorpex, but all you would have to do is just give you a way to try it. Because that's one of the biggest problems. Yeah, $40, man, is a lot to shell out for something you've never tried. And so even if it's just for
there's
one
no
specific
refunds
game.
either.
Yeah, and there's no refunds. So.
And people are afraid of modding as it is. So if you've never done it before, and you're like, I don't know if I can even do this, right? And if you try it, you can do it, and you're good to go.
Yep.
Yeah. The nice thing about Vorpex is that you pay $40. I mean, you can pay now. Games cost $80. I'm talking about Canadian dollars, so it would be like $80-$90 for a game. You buy Vorpex, you can play a lot of flat screen games with Vorpex. So even if you play 2-3 games, it's already paid for, because Vorpex is not just for one game, and that's it. You can basically go ahead and play as many games as you want that support, or you can make Vorpex support them. It's still sketchy, and it's not what
really
everybody's
user-friendly.
expecting. Exactly. You need to have a community of people that would help you get to, like me and Greg, we would be like back and forth how to do this, how to make this work. Sometimes you need to extend the field of view, and I don't like the Vorpex field of view because it adds some artifacts and things disappear. But if we talk about Vulkan, there's also Geo 3D by Flugan that I've tried it a couple of times, and it's showing a lot of potential, and he's really developing it really nicely. And Geo 11, I don't know if you guys have tried Geo 11, which is the same concept like Halifax. So there's a lot coming, or a lot is in progress, but yet I don't know.
Yeah, Flugan was one of our actually on our larger list of nominees. In the interest of time, and who got votes versus who didn't, we narrowed it down a bit. But yeah, definitely, Flugan deserves to be recognized. But Greg, talking about an unsung hero, we often hear a lot about certain modders, but I think one of the modders that a lot of people know their mods, but maybe not so much their name, Rakuparda.
Yeah.
Everything that comes from that group is quality, right? Firewatch seems like a native VR game, and I haven't played Stanley Parable. Apparently, it's very good as well.
Very good. Yeah.
When I put those two up and listed it in our community, people came out and said, "Hey, man, don't forget Neon White. Neon White was amazing in VR." Definitely, Rakuparda deserves a lot of recognition for 2022 in particular. It was quite an epic year.
Yeah. He we had him on the show too. I think I can't remember which episode, but I mean, he's done so much, and really, the whole flat to VR modding community wouldn't really even be a thing without the work that he did. He kind of started all of it with, I think, Outer Wilds, which is another big mod that guy's done. And yeah, he deserves
Risk of Rain. Risk of Rain 2, right? That's awesome.
No, that was Dr. Bebop. Risk of Rain was Dr. Bebop, I believe.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, my bad. That's why you're here. That's
all right. That's right. But Riker, even Grant Bagwell was talking about. I just made a big post on Twitter about all the work that Riker Potter has done and how he basically paved the way for a lot of the mods he's done, like Bendy and the Ink Machine and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, the guy. And he's such a mild-mannered guy and everything, and I don't think he's really big on bragging himself up, but he deserves to. He's amazing.
Yeah, it was one of the most inspirational episodes, I think. Like, there's a conversation with him. I think that's when we had most questions. How do we start? What do you do? How do you go ahead and start that? And he gave really good information and how we started, and it was a really good episode. I really enjoyed talking to him and how we progressed and how he talks to other modders and gathers information and shares information. It was very, shows his personality and who he is and how he works.
Yeah, that's one of the things I've noticed, hanging out in the Flat to Modding Discord is just how tight-knit the community is. It seems like, you have this team and that team, but they all collaborate at different times to help bring these things to fruition. So there certainly is a lot of bleed over, I guess, for lack of a better term.
They've got to save VR, at least PC VR.
Right. Well, it's interesting that you mentioned that, at least PC VR, but Ruuts, our next nominee, probably more well known for the work that he or they have done on Quest. And I'm talking, of course, about Dr. Beef / Team Beef. You guys were just talking about Grant Bagwell, another prominent member of this team. And we would be here all day if I listed all of the things that they've brought to the forefront. But Ruuts, I think the most impressive thing about a lot of this work, whether it be Jedi Knight 2 or Doom 3, this stuff is all running on standalone hardware, which was quite impressive.
That's crazy, and that's why they need to focus more on bringing some of these older games to VR in general. Some of the developers, because they can do it. It can be ran well, and let's be honest. PC VR, we're used to modding. The Quest people felt left out in the dark for a long time, and then Team Beef came along, and now they started showing people not only are they available, but they're amazing games that everybody wants to play anyway, right?
Yeah, and to be able to take those games and play them in VR is just changes everything. Games that I would never play flat screen, you give me a mod, and all of a sudden I'm in love with this game in VR.
You see, that's the way Ruuts and I were with so many of these classic franchises that everyone loves. Our first time is always, or in most cases, has been playing them in VR, thanks to the work of people like Dr. Beef.
Doctor, he's amazing.
Eric, I mean, one of the most hilarious things that and I don't think this was 2022, but rather 2021, was when Sony tried to bring Doom 3 to PlayStation VR, and then Dr. Beef had a better version running on the Quest before it even launched.
How crazy was that? I mean, seriously, Sony puts all this money into a good studio too that did it for him. And Dr. Beef came out. Yeah, and Dr. Beef came out and was like, yeah, I can do that. I can do that better. On a standalone headset, I can do that better. It was great.
You know what really cracked me up about it was there were only obviously overall the Dr. Beef version was better, but there were a few things that the PlayStation did better. Notably, I remember that the shotgun was a little bit cooler on the PlayStation version. They went immediately and updated the mod version of it to make the shotgun better, just so Sony wouldn't have that one thing over them. Like within like 2 or 3 weeks, I think it was.
It was
they
like
had
the data
already
pad
updated
too,
it.
right? Was it something with the data pad didn't look right on the Dr. Beef one, and it
Yeah.
looked great on the PlayStation one, and immediately he had it fixed, and he was like, "Yep, I got it, no problem." It would take another studio months to fix that.
Yeah,
Greg,
no kidding.
I haven't worked with these guys a lot, but back then I did have a little back and forth with them. And what really impressed me about them is the way they search out feedback. Right? They want to know how to make it better, and then you tell them, and then they take it to heart, and they really work on implementing what people want.
Yeah, they're really good. Let's see. I did a podcast ages ago with VR Bugstream, and we had the very first Dr. Beef interview on that podcast, which is really cool. He's a great guy. I didn't get to do that interview. Steve did, or VR Bugstream did, but we did just have Grant Bagwell on the show. Or was it last show, Grant, or was it 2 shows ago? It was 2 shows ago.
2 shows.
Yeah,
No.
and yeah, I think it was
Yeah,
2 shows
yeah,
ago because last
yeah.
one was FM Pone.
Yeah.
And yeah, Grant, he was really cool, and it's really cool to talk to those guys about, the games that they choose and all the work that goes into it. And of course, Grant was all talking about how brilliant Simon is with. He says he's not going to do anything, and then all of a sudden, boom, he's got like 3 games going on the Quest. So
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
my biggest question was, of course, since you've got Alien Isolation on Android now, I'm like, God, I wish it. But he says they can't do it unless they somehow license it because of the way it's done. But it's on Android, it's on iOS, so you could get that game running on the Quest 2. The only thing I play on the Quest 2 is Doom 3 and Resident Evil 4. So, if you give me Alien Isolation, I'm on the Quest 2 again.
Yeah.
That's the only place you can play What the Bat. You'll have to look that up.
Oh,
glad
my
we
God.
mentioned it again.
So good.
So
No,
good.
these guys are more likely to mod What the Golf into VR than play What the Bat.
Yeah, that's true.
They're bad.
Anyway, moving along to our next nominee, we couldn't do VR Modder of the Year if we didn't mention Luke Ross, of course. Probably the most prolific and well-known catalog of VR mods that there is out there. VRAN, do you hold it against him any at all that everything he puts out is just the flat version of the game except you're in it? Like, no motion controls, none of that. Yeah, obviously, credit where credit's due. Just an amazing catalog of AAA VR games now. I mean, flat games into VR. Do you ever feel like he shortchanges his community by not putting a little bit more into trying to make it more like a VR game?
I don't. My the device that I carry with me all the time is my phone, and it's right there, and one of these.
It's a controller. I can't see it.
Yeah, it's a gamepad. These are 2 things that I carry with me at all times. A lot of people that say, "Oh, it's not real VR. There's no motion controls. It doesn't feel like VR." They don't know and they don't understand that the first Rift or the first Oculus came with a gamepad. It didn't come with touch controllers. And what Luke Ross does, that's something that I think we kind of talked about, Dr. Greg and I. For some reason, and I think Luke Ross wasn't on our show, but I think we interviewed.
We did an interview, yeah.
And Birdo Benjo was the one who narrated the answers instead. And one of the questions that I asked was, how do you explain that your games are tolerable for people who are against games that are with gamepad or mouse and keyboard? And it's because his mods are so immersive. They work so well. One of the best mods that Dr. Greg uses all the time is Cyberpunk. Nothing else.
Live in Night City.
Exactly. there's something to the mods, and that's something that I think is worth investigating. Why do people tolerate this and not something else that is a mod, or even Vorpex in that matter? Because is it the visuals? Is it because we're camera in the engine? That's something that gets us, because that's why we love mods more so than flat screen, or more so than even reshade, Geo 3D, Geo 11. We love to be a camera in the engine. We love the full 3D, not the fake one that is a shader. We need to be there. And I think that what people love about VR is the scale. Everything feels like you're in there. So this is very natural. Like the most natural thing for us is to hold a gamepad, because we all did it since childhood. So I definitely, I just take my hat off for people like Luke Ross that gives us that opportunity. Like, Cyberpunk is, I didn't like Cyberpunk until Greg pushed me into it. I went over his tutorial how to make it run the best way, and ever since then I'm like, okay, what other mods did you install? And then I try it and I tell him, okay, I'm at this stage right now, and it's just like such an amazing game to play. And if you don't play it in VR, it's a crime. So not holding anything against Luke Ross.
Yeah,
on the contrary.
man, we get on that gamepad thing all the time. Luke and I talk quite a bit. I'm actually going to be helping him with his AER2, or helping test it for Cyberpunk when it's ready for that.
I wanted to ask you about that, and we are getting short on time, so we're gonna have to pick it up a little bit. But I wanted to ask you about that. What do you think the likelihood is that now that we're seeing AER 2.0 come out, that Luke's going to go back and implement that for all of his previous games?
Oh, it's going to be like one game at a time. But, he doesn't have a timeline on Cyberpunk, but it's going to be soon. I think that's one he definitely wants to get in there quick, because it's such a huge game. But he's like, you know what? It's got to be perfect before he releases it, because he says since everybody's playing it, he'll just get destroyed if it's crap. And I've been playing a run through of Final Fantasy VII now remake with AER2 on my 4090. Guys, it's a game changer. It doesn't even look like alternate eye rendering anymore. It looks like a Prey Dog mod. It's just even better in a lot of places. It's just beautiful. So I'm really excited for that. That's going to be a big thing. It's going to really change things up.
Yeah, this category next year, VR Modder of the Year, is going to be hotly contested, I feel like, with all the advancements that are getting ready to drop in just a few months' time. Coming soon, says Elliot.
Yeah.
Ruuts, since we got into VR, as we move into our next nominee, there's been one mod that has been achieved mythical status, and that is the Half-Life 2 VR mod. And it was very much rumored to be alive when we started, and over the years those rumors died down and it was presumed dead, but thanks to the work of many people, not the least of which Holger Friedrich, or as many people know him, Folger, I guess they pronounce it, Folger. Not only did this mod come back to life, but we actually got it this year. So I think a lot of people probably would have presumed that this gentleman would have won the award this year. And it was a close one, right? Like, it was a hard decision to make.
Yeah, it was super close. And I guess this is the biggest thing. This is why so many people would say it is, because they love Half-Life, and it's like, oh my God, it's Half-Life 2 in VR. And
so good.
This is my thing, for both me and Wes. I never played Half-Life 1, 2, any of them until Half-Life Alyx. And so, like, my nostalgia doesn't exist. And so, for me, it was an easier decision to make on the next one. But this is an amazing, they did a really good job bringing it into VR, and it's the easiest mod I've ever installed. I've never had one that actually I could download from Steam, and it just works. And for people that aren't comfortable with mods, that's a big deal. You know, there's people that if when it warns you about whatever, putting an App Lab game on it, they're done. Nope. Oh, you're telling me there's a problem. I might have, So the thought of going in and changing files and all this different stuff isn't going to ever happen for those people. Well, now they get to experience a mod in VR, and it's seamless. It's easy.
So beautiful. That game feels like, it doesn't feel like a mod. It feels like it was made for VR.
Yeah.
And it's just beautiful.
Eric,
Yeah.
Half-Life 2 VR or Half-Life Alyx?
That's tough.
The fact that you're not answering it right away says everything we need to say.
It does, because here's what I would say. Half-Life Alyx is a marvel. It's a feat, but I think we've all kind of agreed that it's not the deepest game in the world. You know what I mean? It's a marvel of what it is, and it shows off the technology so well that's what makes the game so amazing. But Half-Life 2, the story, the game, everything that was in it, the nostalgia is part of it, because that game was like a pinnacle game for a lot of people. It's so tough. I want to put them both together. If I could take the Half-Life Alyx engine and make it into Half-Life 2, I would. That's the ultimate game. So it's super tough to pick.
Someone's gonna do it.
Half-Life Alyx is absolutely beautiful and immersive. It's obviously a made from the ground up VR game, but in terms of just the game itself, Half-Life 2 is a deeper and more versatile game than Half-Life Alyx, and it's not really even close.
Yeah, I was right with Ruuts. My first exposure to Half-Life was Alyx, and I loved it. And then I played Black Mesa and Vorpax. I was like, whoa, this is better than Half-Life Alyx. This is a way better game. There's just so much more going. And then I played Half-Life 2 in VR. I was like, holy crap! Just like so yeah. I mean, looking back on it now, I feel like we got kind of robbed with Half-Life Alyx as far as what that game could have been, because they tried to dumb it down for VR players.
An amazing mod, Half-Life 2 VR, and but the category is VR Modder of the Year, and so if we're doing that and we're taking in the entire body of work, who could be the winner? Well, I would say that last year, 2021, Luke Ross went from just a guy to being a rock star in VR, and if we're going to use that as criteria and look at 2022, I would say that our winner, Prey Dog, went from being just another guy to a rock star in VR. Yeah. Not only because of what's coming from Prey Dog, but what he did in the RE framework. Not only bringing us 4 AAA Resident Evil games, but I mean that framework also works for Devil May Cry. It works for Monster Hunter. I mean, just an amazing body of work over the last year, and a deserving winner, Prey Dog.
And full motion control. Even though I don't think that's like the biggest.
Which I didn't think that was even. I wasn't even expecting motion controls. I was just expecting gamepad, and I was going to be perfectly happy with that. But the motion controls on top of it,
and you would think, if you hear this sort of thing being done to a flat game, bringing it into VR, not so surprising with Resident Evil 2, a game that's been out for a few years. But you're talking about Resident Evil 8, a brand new AAA game, bringing it over with full motion controls. That's an incredible feat.
And doing it not behind a paywall. That's a big deal too.
That's great too.
Totally agreed.
Maybe we're gonna have the same thing. I mean, I do believe he has a patron though, so people should support him.
Yeah,
absolutely.
100%.
Because the work he's doing, because I'm pretty sure that the Unreal Injector is also going to be source, free, open source. So anybody can go in with the game. If it's working great, you want to add motion controls, go for it. You can do it, So that's pretty awesome.
So the only thing I'm sorry to say is that there are people out there who have not tried this mod. Ruuts, can you believe that there are people out there who haven't tried Resident Evil 2 in VR?
That's crazy. I think that might have been. I mean, I played them all back in the day, but man, that's so good. For real.
So this is what we're going to do for those people. We're going to bring Oprah out. If someone in the chat right now hasn't played Resident Evil 2 in VR, well, it's your lucky day, because Oprah has a couple copies. So you guys know how this works. I'm going to ask a question. The first one to answer it on my chat will win a copy of Resident Evil 2 Deluxe Edition to have and to hold and to mod into VR or play however you want. And if you don't win or you're not watching live, don't fret. All you have to do is subscribe and leave a comment down below that says Resident Evil 2, and you will be entered into our second chance drawing, which will take place in a couple of weeks when we're giving away a shit ton more games. So you guys, first one to answer the question wins the game. The question is, name the podcast that our guest today hosts.
That should be easy.
We said it at the top.
Love it.
I'm sure someone has got it by now. Congratulations to whoever it was that won. If you didn't get it in time, never fear. Just leave a comment down below. Make sure you're subscribed. We're going to give another copy of Resident Evil 2 Deluxe Edition away in just a couple of weeks. All right, guys, so we are up against the wall here with time, and we have one more category to go through. It's the VR Mod of the Year. So the way I'm going to tackle this so that we don't make Ruuts late for his work is I'm going to go down each nominee. I'm just going to pick on one person to kind of touch on it, and then we'll move right down the line. Next nominee, next person, so on and so forth. So I'm going to start with you. I'm sorry?
Oh, you're missing. There you are. Okay.
There he is. He's
All
back.
He was hiding
I'm
for a
back.
second there. It scared me.
Ruuts had to mod me back into the scene.
I did a good
That's
job.
right.
All right, so we'll start with you, Greg. This first nominee is very much on the list due to overwhelming support from our community. Admittedly, we don't have much experience in this one, but we've been hearing a lot of good things about Left 4 Dead 2 in VR.
Yes, it's so good. I'd never played Left 4 Dead until the mod, or Left 4 Dead 2, and I had played After the Fall. And when I went in and played Left 4 Dead 2 in VR and the mod, it's like, oh, this is what they were trying to do with After the Fall. Now, they didn't quite do it. It's After the Fall is okay, but I could take it or leave it. But Left 4 Dead 2 in VR, oh my God, it's just so intense and just so. I can't. It's fantastic.
I need to try it.
This is a game that's likely going to be nominated for the same award again next year because it is early access. Like, it's a work in progress. It's only on this list due to the insistence of our community and people telling us about how great it is as it is today.
It is really good. The only thing I haven't done in it yet is play multiplayer, which need to do.
Speaking of multiplayer, Ruuts, our next nominee, it probably would have won in this award if it weren't for the ongoing issues with Deep Rock Galactic. A great fun game. We each had experience in it in a single player setting. Never could get that multiplayer going though, could we?
No, I actually got in there one time with Dark Angel and I think somebody else. I can't remember who it was.
Probably Void Citizen. Void loves it.
But there's a community of people that this is their favorite game, and it is actually, if you can get a group of 4 people and everybody does their job, it's phenomenal. But yeah, it's still got its issues, and when they get them finally ironed out, I think it's going to be one of the best mods out there.
As we move along, VRAN, there are certain nominees that are on this list just because I haven't played them and I want to hear you talk about it because I know you've been playing Bendy and the Ink Machine.
Yes. Bendy and Ink Machine. We had Grant on one of the previous episode, not the latest one, and of course Grant gave us an opportunity to play this in VR. And I had tried the demo for it, and I tried it with Vortex again before the Grant gave us the mod. It was a few years ago that I tried the mod, and I was like, wow, the Vortex, and I was like, that's got something. The visuals are amazing, the design is great, and Grant managed to give us touch controllers. And again, he was inspired by
Rikaparta.
Rikaparta, yeah.
A lot of the business or a lot of the stuff.
To do the Unity game, and it's I'm right now I'm starting chapter 5 of the game. I have a playthrough of this on my channel. Chapter 1, 2, 3, and 4. Number 3 was a little bit too long. Maybe it's not the modder's fault. It's the game, the way it's designed. But it's a game that you should try. There's a lot of things there that you think that it's a native VR, except for the menus that kind of come and they're kind of skewed a bit to your vision. Other than that, it's a clean. You don't have any interface. It's just you in the headset, in the engine, a camera in the engine with two hands, and it just feels native VR. And I think I said that in every chapter that I recorded. I say it. I thank Grant and Dr. Beef, the Beef team, because it's something that you have to play. And I know that Dr. Greg VR is gonna stream it. That's why he hasn't watched any of my videos. But
sorry.
anyways, no, I understand. I understand why. There's so much. I don't think I would have played this game flat screen, to be honest. And VR that's you have to play it. You really have to play it.
Well, I'll take your word for it. It actually already was the next on my list, and as soon as we get this show behind us, this is the next one I'm going to be getting into. But as we move along to our next nominee, this is one I'm going to take this one because I've been looking forward to playing Cyberpunk 2077 since it launched. Even with its terrible launch, like I could tell this was a game for me. But I waited so that I could play it in VR, and luckily Luke Ross brought us the ability to do that. A little bit iffy at first with regard to performance, but FSR helped me out a lot with getting this game to run nice on my rig, and there's just a whole lot of game here. And again, it's AAA game in VR, and an absolutely amazing mod. Moving on to the next nominee, it's another Luke Ross mod, Ghostwire Tokyo. A lot of the things that I liked about Cyberpunk, true here as well, right?
Yeah, for me, and this is the way to get to play this game, man. Ghostwire Tokyo is a very cool game, but to me, it pales flat comparison to when you play this thing in VR, man. The scope and the size, when you look up in that city and you see, Tokyo, and you're like, holy crap, you're in there. It's just a different experience than when you're playing it flat. And that can be said for a lot of games, I know, but this one, for me especially, it was so good in VR.
Yeah, beautiful. Here's another one I haven't played yet. Greg, tell us a little bit about Jedi Knight 2.
I've only played the first little level of it. So I really can't comment much on that one. I mean,
my bad, Ruuts. I skipped one, didn't I?
Well, we're still on Cyberpunk, so.
Yeah, I think Ruuts must have taken it. I think Ruuts took his headset off anyway. my bad, dude. We moved on and we skipped one. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to Ghost Runner, and I'll just take this one, Ruuts, because I've said it time and time again. Like Ghost Runner, probably the most fun I've had in a mod period. Like this game is so addictive, right?
Yeah, it's got what a lot of VR games don't have, and that compelling urge to go back in and play one more time. It doesn't matter. You keep thinking that, and then an hour has gone by, and then the sign of any good game is when you're thinking about it. When you're not playing it, and this game is definitely one of those for sure.
You'll be able to play that in Luke Ross's or Prey Dog's mod too.
Wow.
So it'll be interesting. That one and Ghostwire. It'll be interesting to compare them.
Yeah,
That'll be cool.
Well, what's weird though is and I guess I'm assuming you'll be able to. Will it still be gamepad? Because one of the things that Wes has mentioned on this one that's 100% true is like the aiming with your head works so much better than
worked well.
like if you didn't have that, it would be just jumping around would be very odd. It would be a little bit weirder than it is.
And we already talked a half a second about Jedi Knight 2, so we're not going to jump back to that one. I am going to throw to Eric, though, and let you give us your quick thoughts on Firewatch.
Firewatch was great, man. The amount of control you had in this game was super cool. I don't think I've ever played another mod from this person before, but they did a fantastic job. And I actually went and started watching some of their YouTube videos on like what you could do in there, because if you didn't do that, there was some things in there that you would kind of miss just playing the game. And he went over like everything that you could actually do in here, and it was pretty amazing how you could see like progression and how he was doing things. And Firewatch was a great story. Again, another game I don't think I'd play flat, but I loved it in VR.
The VR integration just perfect in this game.
It was
right?
really good. Yeah, really pretty game.
All right, so we're getting to the end of our list here, and there's a couple of notable titles we haven't mentioned yet, and everyone's wondering which one won and which one got runner-up. So really quickly, Greg, tell us a little bit about the Resident Evil games, and we put them all in one group because it's all the same mod.
These are. This is why Prey Dog won Modder of the Year. Resident Evil 2 VR is right up there with one of my all-time favorite VR games. It's right up there, that and Cyberpunk and Dying Light. You know, it's like they're all modded games, mind you. But Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3, very action-based. Resident Evil 2 is terrifying. Resident Evil 3 is very action. Resident Evil 7 takes you back to terrifying. Resident Evil 8 takes you back to more action and funny, just over-the-top craziness, very campy. And I just love all of them so much. Can't wait to play it on PSVR 2.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like Resident Evil 7, my all-time favorite VR game. I didn't think in a million years coming into 2022 that I would be getting a better version of it. Not only am I getting a better version, but it's coming from a modder. It's coming from Playdog. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you know, as awesome as that is, I probably spent more time in Resident Evil 2 than I did in 7. So, yeah. Awesome. But you guys know what that means. There's only one elephant in the room left. The winner of the 2022 Best VR Mod of the Year, obviously, Half-Life 2 VR.
Yeah, well deserved.
Yeah, for sure.
I told you that on Twitter the other day. I was like, look at this list. These are great mods, but it has to be Half-Life 2.
Yeah.
Again, the voting was overwhelming. Like everyone agrees, this was the story of the year with modding. Not only is it such a great mod and such great VR integration, but I mean, this is the only mod I've ever seen where you just have to go click on it and download it. You know, there were people that voted that said this should be the VR game of the year because you don't really have to mod it. You just go and download the mod and it installs itself. And you know, I can see that point of view for sure.
Hey, a little point of interest in case anybody knows, because he's not tooting his own horn, but Grant's actually, or VRAN's actually part of that team. He's actually helped a little bit with like the models and the hands and stuff. Yeah.
Hell yeah. That's awesome.
Well done.
The hands were the only part I really didn't like. No, I'm just kidding.
No, but I'm not.
No, you should. Yeah, no, he's helped like make them look a
mean
lot
it.
nicer than they were to begin with. At least I think. Did they ever get those imported, VRAN? Or is
I
that
don't
for the
know.
next
I don't know. I'm
version?
afraid to look. I'm afraid to check.
Yeah.
But Wormslayer he was on our show. I think he was the second one.
Second one. Yeah.
Amazing guy, and we asked him about the visuals and how it looks because there's a cinematic mod available, and he said nope. He wanted the game to stay true to the way it was back in '94, and that's why it looks the way it looks. Even though they rescaled the texture so they would look better. I'm really happy that this game got the award or what you just decided.
Yeah, I was just talking to him yesterday, and they're still working on the upgraded textures because they've got more coming.
Yeah,
And
it's not done.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, the progress on the episodes is coming along really nice.
Yep.
So I'm hoping to get some exclusive coverage of that when that starts getting close to being done. So yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Good job.
Absolutely a deserving winner, Half-Life 2 VR.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Kudos to that team. Excellent work. Ruuts, if you want, we can push the giveaway to the live segment because I know you got to get out of here, right?
Yeah, probably be. I mean, we can do it because I just called the customer and told them that I was going to be there right about 1. So
Okay.
right.
All right.
before.
Well, bring in Oprah one more time because it is Modsmas. It's Modsmas
Who doesn't
in
want Modsmith?
January. We spoke about it a moment ago, guys, and I meant what I said. The most addictive and probably the most fun, just pure fun that I had playing any kind of mod this year was in Ghost Runner. And I know, when it comes to a lot of these other games, be it Half-Life, I thought about giving away Half-Life 2, but everybody has Half-Life 2. It's $2 on Steam often. Anyone who wants to play that already has it, already played it. People haven't played Ghost Runner yet, and they certainly haven't played it in VR. So we're going to give away 2 copies of Ghost Runner in chat, and we're still going to hold one back for the second chance drawing. So the first 2 in my chat window that can answer the question will win a copy of Ghost Runner. And the question is, who developed Ghost Runner? Who's the developer of Ghost Runner? First 2 to answer that question correctly will win a copy of the game, and you better play it in VR because it's the only way to play it.
I can't even answer that question.
I can't either, but by the time this goes live, I will know the answer.
That's all that matters, right?
Again, congratulations to the winners, and if you didn't win, don't fret. All you got to do is make sure you're subscribed. Leave a comment down below. Leave a comment in the comments, not in the chat. Leave a comment in the comments that says Ghost Runner, and we're going to draw another winner here in just a couple of weeks' time. So congrats to the winners. And guys, Greg, VRAN, thank you for joining us. Again, it's been awesome. I wish we had more time. I'm sure we could all talk for 4 more hours on,
Easily.
On these amazing mods. But unfortunately, real life calls, and we all have other stuff to do. But thanks guys for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for having us, guys. Really,
Thanks for having us,
Yeah,
guys.
this was
Really.
awesome. We should have him just come back and just talk mods for freaking
Yeah.
2 hours.
Yeah.
We,
I agree.
we
I
should
could
do.
I could
Right.
talk like a whole series just on Cyberpunk alone.
Hell yeah.
Well, we
True.
should do an on location from like Left 4 Dead or something like that.
That'd
where
be
we all
Oh
get
God,
in.
that would be
Yes.
fun.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you guys are not familiar with the Modcast, you can find a link to their awesome channel in the description down below. Everybody go check it out. These guys are the experts when it comes to modding, and they put on an amazing show. Go check it out. Go subscribe now. Do it now. Or wait, do it after the show. Don't do it now. Do it after the show. Anyway, thanks again, guys, and back to Future West, Ruuts, and Eric.
Those jerks.
They suck.
Yeah.
Were those guys flipping us off and stuff?
I think
or-
those jerks were flipping us off.
they're
Just-
dicks.
Well, the thing is that they can do that, but sooner or later they're going to have to. They're going to run into us, right?
Yeah. Seriously.
Anyway, welcome back, everyone. Congratulations to Ryan Brandon and Technoglitch as they each win a copy of Ghost Runner, which is great because Ruuts. I don't know if we put it over hard enough during that segment, but there weren't many games that we played in VR that was as much fun as Ghost Runner this year.
Absolutely. It was definitely an amazing game, and it definitely had the one more appeal for sure.
I think we made the right call, Eric. Instead of giving away VR games during the mod segment, we had to give away flat games, right? That people can mod into VR.
Hey, as long as you're modding them, they're still VR games. Either whether they're flat or whatever. As long
That's
as you're
right.
modding them, you're okay. And how about those guys, man? We talked to them at the end. I think we want to have them back, right? To take a little more time. They were awesome.
Yeah. We obviously would have loved to have more time with those guys. We recorded these yesterday. And as you all already know, we went a little long with Simplex, so that kind of cut in to the Modcast time. And obviously, we would like to speak to them a little bit more. I mean, there's so much more to talk about. So we're going to have them back on. I don't know if we're going to have them back on in an interview format or if we're going to have them on location. We kind of talked about both. But you definitely have not heard the last of the Modcast guys on the Virtual Strangers channel. But if you guys can't wait, it's a real easy thing to do. You just scroll down to the description below, and we have their channel linked, Modcast VR. Those guys do a podcast, a show, content that is dedicated just to PCVR modding, and they do an excellent job. So if you haven't already, go check those guys out. Go subscribe. They're awesome.
Yeah, I got the right picture up there now, Wes. I don't know what the heck's going on. There's all sorts of weirdness.
So this, let's see, this is for the next category, and let me find my way through my paperwork here. This is the Rookie VR Studio of the Year. Am I right about that?
Yep.
I'm trying to remember what the context of this picture was. This is a meme.
I was just thinking that myself. I'm like, that's an odd picture.
Yeah,
for-
they're I don't know. It says first time on it.
Well, your first time is usually your last time when you're getting home.
Right. That's it. That's it. And it's a Rookie VR Studio of the Year. It's their first time doing a VR game, so that's kind of the context of the meme here. Thank you for clarifying that for me.
There you go.
But anyway, we had some great first time. Well, I guess I should preface the next group of awards as we move in. We're moving into the Studio Awards now, and obviously we've already noted a number of times that there were no big budget VR games this year. So our terminology might confuse some people, so let's just address that right off the top. We know, okay? We know that all of these studios are technically indie studios, right? They're all independent. That's not the way that we're using it. Sometimes Ruuts, people get onto us when we call a game AAA when it's not technically AAA. Or we say that, Skydance Interactive is bigger than an indie studio when Skydance Interactive actually is technically an indie studio. That's not the way that we're using these terms. We basically have broken the studios down into 3 tiers. One being rookies, first timers. That's this award. The next one being indies. And by indies, we just basically mean smaller studio, right? A handful of people. Again, we know they're all indies. So you guys don't have to point that out to us. And then after that, we're going to talk about the VR Studio / VR Company of the Year. And what by these studios, we mean these companies that aren't just making VR games, but they're publishing VR games. They're acquiring other studios, kind of the cream of the crop that rise to the top. And I'm a poet and I didn't know it. But we're talking about the big boys in the VR bubble. So that's what we mean by these next few categories. You guys don't hit us up with the technical definitions. We're already aware of them. And yeah, I guess that's that. Anyways, let's talk about the Rookie VR Studio of the Year. These are studios that did their first VR game, or the first notable VR game. We'll say maybe they did some Gear VR stuff or something like that before that nobody's heard of. But their first notable VR game came out this year, and it actually turned out to be something that was really good. And first of all, Eric, how could we have a category like this and not talk about Character Bank and the awesome things that they did with Ruins Megas?
Hell yeah, awesome game. Love this game. It's a lot of fun. It is a JRPG type game. A Japanese company, Character Bank with Will and Mikami. It's really, really good. Working on their next game already.
Absolutely, and I can't wait to see what they're working on. Apparently, it's a bit of a departure from what we might expect. So looking forward to that.
Hell yeah.
Ruuts, as we move along, 6 Cent Studio. I mean, you can't have a much better first offering than this studio brought to us with Lawn. Basically three people at this studio. many years of development time into what turned out to be a very, very awesome game.
Yeah, it's one of the coolest cyberpunk games I've seen in VR, and it's just amazing.
Eric, Moonseer Games is the reason why we're looking at the titles of these games instead of the actual logos for the studios, because I couldn't find a logo for Moonseer Games, so we switched over at the last minute to showing the games that they worked on. But Wandering in Space, I mean, I have a feeling that this studio must be pretty sizable because of the kind of support that they continue to give Wandering in Space. This game just keeps getting better and better and better.
Great studio. Kind of friends of the show here. They kind of come in and hang out from time to time, listen to what we give them for feedback. They go in and fix it. You can't ask for more than that, especially from a rookie studio.
Yep,
absolutely. Ruuts, what an impressive feat for a first VR game than what we saw from Cyborn, who of course brought us Hubris. This year and next year, as we're seeing this game coming to multiple other platforms, coming to standalone. Just an absolutely stunning game and an impressive job from a rookie VR studio.
It's just one of the best games I've played this year, and it makes me look forward to what their next game, their second game, you know what I mean? Now that they got this one under the belt, they're going to take all this knowledge and pour it into a new one. I think it's going to be a really amazing game. Prediction.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Crazy, this game is done by a new VR developer. Insane.
Next time we're on the air, Eric, I'm sure we're going to go on at length about the standalone version of Hubris and just how impressive that was.
Exactly. That was an amazing demo.
Kind of hard, Eric, to top Cyborn, but if anyone did it, maybe it's Mighty Eyes, the team that brought us everyone's favorite game this year, Wanderer. I mean, you can't do much better with a first offering than this new VR studio did.
This game has been up for pretty much almost every category for winner of the year for whatever category it was, and they still haven't won anything yet. But I think it might get better for them later. Yeah, crazy, so good. How can you imagine a game like this coming from a first year studio?
Yeah, the class of the VR catalog in 2022, and again, from a rookie studio, that's very impressive. It just goes to show you the power of Sony money. Sony money, it works better than regular money, apparently, when it comes to
it smells better.
Games.
Smells better than regular.
Ruuts, that's a hard one to top. What a list of great first-time VR devs this year. But we would be remiss if we didn't pay homage to our winner and the technical achievement that is Zenith VR from Ramen VR. Again, for a first-time studio to come out and give us flawless cross-platform multiplayer with 50-person lobbies, I mean, enough said, right?
Yeah, especially on all the platforms, especially the Quest. I still don't know how they did it, but it's amazing, and it definitely deserves this award for sure.
And they just keep going, Eric. I mean, you would think with this current state of this game that they would be done, but not the case at all. They're just getting started with Zenith.
Hell yeah! I mean, they've heard some of the small little complaints about the game, and they've tried to fix them. They've put a ton more stuff into the game. We have a whole brand new platform coming with PlayStation VR 2 with this game. They are not sitting around. I think we're going to see a lot more from them in 2023. Cyber Ninja, bring us Cyber Ninja.
Cyber Ninja, please bring us my Cyber Ninja. But definitely a deserving winner. Congratulations to Ramen VR, and kudos on bringing us one of the best games of the last 12 months in VR. Artful in the chat says, didn't Mighty Eyes assist Oculus Studios in making a puzzle game in 2019? Maybe they did, but as we said at the top of the category, like if they did some obscure Gear VR thing like back in the day, that's not really what we're talking about here. We're talking about first time offering on the part of a studio, and that's what kind of qualifies them as a rookie, so to speak.
Yep.
Anyway, that was a great list. Why don't we give away one of those games? I think Oprah has a few copies, just a few copies of Wandering in Space in her back pocket. And, Eric, you and I went on a little bit about how great this game already is. Continues to get better. They keep adding content. They keep polishing it. And I'm happy to be sharing a few copies of that with the people.
Hell yeah. If you got PC VR, go get this game or try and win this game right now and get in there. Lots of guns, lots of cool guns, lots of like space zombies, a pretty cool story. And lots of progression and leveling up your weapons and your gear. Looting shooter too. I like this stuff.
Yeah, always helps too that it's a procedural. So as awesome as it is, the game's different every time. It has a massive arsenal, a ton of different levels, different enemies. Just a really good, solid indie VR game.
Hell yeah.
Anyway, so we have 8 copies of Wandering in Space to give away. We're going to give away 4 in the chat right now. We're going to give away 4 more in the second chance giveaway 2 weeks from today. So if you don't win, all you got to do is scroll down, leave a comment that says Wandering in Space. Make sure you're subscribed, and maybe you'll win when we come back in a couple of weeks. I got to think most of these people are going to win while we've got so many keys to give away. Like the vast majority of people are going to walk away with something, I feel like.
Hell yeah.
Artful says 8. Wow. Yeah, I know, right?
Soper, we're not messing around. Look at her. She's like, fuck that. I got 8, man. Let's go.
And you get a key, and you get a key, and you get a key. You guys know the drill. First 4 people to answer the question correctly in the chat wins the copy. And you guys even already know what the question is. Name the developer of Wandering in Space. They're also one of the nominees for Rookie VR Studio of the Year. First 4 people that can do so successfully win the game.
Yeah.
Yes, Brax, bro. It is called Wandering in Space. Technoglitch, Mepper, Jim Chick. We got one more, and Artful. Congratulations to the 4 of you.
Did Tech win one a little while ago? Is he giving that one up?
Tech's gonna have his choice of a couple of different games here. And again, if Tech doesn't choose to keep this one, we'll draw an extra winner next week. We'll do 5 instead of 4, and if he does, we'll give away. I think it was Ghost Runner that he just won. So.
Oh yeah, right.
Oh yeah.
You got some decisions to make, bro.
That's a tough one, dude.
It is.
All
right, so let me make
which
sure
one I would choose.
I know
That's
which one
tough,
I would
right?
choose. I think Ghost Runner was so awesome, dude. I mean, not that Wandering in Space isn't awesome, but I still think about Ghost Runner. I need to get back in there.
Yeah.
So addictive, so fun, so fast paced.
And it just, you even though you die 10 times in a row, you're still ready to go back in for that 11th.
That's right. So again, congratulations to Technoglitch, Mepper, Jim Chick, and Artful. You just won an awesome game. All right, moving right along, I think it is time for us to talk about the Indie VR Studio of the Year. And yes, again, we know that they're all indie studios. The purpose of this award is to pay homage and recognition to the smaller studios, the studios that have just a handful of developers and just a little bit of funding, people who put years into developing their games rather than having a big team and banging out in a year. That's what this category is all about. And Eric, this wouldn't be Indie VR Studio of the Year if we didn't pay our annual homage to perennial nominee for this category, Incuvo, and the amazing work that they did this year, bringing Green Hell VR, different versions, mind you, of Green Hell VR to different platforms. And it only continues on as they're now working on bringing this to PlayStation VR 2.
Oh yeah, Incuvo, one of our favorites. They do good work. They're one of the best out there, but they are still a small team. Definitely an indie VR studio, and Green Hell was amazing, as we've said.
Green Hell, absolutely one of the best titles that came out this year. Ruuts, did I mention that I love Runner? And what a departure from the 2MD football for Truant Pixel. truly stepping out of their wheelhouse into a brand new genre, and really, I think bringing the profile of their studio to a new level this year.
Yeah, and like you said, going to a completely different genre and knocking it out of the park and making one of the most difficult type of games like that amazingly fun. It's super cool.
Absolutely, well done, Truant Pixel. Eric, kind of, we have our next nominee kind of making a name for themselves over the last few years. Obviously, a couple of years ago, bringing Hinge, the horror game, into the VR ecosystem and its beautiful visuals. But they moved on from that a little bit and focused a little bit less on visuals this time around and a lot more on innovative gameplay as they brought us Requisition VR into early access this year. And certainly a studio to keep your eye on, Arcadia.
Oh yeah, and the game is a game to keep your eyes on too, because I don't think they're done with it. I mean, they've done a whole bunch with it already, and I think they're still kind of tweaking it a little bit. But great studio, did a ton of work on Hinge to get that thing working properly. They didn't abandon that game when they could have. So Arcadia is really good.
Yeah. Well, I definitely, if I had to bet, I'd say we'll be talking about Arcadia again next year, as Requisition fulfills the initial promise of the developers. Ruuts, I mean, what a turnaround this year for Rotu, Rhythm of the Universe Entertainment, as they were kind of in line for one of the disappointments of the year last year. They go from that to giving us one of the best games in the Quest catalog this year with its follow-up, Eolia. And not only that, but giving us the first real practical good use of hand tracking in a VR game that we've seen. Really a massive turnaround for Rotu and a deserving nomination.
Yeah, absolutely. And like Eric said earlier, they're working on making the first one good like the second one. I guess they're putting more time into it, right? And also working on the third one eventually, with what you were saying earlier about the different lore that they have. So definitely kudos to them.
You think we're going to get a mixed reality game with this next one, Eric?
I think that's a super good possibility.
And you know they're going to nail it too, right?
Yep. They're all about innovation too. They want to stay on the cutting edge, so I think there's a good chance. That's why they did hand tracking, right? They didn't have to do hand tracking; they wanted to do it.
Right, exactly. Speaking of innovation, I mean, we couldn't talk about Indie VR Studio of the Year without talking the studio that brought us the original VR flight game, Ultra Wings, which got a sizable sequel this year, both on Quest and on PC VR as well. Ultra Wings 2, an excellent game, and Bit Planet Games, a deserving nominee this year.
Hell yeah. This game gets a little overlooked too, right? I think. And it shouldn't. Ultra Wings 2 was a really good game. Definitely a better game than the first one. And yeah, it's just looks good. It's a great flyer.
Yeah, way more to do in this sequel than in the original. They really did a good job of expanding the scope of Ultra Wings and having a little something in there for everyone. But there can only be one winner, and I don't think that there's any question that we got this one right, Ruuts. As Vertical Robot, what they were able to do with Red Matter 2 this year through the different platforms, unique versions for each platform, but even the weakest link among them, the Quest 2 version, looks better than half or more of all PC VR games. Just an absolute clinic of an exhibition, Red Matter 2 was, and one of the more beautiful games that we've ever seen.
Absolutely. And it was like a better sequel. It was a better sequel in every way. Like every single thing about it was better than the first one, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Eric, I don't know what to say, man. This is one of the best games I've ever played, and like 5 dudes or 5 people, I guess I should say, worked on it. Like that is incredible to me.
Yeah, I bet you if you told most people that this is an indie studio and it wasn't a big budget studio, they would never guess it, because you just assume that it's got to be a huge studio with the quality of work that they do. And like I said before, I just think it's the level of talent that they have that separates them.
How come Sony or Meta hasn't thrown money at these people yet? Like, imagine what they could do with the actual budget.
Hell yeah, I can't believe it either. Unless they turn it down, unless they're like, well, we just want to be on our own and do our own thing.
That's true. That I mean, if you're doing this kind of work on your own, who needs that money, bro?
Sure.
Anyway, Vertical Robot, never more a deserving winner than them. They did amazing things this year, and gave us an amazing game. I absolutely loved Red Matter 2. I couldn't stop playing it. Played all the way through it, and yeah, I can't say enough good things about them. Congratulations. And then we move on, Ruuts, to the VR studio / company of the year. So this one's, as we explained a moment ago, these are for the bigger studios that aren't just necessarily making games, but publishing games as well. You know, opening new studios, acquiring studios, the movers and the shakers in uh, the VR sphere, if you will. And Roots, we had quite a few studios kind of step up, grab the brass ring, and move up to the next level this year and rise to the top. And the first one I'd like to mention is Shell Games. And you know, we hear a lot about Shell Games because it seems like anytime there's a new piece of technology, whether it be mixed reality headsets or Hollow Ride, which we're going to talk about in a few days, anytime there's a new technology come out, Jesse Shell is right there waiting to make a new game to demonstrate the new tech. And beyond that, Roots, I mean, we already talked about what a coup it was for them to publish Among Us VR this year, which was an amazing game in its own right.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it just shows you how they're thinking ahead. And I wonder why every dev doesn't want to showcase new technology, especially when there's only like a handful of games out there that use it. You know, wouldn't you want to be one of the few? Because then that means people are going to buy your game. It makes sense to me. And it just shows that it's like Mr. Task running around inventing all these things. There's just certain people that really have their thumb on what they need to do to succeed. And Shell Games is right there.
Absolutely. The VR OG, Jesse Shell and Shell Games, really royalty in the circles that we run.
Yep.
Eric, how could we not talk about Fast Travel Games and the moving and shaking that they've been doing? I mean, they pick up publishing rights to multiple titles this year. They announce a new title of their own in a well-known universe with Stellaris. That they've dropped hints. I mean, Miles is over there right now playing their PSVR 2 game that they've got coming out later this year. When you talk about a company whose profile continues to increase exponentially within the VR influence, I mean, Fast Travel Games is near the top.
Hell yeah. Just, being very, forward, trying to find companies to put out different games, trying to go to a different avenue, maybe just not, produce, make a game, but, go out and find great companies that need a little help getting their games out there. It's a great idea. We talked to Andreas about this a while ago when we had him on, and this was one of the big topics that we talked about. Some smaller developers that need a little help, and Fast Travel stepped in to try and help a lot of them. I think they've probably been one of the ones between them and Dreams that have done the most of that work. So just love this studio.
Yeah, I mean, not only did they release a well-known franchise in the VR this year with Cities VR, but what a coup it was for these guys to pick up Everslot, like one of the best early access titles in VR. Now is getting a standalone version with co-op support. I mean, that's amazing in and of itself.
Hell yeah.
We move along to Vertigo Games, and I don't think there's a busier company in all of VR than Vertigo Games, whether you're talking about their ongoing support of After the Fall and all the new content that they're dropping, or the fact that they're signing publishing deals left and right with for games like Hellsweeper, to name one of many. They're constantly picking up new studios to bring into their fold, signing new publishing deals. As we know from the Oculus Gaming Showcase this past year, they're working on 4 more titles for the Quest ecosystem. I mean, Roots, if we're going to award someone based on the quantity of work that they're doing in VR, then Vertigo Games would have won this hands down, and it wouldn't even be a close second.
Yeah, and they're just plugging away more and more. And I can't wait to see what else they have coming out, especially with after the fall. I think they're not done with it, right? So
No, and we forgot about their location-based stuff.
oh yeah,
They do a ton of location. We didn't talk about that during, and we just completely. I whiffed on it too. But they do a ton of location-based stuff. They own Springboard, which is huge. They just brought after the fall into location-based. They still do Arizona Sunshine in location-based, so they have a ton of stuff going on there too.
Yeah, just an absolute amazing job. It's easy to remember, or I'm sorry, it's easy to forget that Vertigo Games actually themselves were acquired, not this past year, but the year before that, by Koch Media. And I can tell you that the difference that has made has been very notable. There's a reason why Vertigo is doing as much as they are. It's because of the capability that comes from their parent company. So kudos to Vertigo. They continue to be among the class of VR. And I'm sure when we're back here in 12 months, we're going to be talking about them even more so than we already are right now. Eric, I mean, we're getting down to the nitty gritty now. There's only a couple more that really could fit into the winner's slot. So, which one are we going to pick, and which one's going to be the runner-up? Well, let's talk about the runner-up. In Dreams, moving and shaking, making headlines this year through the announcement of their next big title, Ghostbusters: Rise of the Ghost Lord, opening 2 new studios, 2 new divisions of In Dreams, each division focused on its own area of the VR gaming market. But I don't think anything is as exciting to me as the introduction of In Dreams Elevation, which is going to be focused on high-end AAA quality VR experiences. And as we look forward into the onset of the PSVR 2 era, I'm very excited to know that our friends over at In Dreams have multiple games cooking up for the next gen platform.
Hell yeah! Something tells me we'll be talking about them at this time next year for VR Studio of the Year. So good, Jimmy Bowers, just a great guy. Does a great job over there, and they also launched Frack too on PC VR this year too. So
yeah, and again, Frack, one of the best games in terms of like pure quality. There aren't many games better than that one that have come out over the last couple of years. So you're absolutely right. Just quality work. I mean, look at the work they've done in years past. Everything they put out from their studio is just awesome. And then that's not to mention what they've done with Little Cities, which is, an awesome, chill way to hang out and relax in VR. Just absolutely amazing. Kudos to In Dreams on another great year.
Guido said with the $20 super chat says, "This is nowhere enough to show you my gratitude. I love you guys. Thank you for the hard work all year. Honored to be among such a great VR family." The honors are.
Thank you, Guido. Yes, thank you very much for not only your ongoing support, but just for continuing to be here and show up to all this stuff, man. You're awesome. Thank you, Guido.
Guido rocks. You guys are all rock stars out there.
Yeah.
And that brings us, Ruuts, to our winner of the VR Studio / Company of the Year. And was there ever any doubt that after the year that Resolution Games has had, that they would repeat for the second year in a row as VR Studio of the Year? I mean, this group are just nonstop. I mean, when you look at their support for Demio and all the free content that they added into that, they became the first studio this year to kind of do their own VR showcase. Right after the upload kind of dropped the ball with their VR showcase, here comes Resolution showing them how it's done. 20 minutes in and out, banger announcement after banger announcement. We had Ultimex, which launched this year as a free multiplayer title that's highly polished. Blast On Ruuts, even Blast On went free this year with a bunch of new content as well. And that's not even to consider Spatial Ops, their work in mixed reality, which is going to become a more and more prominent thing of their in VR in general. I mean, you talk about VR Studio of the Year, Ruuts. I mean, it's kind of a no contest. Last year and this year, Resolution Games in a league of its own.
I already liked Resolution Games, but my thing is I was kind of torn on who to vote for. But I had a special guest whisper in my ear, and she told me you need to pick Resolution Games because of Demio specifically. And she was saying she wanted to help give away some possibly some copies of said game.
What?
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. Oh,
Her?
there she
There
is.
she is.
Oh, you know she's a Demio player. You know
Yeah.
she is.
Yeah, it's one of her favorite things. Apparently, did you know that?
Yeah, I
Oh,
did
yeah.
not know that, but I know that she
You
loves
win a
it.
Demio. You win a Demio, and you win a Demio, but not you, because we only have 2 copies of Demio to give away, courtesy of our friends at Resolution Games. So here's the deal. We have 2 copies. We have 1 Steam copy. We have 1 Quest/Oculus copy. Of course, cross-buy is enabled. If you win the Oculus copy, you can play it on your Rift, or you can play it on your Quest. If you win the Steam copy, you can play it in VR, or you can play it on your desktop. Because Eric, one of the things we didn't mention about Demio support this year is the fact that you don't even have to play it in VR. You can play it flat too.
Hell yeah. And if you got a Quest Pro, you can play it in AR, like on a tabletop, which is
That's
freaking
cool. Yeah, that's
Hell
really
yeah,
cool.
man.
Yeah, just amazing work. The nonstop updates and support that Resolution gives to their games.
Awesome Tatum says Oprah plays with Tom Cruise on Demio, and I don't doubt it.
That's what I
Raider,
heard.
Raider Run says if you win this game, he will play it with whoever the winner is.
Radio Run, Idaho.
Don't die. Don't die, Radio.
Yeah,
Don't
you
die.
hear that? Don't die.
Anyway, so again, you guys know how it works. I'm going to ask a question. The first one to answer it in my chat will win a copy on the platform of their choice, Quest or Steam. And the copy that we don't give away here right now, we will give away in 2 weeks as a part of our second chance drawing. So the question is as follows. Demio is known for its extensive and ever-growing cast of characters, whether you're talking about characters that you can play as or non-playable characters. The first person to name one of these characters on either side of the aisle will win a copy of Demio on the platform of your choice.
Either side of the aisle, huh? Left or right?
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking different aisle. I gotcha.
Enemies, playable characters, non-playable
Oh, I
characters.
gotcha.
It could even be what's his name's wife. Remember the guy?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
What was-
you
what-
can name his wife.
Oh, yeah. Or him, either, probably.
Tom
know.
Flesh Eater
Becker,
Gaming says thank
I
you
wanna
guys
say-
for. Oh, go ahead.
I want to say his name was John Becker. Does that sound right?
It could be John Pecker. Yeah, I think that was
John
Becker.
Becker.
Becker, that does sound right actually for some reason.
You know who else likes John's Pecker?
Mash Daddy. Sorry, dude, man.
He does? Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait, can I ask you a question? Is you just tired, just getting late, or did you really do that one?
No, it is the second slot of buttons is the same button as my mom.
It just happened to be me. Why couldn't it have been radio front?
It could have been this one. Cool. Because that's the same slot. Those 3.
I didn't know that about you, Eric. Like we're learning.
Well,
After we get past the 10-hour mark, we start to learn things about one another.
Get a
don't
little
we?
punchy.
things start coming out.
I do want to
Hell
say,
yeah.
Tom Flesh Eater Gaming, $10 super chat. Thank you guys for the dedication to VR and the community. Much love to you guys and all the VR fam. Very honored, and we're honored as well.
Oh, yeah,
Much
thank
love
you,
to
man.
you, Tom.
Thank you
Yeah,
for the
thank you
sentiments.
so
That's
much.
awesome.
Yeah, thank you so much. And congratulations to London Roads,
Oh,
who
wow.
just won a copy of Demio, either on Steam or Quest. You know what to do. Hit me up on Discord tomorrow, and we'll get you your game. Anyway, let's move right along. We're getting down to the nitty gritty now, guys. Only a few categories left. We have another intermission coming in hot as we get down to the games of the year. And this next category is one of the games of the year. It's the early access game of the year. And Ruuts, year in and year out, some of the better games that we see doing this award show turn out to be early access games.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just shows you, I mean, there's nothing wrong with early access. It's great for developers if they actually follow through. it's one of those weird things where you just never know. I mean, certain studios start to get a reputation for good or bad, but yeah, I mean, some of the best games, you gotta have to put it out there and let people pay for it, and then you fix it as it goes along or add to it, and it's super cool.
Yeah, and certainly holds this year to be true that some of the better games on PC were early access titles, and that's what this category is all about. First of all, Eric, you've already said a great deal about how impressed you were with VR and the event that they put on recently down in Florida.
Yeah, I mean, super cool. I mean, they're to get this development team has it together. They know what they're doing. Went by, saw their studios. They're committed to this game. I believe that they're working on putting it. I know that they're working on it. I believe they will get it to the Quest here at some point. And that will definitely help things when you get more players involved. It'll get more people in. It'll be great. But there's going to be a lot to come from Veil this year with events and I think some more stuff, in-game stuff.
Absolutely. One of the more popular games in early access this year. You would think it was a finished product and a success the way that people talk about it, but they're just getting started. Ruuts, we just spoke at length about Requisition VR and what an incredible feat it is from a studio like Arcadia to kind of innovate with the gameplay mechanics the way that they have done in this game.
Yeah, it's super cool, and you don't have any game that's really like this that's out there. And so so far, what I've seen, I like, and I can't wait to see how far what it turns into.
Yeah, it's already an awesome game, and it's only getting better and more polished as time goes on. Eric, much like with Requisition, we just spent a good deal of time talking about Wandering in Space and how they continue to polish and polish and polish and polish and polish this game. And as it stands today, it is a very good, very deserving nominee for this category.
Yep, I mean, so much so that we need to get back in there soon to check out what they've changed, because it hasn't really been that long, but they've changed quite a bit even just since in that little bit of time. So yeah, for sure.
Wandering Space, an excellent title. Congrats again to the ones that won a copy of it a moment ago. I'm pretty sure you're going to be pleased when you get in the headset. Ruuts, The Living Remain is kind of that sequel to Arizona Sunshine that we all wanted, but never got. And in many ways, a more polished and a more fun experience on a single player level than even a classic like Arizona Sunshine. The Living Remain, one of the better releases in PCVR this year, let alone early access.
Yeah, I mean, if you had to press me when I first played it, it'd be hard to say, yeah, this is totally early access. It's really polished and very good. And again, just like the other one, I can't wait to see where this is leading. Great story.
Super fun zombie shooter. It's a tried and true recipe in VR, and as long as you have a competent dev team, it works every time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But again, some amazing nominees, but there can only be one winner. And Eric, how could we choose anyone else other than Paradox of Hope? This game is the definition of an early access game. It is a work in progress. But the level that they've got done, they're actually getting ready to drop another brand new level for it. Plus the endless game mode that they've got going on, like the endless mode, just super fun as it stands today. And I think that this game wins the award just on potential alone, because if this game fulfills the potential it has, we might be talking about this one day as a Game of the Year nominee.
It's very possible. This is probably out of all these games, this is the one I'm most looking forward to see what else they bring this year for this game, because I think when this game is done, exactly what you said, it could be one of the best games that we play.
Yeah, and Ruuts, as fun as it is and as challenging as it is as a shooter, this game is just as scary as it is action-packed.
Yeah, it's scary in a lot of different ways, but it's hard to get a game where you actually have jump scares anymore, because you just get so desensitized. But this game is not one of those ones you have to worry about not getting them. This is one that you pretty much are going to get. Radio Runt, you probably shouldn't go on this one. All the ones you don't want to go into, this is it.
Yep.
But what do you think about Scion? Do you think he'd enjoy it? Because on one hand, he loves this type of gameplay loop. It's very similar in many ways to Into the Radius, but at the same time, there are monsters in there, bro. Scary monsters.
I'd love to see him stream it. That'd be fun.
He just doesn't like zombies, right? He doesn't because this is monsters and Into the Radius, so he should be able to play this.
Yeah, you're
That's
good.
true.
You're good,
It's
bro.
very true. Very true.
He'd love it. I think he would love this game.
Anyway, an absolute masterpiece of an early access title. Hopefully, we see it come to fruition from Monkey with a Bomb. Paradox of Hope, just an amazing game, and hopefully, a few more of you are going to get to enjoy playing it as we have another appearance from Oprah. It's Christmas, guys. Oprah giving away all the best games this year.
Yeah, she is just going
Love Oprah.
out of control. Look at her. She's screaming.
Oh, yeah. Giveaway from Oprah. We have 3 copies of Paradox of Hope. We're going to give away 2 to the chat right now. And we're going to hold 1 back for that second chance drawing. So if you're watching this after the fact, you know what to do. Leave a comment down below that says Paradox of Hope, and we might pick you when we draw second chance winners in 2 weeks' time.
Here you go, Cyan. This is your chance. Get in there. Come on, you can do it. He said monsters are fine, just no zombies. Let's go.
There you go. Get in there, bro.
Get your Google ready for this question.
Yeah. Let's see you win this game right now. And you guys know what to do. I'm going to ask a question. The first 2 on my screen to answer the question correctly will win a copy of Paradox of Hope on Steam. The question is as follows. Paradox of Hope is a well-known title in the PC VR sphere, and it often draws comparisons to another flat game. Name that flat game to win a copy of Paradox of Hope right now.
Good question. Cyan.
It is a good question. If you've been paying attention, though, it's an easy answer because I think
everyone knows what Paradox of Hope is trying to be like. So, yeah.
And I think we've said it a few times too.
We have Hussein X and Scion coming through with the win. Congratulations.
Heck yeah.
Hussein X and Scion. Congratulations, gentlemen. You have just won an excellent early access VR game. You're going to dig it, Scion. It's got that same kind of repetitive, go out into the world, do what you can, come back, go to the store, re-up your equipment, lather, rinse, and repeat that you're going to be very familiar with from Into the Radius. So look forward to getting your thoughts on this one. And again, a new level coming for this one any day now. So about to get a whole lot better. All right, so that brings us to our final pre-recorded segment. And what that means is that we finally have arrived at the games of the year. That's all that's left, folks. PSVR game of the year, Quest game of the year, PC game of the year, and overall game of the year. That's what we have left. And how could we give away a PSVR game of the year award without discussing it with my brother from the East Coast, my Without Parole co-host, Bryan Paul, joining us once again for the second year in a row on our final pre-recorded segment of the day. Let's go ahead and throw it on over there one more time to the past versions of ourselves, and we'll meet you back here in just a few minutes to wrap this show up. All right, so here we are getting down to the nitty gritty, getting down to the most important awards, assuming that any of our awards are considered important by anyone, which they aren't. We're getting down to, it's time to talk about the games of the year. And how could we have a discussion about the PlayStation VR game of the year without bringing in our PSVR expert, my brother on the other side of, well, I guess you're not that far from me, are you, Bryan? My brother from another mother, Bryan Paul. Thank you for hanging out and doing this with us again this year, man. Super cool.
Hey, man, you get down to the nitty and the gritty. You need to bring me in because I am both nitty and gritty.
The grittiest you are.
Super gritty.
So
anyway,
since Brian's coming on your show, is today Bri Day instead of West Day?
Yes.
Oh. See how we did that?
Yeah, see?
Let's leave that. Can we please leave that shit where it belongs? In the gutter, aka my channel.
It's 1Y Friday.
There you go. I like it.
Anyway, Bryan, I guess before we get started, I mean, let's just talk about it for a minute. Exciting times for us, right? Here we sit at the precipice. At the end, I feel like we've been like wandering through the desert for 2 years now, and like Moses, Jim Ryan has appeared to show us the way. We're almost there, right? Like about a month away now.
Yeah, I mean, if everything goes as according to plan, we have been waiting for this for a really, really, really long time. And as far as I'm concerned, this is the biggest thing to happen to VR since PSVR 1, or at least the thing that excites me most. So, yeah, man, we're finally here. And it almost seems unbelievable, right? Because, as you said, it felt like we were walking through the desert. There's no way I thought we were going to... I thought it was going to be a year of the desert, and it turned out to be 2 years of the desert. And we did not bring enough water to carry us through.
Yeah, it's been a hell of a year too. It's been a great year in many ways, but in other ways, we've just been in a holding pattern. I mean, I've been on without parole now for almost a year, and I'm sure you brought me in with full anticipation that we would be covering PSVR 2 at some point this year, and it didn't quite work out that way. But I got to say, we've got plenty of practice in now, and we've built a rapport, and I feel like things kind of worked out the way that they were supposed to, right?
100% agree. 100% agree. It's if you and I can carry a show with no news to talk about, imagine what's going to happen when we actually have things to talk about.
We're going to fall apart. We're going to fall apart when we have things to talk about. We're not going to know what to do.
Right?
You're both just be so excited. You're just going to look at each other and just kind of like smile and giggle.
Well, here's what's going to happen is that we're not going to want to do a show at all. We're going to just want to be playing these games.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Gamescast is going to get in the way of us having fun. So
just cancel it now. Just say, look, we're taking the whole month of February and March off.
Yeah, that'd be great. I wish I could at least do that with my job, but we'll see. Maybe I'll get fired.
I'm hoping to get fired. I can't wait.
Anyway, we're going to get to the PSVR game of the year, but I thought we should talk about some other stuff first because if we're talking about PSVR in 2022, it's going to be a rather short conversation. So we're going to do another award first. We're going to give away some stuff, some really cool giveaways coming up for the Game Cats there. So hopefully we have a few in the audience. But let's start by revisiting an old award, one that we fondly call the Hello Games Award for the best ongoing support of a VR game. And I kind of feel like this is one of the bigger things from this past year. We didn't get a whole lot of new games. We didn't get anything with any kind of money behind it, but some of the best games from previous years received some really good support this year and kind of kept us afloat. So this is really kind of, again, if we want to talk about how important the awards are, this is one of the more important ones from the aspect of, a gamer this year, having stuff to play. Again, for those of you who may be tuning in late, let's quickly go over our selection process for the award winners. We didn't pick these winners, not directly. Okay, so we met with our patrons. Everyone gets an equal vote, which means that this isn't my favorite game or Ruuts or Eric's favorite game. Bryan didn't even Bryan got a vote with the general public. We did polls. The general public gets a vote, so Bryan voted there. And then our patrons each get a vote. So if we don't pick the one you think should have won, sorry.
It's not our fault.
We only have so much control over that, right? Anyway, let's talk about some of these nominees. I feel like if we're talking about great ongoing support, we should kick it off with one of Bryan's favorite games, After the Fall by Vertigo Games. Bryan, I know you're not the biggest fan of the gameplay loop in this game, but you must admit they have put a lot of time and effort into updating this, especially on PSVR. There's a lot of new content that's came down this year, and quite frankly, it was unplayable at launch on PSVR. So the fact that it's as good as it is now is a testament to their hard work.
Yeah, dude, credit where credit's due. These guys have been pushing and pushing and pushing, and new maps and new modes and new weapons, and so this has become a game that I quickly abandoned on PSVR 1 and only jumped in anytime there was an update, and now am actually sort of looking forward to playing on PSVR 2 with all the upgrades and hopefully playing at least like a high-end PC version of the game. Looking forward to see what they do with like the new controls and adaptive triggers and haptics in the headset, all that. I'm ready to give it another chance. So
Wouldn't it be something if it launched on PSVR 2 just like on PSVR 1? And you
All
go
the
in there, you
controls are
try
backwards.
yeah, you try to upgrade your gun, and your gun just flies off of the rack.
yeah, I mean, this is still the Arizona Sunshine team. Like that wouldn't surprise me even in the slightest.
That's a good point. Eric, I don't know if it was supposed to be day and date with the PSVR 1 launch, but when they were, or with the PSVR 2 launch, rather, but when they were advertising their PSVR 2 complete edition of this game, they're advertising a lot of new content, 2 new levels, a bunch of new weapons and stuff. I'm kind of looking forward to having something else to do in this game, as we've, at this point, thoroughly played it inside and out. How excited are you for the new stuff?
I'm super excited. I'm the opposite of Brian. I absolutely love this game. One of my favorite games of all time. Probably, it could be my favorite game. I don't even care about VR flat. This could be my all-time favorite game ever. And it's just the game itself that I love. And I didn't have the jank with PlayStation. That was one console I actually didn't play it on. I've played it on Quest standalone. I've played it on Steam. And I've played it on Pico. And I love every one of them. Every one of them is great. I've got tons of hours in it. I like starting over and rebuilding my entire arsenal from scratch. And I'll do it again when the PlayStation VR 2 comes out, because it's going to be freaking amazing, man. And I cannot wait to get it with these haptics that the PSVR 2 is going to have, the fidelity that headset's going to have. And I'm hoping against hope, please, Vertigo, get your shit together and have a good launch. The PlayStation VR 2 needs it. Please, please. It can do it.
I think the haptics are one of the things I'm most looking forward to, because I feel like the weapons are so well done in this game that that will really add a lot to the immersion and the experience. Now, with that said, I am a bit bummed, moving from one generation of PSVR 2 to the next, that we are losing the aim controller, which is the cool thing. It's the reason to play PSVR. The PSVR version of this game over something like, say, the Quest. Not only is it a better looking game on the PlayStation VR 1, but you get that awesome peripheral that you get to play it with. Anyway,
I do agree with you that the PSVR version looks better than the Quest. Actually, the first time I played this was on Quest 2 because they didn't have PSVR keys prior to launch. So I played through it on Quest 2 first. I play this with the moves. The aim controller works great, but I just prefer having 2 hands in this game. So definitely looking forward to the Sense Control update.
You think we're going to get a gun stock? I don't think they're going to do an aim 2 at this point. Like, I hope they do. I hope I'm wrong about that.
Same.
You think we're going to get a gun stock style peripheral for our Sense controllers?
I don't know, man. I mean, the aim controller was great because games were designed with the aim controller in mind, right? And I can't see a gun stock peripheral like giving you the same thing that you would get from a game designed for the aim controller.
You won't have to shake it though. You know what I mean?
True.
So that'll be kind of good.
Wasn't that half the fun?
Not for me.
Hey, playing Firewall and you're just like camping and like you're just slowly drifting off to the left. Shake. It's like you plan the shakes around when you think the guy's going to show up.
Yeah, it's just part of it. And it got to the point where, like, even when I was playing games that I didn't have to shake it out so much, I just did it out of habit. Like,
yeah, just in case.
Like I have this trauma, this PTSD, where I have to shake it out all the time.
I don't know if Sony will do a gun stock, but I know that Tass and Mr. Tass and a whole bunch of other people will provide something. So it might take a little bit, but there'll be something that'll help, and it does help. Having even a mini gun stock really helps in the in that kind of stuff. So
yeah, it's weird, man, because this is something that we obviously want. Aim controller was so awesome. I want to see games that are kind of built around that sort of peripheral. But when I try to picture it in my head, having used those controllers now and thinking about the way they're shaped and the way they're made, I have a hard time envisioning a way for that to work. I'm sure some creative guy will come up with a way to make those controllers fit into a gun stock. But these aren't your Quest controllers with the open bottom hilt that you can just slide down in something. The people who create a gun stock for this are going to have to be very creative, come up with a way to kind of strap the controllers to a stock. And it'll be, if this ends up happening, I'm quite sure it's going to be something very different than anything we've seen before.
They did it with the index controllers, which those are really hard to do too, and they had to come up with like really weird ways to do it there, and they made it work. So I think they'll figure something out. They'll have some type of cup that it'll sit inside of with a Velcro strap or something. Just we got to have somebody do it well. You know what I mean? Because there's going to be a lot of shitty ones, I guarantee it.
Anyway, after the fall, definitely a deserving nominee. Tons of work gone into this game ever since launch, and definitely one of the best supported games in VR today. But Ruuts, as we move on to the next nominee, I don't know if I've ever seen a game outside of No Man's Sky that has received the same kind of ongoing support that Into the Radius has received. I mean, you remember what this game was like when we first started playing it. When it was in beta, it was garbage town, man. It was not great at all. And they have scrapped it and restarted over so many times at this point and reinvented the game, keeping the core elements as they go along. And they've turned this game from one of the worst games I've ever played to one of the best games I've ever played. And it's a relatively small team over there. So this year, when Into the Radius hit Quest, knowing how this game's been supported in years past, I wasn't surprised at all that this game turned out as good as it has. It really is a testament to the talent that they've got going on over there, and certainly a deserving nominee.
Yeah, it definitely was not a shock. What was a shock, and Eric even alluded to this in the past, like they made it better. Like this version, when they made the Quest version, the game became even better than it was, which is now on the PC version as well. But like, I think what shocked me is that this didn't win, or at least, theoretically.
Right.
So I don't know.
Well,
man.
again, we don't pick the winners, right? We all had our own votes. And I'm sure, at this point in the show, this has been a recurring theme. We didn't pick the winners, folks. We just gave our 2 cents, right?
Yeah, but it is an amazing game, and I'm not even a stalker type of person as far as the game goes, and I just don't. I actually like this game. So
yeah, you often go on and on about how games in VR need to have more depth. This game has it in droves. This is a very deep, very long game, a game that can really suck you in for months. There's so much going on here, and it is not easy. There's a lot of challenge going on here too.
You know who else likes to suck you in for months?
My mom!
There we go.
Months and months and months.
This is why I'm here.
Eric, Into the Radius. We just talked about uncommon depth with this game, but it wasn't always the most accessible thing. And I feel like some of the biggest strides that they've made with the support of this game is making it more palatable for new players. Now, don't get me wrong. It's still very challenging. It's still a lot to take in. But I feel like the game in its current state on Oculus Quest is something that, a fan of FPS games is going to be able to pick up and actually be able to play now versus the way it was a year ago.
Yeah, Ruuts said it. It's very rare that you see a port from PC to Quest that makes it better. Usually it's a downgrade either graphically or they can't put everything in there that they wanted to from the main game. But I think by having to do some of that, they made the game way more accessible. This game was daunting. Just getting through the initial tutorial on the PC version was enough to have people nope out super fast. Like the tutorial was over an hour long. And it was it was hard to do, and it was a ton of jank, and you just didn't want to get through it. And I think because they had to make some changes to get it on the Quest, those changes made a positive effect from the PC version. So now the PC version has really, really benefited from the Quest version. It doesn't happen very, very often, and usually we're complaining about it, but this is one time where it did help.
Yeah, and this game just got another update. And I don't doubt that within the next 2 months, it'll probably be at version 3.0. Whenever, actually, I would, Bryan, have we had Into the Radius confirmed for PSVR 2 yet? I'm not sure about that.
Not to my knowledge, no. But I am watching this footage intently.
I would be shocked if it doesn't go.
Very curious. Who's the developer on this?
Shit, I always forget. Electronic Arts is the publisher. What's the name of the dev, Eric? All right,
I always forget too.
I know the guy's name. I know the Kostya, he's my guy from there. CM Games.
There you go. Yeah.
But it's published by Electronic Arts, so it has a big publisher behind it, a lot of money. That's why they're able to keep working on it the way that they have.
I would be shocked if this isn't a PSVR 2 game at some point. Maybe even around launch, or within the first quarter or so after launch.
Yeah, I would be surprised, shocked. I agree. I fully expect this to be a PSVR 2 game, and I expect it'll be a different game all over again when it comes to PSVR 2. They'll turn it upside down and reconfigure it the way that they have time and time again up to this point. But Bryan, as we move along, we now get into the realm of talking about our friends, as we're going to talk a little bit about Sin Studio and what they've done with Swordsman VR. Obviously, not a game for everyone. Not all of us like to do the, just a pure melee combat sword fighting game. But they've done a lot to add in, more and more RPG style elements to it. The pretty big update to the enemy AI early in the year. That really added a lot of more challenge to the game. It was really kind of simple the way it was before, but that enemy AI update made it a lot more difficult to progress through the game. And then even recently with the addition of the boss weapons and all kinds of new aspects like that, certainly a game that deserves to be talked about among the well-supported of 2022, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree, man. It's like this game sold really, really well. Obviously, it keeps showing up on the top 10 PSVR, sales of the month, whatever, on the PlayStation blog whenever they post those. And so they very well could have just abandoned this thing and let the sales just keep rolling in and not worry about anything. Go work on their next game. It's generally what Sin Studio had done in the past. It's like Wraith and Perfect Sniper and Warzone, which we don't really talk about, I guess. And it's out and then it's over. And this has been nonstop. And to seeing what they've done, the predictive AI is something that I've never heard any other developer ever talk about when it comes to like updates for their game. To say, hey, our AI now can anticipate what your next move is and react to that. In a sword fighting game like this, it goes from something that you feel like you're just fighting training dummies from start to finish to being like, this could be potentially another human opponent because that's how they're reacting. This was a huge update. Not to mention the fact that they redid all the animations with full-fledged motion capture. So I mean, they just took the ball and ran with it.
Yeah, I agreed. And when they first started doing the big updates earlier in the year, we did like a back-to-back. So I still had like the old version of the game on my hard drive. So we streamed that. And I was literally walking forward with my sword, just sticking forward and walking into the enemies and killing them. And then we did the update, and it was like night and day difference. And, as someone who's a fan of, combat sports, I recognize things in the behavior of the enemies, things that I've recognized in world-class fighters, the way that they move their feet, the way that they move their head. So definitely you can tell that these guys did their homework. Eric, I know you've got to work a lot with Sin Studio over the last few months. I think if I could put it all into one word, their attitude towards supporting this game, it's got to be dedication, right? These guys are dedicated to making this game better.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I love their studio. All the guys there I've had a chance to work with for the past 6 months, and they're constantly working on this game. Alec and Almir, they're always looking to figure out how they want to make it better. It's not about trying to figure out what the next game is. So a lot of these development studios, they're like, okay, there's our game, we're done, we're gonna move on to the next one, we're out of here. They're not. They want to perfect this game so that when they do leave it, they can leave it in great shape where people will be able to play it for years from now. And they've done that. They've already probably done that, but they're not done yet. They're still working on it. They're still fixing it. You're gonna see stuff all the time. They do updates, patches. They do little certain things will pop into the game from time to time just to keep people involved with it. So yeah, they're just a great studio. I can't wait to see what they're going to have in store for PSVR 2. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, we've heard some whispers about what they're planning on doing, and it is exciting. It's more movement in the right direction is what I would say. with regards to the plans for this game. And I agree. I agree. I'm quite excited to see what the next gen is going to bring for this game and this franchise.
In the studio.
And the studio,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I think what Bryan said is the biggest thing, and the AI being so smart and actually thinking ahead to kind of go against what your art play style is, right? It's gonna, how you approach it is never going to really dumb down their. It's actually gonna make, they're gonna change with you. So I think that's really good, you know.
Well, AI in general as a science is advancing very quickly, and I think the next big shift in video games, not just VR games, but the next big shift in video games is going to be spurred on by AI. And I don't think we're that far from that. I think within the next few years, it's going to have a profound impact on gaming in general. Anyway, Ruuts, how could we talk about the Hello Games Award without recognizing all of the great updates, the nonstop content updates that come to No Man's Sky? I mean, you know, we say it, they're the perennial winner by us naming this award after them. We just kind of, you know, put them aside. They're the winner, okay? Somebody else has to win. You guys are the winner. We understand. You support your game like no other. But we have to talk about it, man. They've had another handful of major updates. They pretty much allow you to play this game now any way that you want. You can configure No Man's Sky to your own gameplay style now. There's tons of more new content this year, just like there has been every year in the past. And you talk about wanting depth in a game. This is too much for me, bro. Like, I can't. This game is a lifestyle, and I just don't have time for it.
It was a relationship. You got to get involved with this one.
It was too much when it wasn't even too much. Like, you know what I mean? And that was one of the jokes that we always said is like, okay, is it going to get us into back into No Man's Sky, you know, this new update? And it's like every update for me becomes more and more daunting. But I think I need to go back into this game because there's so much there. I know that I built my ship and I took off and I flew to another planet and then I stopped. And I was like this is when the game starts, right? Like, so I think I need to check it back out.
Bryan, I think we're going to need to heavily rely upon AJ over the next year just to keep us informed on what's going on with No Man's Sky on PlayStation VR 2.
Yeah, I'm going to have to hire him to do the review because there's no way I'm going to ever get around to it. And it's crazy, right? Like, we're here we are talking about No Man's Sky is one of the best games with consistent support from the developers over the course of the last year, and we're not even talking about the PlayStation VR 2 version yet. That'll be something you guys talk about on next year's show, right? And so to constantly give the support at no charge to the player. I mean, it's just tons and tons of hours and hours of new expeditions and content and new ways to play, and new events, and then on top of that, updating it for PlayStation VR 2 and just never charging. I can only imagine how well this thing must be selling if they're not ever charging for any of these updates. They absolutely could have said, we've been giving you all this stuff for free for so long. We're going to charge you for $10 for the PSVR 2 upgrade. And no one would have batted an eye. They would have been like, absolutely, like that's absolutely worth it. We will give you our money. And they're just not doing that. So I don't know if it's because, you know, it's partially funded by Sony or they're just, you know, doing crazy numbers sales wise. But whatever it is, it feels really generous.
Yeah. And you remember when PlayStation 5 came out and we were all expecting that our PSVR Gen 1 titles were all going to get this big visual update. And we were sorely disappointed in most cases, but kudos to Hello Games being who they are, that they made a big jump in visuals from PS4 Pro to PS5. And I think they deserve credit for that.
Yeah, they did not have to do that, but they did.
I just think it's crazy that any developer wouldn't want to utilize the hardware, especially when PS5 first came out, like to be one of those games that's like, we actually did it. This is a reason to buy our game and see the updated graphics. And it, like Wes said, we saw so many games just kind of not do that. It just baffles me. But I guess it costs money and it costs time, and Hello Games doesn't worry about either, because they started as a meme of what are you going to do with your No Man's Sky refund, to being one of the best games, not only flat but VR as well. So
Yeah, they certainly deserve their place at the top of this award every year. And I felt we would have been remiss by not pointing that out once again, that these guys are the cream of the crop. Cream of the cock? No,
Well,
they're not the cream
I'm
of the
sorry,
crop.
what?
you know who else loves
Wake
the
up,
cream of the
Eric.
cock?
Pay attention.
I had to come back in there. I'm not sure what you were going to say there, but I do agree that they did do some special stuff this year, and they actually got all three of us back in this year.
Yeah.
Like, we actually covered it again, and I spent probably the longest time. I didn't even get to that far as Ruuts got, with this game originally. And I spent probably about another 15 hours or so in it this year just because we covered it again on the show. And it was freaking awesome. I loved it.
And they earned that. We went back into it and covered it because we wanted to. And to make me want to play this game is no small feat, because, again, I'm completely intimidated by it. And, I don't want to start down the whole path of critiquing No Man's Sky again. Everyone knows what my problems are with the game. But it certainly isn't support. It certainly isn't a lack of content. There's more here than probably any other VR game. So kudos to Hello Games. Anyway, Eric, how could we have a discussion about ongoing support without talking about what Walkabout Mini Golf did this year? Of course, a very simple concept for a game, a casual party game, the type of game that the Quest platform has become known for, but they really kind of took it to another level this year by bringing in strategic partnerships, entertainment platforms from years past that we all know and love, bringing in that nostalgia factor. This game was missing something, and I think they did a very good job bringing in things like Labyrinth, bringing in things like 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, bringing in things like Myst, and giving us something else other than a cool hangout time with our friends. Certainly a well-deserved nominee here.
Yeah, I mean, this is still one of the best multiplayer games that you will find that people constantly play and want to get in and group up and get as many people as they can. And they brought a lot more people in just by grabbing some licensing, grab some Hollywood or some books or whatever, and they just gave you the idea that anything is possible here, right? Like, they gave us Labyrinth, they gave us 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, they gave us Myst. And what do we all talk about when we do these things? Wow, when are they going to do this? When are they going to do that? I mean, I'm constantly thinking about what are they going to do for this next year, because we're always talking about, all right, when's the Back to the Future course coming? When is the Star Wars course coming? So by doing these things, it's such a smart way to do these things. It keeps them relevant and keeps you thinking about it. And they don't charge much for these things. Is it $2.99? I think they charge
$3.99 now.
$3.99.
Still,
it's still a great deal. They give you 18 holes of golf. Daytime, nighttime, and the nighttime course is completely different than the daytime course. It's way more challenging. Things change, and the courses themselves are super. I mean, the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea course is probably it probably is my favorite course. There's so much going on in the ship. Just getting outside of it and looking around with your head and looking inside the ship and seeing what's going on with the squid and everything. It's just amazing. And every year they're probably going to be in this category because I can see them continuing this. I don't think we're going to see them slow down at all in 2023.
Ruuts, we often talk when we talk about these, these casual style party games on Quest. We kind of treat them with a little bit of disdain because they get old really quickly. I think one of the biggest testaments to this game is its staying power and the fact that we keep going back into it, and there's always something new. There's always something there to keep it fresh.
Yeah. Not only is it all the different courses, but they nailed. I mean, I love mini golf, and this feels like real mini golf, especially with a stock like the Mr. Task stock or whatever it's called. It makes me feel like I'm really playing mini golf, right? And so that alone, and then the price is $3.99. It's going up, so maybe we will start seeing some Star Wars or some of these bigger IPs. But even at that, I've never bought one, but I've played all the courses because they're so good to let you, like, only one person has to own it, out of all the people playing. So you don't, they're not like a lot of games would be like, you don't get to play it unless you buy it, and they're not that way. So I 100% support them charging because it costs money to make these, and they're doing it in the right way, in my opinion, in every way. So
you said
Bryan, I'm sorry,
yeah.
go ahead.
I was going to say, Ruuts said it's, he likes mini golf, and it just feels like mini golf. I went mini golfing over the summer, and I was like, I'm going to be so good at real mini golf because I've been playing so much walkabout, and I've got to say, I like the feel of walkabout better than real mini golf. Like, I feel like the physics are better in the game than they are in real life.
Reality sucks.
There's just something more predictable about it, and having, and then there's always like a group of people standing behind you in real life that's like waiting for you and your group to like get through the hole, and it feels rushed, and you don't get to like hang out and enjoy yourself. With walkabout, I mean, there are moments where we're just hanging out, shooting the shit, having a conversation, and no one is putting, and you're like, listen, I'm enjoying hanging out, but like, let's move this along. Like, let's make sure that everyone, when it's your turn, you're playing, because I don't want to be here for 4 hours. But that's exactly what happens. Though. You don't have to worry about somebody pushing you along. So you really do just get to hang out and enjoy your time with your friends. And I actually think that the course designs, was this the same year that El Dorado course came out? Was that this year?
I want to say no, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
Because El Dorado is like probably my favorite course. I've been playing this thing for since it came out, and I think El Dorado is one of the best designed courses, one of the best looking courses, and of course maybe 20,000 Leagues came along and like superseded that. It's a beautiful course for the limitations of the hardware, but the course designs are so great, and I actually like things like El Dorado better than even Labyrinth. I feel like Labyrinth was kind of like bloated and like, I don't know, lost some of the fun for me. But 20,000 Leagues and El Dorado are just almost perfection in my book. I love the secrets. I love that they give you an opportunity to say, I'm just shoot off of the course, shoot away from where you're supposed to be putting, and go bounce off this concrete over here and maybe get it over to the hole in one, rather than going all the way around. Like they give you all of these opportunities to cheat, but it's super risky to cheat, and so you might end up losing just as many balls cheating. And so I don't know, man, like there's always like this risk reward factor, and like watching your friends do the dangerous thing while you play the safe thing, and you're always trying to figure out who's going to come out ahead. There's just like this inherent excitement about playing each hole, and I'm constantly hitting whatever button it is to check out the scoreboard, trying not to act competitively with my friends, but secretly being like, am I still in the lead? I hope I'm still in the lead, right? It's just like this whole thing where it's like, yeah, it's a casual hangout, have fun game, but I fucking want to win, like so bad.
I've seen Wes screw himself so many times, because he's one of those people that he will always try to get that hole. He's looking, okay, how can I get the hole in one? And by the way, it did come out June 2nd of 2022, so it's only been 7 months. So, but yeah,
I would not have said that. I would have thought that was at least a year older.
Yeah, I was thinking it was like toward the end of last year, but that shows what we know.
Think about how many courses they released this year. Then
so many.
That's crazy.
This game's better than After the Fall.
Yes.
Well,
this is one of the best games ever made. It's one of the best VR games ever made.
I agree.
Like, I'm just gonna repeat all the things you said about After the Fall and switch in, walkabout mini golf. If we get it on PSVR 2, I'm gonna be a happy camper.
Why isn't it yet? Why wasn't it on PSVR 1? I don't get it.
Probably because they were smart, because nothing sold on PSVR 1 in the last 2 years.
This game might have been game one that did, though. I mean, it's tough to get people to get their PSVR 1s out of the closet. I get it. If you packed it away and you're like, I'm waiting, I get it. But this is a game that may have pulled some people out.
Yeah.
It's one of those games that move controllers seem to make sense for, right?
Yeah,
like
right,
one
exactly.
Move, that's perfect. Yeah. It's like this and What the Bat. Never more perfect.
Okay. One thing I will say about this game over After the Fall, I've never gone into this game and not been able to play it because of jank and weird stuff. That was my biggest gripe with After the Fall, is like, as much as they updated it, it's because they broke it. And so, like, that's one thing I'm hoping for 2023 for After the Fall, is that they figure out how to not break the game when they update, because that's, even Eric for a while there was like, I can't even play this game anymore.
It's still broken. It's still broken. There's still stuff we're waiting on for months for them to fix. It's still not fixed.
Yeah.
Before we move on from Walkabout, I do need to say, like, we talked about the courses that they added, but we didn't even talk about the fact that they upped the maximum player count that you can play with friends online from 5 to 8, right? And talk about a 4-hour game. If you got 8 people in there playing a round of 18 holes. You could be there all day. But it's great because I always felt like we were leaving somebody out when we got a game together.
Right.
There's always one person that was like, oh, I tried to join, but the room was full. And now that never happens, right? Because we don't want more than 8 because it would take forever. So I'm really, really happy that they keep, it's not just the courses, it's everything.
And the structure of the game is made, it's friendly to large groups because you can have someone drop out and they can come back in and pick up where they left off. They can catch up, go through all their holes that they missed while people moved away. Even the host can drop out, but that doesn't end the game. Everyone gets to keep moving along. And I think that's deserves to be complimented because that's not usually the case. And
it's a game that if you don't have the best internet, you can still play it. Like I've watched Guido play and with his internet, and he, even though to us it looks like it's a little bit weird, he never has any issues because I don't know, everything they did in this game, everything they're doing, I think is great, and this is why they're up on this list.
Was the new practice area in driving range?
Yep.
That was this year too.
Yeah, that was
wasn't
all.
it?
They changed that whole lobby. They added all that stuff. Yep.
Yeah, insane. This game's completely different than it was when it launched.
Yep.
All right, I'm calling
did
it
this
now.
one win? This one should win. Why
I'm
didn't
calling
this
it
win?
now. This game's the winner. Fuck what the patrons thought. No, this game isn't the winner, although I will say that it's a testament to this game that it kept Bryan Paul in a Quest 2 for a year. That says it all, really.
That's true.
Yeah, it's the only reason my Quest 2 is always plugged in.
Right.
Yep.
So if this game didn't win, what did win? Well, we talk about games that will keep people enthralled for 4 hours. I don't think any game fits that description quite like Demio. Demio took a premise that isn't exactly foreign to VR. I mean, we had a game before, the Table of Tales, that was kind of built around the same kind of storytelling and the same kind of structure built after a board-based, card-based RPG. But what Demio did is take it to the next level by expanding the lore, by allowing you to play with your friends, and it has quickly become one of the most popular games in VR and one of the best supported over 2022. Eric, when I think for a moment about the amount of story content that they've added into this game this year with the different boards, the different levels, the different characters, new characters, playable and non-playable, I'm just amazed that they did all this for free. Like, there's a lot of work went into this game, and they have not charged a dime for any of it. And I think that deserves to be complimented.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things we say about a lot of these support is a lot of times they're charging for DLC, and we are like, yeah, that's no problem. Charge for it. We'll pay it. But here, again, Demio hasn't charged a dime for any of these maps, and the game is triple the size now than when it launched. I mean, it launched with one map. We have, 5 now? Is it 5 or 4?
I think it's 5.
More than that, yeah. So it's crazy how much support they've added to this game, and and it's not even just maps. They add characters. You know what I mean? Not every time, but a lot of times when they're adding different new characters for you to play. It just gives you more to do here, and they nail it every time. There hasn't been a bad chapter yet, and everything this year has just been phenomenal for them. Adding flat gaming too into this. Allowing the PC players to come through and do this has been great too.
Ruuts, I think we've played as much Demio this year as we've played After the Fall together. And, After the Fall was our game of the year last year. It was a game we were heavily into for a while. And I don't mean in terms of hours, but maybe in terms of hours. But in terms of, like, times that we got together and played, we might have played Demio just as many times. Although, I will say this, I don't think we finished any of those games, did we?
No, and at least we have the option to save now, and we can go back, even though we haven't gone back, and we need to actually do that. I want to get back in there with Dave. We got a game floating around there, with Dave Marsh, and it's just sitting out there. But yeah, this is it's one of those games that's great to chill with your friends, and then especially if it's ready to run, it looks stupid after you make a stupid mistake, But no, this is definitely one of my favorite games that I've played last year. For sure. That's great. It's great. And I do think we should, point out the one thing that I already mentioned that a lot of people fail to mention is that this isn't an original concept. I think that the developers behind Table of Tales deserve a lot of credit for kind of coming up with this niche. And while it didn't take off and didn't quite get the recognition that it deserved,
in the beginning. We have not heard the last from them, I assure you. I can't say any more than that, but those guys are coming back with a vengeance. Brian, I don't think you've played Demio yet, have you? You're saving this one for PSVR 2, right?
I actually have played this. I
Oh,
played
you
a
did- you
single
did play
player, and I got into a 4-player multiplayer match, which was nice.
Okay.
Awesome.
All right, cool.
Yeah, it was just the first chapter that we were playing through, I believe, and you know, it took us hours to get through it, and it was a lot of fun. There was a lot of laughs. Yeah, I do my thing. I try to be a team player at first, and then then we start taunting each other, and I go rogue. I was like, I'm just gonna go off and do my own little adventure over here. And I was like, don't anybody worry about me. I'll be fine. And it was just fun to kind of play it however you wanted to. And this was the other reason I kept my quest plugs in this year. It really is just, you just lose hours and hours and hours, and I can totally understand why people wouldn't ever finish their save game, because it's kind of daunting, right? You spend 2 or 3 hours, you get to a save point, and then when you go back in, you want to kind of start a new adventure. You don't want to like go try to pick up an old one. But it is great that they added that option, which was this year too,
Exactly.
I think, right?
Yeah. Beyond all the story content that they added this year, they added the option to save your game, which was very, very much needed. They also made this into a flat game, which was compatible with crossplay, so flat players can play with VR players and vice versa, which is one of the reasons. I don't make a lot of cases for games coming to PSVR 1 in this day and age. This game absolutely needed to be on PSVR 1 because it could have been on flat PlayStation as well. It didn't just have to be VR. So looking forward to getting this one finally in the Sony ecosystem, and I think we're going to see a lot more things to come from Demio as well. I think this game's just getting started.
Since this is the winner, right? I'm kind of curious. The way they phrased the most recent DLC or chapter, they said it's the final one, right?
Yeah, final
Now-
in that story, in the story of the Mad Elven King. Yeah.
So obviously that's just the end of this story. They've got to be working on a new story, right? That's
It means
the
they're
assumption.
going to go to paid DLC. That's what I think. They're going to go to
No,
paid
That's
DLC.
exactly
kind of what I was thinking too. And again, well deserved. They've given us so much for free.
Yeah, Demio and Pistol Whip, you're okay. Start charging people.
Yeah.
You've earned it, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway, our time is quickly running out here, and we haven't given anything away. Where's Oprah at, Ruuts? I haven't seen her around for a little while.
Oh,
there she is.
Yeah, she's excited too.
She's just waiting in the wings.
All right, so we wanted to make this something that was cool for the Game Cats as well. And of course, we're giving away PSVR stuff all through the show this year. It isn't just during the Bryan segment. But we did want to make it worth your while. So we're not giving away any PSVR 1 games here right now. No, just kidding.
You're
we're
gonna
going to give away
PSVR
more
2?
PSVR.
The whole headset?
Right. Yes. No, we're not giving away a headset. What we are going to do is give away two $20 PSN store codes so that people can go ahead and get their PSVR 2 libraries started, or at least, knock a chunk off of that Switchback VR or whatever it is you have your eyes on.
And how do I enter to win right now?
Yeah. Just go by
Well,
Call the
right
Mountain. Go by Call the Mountain.
There you go. So this is the way it's going to work. You guys know how we do our giveaways. We give away some to people who are here live. We have a second chance drawing for those people who couldn't make it live. So we're going to give away one $20. And let's be clear about this. This is $20 US or equivalent in your spot. But if you're like in some obscure country that I can't easily go buy a $20 code for you, sorry, okay? North America, we got you. EU, we've got you. Zimbabwe, sorry about your luck, okay? Maybe open an NA account. But we're going to give away one to the chat live right now. If you're not watching live, if you're watching this after the fact, all you have to do is leave a comment down below that says $20 PSN store, and we will choose a winner 1 week or maybe 2 weeks. Next time we're live, we will choose a winner, and of this giveaway as well as so many more. We'd like to take care of the people who couldn't quite make it live. Although with this show being a half a day long, why didn't you make it live? Like, come on.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yes,
so
Lord.
Oh, that was a different button.
That works too, though. That works.
Also, if you're watching and and you're not sure if you're in some obscure country, I want to know. Like, leave a comment because I need to know. Like, we don't really know. We think Zimbabwe is obscure. Is it? Like, I need to know what countries are out there that we haven't heard of. I don't know. I feel like we need to test Wes a little bit.
Where's Bone? That's what I want to know. Where does Bone live?
Zimbabwe.
You know where Bone lives.
My mom.
Oh yeah.
There it is. Somehow.
Anyway, no. The real test is if I can easily find your $20 code or not. We did one of these like a year or two ago, and it really wasn't even all that obscure. It was like one of the European countries, like I want to say Sweden or something, but they didn't want the EU code. They wanted the one that's specific to their country, and I had to try for a good day and a half to find that thing. We eventually did it, but it was not easy. So I put this little caveat in there just in case somebody wants the code to be from their home country. We might not be able to make that happen. But anyway, the first person to answer this question in the chat, on my chat screen, not your screen, the first one that comes up with the correct answer on my screen will win a $20 PSN store credit. And the question is, name one PlayStation VR 1 launch title.
Oh.
Brian has no idea.
Did I get it?
Brian. Brian probably did get it because he knows the question and he's probably in chat.
Oh, right. I can watch this live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There
Amazing.
you go.
Yeah.
Anyway, congratulations to whoever won that. Assuming I'm not asleep and not watching right now, in which case I'm very sorry. And if that happens, then we'll just figure it. We'll sort it all out later. But congratulations to the one who won it live. Again, if you didn't win, don't worry. Just leave a comment after the show. Go down below, leave a comment. Not a chat comment. People always leave these comments in the chat when I say this. Not a chat comment. After the show, scroll down, leave a comment for this $20 code plus any of the games that we're giving away in the drawing as well. It doesn't have to be separate comments. You can leave one long comment with all the drawings that you want to enter into, and we will hand out prizes in a week or two when we get back to normalcy, which I feel like, Ruuts, it's been a long time since we've been back to normal. We need to get back to that quick.
It's been a long time that I don't even remember which buttons are which on my Go XLR anymore. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's been a crazy couple of months, and we'll talk more about that as we go along.
Do you think people will slum it with like if you win this code and you're getting the PSVR 2, hold on to it for 39 more days or whatever. You know what I mean? Like you get a PSVR 2 amazing title instead of one of the older PSVR ones that everybody's gonna forget about.
Or you can go get Gran Turismo 7.
That's true.
You'd be ready for it.
That's very true.
It's really good. It's really good.
You think Brian, do you think somebody's going to win this code and then go buy Good Dog, Bad Dog?
Dude, I'm just concerned about Oprah. Like, should someone check on her?
She's excited.
Seizure.
Yeah, somebody calls this the shocker one, right?
Look at her. She's like, PlayStation VR 2 is coming, 40 days. Whoa!
Like the window on my screen was really small, but she kind of like had the whole sex doll thing going on, like the whole like.
I can see it. I can see it, and I have seen it.
The chat calls it the shocker, and it looks like she's almost being shocked, but I know she's not. I think she's just really excited.
She's very excited. She's
Very
excited for PSVR 2, like we all are.
Yeah.
And how could we not be excited for PSVR 2 after the year that PSVR 1 has had? So we're going to talk a little bit about PlayStation VR Game of the Year, but I think it's notable that all of the 3 nominees came in the first half of the year. And, we thought about listing every good PSVR game that came out this year as a nominee, and we could have done that. We could have put Lucky's Tale in here, and there were a few other solid ones, but everyone knows what the best games were this year. There were only a handful of them, but the good thing, Brian, is that
boxing VR. What?
There you go. Or one of the 12 different versions of Darkness Roller Coaster we got this year. They could have
For sure.
easily been nominated. But the good thing, Brian, even though we only got a few really good releases, they were really good releases this year. There were some really good high spots for PSVR, and quite honest, that wasn't a given coming into the year. So let's start off with the one that probably was a given. Moss Book 2 we've been waiting on for 4 years. And I got to be honest, Bryan, I was a little bit surprised that this game launched as a PlayStation VR exclusive. Or did it? Am I wrong about that? It did,
Yeah,
right?
it did.
Yep.
Yeah. Were you surprised at all by that?
I mean, yes and no, right? Because like we don't know what the deal was when it launched as a PSVR exclusive, and Moss Book 1 also launched as a PSVR exclusive. You have to figure that Sony and Polyarch made some kind of deal that said, hey, if you ever make a sequel to this, we also get, first refusal, or or there's just like something written into the contract that says we also get it for an exclusive amount of time. Because it took Moss Book 1 way longer to come to other headsets, but this seemed like they were kind of ready to go, right? It was only a few months, and then it came right over. So you have to figure those were in the works, ready to go, and they were just kind of like waiting on that Sony exclusivity period.
Yeah, well, we were kind of surprised too, because not only because it started on PSVR as a timed exclusive, but then when it finally did come to other platforms, it only came to Quest. And a lot of people will tell you that the best version of the original game, at least on a graphical level, was the PC version, and it got the PC treatment last, which I kind of think tells us a little bit about the hierarchy of VR gaming today, and kind of how developers view it. But at the same time, I think it's kind of smart, because launching on 3 platforms at separate times gives you 3 launches to promote your game. So, for example, when this game launches at $40 and everybody's, up in the air about it be costing too much, well, they just get a do-over, launching on another platform, knock $10 off of it, and all's forgiven, right? Do you think? Well, I don't want to go that. I don't want to go down that road. I was about to start shitting on them for their PSVR 2 decisions, but that's another topic for another day. Eric, amazing game, right?
Definitely amazing game. One of the best games that we saw this year on several platforms. So, I mean, it's Moss, it's it's Quill. I mean, it's more greatness. To me, they didn't need to do a whole bunch more than what they already did, and they did. They made it better story. I thought it was better gameplay. Just Polyarch knocked it out of the park with this one. I wish it had a chance to do a little better on the PlayStation. I know they didn't do exactly as well as they wanted to. But I think they'll do well after some not great decision. I think they'll eventually do okay on PlayStation VR 2.
Yeah, and I am looking forward to hopefully getting to try this on PSVR 2, because we talked with the developers specifically about the possibilities of the new hardware and some of the new things that they can do, especially maybe not even so much on Book 2, but when Book 3 comes around, I would expect some puzzles to kind of be built around the unique feature set of the PSVR 2. But Ruuts, I mean, this game as it stands today pretty much gives us what we ask for from a sequel of a beloved title, right? It's an expansion in terms of story. It's an expansion in terms of gameplay. They gave us just a little bit more, but on every level.
Yeah, it's definitely. I think it's a true sequel. It's better in every way. It's got a better. I mean, the story is amazing, and the gameplay is fun, and it's everything that I want in a game. I want a story to pull me through and give me a reason to go back into it. Has a lot of depth, and it's just really good.
Yeah, this is as close to that you can get, in my opinion, to being like AAA without being AAA. Like, obviously, there are 2 things that can make games great, and typically it takes both money and time. Where this game maybe doesn't have as much money as a AAA game put into it. Again, 4 years of polish put onto this thing. And Bryan, I think if anything else you could say about this thing, it is certainly a polished game.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think I actually have to disagree in the fact that this is everything I want from a sequel. In fact, I would call this Moss Book 2, Chapter 2, Retribution, because it's so much more of the same with, and now we added a hammer, and we added backtracking, and we added, this kind of, but it still plays and feels and looks and everything, like even similar puzzles and interactions as you, the what do you call it, the watcher? No, the
reader.
The reader. Thank you. getting crucified in the comments already. I can hear
Little,
it.
little did they know, I
AJ
can't
just
read.
died. AJ just died a little inside. You didn't know. Reader.
That was sort of the plan all along. I've been slowly poisoning him over the last 3 years just by giving him shit about No Man's Sky and then Moss and Farpoint. I love all of these games. It just pisses AJ off, and I love it. But yeah, so it's it doesn't feel to me like a full-fledged sequel, and so they did exactly as much as they needed to, in my opinion, to put out a new game that to me feels like an expansion of the original game, and that's not to the game's detriment. That maybe sounds like an insult, but I don't believe it is. I don't think the game needed that much improving. I think if you did anything more than Polyarch did with this game, it wouldn't feel like Moss anymore. And so there were all these different things I wanted to see. Like I wanted to see maybe a dynamic camera angle over Quill's shoulder, so it wouldn't be just like this static camera angle looking from above. Instead, I want to see the world from Quill's perspective and see how big it is, when she looks up and she sees the reader above her. That's something that I was like, well, I can't believe that wasn't included. But I think if they did include that, it would have felt radically different, and it would have felt like a completely different game. So I sort of respect the fact that they didn't give me what I wanted and stay true to their original vision.
Yeah, I get that. And it certainly is a design choice. We've seen the impact that shifting perspective can have in a VR game, especially with scale being something that's, so visceral inside a headset. It certainly would have added a lot, but I get why they didn't do it, because they don't want you to feel like you're Quill. They want you to have a relationship with Quill on an emotional level, and I think that they probably avoid that sort of perspective swap so that you can be you and Quill can be Quill. So I get it. It would have been really cool. We've seen this in other games. Hellblade comes to mind. It's an experimental mode, but you can do exactly what you're talking about here, and it does provide a lot of value and a lot of wow factor. And it might have worked. Like in the Hellblade, I constantly switch between. There's 3 different perspectives that you can edit from, and I constantly switch between them depending on the situation. And that might have worked here, so it's actually a pretty good point.
Well, I'm definitely curious to see how this plays out on PSVR 2, because it is when it launched, we were like, as far as I was concerned, there was no reason for it to be $40. $30 seemed like the sweet spot, and now, like, even though they're not giving us a free upgrade for PSVR 1 owners, people who are just jumping in now for the first time, for people who PSVR 2 will be their first headset, they can pick up the Moss bundle with Book 1 and Book 2 for crazy cheap with plus discount and everything. What is it, like $30 with the plus discount? It's something 40
yeah,
maybe?
it's like 30
40.
30 or 35. I think 40 maybe the normal price, and then you get a few bucks off. Yeah.
So I mean, it's kind of perfect. I saw so many people over on Without Parole say, like $40 is too much. I'm going to wait for a sale, or I'm going to wait to find out how they're handling the PSVR 2 upgrade. And now that we know, people can jump in on PSVR 2 and like really just, see this world in glorious 4K.
Yeah, those people who waited, that we said don't wait, they're getting the last laugh here now, because the big criticism of Moss, either version of it, has always been the amount of content. Like, it's over with pretty quick. But now, assuming that you waited, you get both of these games together in one package for $40. I mean, that's kind of perfect,
Totally, exactly perfect.
Anyway, so obviously with Moss Book 2 being a nominee, it wasn't a winner, but we have 2 other games. Everyone knows what the other two games are, which one won and which one is a nominee. Well, let's move on and talk about how awesome it was, Brian, in 2022 on PlayStation to have a game like Zenith, where not only can you play with all of your PSVR friends, you can play with all of your Quest friends, you can play with all of your PC friends, all in one big game, all at the same time, with tons of different content, even if it isn't the widest variety of content. There's still a lot to do here with your friends, and I think on a technical level, at the very least, that's an achievement, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, such an achievement that we didn't think it was going to happen. We were, I don't know about, the rest of my co-hosts, but I was 100% convinced that when they were talking about a PlayStation VR version of this game when they announced it, I was like, there's no way. Like, because so frequently you see them, the lead platform being Quest or PC, and then taking care of those platforms first. We start with then VR Adventure, right? It came to Quest first and then PC, and then it took them so long to get around the PSVR that they just fucking canceled it. They were like, this isn't going to happen. And it's like, all right, well, totally understandable. But I totally thought that that's what Ramen VR was going to do with Zenith. When they said it was coming to all these different platforms, I was like, yeah, eventually. And by the time it comes to PSVR, we're going to be talking about PSVR 2. There's no way it's coming to PSVR 1. And to think it launched simultaneously across all the different platforms, first time we jumped in, it played flawlessly. Like, it just did everything the way it was supposed to. You could climb everything. You could T-pose and fly. Everybody's running around the field. There are 50 people in each server. I mean, it was just, I was like, I was in complete disbelief that they had done the thing they said they were going to do. Like, just because that's not the world we were living in at the beginning of 2022. We were living in a world where people were canceling PSVR games left and right. So the fact that they actually delivered and really delivered one of the best versions of the game, I was total awe of what was happening. You know, we're hearing about people playing on Quest and there's like loading screens or like loading areas. I'm playing on PS5 and it's beautiful and it's seamless. I loved it.
Ruuts, you know, staying power aside, I think there's something to be said here with this game being the first of its kind. And then again, this is a PSVR category. The fact that it runs on a PS4, not just that it'll run and be beautiful on PS5, it runs on PS4 Pro, it runs on PS4. Pretty much anybody with a major VR headset can play this game and they can play it together. I mean, that's really something, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and like the open world and the fact that you can have so many people playing flawlessly, and there's so much to do running around with your friends and hanging out. I think this was
almost flawlessly. I do have to point out, Floating Ruuts was there for like a week.
Oh, that's true. My guy got stuck.
Ruuts stuck in the rock.
That was fun. That was funny.
Ruuts' rock. Remember Ruuts' rock?
It was almost, but that wasn't on the PlayStation version. So that was on the on the
That's
PC
true.
version. But no, I think they nailed it with this one, and it's not even my favorite game of the year. But I would say, and you know, I've got my issues. I love MMO RPGs, but like you said, there's got to be a progression. You can't go from the beginning to the bangers. And somebody had to do it, and they did it right, and they set the tone for anybody else that's following, and they really knocked it out of the park.
Eric, how much? I mean, we spent a lot of time in After the Fall this year playing with friends. I got to think that Zenith is probably a close number 2 when you take all platforms into consideration, right? We played this a lot.
Yeah, when it first came out, I mean, the communities were all involved with it, and we wanted to be involved with the community, so we played a ton of it, but we wanted to do the game, too. We were super excited about it, and we did it. And I just want to say one thing. The trailer for the PSVR 2 version of this game looks off the hook phenomenal, by the way. And I haven't been back in this game in a long, long time, and I don't know. I won't probably get back in until the PlayStation VR 2 version. And man, it looks good, and that will probably bring me back in. But to get back to the game, it's so good. I love this game. I had a lot of fun in it. To me, it is a community-based game because you can get so many people in there across platforms. I am not a big fan of these types of games. I get bored with them very quick. It's just me. It's just a style. I know that a lot of people love them, but it's just not for me. But this held my attention for a long time. I mean, months it held my attention. So
Longer than it should have. And I never even got into like any of the cooking or any of this other stuff. I really didn't even care about all that,
Cooking's so much
I want
fun.
to fight. I want to fight. I'm there to fight, bro.
Yeah, but cooking lets you level up things and lets you fight better. It's totally worth putting the time into, dude. And I was just complaining about Moss being $40 and being a relatively short game. I just had to look it up on the PlayStation Store to double check my memory. This Zenith launched at $30. And
That's crazy.
And so anyone who complained about the amount of content or staying power or anything, I mean, everybody I know spent about 100 hours in this game before finally throwing the towel. I'm like, you really can't argue with that value proposition. And they kept bringing DLC to it. They kept bringing additional areas and kept kind of tweaking the gameplay as they went. And so, I mean, I've been extremely, extremely happy with their support of this game. And again, for the price, you just can't go wrong.
I just want my Cyber Ninja, man. That's all
Yes.
I want. I need my
Yeah.
Cyber Ninja.
big time.
Did PlayStation get this last big update they did with the animals and all that? Did they get
Yep.
that too, along with everybody
Yeah.
else? That's pretty damn good, man. They put a lot into this game this year.
Makes me wonder how big their team is. They must have a massive team over there at Ramen
They're
VR.
definitely getting bigger.
Anyway, when I look at the clock, I see it's almost time for me to go to work, so we need to move on. And everyone already knows who the winner of the PlayStation VR Game of the Year is. Just by process of elimination, it has to be Wanderer from Mighty Eyes. I'm sure we've already talked about this game to death at this point during the course of the live episode, but there's a good reason for that. And I'll say this to you, Brian, if this were the Viewers' Choice Awards and the polls dictated anything, then this game would have won half the awards. Like everything Wanderer was nominated for, it won overwhelmingly in terms of the voting. Like everyone loves this game. It's a masterpiece.
And I may or may not have told all the Game Cats to go over and vote for Wanderer in every single category. So I might have had something to do with that. But I mean, not the point. It's deserving of the win.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And for those of you who don't know, we have a bit of a weird criteria. We already talked about how we vote. What I didn't mention earlier is that there is one thing that we kind of take into consideration when we select award winners. When we have an award where the votes are close, like when we vote with the patrons, we take the polls into account, and we have like 2 or